Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Mightiest Era, Part 1. Let me forewarn you, Broly is not a character conceived by Akira Toriyama. Hence he will not appear in my continuation. Goku remains the legendary Super Saiyan from the original work. Furthermore, this narrative does not follow the illogical tendencies of certain fanfiction. It adheres to the fervent and competitive storytelling style of the original. Thus it unfolds slowly. The lengthy plot beginning in Chapter 48 serves as a significant foreshadowing for a detailed explanation. One may refer to the second part, Dragon Ball T. For those who are not fond of the story of Vegeta, feel free to skip ahead. Thank you. The legend of the Dragon Ball Empire is divided into the Super Saiyan arc and the Cosmic Emperor arc, followed by the Divine War arc, also known as Dragon Ball T. In a tranquil expanse, the very air seemed to float languidly, a gentle breeze soothing the soul, and life teemed with vibrant vitality. Yet amidst this semblance of peace, one could distinctly sense a hint of something more sinister, a barely perceptible trace of bloodshed lingering in the atmosphere. There were no towering peaks, nor resplendent fields of flowers. This idyllic haven resembled a vast prairie, draped in azure, with a serene lake reflecting a hint of ethereal green. The surroundings bore an uncanny resemblance to the enigmatic planet Namek. A colossal, aged figure reclined sideways on a stone chair fashioned from peculiar minerals, his labored breaths betraying a body rendered immobile, with tightly shut eyes that occasionally quivered, hinting at the imminent approach of death. Upon recognizing this elder, a profound shock coursed through one's being, for he bore an astonishing resemblance to the last grand elder of Namek, even to the point of sharing a similarly waning lifespan. Before the elder stood several towering figures, each nearly 4 meters tall, their familiar green faces and diminutive antennae unmistakably identifying them as Namekians. Among them, the figure on the left stood an impressive 2 meters tall, evoking a sense of eerie familiarity. Behind these Namekians was a dense throng of green-skinned individuals, flanked by thousands of unfamiliar faces resembling earthlings, all clad in recognizable battle attire. They gathered at the very heart of the lake, surrounded by picturesque mountains and clear waters. Yet at this moment, every countenance was etched with furrowed brows, anxiety intertwining with an underlying fear of death. With nearly every individual bearing visible wounds, some even having lost an arm. Are they still engaged in the assault? After a prolonged silence, the frail elder finally inquired, voice trembling. Indeed, Grand Elder stepped forward a similarly aged Namekian beside him, responding with utmost respect. His expression bore the weight of his words, as though he grappled with the resolve to deliver an honest report. It seems I have not yet completely lost consciousness. The elder, referred to as the Grand Elder, jested upon hearing the despondent tone of the responder, though the effort only further weakened him. A heavy silence enveloped the assembly, their brows knitted in worry. Grand Elder. Suddenly, an unexpected voice pierced the air, and moments later, a figure materialized a few meters away from the Grand Elder, the air around him shimmering slightly. A middle-aged man clad in silver-gray armor hovered in midair, his tall frame adorned with robust musculature, an aura of commanding authority evident in his demeanor. Is it King Tenchi? The Grand Elder's eyes remained closed, yet upon hearing the familiar voice, a flicker of recognition stirred within him. Yes, Grand Elder, forgive my candor, but do we truly believe that remaining in this void will quell the tide of war? Since they have already arrived, we might as well engage in a final showdown, even if defeat awaits us. We shall still uphold the honor of warriors. Though the tone questioned the Grand Elder's cautious approach, none of the Namekians dared to interject. They understood that this regal figure was indeed a formidable hero, the king of the Tenchi tribe, a race as renowned in the universe as their own, the Namekians. In contrast, only the Grand Elder held an equal standing. For the benevolent Namekians did not require a king to rule them. They elected each Grand Elder through merit, rendering the Grand Elder a figurehead of authority. The Grand Elder hesitated to respond, his time waning and energy scarce. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated, I am aware of this. However, King Tenchi, This war we face is not one that can be easily concluded. It may well evolve into a conflict reminiscent of that fateful battle of Ur. Upon hearing the mention of the past war, the imposing and dignified King Tianx's countenance momentarily shifted, as if the depths of his soul were stirred by an awakening memory, a primal fear manifesting within him, his pupils contracting in dread. Once again, silence enveloped the gathering. Even the distant murmurs of fervor instigated by King Tianx's impassioned declaration subsided, for as members of a great race, they were acutely aware of the horrors that the previous war had wrought. Another faction, having gained entry into the void with the Grand Elder's permission, was equally cognizant of certain secrets. Thus, we must await the moment of decisive counterattack to swiftly conclude this war. Otherwise, the ensuing battles will only exacerbate the situation, potentially impacting the entire universe. Yet, if that is the case, we shall inevitably deplete considerable strength before the battle even begins. Maintaining this void demands an exorbitant amount of energy. King Tianxi raised a point of contention. Much of the void's power had already succumbed to the enemy's relentless bombardment, and the only reason it remained stable was due to their continuous infusion of energy into the void's formation. However, entering the void also presented advantages. Since their arrival, their own casualties had ceased, granting many injured the opportunity to recuperate. Is there still no word from the Holy Domain? The aging Grand Elder fell into contemplation, seemingly grasping the pros and cons of the situation, yet he posed a crucial question, one that could shift the tide of the entire conflict, which he had held in abeyance until now. Upon hearing the Grand Elder mention the term Holy Domain, even King Tianxi couldn't help but furrow his brow. As a king of a formidable race, he understood the weight of that phrase. A realm birthed from slaughter and bloodshed. It was the burial ground for generations of Namekians, the resting place for countless exceptional clan members, hence the reverence with which they referred to it as the Holy Domain. Yet the fundamental truths remained shrouded in mystery. Even the Grand Elder had no inkling of the secrets contained within. It was merely a legend passed down through successive Grand Elders. Regardless of the cost, the Holy Domain must never be destroyed. Should the day come when it faces obliteration, then the god shall return once more. This was but a prophecy-like tale. All tangible evidence had long been lost to the tides of history. Indeed, Grand Elder, the Holy Domain has been completely sealed since the arrival of Kadatza. There have been no signs of activity within. A tall, imposing Namekian stepped forward, his bowing form gradually rising to reveal a youthful, handsome visage, for he was indeed in the prime of his life as a Namekian. None present harbored anger at his abruptness. Rather, they held him in high esteem, regardless of rank or status, including the formidable King Tianxi, who did not dare to underestimate this remarkable individual. He was not only the grandson of the current Grand Elder, but also possessed extraordinary abilities, a prodigy of unprecedented potential in this era, second only to the Grand Elder himself. In the annals of Namekian history, his innate talent would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Thanks to this formidable gift, he had long been recognized as the next Grand Elder. This young man, upon closer examination, would be revealed as the Grand Elder of Namek for centuries hence, the sole surviving true Namekian aside from Piccolo. The Grand Elder of that era on Namek. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Mightiest Era, Part 2. Upon hearing the name Kadatza uttered by him, the individuals present were struck as if by a thunderous roar in their minds. For they all understood that Kadatza was a figure far more formidable than the extraordinarily gifted youth before Thema, nearly omnipotent warrior from the planet Namek, possessing a combat talent that evoked envy across the cosmos. Even though the youth's extraordinary abilities were nearly on par with Kadatza's, to ascend to the position of Grand Elder, one must possess an exceptionally high aptitude for the dragon power, a stipulation ingrained in the unwritten laws of Namek for countless years. Kadatza's disqualification stemmed from his inability to sense the dragon power. The youth, sharing a profound bond with Kadatza, represented the same transcendent talent that was a source of pride for the Namekian race. In this era brimming with emerging talents, they had firmly believed that their lineage would once again flourish. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that this epoch was destined to be anything but ordinary, as war unexpectedly loomed on the horizon. Upon hearing his grandson's response, the Grand Elder, though his eyes remained closed, sensed a hint of peril in the youth's anxious tone. He instinctively recognized that the sanctity of their realm had deteriorated, and memories of the distant legends of their domain flooded his mind, casting him into a state of confusion. Suddenly struck by a thought, the aged Grand Elder appeared to struggle momentarily before mustering the strength to employ his extraordinary abilities. His dominant consciousness did not extend outward, but rather reached deep within his mind, twisting and penetrating through time itself, as if seeking to glimpse the future. Yet, in a fleeting instant, a blinding white light manifested within his consciousness. Under this sudden illumination, the Grand Elder's vast awareness was overwhelmed by indescribable pain. Despite his valiant resistance, he found himself forcefully repelled by the overwhelming brilliance, rendering him even more feeble. In that moment, the already frail elder dimmed further, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his breath quickened abruptly. Even the grand prophecy cannot unveil the future. What could this possibly mean? Is it the heavens' decree for the demise of my people? The truth of the legends of our realm has become insignificant. The future indeed feels unattainable. The Grand Elder pondered internally, his body trembling subtly in its weakened state. Witnessing the Grand Elder's sudden decline, the hearts of those present tightened with concern, while the youth, seemingly empathizing with his pain, revealed a profound sorrow. Words failed them, for they all understood the reasons behind such a transformation. Nearby, King Tianxi quietly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, feeling a genuine respect for the sacrifices of the Grand Elder. After slightly regulating his rapid breathing, the Grand Elder's closed eyes fluttered, and after inhaling deeply, he spoke, "Yes, I understand now. Asfa, please descend and consolidate the energy of the realm, buying us time until Kadatza emerges." After a brief pause, his tone became noticeably steadier. However, his words carried an additional weight. Just as the others were about to voice their confusion, the Grand Elder interrupted, continuing with his true intention. "All Namekians, heed my command. From this moment forth, Asfa shall be recognized as the Grand Elder of Namek. I hope you will all lend your support to Asfa." The Elder's prophecy was delivered with an air of unyielding authority, revealing the pride of a ruler. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent, for they all understood that soon this revered figure would depart from the realm, and the ongoing war weighed heavily on their hearts, the relentless strength of their adversaries casting an ominous shadow of despair. The Grand Elder's voice grew increasingly urgent, his breaths heavy with gravity. His weary eyes could barely remain open, and the tremors in his gaze intensified. After several labored breaths, a semblance of calm returned, yet all sensed that the aura of death surrounding the Grand Elder had suddenly intensified manifold. "Tianxi, I entrust the ensuing battles to your command. I am fatigued. Haha, from this point forth, the fate of our beloved and valiant warriors rests in your hands." Understanding the underlying message in the Grand Elder's words, silence enveloped the crowd. As his rapid breaths gradually slowed and ultimately ceased, a palpable shiver coursed through many hearts. They understood that this esteemed Grand Elder had quietly departed from the mortal realm. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Even the wind stilled, the clouds ceased their drifting, and heartbeats fell silent. "Yes, Grand Elder," replied the youth named Asfa, tears streaming down his face. He stepped forward, bowing deeply, his entire being trembling with suppressed sobs. Unable to articulate a farewell to his grandfather, despite the profound love he harbored for this remarkable elder, he was left to assume the mantle of Grand Elder as his successor. For he was acutely aware that the war had not yet concluded. As the Grand Elder's words faded into silence, a radiant beam of white light suddenly illuminated the heavens, and 7 enormous crystalline orbs descended before the Grand Elder, transforming from golden radiance into ordinary massive stone spheres. This spectacle stirred the hearts of all present, as the dragon wave had also met its demise, a truth that spoke volumes, deepening their collective grief and rendering it almost suffocating. Time waits for no one. The power of the divine dragon is the principal force of the void, a truth well known to all. Following the sorrow, the crowd gazed vacantly at the current Grand Elder, yet words of urgency eluded their lips. Grant me the power of the divine, great Palunga. I am willing to serve as the medium for the divine dragon's might. Let the 7 Dragon Balls be resurrected at this moment. Asfa, veiling his sorrow, wiped away the tears staining his cheeks, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Simultaneously, the 7 colossal stone spheres beneath them erupted in resplendent golden light, transforming into the luminous 7 Dragon Balls as they levitated. In the wake of the powerful golden glow, a beam of light, a full yard wide, shot skyward, erupting from the 7 suspended Dragon Balls, creating a vast protective barrier. At this moment, the previously turbulent void fell silent, rejuvenated by the rebirth of the divine dragon's power. The energy of the void once again coalescing into a dense force capable of briefly withstanding the onslaught from outside. The king of the past finally opened his eyes. Though the pain of loss lingered in his gaze, he embodied the essence of a leader, aware that time was of the essence. With a resonant voice, he proclaimed a stirring declaration. Heed the words of our departed Grand Elder, O valiant warriors. Let us fight together to defend our world. Brave on. For when the sacred realm opens, we shall attain ultimate victory. The final victory. Upon hearing this impassioned call, coupled with the Grand Elder's sorrowful departure, the collective spirit ignited anew. The long-suppressed fighting spirit surged forth, an unwavering resolve to triumph taking root in their hearts, awakening a pledge to battle unto death. A chorus of answering cries resonated through the heavens, enough to shake the very earth. In the next instant, all warriors present vanished from sight, driven by a singular belief back to the battlefield, leaving only Asfa, the guardian of the void, and the recently departed Grand Elder behind. Kadatza Asfa gazed deeply at his grandfather, summoning his willpower to stifle the tears that threatened to flow. He turned towards the distant horizon, yearning to sense even the faintest tremor from that direction. Yet, all remained still in the sacred realm, unchanged, while outside, the final battle commenced. Beyond Namek, in a distant galaxy akin to a black hole, a figure clad in dark robes floated in the void, fixated on the position of Namek, as though peering through the vast expanse of light years to the battlefield. Has it finally come to this? It appears the moment of reckoning has arrived. I wonder which side will emerge victorious? How utterly foolish. The mysterious figure mused, erupting into a maniacal laugh. Relay my orders to the Demon King. I shall enter a period of seclusion. No one is to disturb me, or they shall face death. The figure calmed his excitement and, with formidable psychic energy, left this ominous message before silently entering the realm of the black hole. As he stepped inside, the black hole mysteriously sealed itself, vanishing entirely as if it had never existed. In the fleeting moment of the black hole's disappearance, a silhouette emerged, uttering a command before vanishing again. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Epoch of Might, Part 3. Ah, who would have thought it would be you who betrayed me? I was blind to your treachery. A desperate scream echoed in the skies above Namek. The explosive sound wielded a powerful aura, igniting a fierce counterattack amidst the struggle for survival. Under the immense pressure, many adversaries experienced a terrifying wave of energy, choking on their own blood, yet in their bloodlust, they remained mercilessly focused on their fallen leader. Once proud, the king of the past floated unsteadily in the sky, supported only by the remnants of his strength. His body was a canvas of blood, evoking terror. His armor lay in tatters, and his silver hair was soaked in crimson, a heavy scent mingling with the blood of countless others. Yet he knew that at least half of it was his own. The king of the past lifted his weary head, gazing unsteadily at the throngs of enemies before him, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. He had suffered a complete defeat. His once mighty legion of 1,000,000 elite warriors lay slain, signifying a loss of nearly 95% of his clan's combat power, relegating them from a superior race to one of the lower tiers. The cause of this devastation? His former comrades, who had turned against him in this final battle, becoming ruthless hunters at his back. The bloodied middle-aged figure laughed maniacally, his once handsome visage now twisted in rage as he glared at a familiar figure 100 feet away. With the mocking smile of his opponent, he finally understood why they had chosen to appear at the last moment. Those who had once been his elite subordinates were not so elite after all, and their casualty rates were astonishingly low. The traitor has long since betrayed the cosmos, he concluded grimly within himself. His body began to succumb to fatigue. Yet the king of the past refused to close his eyes and surrender. He struggled, daring to hope that a miracle might manifest in his final moments. Suddenly, Blood surged to his throat, and he could no longer withstand his grievous wounds. He coughed up hot, crimson blood. His right hand pressed against the gaping wound in his left side as his breathing grew frantic. He laughed bitterly, having been betrayed and gravely injured. Submit and perish. King of the past. A commanding voice resonated, its simplicity laden with an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on all present. In an instant, a formidable middle-aged figure appeared mere dozens of feet away from the king of the past. Given the circumstances, you must realize that resistance is futile. I offer a promise. If you comply with the judgment, I shall spare your clan. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to annihilate countless lives. The middle-aged man smiled. But the king of the past perceived his hypocrisy and arrogance. Without a word, he shook his head and summoned every ounce of remaining strength. Observing the king's defiance, the middle-aged man chuckled, coldly stating, "Then your clan shall have no reason to survive." Perhaps you are correct. Yet I can assure you that the Tianqi clan will never become the universe's betrayers. Even if we are exterminated, we shall never bow nor accept your mercies, you demons. The king of the past gathered his strength, his speech regaining fluency. Though he sensed his consciousness fading, death was near. Undeterred by the others' derisive laughter, he comprehended everything clearly. He realized that, at the moment of ambush, he could have escaped this battle through sheer will alone. Yet he would not, nor could he, for he awaited the final miracle to appear. Otherwise, the entire universe would face annihilation. If you wish for my demise, then let us depart together. And let the lives of countless others be the price for my passage. Tianqi Huang clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably as a brilliant azure light emanated from him, igniting his very essence to unleash a formidable strike. With deliberate enunciation, he proclaimed, "Together, we shall journey to the Yellow Springs." Witnessing such a seemingly deranged display from his opponent, the middle-aged man instinctively narrowed his eyes, swiftly retreating from his position. The moment he distanced himself by 2,000 meters, a cataclysmic explosion erupted around Tianqi Huang. An indescribable force surged forth, a tempest of power and flames sweeping outward, consuming everything in its path. Despite the swiftest reactions, those within 100 feet of Tianqi Huang were instantaneously stripped of life. As the explosion's radius ominously expanded, the middle-aged man, infuriated and embarrassed, waved his hand, emanating a pale blue light. With a decisive gesture, a colossal energy barrier emerged at the explosion site, ruthlessly sealing off a 1,000-meter radius, allowing the unleashed power to reach its devastating climax. How infuriating! Who would have thought that mere ants could challenge an elephant? He seethed, knowing he had to limit the damage to his subordinates, yet lamenting the loss of over 30,000 troops due to his opponent's desperate counterattack. Worth it, worth it, he sneered, handing over the situation to his Saiyan adversary, Tianqi Huang, who, in his final moments, expressed a lingering wish, still blinded by the absence of miracles. His heart heavy with despair. Thus fell a once mighty warrior, Tianqi Huang. Cursed be that antiquated fool. A voice erupted in indignation. A figure broke free from the confines of the sealed space, cursing the monstrous strike, revealing himself to be the despised traitor, bearing a striking resemblance to another. His once pristine white tail now severed. He was covered in wounds, bloodied and battered. The reality that his kin had been the majority of the casualties weighed heavily upon him, igniting a furious glare at the middle-aged man, who remained indifferent to his plight. Faced with the middle-aged man's disdainful gaze, the traitor seethed with rage but suppressed his emotions, acutely aware that he was no match for this formidable adversary. Even with the alliance between his clan, the Tianqi, and the Namekians, the victory they had achieved was but a meager fraction, and it had come at a great cost. Dismissing these thoughts, the traitor's gaze turned coldly toward the expanse below, a sinister glint in his eyes. At last, they are extinguished. The Tianqi and Namekian tribes will be erased from the cosmos, and those detestable Saiyans shall be vanquished. The universe will be ours, and I shall reign supreme, he thought, reveling in his dark triumph. Seeking to curry favor with the middle-aged man, the traitor transformed into a streak of light, appearing mere feet away in the air, gathering a swirling mass of dark purple energy, aiming to obliterate the already weakened defenses. However, just as his treachery was about to succeed, a chilling voice echoed from Namek, its icy tone piercing through the air and striking dread into every heart. "You shall perish." The chilling words reverberated in their ears as an overwhelming force surged forth. At that moment, the air itself tore open, a colossal fiery hand lunging toward the traitor, catching him off guard and seizing him with terrifying speed. With a deafening roar, the explosive force overwhelmed the traitor's final struggles. obliterating him and reducing tens of thousands of nearby foes to ash. As the hand emerged, the middle-aged man felt a jolt of fear, having sensed the impending danger. He had already fled to a safe distance of 10,000 meters. Not only was the middle-aged man shaken, but the surviving enemies were also left reeling from the shocking spectacle, an overwhelming wave of terror flooding their hearts. Suddenly, a flash of azure lightning streaked across the sky, surging from the surface of Namek into the heavens, unleashing a rampant force that struck indiscriminately in all directions. The azure figure continued to exude immense power, the white light gradually transforming into gold, eventually morphing into a deep black. Kadatza, the middle-aged man, recognized the mysterious figure before him, his shock indescribable. His body trembling involuntarily as he sensed an overwhelming power emanating from the individual, coupled with an intense killing intent. Impossible. This cannot be. How could your power have surged to such heights? This is inconceivable. The middle-aged man roared in a near-manic frenzy. He understood that the being before him, hailed as the most extraordinary Namekian in history, had only trained for less than a century yet stood among the mightiest. Even the prodigy of that day had been inferior to Tianchi Wang, making it impossible for him to be a match now. Yet, faced with the raw, unrestrained power now before him, the middle-aged man felt his own life hanging by a thread. You all shall perish, Kadatza uttered through gritted teeth, slowly extending his right hand toward the distant cosmos, unleashing a colossal energy blast that surged forth at speeds surpassing that of light. In an instant, the fabric of space warped violently, the explosion rippling outwards and shattering everything in its wake, unleashing countless agonizing cries from afar. In that fleeting moment, Kadatza, resembling Piccolo, annihilated those hidden millions of miles away, effortlessly dispatching tens of thousands of demonic beings with his overwhelming strength. As the cosmos twisted around him, the middle-aged man finally grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing too late the implications of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird lay in ambush. His expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the demonic forces lurking behind, intent on intervening in this battle. Yet, Kadatza, racked with pain, widened his eyes obscured by dark energy, black mist emanating from his being. His gaze dimmed, weariness etched upon his spirit, but his fierce resolve held his crumbling body together. Unwilling to accept the impending doom of the universe, no one noticed his distress. Perhaps it was the terror of Kadatza's overwhelming power that instilled a paralyzing fear in all present, rendering them oblivious to his struggle. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Era of the Strong, Part 4. As Kadatza swiftly dispatched the traitor far away from planet Namek, a figure enveloped in white light sped through the cosmos, revealing Asfa within. At this moment, tears streamed down his face once again as he recalled the conversation with Kadatza. In the realm of the divine, a mysterious wave had finally emerged, perhaps influenced by the tremendous power of self-detonation. Kadatza within the divine was also affected, and he had no choice but to reveal himself prematurely, tearing through the barriers of the realm with his overwhelming strength to appear beside Asfa. Sensing the immense energy fluctuations, Asfa turned abruptly, only to find his friend Kadatza standing before him, his garments tattered and his body marked with countless wounds. Before Asfa could utter a word, Kadatza spoke first. Asfa, I am aware of everything. The divine has indeed reached its moment of destruction. The prophecy is about to commence. Everything is real, and the final era has begun. This simple statement left Asfa utterly stunned, struggling to accept the devastating news as Kadatza wore a bittersweet smile. In the divine, upon discovering this secret, Kadatza had also been left in a state of shock for a prolonged period. Is it true? Everything my grandfather said is true? After a brief moment of realization, Asfa sought to clarify the situation. It turned out that prior to Kadatza's entry into the divine, the elder, foreseeing the impending crisis, had made an exception and revealed the legends of the divine to Asfa and Kadatza. However, what followed was Kadatza's hearty laughter. Ha! Everything has been an illusion, Asfa. We have all been deceived. The underworld, the divine, the universe, all have been toyed with by the demon realm. Ha! Asfa, in a daze, began to sense the truth, his pupils constricting in realization. No wonder neither the divine nor the underworld were aware of this war. It was they who had sealed off our entire galaxy, tricking the divine and the underworld with a false facade. Behind this deception, the demon realm had also participated in the blockade, switching this galaxy into an alternate dimension through forbidden techniques. No matter how one sought the truth, they would only encounter the world prior to the blockade. As time had been distorted by dark forces, Kadatza observed Asfa, who was now horrified and disoriented, sharing his own feelings of emptiness and powerlessness. Before Asfa could regain his composure, Kadatza suppressed the nearly erupting, terrifying energy, but coughed out a mouthful of dark purple blood, his body trembling and faltering. Awakening Asfa from his stupor. I don't have much time left. The backlash from the divine's power has taken its toll on me. Kadatza managed to stand, adjusting his body. Thank you, Asfa. Has Beak been sent to Earth? Kadatza's face, strained with pain, managed a faint smile when mentioning his son. Yes, in the grand prophecy, Beak's arrival on Earth is essential before the true outbreak of war. He has already departed. Then, it seems Beak has escaped this galaxy. A glimmer of hope flickered in Kadatza's otherwise dim gaze. Sensing the change in energy from the traitors, Kadatza understood that time was running short. He turned to Asfa and spoke calmly. Asfa, I will stay behind to confront this war, and I shall tear apart this sealed space to send you away. Additionally, I will use my maximum energy in the final strike to seal that entrance. When it is breached, you must employ the power of the dragon to completely seal it off, isolating the universe from it. This is the future foretold in the prophecy. Kadatza exclaimed, shattering Asfa's indecision before continuing. Your dragon power is comparable to that of the Elder. Sealing it should not pose a challenge for you. Furthermore, Asfa, once you escape this space, you must utilize the mental power from your unique abilities to make everyone in the divine, the underworld, and the universe, except for the Tianchi clan, forget this war. They must forget all surviving powerful beings, including yourself. The weight of Kadatza's words left Asfa in shock, his trembling lips wanting to question the reasons, but upon meeting Kadatza's resolute gaze, he found profound certainty within his friend's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he nodded steadily. Once again, the skies were stained with blood, dismembered limbs falling like rain, and a torrential downpour of blood scattered under the energy suppression. A massive purple-black claw mark descended, and in the blink of an eye, a place where thousands had gathered transformed into a hell of blood. As all perished in explosive bursts, a roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Let us perish together. This is your best outcome. Kadatza's deep, resonant voice reverberated in the hearts of all present. At this moment, they gazed at Kadatza, who resembled a demonic deity, their faith shattered by his overwhelming power of slaughter. Kadatza felt no pity for these detestable invaders and traitors. In mere moments, he had obliterated the majority of the enemy forces on his own, severely injuring a middle-aged man in the process, while suffering some wounds himself, the backlash within him becoming unbearable. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in horror, regret flooding in as he felt a primal fear of death for the first time. He fled in a frenzy, yet could still hear Kadatza's deathly call. Meanwhile, a wave of destructive power enveloped the star domain, the explosive sounds erasing all cries, leaving only the remnants of a terrifying energy storm sweeping across, reducing the sealed space to dust. Simultaneously, a colossal force broke through the spatial blockade, racing at superluminal speed to obliterate a gate trillions of light-years away, plunging it into chaos. At that moment, on a distant planet, Asfa could no longer feel the earth-shattering battle from afar. With the knowledge of the gate's destruction, he sensed the arrival of the moment. He opened his mouth in agony, a quivering whisper escaping him. As the incantation fell from his lips, a brilliant white light erupted from him, spreading throughout the universe in a matter of moments, encompassing both the divine and the underworld. Before the Saiyan Asfa could forget a portion of his memories, he finally smiled, tears of sorrow streaming down his cheeks. The prophecy had begun, a new era had arrived. Chapter 2. The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 1. The past was no more, yet the wheels of history continued to turn, perpetuating the cycle of fate, which bore the weight of destiny. Thus, while vying for the title of the strongest, generations of formidable warriors emerged. In the unfolding of history, the universe continuously evolved, and the struggle for the Dragon Balls had proliferated across the cosmos. In the river of history, rules had to change with the tides. Once, during the Great War, the higher powers decreed that the dragon's power could only be wielded by the pure-hearted Namekians. Yet, fate played a cruel joke. After the Namekians faced a cataclysmic disaster, a reborn genius among them manifested the dragon's power once more on Earth. All of this, appearing as an abrupt shift of helplessness in the future, seemed to be a past that had been predestined in the shadows. Perhaps, fundamentally, history has long been predetermined, akin to ancient prophecies, with all struggles merely futile endeavors under the weight of fate. The relentless battles have gradually led humanity to acknowledge a stark truth. There exists within the cosmos a race that revels in warfare, exhibiting unparalleled brutality, yet possesses a terrifying potential that instills dread in any nation. Thus, they have earned the title of the mightiest warrior race, the Saiyans. The universe is boundless, and beyond its confines, it has been confirmed that alternate dimensions exist. Beneath the endless void lie countless worlds, each as vast as our own. The saga of Dragon Ball is far from concluded. In fact, it has yet to reach its terminus. After one battle comes another, with evil begetting a new generation of malevolence, an eternal cycle of renewal. The root of this turmoil remains unvanquished. The true source of the universe's crises has yet to be eradicated. Figures who gaze upon the cosmos, including all dimensional realms, have finally unveiled their sinister intentions in this latest upheaval. An epic conflict to conquer the universe is imminent. Once, Bulma remarked that the universe would never know peace as long as Goku existed. The disappearance of the Dragon Balls and Goku himself would herald the best possible conclusion, bringing an end to all crises. However, such thoughts are naively optimistic. Goku's history cannot encapsulate the entirety of the universe's narrative. Over billions of years of evolution, the Saiyans have become universally acknowledged as the strongest race, while the fabled Super Saiyan is revered as an unparalleled monarch. Yet, this once dreaded ancient legend lost its validation during the Frieza saga, when the Saiyans faced near extinction, rendering the notion of a Super Saiyan seemingly fabricated. The lack of evidence evokes a sense of melancholy. Nevertheless, ancient legends have once more transformed into reality. Among the Saiyans, Karat has transcended his limits, awakening as the legendary Super Saiyan. In his relentless pursuit of strength, he has vanquished Frieza, battled Cell, triumphed over Bu, slain Baby, obliterated Super 17, and extinguished the evil dragons. Ascending to Super Saiyan 4, he has finally attained the title of the universe's #1. Now, with the Dragon Shenron having taken Goku from the side of all, it was presumed that such a sacrifice would usher in peace within the universe, an eternal cessation of malevolent conflicts. Yet, this was merely their wishful thinking. Unseen hands are seizing this opportunity. With the loss of Goku, the great protector of justice, evil spreads like a surging tide, engulfing all in its wake. They are methodically realizing their ambition for supremacy, and darkness is rapidly expanding throughout the cosmos. As foreseen, a new era has dawned, marking the commencement of tumultuous changes in the universe. The signal for battle has finally sounded, as time propels the forces of change. Under the weight of fate, the strength of bare hands is utterly insignificant. In the midst of Goku's fierce struggle against Baby, within a sealed chamber at the universe's core, the silvery scenery reveals the density and resilience of these superalloys. Yet, what evokes terror is the visible pockmarks and signs of melting on the walls and floor. The chamber is not silent. Intermittent gasps shatter the tranquility, indicating the fatigue of an individual within. Suddenly, a powerful fist strikes the ground with force, unleashing a tremendous pressure that reverberates throughout the metallic space. The indignant fist embeds deeply into the ground, creating a profound indentation, while the surrounding area also sinks inwards. Coughing, the figure stirs within the gravity chamber. As the pitch of his voice fluctuates, the power he exudes causes the chamber to tremble once more, awaiting a moment of stillness. His inky black hair, drenched in sweat, clings to his back, with some strands sticking to his robust neck. Observing his silhouette from afar reveals a young man. Sweat has soaked his form-fitting battle attire, accentuating his muscular physique. While his heavy breaths continue to echo, he pauses briefly, his gaze fixated on the fist embedded in the floor, tightly clenching his other fist. A flicker of defiance crosses his eyes as he slowly retracts his hand, murmuring to himself, "Still stuck here." The training has evidently intensified to this degree. Why has that sensation eluded me? Why do I not feel the transcendence of my physical limits? Curse it. His eyes reflect a state of bewilderment and distress. As silence envelopes him, a sudden, slightly urgent voice pierces through from outside the gravity chamber. "Report to the young master. The king requests your immediate presence in the observation room. Please respond to the directive." Upon hearing this, the young man, initially intent on continuing his training, is momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. He understands that his father has never interrupted his training before. This summons is an exception. Is there something intriguing? He ponders, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 2. The Legendary Super Saiyan. Part 2. Yes, is there something? Understood, I shall arrive shortly. The young man lifts his head, turns, and leisurely makes his way out. He knows that the messengers are oblivious to the secrets at play, and he chooses not to delve deeper into their oddities. After all, he is aware that once he finds his father, everything will become clear. As he turns, his piercing eyes occasionally reveal profound insight. while his light blue irises hint at a tinge of sorrow. His face, like a jade crown, bears the marks of youth tempered by experience. His handsome visage cannot conceal his extraordinary aura. He nods slightly before proceeding down the right path. Traversing the corridor, the journey ahead appears endless, surrounded by dense superalloys. The brightness here is almost overwhelming. The young man walks with half-closed eyes, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps attuned to the sounds of hurried footsteps from others passing by. The hurried footsteps of those rushing about echo respectfully around him, and he opens his eyes to steal a glance at their fleeting figures, deepening his sense of unease. Is something amiss? He questions internally, pondering the peculiar happenings of recent days. As he continues down the path, he remains unable to decipher the source of his unease, which only fuels his curiosity. Earlier, he had witnessed some unexpected figures, individuals who typically remained dormant. Coming to a halt, his attendants also ceased their movements, their expressions tinged with anxiety as they too sense something amiss. They are acutely aware that those who possess too much knowledge of secrets often vanish without explanation, adhering to the principle that accompanying a king is akin to accompanying a tiger. Yet, they find themselves powerless to alter this fate. The young man, filled with uncertainty and melancholy, pressed the button on the right. As the door opened, he stepped inside, eager to comprehend the situation. He pointedly inquired, "Father, what is happening?" However, no voice responded to his question. In the vast monitoring room, shadows flitted about as numerous workers hurriedly organized their documents, engrossed in their tasks. The young man's gaze narrowed instinctively, landing on a familiar figure seated centrally within the monitoring space. There was someone sitting diagonally opposite him, eyes fixed on the enormous screen ahead, exuding an aura of royalty. The aloof demeanor was enough to affirm his identity, yet he remained silent, resting his chin on his right hand. Observing his father's demeanor, the young man's heart was struck with a profound shock. He too lapsed into silence, instinctively sensing that a significant event was unfolding. Following his father's line of sight, he turned to the screen, hoping to clarify the situation. As his gaze shifted, a blinding golden light assaulted his vision, causing his pupils to constrict as he focused intently. The transmission depicted an epic battle. On the screen, a colossal golden ape clashed fiercely with a mysterious figure, both combatants moving at speeds surpassing light, exchanging thousands of blows in mere instants, seemingly evenly matched in their struggle. The enigmatic combatant boasted a torso covered in red fur, long black hair, crimson eye sockets, and golden irises, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he reveled in the chaos of battle. Should any Dragon Ball warriors become aware of this scenario, they would undoubtedly be struck with astonishment and a chilling sense of foreboding. For this was none other than the Super Saiyan 4 Goku engaged in combat with the giant ape form of Baby. An indescribable sensation surged within the young man as he recognized Goku's silhouette, intensifying his alarm. A fleeting glance at his father revealed a gentle smile adorning his lips. Driven by the instincts of battle, the young man perceived something crucial. He quickly examined the combatants' power levels and was astounded by the unprecedented data displayed, information that was unfathomable to the outside world. In an instant, his pupils dilated, and his brow furrowed. 1,000,000 trillion? How can this be? His eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting the incredulity of the revelation. He swiftly redirected his gaze toward his father, questioning, "Father, is this true? Their power levels have reached such heights?" The middle-aged man, exuding a regal presence, did not respond immediately. After a brief moment of silence, he inhaled softly and replied, "Yes, it is indeed true. That giant ape is a Saiyans evolutionary mutation, and the other is the legendary Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in folklore." Turning slightly to face his son, a smile lingered on his face, his features bearing a striking resemblance to those of the youth, despite the passage of time etched in the depths of his gaze, which occasionally betrayed weariness. It was clear that he remained a formidable figure, an emperor whose very essence commanded respect. The legendary Super Saiyan. This phrase resonated like thunder within the young man's heart, momentarily engulfing his thoughts in a haze. In that fleeting daze, memories of an indomitable legend surged forth, a tale so close to the realm of myth that it echoed through the cosmos. All true fighters in the universe could not forget this eternal story, particularly those of great strength, for it bore the weight of a relentless judgment, a burden difficult to bear. The Saiyans were universally recognized as the mightiest warrior race, and with each passing era, a new legendary Super Saiyan would emerge, a being revered by all as the strongest fighter, the closest to divine power. No, this cannot be. Could that truly be the strongest being of legend? How is it possible that they exist in this world? Father. The record stated that they were all annihilated by the self-proclaimed demon king, Frieza. The young man looked at his father with a perplexed expression, aware of the historical context that prompted his inquiry. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan had always been regarded as an unparalleled force capable of influencing the entire universe. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Saiyans appeared to have fallen into obscurity in earlier times, their once fearsome reputation diminished. Decades ago, Frieza, fearing the emergence of the Saiyan legend during his reign, had ruthlessly exterminated their race to avert future threats. However, the reality was quite different. Frieza had not succeeded in his aim. The middle-aged man spoke with conviction, his tone slightly more intense as he continued. Not only did they survive, but the Saiyans who remain are formidable warriors, and among them is that legendary king. His gaze lingered on Goku, whose Super Saiyan 4 form elicited a flicker of an unusual expression, which quickly vanished. Moments later, he remarked thoughtfully, "It seems likely that the Super Saiyan will ultimately emerge victorious. Father, what course of action shall we take regarding this matter?" The young man asked, his expression tinged with curiosity. I believe that by the time we have received this intelligence, the demon realm must also be aware of the situation. They are far more concerned about the legendary Super Saiyan than we are. Since the demon realm will take action, we cannot simply stand by as they extend their malevolent grasp. The middle-aged man replied with a broader smile. After a moment of contemplation, he elaborated, "Thus, I would like you to visit Earth and invite them to hold a grand assembly here, as the millennia-long deadline approaches." He hesitated momentarily, concealing further secrets behind his words. "Understood. I will comply," the young man responded without hesitation. Just as he turned to leave, a voice called him to a halt. "Wait a moment. Yes. Invite that individual named Obu as well." "After all, it seems pertinent," the middle-aged man added, an unusual sensitivity evident in his tone regarding Obu. "Yes, I shall relay the message," the young man affirmed without question, exiting the reconnaissance room, though a sense of curiosity lingered about the involvement of Obu. As time progressed and preparations unfolded, everything was set for departure. A colossal spacecraft hovered above a designated area, responding to commands as the door gradually closed. As the hatch sealed, a voice resonated throughout the spacecraft's command center. "Commence immediate launch. Destination, Earth, within the solar system of the X galaxy. Countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, liftoff." The command for takeoff was finally issued. As the voice faded, the spacecraft emitted an orange-red glow, and with a swift whoosh, the colossal vessel traversed the cosmos, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, a towering figure stood aside, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Through the window, he witnessed everything. And in a moment of enlightenment, he remarked, "The journey to Earth is about to commence. Saiyans, we are finally reunited once more." He then turned to those kneeling in anticipation of orders and commanded, "You, the reconnaissance team, shall embark as well to invite other races in the universe to gather." With a grand gesture of his right hand, he emphasized his extraordinary status. "Understood," the more than 10 individuals on their knees replied in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. "What on earth is happening?" A coarse voice roared in the underworld, causing the entire hall of Yama to tremble. The sudden outburst startled the spirits reporting in, while the little demons under Yama's command bowed their heads in trepidation, too fearful to meet the wrathful gaze of their furious lord. The death toll over the past 6 months had reached unprecedented levels, far surpassing the usual numbers, and the workload had become unbearably overwhelming. "This is sheer torment." Tricked by that old fool, Yama's beard quivered as he spoke, his dark circles and weary eyes betraying his exhaustion. He recalled a particular figure, one who laughed heartily, wearing a blue hat inscribed with the character for Yama. A fierce impulse to rend him asunder surged within, for that very figure was the former Lord Yama, who had duped him into taking over his duties. Truly, after the evil dragon, the world above appears even more chaotic. Where could that rascal son Goku have gone with the dragon? Yama mused, absent-mindedly fiddling with the pen in his hand. "Lord Yama, Lord Yama." A chorus of feeble voices disrupted Yama's reverie as the trembling little demons quaked in fear. Yama snapped back to reality, his gaze piercing like daggers at the quaking demons, his dissatisfaction palpable. The little demon, turning a shade of green from fright, felt a chilling dread wash over him, yet reported truthfully, "Lord Yama, just now, another wave of spirits arrived. It seems there are millions of them." Trembling, he braced for Yama's impending wrath. What in the world is happening outside? A thunderous curse echoed throughout the underworld. A new tale of Dragon Ball unfolds. And I hope to earn your support. Your collections and recommendations are much appreciated. Chapter 2. The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 3. As it is said, all things must eventually separate and reunite. Change is a constant in the universe. Amidst the peaceful days lurks the potential for crisis, and when it erupts, a tumultuous era ensues. Following the turmoil, there will inevitably be those who, possessing absolute power, reclaim everything and bring chaos closer to peace. Thus, the history of the cosmos is an ever-changing tapestry. On Earth, it was a splendid day, with the sun shining brightly, and the tranquil life brought a sense of fortune to all. In such an era of peace, everyone began to understand the meaning of rainbows appearing after storms. With Goku having vanquished the evil dragon, and after several months of tireless restoration, the damage sustained by Earth had been largely mended. However, the scars on the soul remained unhealed, prompting everyone to strive to erase that emotional pain from their hearts. To celebrate this joyous occasion, the Dragon Ball warriors gathered in Bulma's garden for a festive banquet. As the saying goes, sometimes one can mask their sorrow with joy, and in time, the pain of past experiences fades. Under the shimmering lights, the garden radiated an atmosphere of merriment. The vibrant scene, filled with laughter and revelry, was truly dazzling. As Master Roshi and Mr. Satan took center stage as the masters of the microphone, belting out their songs amidst a chorus of laughter. Yet, in the midst of the lively celebration, one individual with a green visage sat apart, his brow furrowed, a look of sorrow and worry etched across his face. There is no need for such melancholy, Tenshinhan. Today is a day for us to revel. We should embrace joy, for some matters are beyond our control. And we bear responsibilities, do we not? Gohan, noticing Tenshinhan's despondent demeanor, approached to offer solace, as he seemed to grasp the underlying truth of the past. Wukong will vanish alongside the dragon. Huh? It is Gohan. Tiendi abruptly lifted his head at the sound of the voice, only to discover Gohan smiling. After a moment of surprise, he lowered his head again, furrowing his brows and murmuring softly, "Even so, I still feel guilty towards everyone. It is my creation of the Dragon Balls that has given rise to the evil dragons. This incident has caused everyone suffering, and Uncle Wukong, Tiendi clenched his fists in anger. Gohan observed Tiendi's actions, and his dilated pupils gradually softened as he approached Tiendi slowly. Although Tiendi kept his head down, his acute hearing picked up Gohan's approach, which only heightened his unease. In truth, it is not solely your fault. It is our misuse of the Dragon Balls that has led to this situation, Tiendi. The real issue lies with us, Goten interjected, recognizing the problem and responding before Gohan. Upon hearing Goten's words, Tiendi's tightly knitted brows began to ease. But he could not escape the inner turmoil stemming from the realization that the root of the issue lay within himself. Well, how should I put it? Regardless, let us find joy today. I believe if Father knew, he would be pleased, Gohan said, placing his hand on Tiendi's shoulder with a smile and closing his eyes. Perhaps, Tiendi hesitated, but as he met the relieved smiles of Gohan and Goten, a gentle ripple of warmth spread through him, and his frown began to relax. Honestly, these two karaoke kings sing terribly. It's truly unbearable, Bra exclaimed, covering her ears while laughing and scolding them at the same time. Yes. By the way, Bra, have you been shopping recently? Marin asked with a smile, licking her ice cream. Oh, of course. What about you? Have you gone shopping with Aunt 18 again? Bra replied proudly, firmly believing that women were born to shop, and she returned the question to Marin. Well, we still travel together often, Marin said with a cheerful smile. Really? I envy you both, Bra said, though her expression revealed a hint of envy mixed with helplessness. You could go with your family too, Marin suggested. Sigh. Who do I have to accompany me? Dad trains every day, Mom and my brother are busy managing the company. And Grandpa and Grandma seem to have vanished into thin air. Usually, it's just me at home. Bra complained about her life. Marin chuckled sympathetically at Bra's words. Hey, Trunks, have you seen your father? Bulma asked as she walked in, scanning the room. Oh, looking for Dad? Yes, probably still in the gravity chamber training. Trunks replied, his typically composed demeanor giving way to indulgence as he focused on the food before him, sitting alongside Goten. Both engaged in a playful competition over who could eat more. Is that so? Vegeta is indeed diligent, Krillin remarked with a laugh, as he moved his chopsticks towards the delectable food, snatching it up before the turtle could react. This prompted the turtle to glare at Krillin in disdain. But Krillin ignored the hostility, chewing happily while offering a sheepish grin. He's still the same, Android 18 commented as she savored her meal. Casting a glance at the self-satisfied Krillin, silently suggesting he should stop teasing the turtle. Krillin, having been put in his place, chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, you should consider the feelings of this old man. I watched you grow up, you know. I wish I could knock some sense into that shiny bald head of yours. The turtle boasted, feeling triumphant with 18's support. Exactly. That's right. Bulma chimed in, sharing a laugh with Chi-Chi, the room filled with laughter. And Trunks inadvertently noticed Xiao Fong standing at the door, gazing at the sky, accompanied by the little robot, Golu. Sensing something, Trunks stood up. Xiao Fong, he paused. Then walked towards the door. Chapter 2. The legendary Super Saiyan. 4. Gazing up at the azure sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, Xiao Fong lost herself in contemplation. As if the clouds reflected the joyous adventures she had experienced with Wukong over the past year in the universe, filled with both sweet and bitter moments. Grandpa. Xiao Fong seemed to see Wukong's figure through the clouds, and her heart stirred, prompting her to speak out. At that moment, a voice from behind brought her back to reality. What is wrong, Xiao Fong? Are you reminiscing about Uncle Wukong? Trunks observed her distracted state, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. Trunks, do you think Grandpa will come back? Xiao Fong asked, her sorrowful gaze fixed on him. Of course. I believe Uncle Wukong will return. As long as we protect the Earth with our efforts, one day, he will come back to us with the Dragon Balls, Trunks replied, his heart trembling. But he lowered his head in silence, for he too understood the truth behind his words. Unaware of the deeper implications, Xiao Fong smiled and nodded. Seemingly content with his affirmative response, her spirits lifting. Since that is the case, let us go inside. Everyone is having a good time, Trunks said, guiding Xiao Fong's gaze inside, where everyone was joyously celebrating. But something felt amiss. In that instant, Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. Panic washed over him as he turned abruptly, his eyes widening in shock. What? How could this be? His eyes trembled as he gazed towards the eastern sky, filled with disbelief. Seeing the change in Trunks' demeanor, Xiao Fong was taken aback, then instinctively turned to sense the same direction, her face mirroring his fear. In the distance, beyond the starry sky, several powerful forces were descending towards Earth. Oh, Gohan, Goten, and OOB, who had been laughing moments before, suddenly fell silent, their expressions turning grave as they instinctively rushed towards the door. There's danger. Xiao Fong is in danger. Not only Gohan and Trunks sensed the threat, but the little robot Golu echoed the same, anxiously focusing on that ominous direction. In the gravity chamber, a brilliant flash cut through the air, triggering an explosive release of compressed energy that shook everything around. The ground was littered with scattered metal fragments. The rumble gradually subsided, and the familiar silhouette of Vegeta took form as he emerged from his intense training. Damn it, Kakarot. Where have you vanished to? Where could you possibly be? Damn it. Throughout my journey, you have always served as my ultimate aspiration. However, after the battle with the malevolent dragon, you inexplicably vanished. How can this be? You are the one I, Vegeta, strive to surpass. You cannot simply disappear. What is happening? What could possess such formidable energy? Who is it? As Vegeta regained his breath and strength, he sensed the same overwhelming presence, almost simultaneously. The detection of this energy made him acutely aware of the sudden shift in the external circumstances. Without exception, Vegeta's expression darkened as he swiftly moved forward, and ultimately, everyone turned their gaze towards the same direction in awe. Soon after, those inside the room were also taken aback and emerged, noticing the grave expressions on the faces of Vegeta, Gohan, and the others. Those adept at sensing energy quickly discerned the underlying issue through their own energy perception. They realized that the group that had suddenly arrived on Earth was far from ordinary. We must investigate this, Vegeta asserted, feeling the weight of the oppressive energy, which ultimately broke the stalemate, albeit with a heavy tone. In the midst of the silence, everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Fong, you stay here. Inform everyone of the situation and ensure their safety. Gohan instructed with a serious demeanor, fully aware of the impending threat. Yes, Xiao Fong, witnessing her father's unusually stern expression for the first time, understood that a fierce battle might lie ahead. Just as Gohan and the others were about to depart, the urgent voice of Ten Shinhan rang out. Gohan, catch. He then tossed several small objects into the air. Upon hearing the words, Gohan took the item with a firm grip. Recognizing what it was, a smile spread across his face as he nodded in gratitude to Ten. Without further conversation, the urgency of the situation compelled Vegeta and his four companions to understand the importance of swift resolution. Thus, they propelled themselves eastward with great speed, pondering what lay ahead. Would these formidable energies signify foes? Yet, the intensity of the aura was undeniably overwhelming. As they flew rapidly, Goten's complexion paled slightly, and he hesitantly inquired. Sensing the terrifying power of their approaching adversaries, Vegeta nodded, contemplating the possibility that these entities were indeed their guests, and caution was warranted. The others, understanding the gravity of the situation from Vegeta's response, acknowledged it. Meanwhile, aboard a spacecraft nearing Earth's orbit, numerous figures moved about, a colossal screen displaying fluctuating data, revealing Earth's outline and maps of various major cities. A figure sat regally in a chair, his pale blue eyes fixed on the reconnaissance images of Earth, a smile perpetually gracing his features. This individual was the enigmatic youth, presently exuding an air of tranquility. Report, young master. We are about to land on Earth. Additionally, our sensors have detected 5 powerful energies rapidly approaching our vessel, seemingly heading towards our landing site. The youth did not immediately respond to this information. Instead, his smile deepened. Oh, will they engage us? Should we test them with the laser cannon? Another voice inquired. No, I believe they are our esteemed guests. How delightful that they have come to greet us so soon, the young man replied with a smile. Are they truly Saiyans? A hearty laugh followed. And then the door to the reconnaissance room swung open, revealing another mysterious figure. Young master, please allow me to engage them in battle. I am eager to discover the true strength of the legendary Saiyans. It has been far too long since I experienced such exhilarating combat. Please grant me this opportunity. The mysterious figure requested, kneeling with excitement in his eyes. Very well, but remember, do not damage the rapport, the youth chuckled. The figure laughed heartily before vanishing, secretly reveling in the prospect of witnessing the legendary Saiyans at their peak. For legends signify the past, and this moment is but the dawn of the future. Oh, are you not intrigued? The youth's gaze shifted to a figure standing beside the door, an equally striking young man, who, upon closer inspection, appeared even more handsome than the prince before him. Yet, he remained unmoved, his eyes closed and arms crossed in indifference. Upon hearing the commotion, the aloof young man's eyes snapped open, unleashing a powerful pressure that matched the youth's formidable energy. The latter sighed, continuing, no. He closed his eyes again, seemingly disinterested in further dialogue. You remain as you always were, the youth said with a wry smile, fully aware of the temperament of the silent figure and choosing not to disturb him further. After all, he knew well that this reticent individual possessed power equal to his own, with depths unfathomable. In this world, having power equates to the right to exist and the dignity to command respect. Yet, he also understood that the prior subordinate's involvement would be sufficient for an exhilarating display of combat, rendering the silent figure's participation unnecessary. Ah, so this is Earth. The environment is rather pleasant, but the gravity is rather low. Suddenly, the atmosphere stirred, and a familiar yet foreign figure materialized upon the land. Unrestrained, he shed his black attire, revealing a robust blue physique and eyes glowing with an eerie green light, cracking his neck with a sinister grin before disappearing in a flash of blue light. They have landed. Trunks interjected, his brow furrowed, aware that time was of the essence. Damn it, we must hurry. Obi responded, eager to accelerate and catch up. Wait, Gohan suddenly exclaimed, his expression shifting with alarm. Be cautious. A tremendous energy is approaching us. Utilizing his heightened senses, Gohan discerned the change in aura and urgently warned his companions, who now recognized the imminent threat. In an instant, they all halted, preparing for the confrontation. It seems our visitors come with ill intent, Vegeta remarked gravely. Moments later, he added, they are here. Indeed, as Vegeta's words fell, a streak of blue lightning raced towards them, cleaving through the sky with ferocity. The mysterious blue figure hovered above, surveying them with an air of superiority, seemingly intent on asserting his strength. Indeed, they are extraterrestrials, Trunks observed, his expression growing somber as he regarded the unusual figure. Oh, so it is you, he declared. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Krek. I have come to this small blue planet merely to engage in a friendly spar with you and stretch my limbs. The mysterious figure arrogantly introduced himself, his gentlemanly attire failing to mask his arrogance. He surveyed the group before him, a brazen expression emerging as he challenged. Which of you esteemed Saiyans will step forth first? What? You know we are Saiyans. Vegeta and Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, their shock mingled with confusion. Oh, but that hardly seems a secret. After all, The entire universe is now aware that the legendary Super Saiyan has been born. I have come today to challenge this so-called strongest Saiyan, Krek stated confidently, flexing his fists, which crackled with energy, dark clouds gathering in the sky above them, stirring the surrounding atmosphere. How arrogant! Goten seethed, anger flaring within him at Krek's audacity. Does that mean we are destined to fight? As he spoke, Goten began to gather his energy, a soft golden glow emanating from his form. Krek remained unfazed, floating in the air as he continued to emit negative energy, disdainfully gazing down upon them with a chilling smile that reeked of contempt. Damn it! In that moment, all present shared a singular thought, acutely aware of Krek's provocation, and they readied themselves for battle. Thus, a great conflict commenced anew. Chapter 3, The Ancient Crisis, Part 1. The tales of the Saiyans had spread throughout the cosmos, and Goku's achievements rekindled belief in the ancient legends. His battles might very well become the stories of tomorrow, as the Saiyan King once more graced this new era. Yet, how many truly understood the Saiyans' true identity? In the present day, the sudden emergence of a mysterious figure has uttered words that astonish all, suggesting that there are deeper, undisclosed truths lurking beneath the surface. How did the Saiyans ascend to the status of the universe's acknowledged champions? This question should have been answered by history long ago. Yet when exactly did this occur? What lies at the root of the invincible legend? Over the years, Dragon Ball has existed in the world, its history predating the modern era. Perhaps it can even be considered a myth from ancient legends. The battles have never strayed far from the contest for the Dragon Balls. In claiming the title of the strongest, they simultaneously declared themselves the rulers of the Dragon Balls to the entire universe, omnipotent deities. The appearance of this enigmatic figure signals that the hidden truths are finally set to be unveiled, and now Gohan and his companions must face off against this mysterious adversary. This battle has reached an inevitable climax. Where have Gohan and the others gone? Why the rush? Bulma furrowed her brow, puzzled. Chi-Chi, equally bewildered, turned to Xiao Fang and inquired, "Is something else happening?" "Ah, yes, it is like this." Xiao Fang, caught off guard, became aware that the situation could no longer be concealed, yet struggled to find the right words. Just as she contemplated how to respond, Bra, standing nearby, recognized the essence of the problem and stepped in to assist Xiao Fang. With a cheerful smile, Bra explained, "Dad and brother felt several powerful unknown energies from afar and merely wanted to investigate. They seem to harbor no ill intentions. Perhaps they are friends. They will return shortly." Her reassuring smile eased the tension in everyone's hearts. Grateful, Xiao Fang smiled back at Bra and affirmed, "Yes, that's right." "Oh, is that all? Then there is no cause for concern. Let us continue to be happy," said Satan, oblivious to the danger, as he brightened up, microphone in hand. Bulma and Chi-Chi remained skeptical of Xiao Fang and Bra's words, yet their anxiety began to subside. Only Master Roshi, Biddy, Krillin, Android 18, and Tien Shinhan remained vigilant, for they sensed the underlying reality of the situation. High above a desolate expanse of yellow earth, several figures hovered in the air, facing each other in silence. The atmosphere thick with the aura of destruction. The sudden appearance of the mysterious figure heralded a declaration of challenge, unabashed by the Saiyans' royal title. What audacity drives such a challenge? Is it mere arrogance? A confrontation? No, that is not the case. I merely wish to witness the prowess of you Saiyans. How about it? You may come at me one by one, or all at once if you prefer. As he conjured lightning between his hands, his tone remained haughty. With a slow extension of his arms, he summoned dark energies from the heavens. Ominous clouds gathered rapidly, cloaking the sky and unleashing fierce winds. This power far surpassed that of General Rildo, with no signs of abating. How dare you underestimate us? Goten, equally proud, could not endure such provocation. He concentrated his energy, unleashing a chilling aura that radiated intense murderous intent. In an instant, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan, becoming a streak of brilliant gold as he charged toward his adversary, a ki blast forming in his right hand. "Oh, this piques my interest," remarked the mysterious figure, raising an eyebrow at the enraged opponent, a smirk betraying his confidence. This prompted awareness in Vegeta and Gohan, who silently prepared their powers for the impending conflict. "Take this. Spinning blast." Goten perceived the mockery in his opponent's expression, igniting his inner fury once more as he launched his newly devised technique, its debut in battle. The figure, still smiling, evaded Goten's attack with effortless agility, leaving behind countless afterimages in the air. Just as Goten's spinning blast reached its previous position, a thunderous crack reverberated through the sky. A bolt of blue lightning descended from the ominous clouds, poised to strike the diminutive spinning blast, controlling the power of thunder. The scene left onlookers stunned. It was the first time Vegeta and his allies witnessed someone wielding negative energy with such ease. Goten, momentarily taken aback, soon smiled. At the very moment the blue lightning struck the spinning blast, a transformation occurred. The blast rapidly expanded into a golden ring, and as the lightning passed through, the ring fractured and contracted back into a ki blast, hurtling toward the enemy with relentless speed. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone, including the mysterious figure, was taken aback. Though he retained his composure, he halted, pointed at the descending blue lightning, and with a flick of his finger, the lightning shifted direction, pursuing the spinning blast from behind. Having experienced this change, Goten's expression darkened. Since this technique was still relatively new, he could only control its transformation once. He had hoped to catch his opponent off guard. But realizing the figure could manipulate thunder, he understood that this surprise attack would not succeed. In that fleeting moment, Goten accelerated, determined to engage in close combat. As anticipated by all, the lightning swiftly caught up to the spinning blast, effortlessly extinguishing its power. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure's mockery intensified, yet he had not yet smiled. Suddenly, a deafening crack of thunder erupted as a massive blue lightning bolt fractured before him, instantly collapsing, allowing a beam of golden light to pierce through. How infuriating! Faced with this unexpected turn, the figure finally regarded the situation seriously. Yet, even now he remained calm, pointing his finger and unleashing several small blue lightning strikes at supersonic speed, aiming to intercept Goten before he could close the distance. However, Goten was not to be underestimated. Having just attacked the lightning with vigor, he understood the immense power of these negative energy constructs. Utilizing his current speed advantage, he deftly evaded the incoming strikes, inching ever closer to his foe. Chapter 3. A Crisis from the Ancient Past, Part 2. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. As Goten's heart swelled with excitement, he approached his adversary, only to be met with a sinister smile from Rake. In that fleeting moment, OOB, Trunks, Vegeta, and Gohan felt a chill run down their spines, realizing they had fallen into a trap. "You are far too arrogant, little one," a familiar yet strange voice echoed in Goten's ears. Before he could discern his opponent's movements, a devastating punch struck him in the abdomen with lightning speed. In a brief pause of thought, instinct kicked in, and Goten crossed his arms just in time to absorb the forceful blow, yet he was still sent flying like a cannonball. The ground trembled violently as he crashed down, the energy from the impact creating deep fissures across the landscape, reminiscent of a spider's web spreading across the earth, the vibrations lingering in the air. Inside the spacecraft, report. My lord, Lord Rake has commenced battle. Shall we analyze the combat data? Preliminary scans indicate the opponent's battle power is 1 trillion, and they have yet to unleash their full strength. The earlier tremors were quite intense. It appears Rake has become rather interested, not realizing the gravity of the situation. No need to delve deeper. After all, they will soon be our esteemed guests. There is no need to uncover their secrets. The young man waved his hand dismissively, signaling his subordinates to retreat, maintaining a relaxed smile. His gaze lingered on a motionless figure nearby, noticing a slight twitch in the person's brow. He couldn't help but chuckle. Are you truly unaffected? I would think that person would captivate your attention, considering your similarities, he mused internally, disregarding the indifferent stranger. After landing a successful blow, Rake did not halt his advance. He vanished in an instant, the sound of rushing wind piercing the air. Just as he prepared to strike again, a blue energy blast struck him squarely, forcing him to retreat momentarily, shielding his eyes as he searched for the assailant. Upon recognizing Trunks, who bore a striking resemblance to Goten, Rake's arrogance swelled further, erupting into maniacal laughter. Goten, what is the matter? Trunks inquired, rushing to Goten's side as he emerged from the rubble, aware of the internal injuries Goten had sustained. Ignoring his torn clothing, Goten remained in his Super Saiyan form, wiping the blood that had just begun to trickle from his mouth. Despite hearing his friend's concern, he replied solemnly, "This is troublesome. This opponent is formidable." "Yes, I understand," Trunks responded, turning to face Goten. In that moment, he too unleashed his own immense power, transforming into a Super Saiyan, golden light radiating from him. Humph. Just 2 arrogant little boys, Rake mused, sensing their sudden surge in power. He knew all too well that he could not gauge their strength just by feeling. It was evident from Goten's explosive transformation that they were capable of instant power boosts through transformation, and their explosive potential was particularly strong. Thunder Realm, Rake uttered softly. A chain reaction ensued above Goten and Trunks, as dark clouds in the sky unleashed a torrent of intense blue lightning, cascading down like a net. "Goten!" Trunks shouted, and they instinctively reacted in unison. They expelled a multitude of white ghostly forms, a creative technique of Goten's that, while consuming minimal energy, inflicted tremendous destruction. In an instant, hundreds of ghostly figures surged upward, colliding with the Thunder Realm and causing violent explosions. The concentrated assault created a gaping hole in the lightning net. In seizing the moment, Goten and Trunks swiftly escaped. Rake's heart jolted as he noticed two golden lights emerging from the shattered lightning net. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he heard Trunks' playful voice. "Hey, Uncle, I'm still here." In that moment, Rake realized the impending danger, yet he was unable to evade. A powerful energy blast struck him once more, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that echoed throughout the heavens, causing the ominous clouds above to momentarily cease their expansion, now looming ominously over a radius of 300 miles. Witnessing this, OOB, Vegeta, and Gohan exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the strategy at play. In the instant the lightning net was breached, it was merely a diversion created by Goten and his brief doppelganger, while Trunks had stealthily positioned himself beneath the net to execute a surprise attack. It was clear that their plan had succeeded flawlessly. However, all present understood that their side could not revel in victory for long. They were acutely aware that such an onslaught would not suffice to defeat the cosmic intruder before them. Indeed, at the moment of the explosion, a blue flash enveloped the epicenter as Rake activated a protective shield to thwart any potential counterattacks. The intense flames gradually retracted beneath the blue glow, revealing Rake's blue figure unscathed. "Not bad. You actually calculated that," Rake remarked, his tone surprisingly composed rather than furious, examining the minor injuries he had sustained. "It seems I want to be caught off guard again." As the blue light shimmered around him, the injuries he had sustained healed almost instantaneously, astonishing everyone present, as there was no apparent reduction in his strength. Chapter 3, The Ancient Crisis, Part 3, Goten and Trunks fell silent, particularly the latter, realizing that their opponent could withstand a direct hit and still emerge seemingly unscathed, highlighting the vast disparity in their powers. "It seems it's time to reveal our true abilities," Rake taunted. "But I must ask, is this what you call the Super Saiyan state?" "Honestly, I'm somewhat disappointed." His arrogance reignited. His disdainful expression provoked the ire and fighting spirit of everyone present. Fueled by youthful fervor, Goten and Trunks could not tolerate such derision. Even if they were unaware of the former glories of the Saiyans, being belittled in such a manner was intolerable. To acquiesce would be to accept cowardice. As Rake's power surged, Trunks and Goten, fueled by their indignation, unleashed their full strength. In that moment, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift, as raging winds swept across the earth and sky, threatening to obliterate the dark clouds above. With a measured restraint, Trunks and Goten refrained from exerting their full power, mindful of the tremors that might unsettle the earth and incite unnecessary panic among its inhabitants. After all, the recent events involving the evil dragons had left humanity on edge. Likewise, Rake had no intention of affecting the planet, focusing solely on augmenting his own strength. Once they fully unleashed their abilities, Goten and Trunks swiftly darted towards Rake, aiming to disrupt his power enhancement before he could harness a more formidable energy. Rake, dismissively regarding their stealthy approach, smirked as he clenched his fist. From his direction, a colossal blue fist materialized amidst the ominous clouds, crackling with surrounding lightning, a testament to his deft manipulation of thunderous energy. This immense fist, symbolizing his extraordinary prowess, descended rapidly upon the diminutive figures of Goten and Trunks. Sensing imminent danger, the two fled in opposite directions, only to discover that their escape routes were ensnared by numerous circling bolts of lightning, forcing them to brace for the impact of Rake's terrifying strike. "Damn it!" they shouted in unison, igniting their ki to its fullest potential, summoning an impenetrable shield to withstand the onslaught. A thunderous collision echoed as the blue fist shattered. Yet both Goten and Trunks were violently propelled backward, feeling the internal damage inflicted upon their bodies. Blood erupted from their mouths, their garments tattered, and their wounds gruesome. Nevertheless, the Saiyan resilience allowed them to endure the pain. After each battle, their strength would only grow, even in their battered state. They were confident that their Saiyan physiology would enable a swift recovery. But the ordeal was far from over. As they landed, the chilling words of Rake pierced the air, and their brows furrowed in anticipation of a second assault. Blue lightning surged towards them once more, hurling Goten and Trunks into the air. exacerbating their injuries as they coughed up more blood. Having learned from their earlier defeat, they swiftly adjusted their stances mid-flight, evading the subsequent strikes of lightning. In that moment, countless afterimages dashed across the ground, embodying the very pose they sought to merge into. In this fleeting clash, Goten and Trunks grasped the vast chasm between their strengths. No longer impetuous youths, they sensed the presence of two even more formidable beings lurking behind Rake. Thus, they resolved to fuse, aspiring to re-emerge on the battlefield as the formidable Gotenks. The long-dormant peak warrior, Gotenks, was about to awaken once more. This battle imparted upon them the profound significance of power. Through numerous conflicts, they had matured considerably. They recognized that their previous complacency had led them to this precarious situation. Reflecting on the past, they lamented the lost time, aware that during the baby incident, their prolonged stagnation had rendered them incapable of contending with the complete form of baby, even if they had successfully merged. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Following the trials against baby, Super 17, and the evil dragons, their power had surged exponentially. In essence, upon successful fusion, the newly formed Gotenks, while perhaps not yet a match for the ultimate form of Super 17, possessed the potential to annihilate the giant ape-like baby. This represented the last vestige of strength among the Dragon Ball warriors, sufficient to vanquish the current extraterrestrial foes. Chapter 3, The Ancient Crisis, Part 4. The saga of Dragon Ball was far from over. Having triumphed over the evil dragons, Goku now faced an even more formidable dark force. Although the legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor appeared somewhat convoluted in its early stages, those who persevered would uncover a tale brimming with passionate combat, suspenseful plotlines, and vibrant characters. Should the loyal fans of Dragon Ball find merit in the narrative, their support would be greatly appreciated. Each act of favor and recommendation serves as the greatest motivation for my writing. Yet, unexpectedly, Rake's words shattered their aspirations. "Oh, so you wish to merge? Unfortunately, I shall not allow you to succeed." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of chill. At this moment, Vegeta and Gohan could no longer contain themselves, fully realizing the multitude of secrets their adversary held. Gohan, in a fit of fury, unleashed a fierce killing intent. Thunder Prison. Rake unleashed a new technique, and upon uttering the incantation, the negative energy surged violently. The ominous clouds above spiraled into a colossal vortex, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning that sent tremors through the earth. Countless bolts erupted from the ground, obliterating the hundreds of afterimages of Goten and Trunks while also severely impacting their real forms. Thunder Path. Spotting the true forms of Goten and Trunks, Rake grinned maliciously. Guided by his malevolent thoughts, a terrifying bolt of electricity sliced through the air, intent on inflicting severe harm upon them. At this moment, the duo felt ensnared by the lightning binding them to the ground, rendering them incapable of movement as they braced for the impending blow. Yet, in their moment of desperation, as Rake believed victory was assured, a golden flash appeared before Goten and Trunks. Upon touching the ground, the figure unleashed a resounding shout, "Break!" Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from him, sweeping through the area like a tempest, obliterating the surrounding lightning. In that brief encounter, the electric onslaught of Rake was crushed by the invisible hand of the golden figure, dissipating the thunderous energy entirely. Sensing an overwhelming pressure, Rake was compelled to retreat to the heights of the sky, observing the scene below with narrowed eyes and a battle-hungry grin. "Very well, I shall take over from here. Goten, Trunks, step back. You have performed admirably. Here, take this, Sins of Beans." Now transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan's voice bore a chill, tinged with an ominous bloodlust as he tossed the Sins of Beans into the air. These were the precious beans bestowed upon him by Din, intended for dire situations. And now they were finally coming into play. With the Sins of Beans in hand, Gohan, and Vegeta chose to observe for the time being, recognizing that such a monumental battle was a rare occurrence. Despite their injuries, Goten and Trunks had yet to reach their training requirements. However, in that recent strike, Gohan could distinctly perceive the overwhelming force of his opponent. If he did not act promptly, although Goten and Trunks would not meet their demise, they would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. It was precisely this realization that awakened the long-buried killing intent within Gohan. "Oh, is it your turn to take the stage now?" Rake remarked, casting a disdainful gaze upon Gohan, who turned to meet his stare. Gohan did not respond to Rake's words. Instead, the corners of his mouth gradually curved upward. Sensing that Goten and Trunks had fully regained their strength, perhaps even enhanced it, Gohan's smile deepened. He extended his right hand, raising his index finger to the sky. and coldly uttered a single word, annihilate. In that instant, an unprecedented aura of power surged forth, causing Lake's smile to freeze and his pupils to constrict with alarm. He felt an invisible pressure sweep past him, directed toward the ominous clouds above. The eerie smile that Gohan had worn lingered in Lake's mind as he stiffly turned his gaze upward, a sense of unease beginning to stir within him. However, upon perceiving the transformation above, his expression shifted dramatically. His pupils dilated, and the blue hue of his face momentarily paled, involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth. For he clearly saw that at the vortex center of the dark clouds, a golden energy sphere had manifested, its presence unknown until that moment. As he stood there, astonished, the energy sphere erupted with tremendous force. Instead of flames, it resembled a golden maw, swiftly devouring and purifying the malevolent clouds within a radius of over 300 miles. Gohan's power was indeed formidable beyond comprehension, as the warriors fought on Earth in another realm. A vast expanse of white surrounded a colossal figure seated upon a crystal throne as immense as a mountain, both the figure and the seat suspended in this enigmatic space. The figure, aged and weathered, bore the marks of time upon his face, his eyes partially closed, exuding a heavy breath. What remained unknown was that this ancient being possessed an almost boundless vitality, indicating that this elderly sage was not at the end of his life. "What is it, Jeffy? Have you truly sensed it?" A voice, steeped in age, suddenly resonated. "Indeed, my lord, I have felt it. The black crystal has emitted a red glow. Albeit for just a fleeting moment, yet something has indeed transpired," replied the one addressed as Jeffy, who floated in a semi-kneeling position. His form seemed to be merely a fraction of the colossal figure, yet the power emanating from him was enough to shake the very foundations of existence. In this vast space, only the two of them remained. "Is that so? It appears the time has truly come. In that case, Jeffy, issue your command. Annihilate all enemies in this world completely, and continue to fortify the barrier," the elder spoke slowly, commanding the formidable figure of Jeffy with an air of authority. "Understood. My lord, may I inquire if this matter should be communicated to the other two lords? After all, a great battle looms ahead," Jeffy respectfully asked, bowing his head. "No, it is not necessary for now. They will know what to do. We need only to fulfill our own duties. You may withdraw for the time being," the elder replied, never opening his eyes, his demeanor steady and benevolent. "Yes, I obey," Jeffy responded, standing tall before vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only his strikingly handsome visage, with silvery strands dancing in the wind. Who would have thought things would unfold in such a manner? "I wonder, old man, what will you do? Will everything truly develop as foretold? Does fate truly exist?" The elder mused, finally opening his golden eyes, a wry smile crossing his lips as he shook his head. Chapter 4. The Fierce Battle, Part 1. The great battle was on the verge of eruption. The formidable Rake, still shrouded in ignorance, surprisingly possessed an intricate understanding of the Dragon Ball warriors, a fact that unsettled Gohan and Vegeta, both keenly attuned to the nuances of battle. The confrontation had escalated to a boiling point. "With a single strike, I have obliterated the thundercloud," Rake exclaimed, his eyes shining with increasing intensity as he gazed at Gohan. A fierce desire to consume such a powerful adversary bubbling within him. Vegeta furrowed his brow, well aware of Gohan's true nature, having witnessed Gohan's extraordinary power in previous battles. He understood the terrifying force that could erupt from this peaceful soul when pushed beyond reason. What perplexed Vegeta was the sudden surge in Gohan's strength over the past 6 months. It was an unfathomable leap. Mr. Gohan has grown significantly stronger," Uber remarked with a smile, feeling the astonishing aura radiating from Gohan. Trunks and Goten stood by, equally astonished, realizing that the malevolent clouds that had caused them such distress were so easily vanquished by Gohan. In that moment, both youths felt a wave of helplessness, awakening a deep-seated unwillingness within them. "I suspect that your true power does not rely solely on this thundercloud. Now, let us engage in a genuine battle, shall we?" Gohan declared, his smile fading as he adopted a serious expression, for he was well versed in the art of combat. From Rake's nonchalant demeanor, he surmised that the opponent's true strength was far greater than displayed. "Indeed, you are far superior to those two young fools. It feels quite invigorating." "It seems that Saiyans are indeed a remarkable warrior race," Rake retorted disdainfully, perhaps overly confident in his own strength, still underestimating the one who could effortlessly annihilate the thundercloud. Little did they know, all present were oblivious to a terrifying truth. Inside the spaceship, "Oh, is it already Gohan? It seems Rake will encounter some difficulties this time. What do you think?" A young man observed the battlefield through a satellite recording device, the scene clearly displayed on the screen. The aloof figure remained unmoved, akin to a deep slumber, but the young man understood that this individual simply wished to remain uninformed about the battle, or perhaps preferred to ignore him. Yet the young man held no resentment towards the figure's arrogance, for he was aware of the person's past and as a member of the same lineage. Despite his royal status, he would not dare to offend him lightly. For in this world, strength is the ultimate truth, and this figure's power far surpassed his own. A lesson imparted by his father: it is best not to provoke him. The young man did not take his frustration out on the aloof figure. You remain as you always were, silent and unyielding. But honestly, Gohan should pique your interest, he mused aloud, his voice loud enough for the other to hear. How tiresome. The handsome, enigmatic figure straightened from the wall, slowly opening his eyes. After uttering this phrase, he turned and exited the surveillance room. Is that so? The young man observed the proud figure's retreating silhouette, shaking his head with a wry smile. Gohan continues to exude a formidable aura, the surging golden light igniting the air with a crackling sound. Under the immense pressure of the energy, fist-sized fragments of rock float suspended in the atmosphere. While the ground beneath him is already warped and deformed, fissures resembling the gnarled veins of an ancient witch's hand mar the surface grotesquely. Observing the arrogant demeanor of his opponent, Gohan's smile deepens, signifying an intensifying resolve for battle within him. Slightly shifting his stance, he draws his hands to the edge of his lower abdomen, proclaiming, "Came. Haim. Huh." As his voice reverberates, a brilliant beam of white light bursts forth from his palms, the unleashed energy hurtling directly toward his adversary. Lake's brow furrows momentarily. He had not anticipated such an archaic approach to combat. His disdain remains evident, yet he swiftly descends, declaring, "Boring trick." Having discerned Gohan's energy attack, Lake suddenly swings his hand in midair, utilizing brute force to deflect the incoming energy beam skyward. In that instant of confrontation, his right hand flickers with blue and white electricity, gathering an even more potent strike to retaliate. Is that so? Gohan's voice suddenly booms in Lake's ear. In the next moment, a shadowy figure appears in an instant, followed by a powerful fist descending rapidly. Is it not? The apparition vanishes, revealing Gohan's fist piercing through the air, leaving Lake astonished to discover that the earlier figure was merely an illusion. At that very moment, the true Lake is positioned parallel to his left palm erupting with a terrifying blue-white discharge. However, the ensuing scene leaves Lake in shock. He had believed he had perceived everything, his mind conjuring images of his lightning strike penetrating his opponent's form, only to witness his own energy attack pass entirely through Gohan's figure without leaving a trace of blood. Realizing something was amiss, Lake perceives an acute sense of danger as a faint whisper of wind alerts him to Gohan's true position. Instinctively, he raises his right arm above his head, just in time to block Gohan's spinning body, which then sweeps down with the force of his lower leg. Before Lake can crash to the ground, Gohan's mocking voice drifts into his ear, laced with a smile. I don't quite share that sentiment. Despite his hasty defense, Lake finds that his precautions cannot quell the deliberate strike Gohan has been preparing. A tingling numbness spreads through Lake's right arm, and as he adjusts his stance while plummeting, he channels an even more formidable force to retaliate against Gohan, who is now pursuing him in the air with remarkable speed. Fool, Gohan scolds. Yet he is secretly impressed by Lake's agile combat instincts. However, upon witnessing Lake's casual charge, Gohan resolves to impart a lesson. A powerful wave emanates from Gohan's right palm, and amidst the energy interference, a large Saiyan energy blast descends, enveloping Lake as he ascends. Chapter 4, Fierce Battle, Part 2, Unexpectedly. Gohan finds his energy attack unable to impede Lake's advance. Caught off guard, he has no choice but to meet Lake's aggressive charge with his own palm. Lake, diving headfirst into the collision, causes Gohan to feel a jolt of pain, while he realizes that Lake's entire being seems engulfed in blue flames, inflicting a burning sensation upon Gohan's right hand. Feeling the sting, Gohan retaliates with a fierce kick, only to miss as Lake's figure slips away. Now standing a considerable distance apart, they lock eyes once more. Not bad, your strength is indeed impressive, Lake remarks, waving his still numb right arm, a satisfied smile gracing his face for the first time. You are formidable as well. I did not foresee your ability to control fire, Gohan replies, observing the residual blue flames and electricity dancing upon his now burned palm. Under Gohan's gaze, an intangible power radiates from him, and with a focused effort, he dissipates the energy lingering on his hand. Oh, you've noticed. I'm delighted to encounter someone of your caliber, but I wonder, can you withstand a third of my power? Lake spreads his arms wide, a sinister grin stretching across his face as he begins to amplify his strength. Without a response, Gohan vanishes once more, leaving behind a solitary smile filled with skepticism. Lake, aware that he has spoken too much, also fades from view in the battle resumes. A series of explosive sounds reverberates through the air, the residual energy rattling the earth. Loose stones tumble from higher ground, while the cacophony of booming clashes becomes nearly unbearable. As in mere moments, the energy fluctuations in the atmosphere multiply into the hundreds, creating overlapping explosions. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Lake cackles triumphantly. Once again, he and Gohan collide, their knees crashing together before diverging into two arcs. Gohan accelerates, almost instantaneously reappearing in a position to pursue Lake. In that moment, Lake remains unperturbed, having anticipated Gohan's strategy. He suddenly unleashes a suppressed aura, forcefully striking Gohan with a powerful gust of wind. As Gohan momentarily hesitates, Lake seizes the opportunity to launch his second wave of assault. Sensing the potent energy surge, Gohan, having calibrated his own aura, realizes that Lake's counterattack aligns perfectly with his intentions. Just as Lake's attack approaches, Gohan releases the energy he has been accumulating in his left hand, producing a massive gust of wind that unexpectedly sends Lake flying backward once more. Lake, taken aback by the ferocity of Gohan's retaliation, spins around only to see his opponent closing in. With a swift motion, he spreads his arms wide, attempting to neutralize the overwhelming force of Gohan's gust, and exclaims, "Thunderfoot." In an instant, the sky above transforms once more, enveloping Lake in a shimmering blue aura. After a brief flicker, dozens of lightning strikes dart forth, resembling ancient, ferocious beasts, their gaping blue maws ready to consume their prey. Gohan was not careless. Yet upon witnessing his opponent's swift defensive maneuvers, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. His figure flickered and shifted, but after evading all the lightning strikes, he suddenly found a colossal blue electric fist hurtling towards him, merely a few meters away. With a thunderous crash, Gohan braced himself against the heavy blow, his form continuously retreating. However, as he slid back 100 meters in an instant, a beam of white light pierced through the enormous fist, and in that critical moment, Gohan unleashed his ki to obliterate the terrifying electric force. Realizing that his power could not inflict harm upon his adversary, Craig fell into a contemplative silence, finally acknowledging the formidable opponent before him. In the heat of battle, although victory could hinge on a mere second, both fighters, seasoned in combat, understood that recklessly attacking without discerning the true nature of their foe often led to catastrophic defeat. After a brief pause filled with stillness, Craig's voice shattered the silence. "It is my pleasure for you to witness my transformation. I abhor tedious battles. It seems I must unleash my true power." Craig, tired of beating around the bush, spoke candidly. Upon hearing these words, Gohan felt little doubt, for throughout his years of combat, he had encountered numerous races capable of transformation, and as a Saiyan himself, he possessed similar abilities. Yet, at that moment of indifference, a dangerous message infiltrated his mind, prompting Gohan to finally pay heed, gazing intently at Craig, who was steadily augmenting his strength. The unsettling information emanated from this very individual poised to transform. A cascade of blue radiance erupted from Craig, a torrent of power that seemed to explode under immense density, shaking the earth and altering the skies. The vast expanse of thunderclouds that Gohan had just vanquished at an altitude of 10,000 meters began to coalesce once more, swelling at a rate several times faster than before, quickly encroaching upon a 100-mile radius, and the pace of expansion escalated rapidly. The sunlight was once again obscured, and visibility around them grew hazy, oppressive as if night had fallen. A tempest raged, lifting heavy objects and scattering them in all directions, while the heavens echoed with thunder, as if a cataclysm was at hand. Sensing this overwhelming surge of power, Gohan's demeanor turned grave. As Craig intensified his strength, Gohan too began to concentrate his ki, rapidly amplifying his own power within a brief span. With a resounding explosion, the area surrounding Craig erupted in a myriad of blue lightning and flames. Under the searing heat and pressure, Craig's figure surged forth, slicing through the sky with terrifying velocity, directly targeting his opponent. The oppressive aura enveloped Gohan, who, in his astonishment, did not concern himself with whether he had unleashed all his power. He widened his eyes and lifted his gaze, yet was unable to trace the trajectory of his adversary. An overwhelming sense of astonishment washed over him. He had never imagined that a being capable of transformation could augment their power at such a speed, surpassing his own in this very moment. The figure of Wukong faded away, yet the image left upon the ground lingered, undiminished. Suddenly, a bolt of azure lightning arced through the firmament, only to vanish once more after piercing through. Too slow. Chapter 4, Fierce Battle, Part 3. In an instant, Gohan's figure materialized at an altitude of 10,000 meters, intent on dispersing the ominous storm clouds once more. However, at that very moment, a chilling voice echoed within his mind. A swift footfall, akin to a bolt of lightning, swept toward him. Realizing that he had already fallen a step behind in his assault against Lake, Gohan hastily accelerated to pursue the fleeing figure. Lake's angular knee launched forth with tremendous force. The sound of the wind generated by its speed surpassed even Gohan's own perception of breath, compelling him to adopt a defensive stance. Still in the process of gathering energy, he found it ill-advised to retaliate with a ki blast. In this precarious situation, he spun his body and grasped Lake's right leg. Just as Gohan believed he had averted disaster, he discovered that the jagged protrusions on Lake's knee had unexpectedly elongated, aiming to pierce his left arm. Under duress, Gohan's right hand reflexively seized the sharp edge, and in a bid to gain the initiative, he secured Lake's right leg and executed a swift rotation, attempting to hurl his opponent away. How naive. Lake appeared to have anticipated this maneuver as Gohan swung him. Lake's left hand gathered a sphere of blue lightning, which detonated with pinpoint accuracy before Gohan. The overwhelming force of the explosion sent shockwaves that reverberated 100 meters away. In the split second of the explosion, Gohan's figure evaded the blast, and although he managed to deploy a protective shield that mitigated the brunt of the damage, his attire was left in tatters. But something felt amiss. Gohan's subconscious sensed the impending danger, and just as he sought to confirm his intuition, a colossal bolt of lightning, spanning over 100 square meters, descended from the heavens, striking him with tremendous force. The ground shook for 1,000 miles, leaving Vegeta and the others utterly astounded by this unforeseen turn of events. The previous attacks had unfolded within mere moments, and by the time they regained their composure, Gohan had already been blasted deep into the earth. What perplexed Vegeta and the others was that the terrifying lightning had no intention of ravaging the planet. Instead, it vanished without a trace after thrusting Gohan down. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the adversary suspended a kilometer above, and through the aura emanating from him, he discerned that this foe's power was not significantly inferior to his own. In that moment, Vegeta's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. Goten, Trunks, and gazed anxiously at the terrifying gaping chasm. Due to their apprehension regarding the recent thunderclouds that had simultaneously triggered the Earth's static electricity, they hovered just above the ground, peering down at the explosion site hundreds of meters away. At this moment, they could not sense Gohan's energy, which filled them with unease. I believe your power has not yet reached its limit. You must be Son Gohan, who once possessed extraordinary explosive strength. Where has that might vanish to? Must it take slaughter to capture your attention once more? The voice of Kakarot was barely audible, yet it resonated powerfully across thousands of meters, bolstered by his presence. The revelation that he knew the secrets of the Saiyans no longer astonished those present. However, upon hearing those words, a sense of doubt arose within Vegeta, as well as an unusual feeling of trepidation. It was as if everything lay bare before the eyes of the mysterious figure. This was the most perplexing thought for Vegeta. Indeed, such a battle invigorates me. Gohan's chilling laughter echoed from the depths of the earth, followed by a surge of blinding golden light erupting from the vast crater, shaking the very ground beneath them. However, I must inform you that those who threaten me shall face my unending wrath. After a moment of realization, Gohan's voice turned piercingly cold, his words devoid of any semblance of humanity, instilling a sense of dread within Goten. As if influenced by Gohan's energy, the atmosphere suddenly turned frigid, and the suppressed winds were transformed into colossal tempests, their ferocious force tearing apart the converging thunderclouds. As Gohan's silhouette slowly emerged, a fiery aura surged forth, flickering with electric currents, as if summoned by the storm clouds. The once submissive clouds, under the influence of the tyrannical Crake, began to rage violently, seemingly intent on annihilating Gohan, yet at the same time appearing to submit to this moment of confrontation, ready to turn the tide at any instant. All present sensed the transformation within Gohan. Although Crake could not ascertain the extent of his opponent's newfound strength, the unwavering confidence reflected in Gohan's eyes revealed much. The chaotic dark clouds also provided him with undeniable hints, yet in his arrogance, Crake refused to concede defeat, erupting into laughter reminiscent of a wealthy landlord mocking a mere upstart. In the face of such arrogance, Gohan unexpectedly displayed a mysterious smile. The curve of his lips raising alarm in Vegeta first. This was due to Vegeta's memories of Gohan's terrifying power during previous outbursts, a cruelty that even he, a prince who had once taken countless lives, found chilling. The smile Gohan bore was eerily reminiscent of those past encounters. Moreover, the golden light that enveloped Gohan emanated a fierce and turbulent energy, indicating that his power was rapidly escalating. Most startling to Vegeta was the realization that Gohan's strength had, at that moment, surpassed his own. Vegeta bitterly smiled to himself. Despite his inability to transform into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level following the battle with the evil dragon, that confrontation had significantly bolstered his strength. He felt capable of confronting the giant ape-like baby and even defeating a version of himself from that time. Yet, in this fleeting moment, Gohan's resurgence eclipsed him, as if fate were toying with him. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained resolute, unwilling to succumb to despair. Among all present, he alone understood the terrifying potential of a Gohan who had lost his rationality, yet he also knew that such ferocity could not endure indefinitely. However, with keen observation, Vegeta noted the peculiar golden light surrounding Gohan. Unlike before, this energy no longer dissipated outward. Rather, it possessed an intriguing, inwardly coiled quality. This transformation was something Vegeta had previously witnessed only in Goku at the Super Saiyan 4 stage. He had assumed it was a unique trait of Goku. But witnessing this subtle shift in Gohan made him restless, his thoughts churning like turbulent waves as he pondered the implications of this enigmatic golden glow. Chapter 4. Intense Battle, Part 4. In the midst of Crake's blustering laughter, he suddenly fell silent, for Gohan had appeared before him in an instant. A broad right hand clamped over Crake's mouth, followed by a powerful motion that propelled him thousands of meters into the air. Was it fear? Gohan's voice resonated ominously in the air. Paralyzed by terror, Crake could scarcely perceive Gohan's movements. It felt as if time had momentarily halted for him. His eyes widening in disbelief, his expression draining of color, awash with shock. A formidable fist, imbued with a golden glint, struck Crake, who was still ascending from the earlier blow. This powerful punch shattered the lightning before him, sending his blue form hurtling away once more, while Gohan, whirling in the air, glimpsed the blue blood erupting from his opponent. After the initial assault, Crake had begun to acknowledge the threat posed by Gohan. As he soared into the storm clouds, he shouted, attempting to command the lightning above to strike again. However, before he could articulate his command, a powerful ki blast suddenly flickered into existence before him, and Crake was engulfed by an unprecedented fear as his scarlet eyes widened. Boom! A deafening roar, reaching hundreds of decibels, erupted at the edge of the atmosphere. The rampant golden energy vanished in an instant, and the raging flames spread like a consuming force, obliterating the dark clouds that enveloped nearly 1,000 square miles in a single moment. Gohan, now invigorated, wore a taunting smile, yet his cold eyes betrayed a lethal intent. He refrained from rushing into battle, instead measuring his opponent's capacity for retaliation, aware that his recent display of power would only leave Crake severely wounded. Perhaps the need to continue fighting had dissipated. Gohan gazed down upon Crake, whose body was soaked in blue blood, plummeting in free fall from the heavens. His smile growing ever wider. The tide of battle seemed to have been settled. This was the unanimous conclusion drawn by all present. Yet, as Gohan materialized beside Vegeta and the others, a boisterous laugh echoed through the air, followed by a roar that pierced the heavens. Ha 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 indeed. To reach such heights. Son Gohan, you are formidable. You leave me no choice but to unleash my seal. Suddenly realizing something, Gohan turned back to Crake, still descending from the sky. An acute sense of foreboding gripped him as he noticed the shift in Crake's demeanor, while Goten and the others believed the battle was already won. They too felt the ominous surge of power erupting forth. In a moment of fervent exhilaration, a grievously wounded Crake spat out copious amounts of blood. But rather than succumbing to despair, he radiated an insatiable fighting spirit. With maniacal laughter, Crake pressed his fingers against his brow, his face contorting in agony. Threads of lightning and flame flickered from his forehead. Simultaneously, an eerie glow enveloped his entire being, the blue and white flames morphing into a deep crimson shade as he tightened his grasp. Release! A commanding voice reverberated through the air, imbued with overwhelming authority. Ignoring the excruciating pain, Crake resolved to unleash his power, abruptly tearing the energy from his brow. The flames and lightning erupted violently, as if a long-suppressed door were being violently torn asunder. A beam, the size of a bowl, burst forth, flooding the atmosphere with a surge of energy, amplifying his strength exponentially. In that instant, a fearsome storm of energy ravaged the very fabric of the world. Although the skies bore no clouds, the overwhelming energy disrupted the sunlight, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the surroundings, finally settling into a deep brownish-blue hue. As Craig's power swelled beyond measure, his laughter echoed with unrestrained arrogance, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. He ceased his descent, floating in the air, and though his form remained unchanged, the very essence of his being had transformed beyond recognition. Gohan, having regained his composure from the shock, wore an even broader smile. Perhaps feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction at the previous weakness of his opponent, he was ignited once more by the revelation of his adversary's latent power. The once dim golden aura erupted with renewed vigor, while Vegeta, observing from a close distance, noted that Gohan's golden light seemed to be more contained than before. Additionally, perplexed by the sight, Vegeta caught a glimpse of faint golden glimmers flickering within Gohan's eyes. Vegeta, Goten, Trunks, OOB. You should retreat 10 kilometers from here for the time being. The battle will soon reach its conclusion. Gohan did not turn back. His previously indifferent gaze now fervently fixed upon the dramatically transformed Kakarot, yet his tone bore little respect as he directly addressed Vegeta by name. Vegeta, well aware that Gohan's demeanor could shift drastically, paid little heed to this alteration in address. Nodding in acknowledgement, he swiftly led the others away from the battlefield. Kakarot, unconcerned by Vegeta and the others' hasty retreat, found the thrill of combat now solely focused on Gohan. Though he lacked the ability to gauge the disparity in strength through ki, Kakarot firmly believed that upon breaking his seal, he would possess sufficient power to dominate the currently feeble Earth. Suddenly, Kakarot squinted towards Gohan in the distance. In that fleeting moment, a firestorm of lightning, 3 meters in diameter, materialized before Gohan from seemingly nowhere. Gohan was not particularly astonished. With wide eyes, he unleashed a terrifying storm that pierced through the fabric of space, effortlessly extinguishing his opponent's triumphant technique in an instant. However, what did leave him somewhat taken aback was the sudden appearance of Krillin, who materialized just a short distance away from Gohan, at the very moment the flames parted. Gohan chuckled, delivering a powerful punch that collided solidly with his opponent's fist. In an instant, a surge of formidable energy erupted, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble and fracture. The impact force continuously expanded the earth on either side, revealing an unfathomable abyss. After this strike, Gohan appeared quite pleased with the shift in his opponent's strength. In a heartbeat, both combatants vanished from sight, leaving behind a scene where countless bolts of lightning and flames ascended into the air. The scattered golden light occasionally clashed with the destructive negative energy, resulting in annihilation. The sounds of shattering air could never keep pace with the rapidity of their battle, as the fluctuations of energy reverberated from the heavens to the earth below, causing a more violent tremor. A radiant brilliance erupted following the explosive clash of energy waves, with golden and crimson luminescence spreading across the landscape, shaking the very mountains and evoking a primal fear in those who witnessed the epic confrontation. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. This is what true combat feels like, igniting my very blood. Craig exclaimed, having retreated to a distance of several hundred meters before the explosion occurred. As he steadied himself after a few steps back, he wiped the blue blood from his right hand and shouted with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Gohan, 1,000 meters away, regained his composure and, gazing at his adversary, replied with a smile, "Indeed, such battles are exhilarating. You possess remarkable strength." Although Gohan had not sustained any internal injuries or bleeding, he felt a burning pain in his left forearm from the opponent's lightning flames, rendering his left hand less capable of exerting full power. "Ah, Saiyan, I truly look forward to your next bout. The so-called strongest legend, I hope to see it become history at my hands." Craig smirked, and after adjusting his stance, he unleashed an even more formidable flame of power. "Is that so? Legends are not the domain of a single individual. I doubt you possess the ability to shake them." Gohan retorted, his smile unwavering as he began to gather a more intense aura. For, having gauged each other's strength, the moment of decisive victory was drawing near. Chapter 5. The Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament. Entering a New Era, Part 1. Both combatants were keenly assessing the limits of each other's power, fully aware that only one victor would emerge, as they both harnessed their strength to create an energy field around themselves. Even Gohan's adeptness at sensing energy signatures could not discern the disparity between their strengths. After a shared smile between Gohan and Lake, their silhouettes blurred as they rushed towards each other, ultimately vanishing amidst a thunderous clash. Within the confines of the spacecraft, the young man, feeling the powerful aura, absent-mindedly touched the tip of his nose, remarking with intention or perhaps by chance. During the past 6 months, he had not traveled directly from headquarters to Earth. Instead, he had first sought out formidable fighters. He had reserved his journey to Earth for last, understanding that the Saiyan royal lineage commanded a respect that must not be trifled with. However, this arrangement had caused him to miss significant events that transpired on Earth over the past half-year, leaving him unaware of the latest strength of his opponents. The young man chuckled softly as he observed the combat statistics on his computer, astonished by the rapid changes. Was the outside world evolving too swiftly? He seemed to deny it yet nodded affirmatively, recognizing the vast amount of information he had gathered during this time. Previously astounded by Goku's astonishing battle power of 1,000,000 trillion, he had found it hard to believe that such formidable warriors still existed in the decaying cosmos. What truly left him incredulous was the rapid escalation of strength in the individuals he had been monitoring. Within less than 6 months, their power had surged exponentially. The evil dragon incident had obscured their understanding of that battle due to overwhelming negative energy, yet upon witnessing Gohan's combat metrics now, the young man gasped in awe at the Saiyans' terrifying combat prowess. Combat metric, 1,800,000 trillion. In a realm of blue-brown skies, a brilliant crimson beam descended with breathtaking speed, cleaving a clear rift in the vast expanse beneath the 10,000-meter sky. Simultaneously, a blinding golden light surged upward, nearly matching the crimson beam's velocity, piercing the heavens. At several thousand meters high, their fists collided once more, unleashing a tempest of energy that ravaged the surroundings, producing a cacophony of destruction that echoed in a thunderous roar. The mere shift in atmospheric pressure flattened the ground beneath them, though the battle appeared evenly matched. The extent of their injuries revealed Gohan's undeniable advantage. A tingling pain radiated from Lake's right fist, and he could no longer maintain his previous air of arrogance. He now bore a semblance of disarray as he desperately attempted to withstand the onslaught of his opponent's formidable strikes. Believing that breaking his seal would grant him overwhelming power to conclude this battle, Lake was blindsided by the significant inaccuracies in the data he possessed. With a battle power exceeding 1,000,000 trillion, he had thought himself capable of looking down upon Gohan, who had only attained the Super Saiyan's 2nd level. After all, not long ago, the legendary Super Saiyan's battle metrics had been beneath his own, while Gohan was still in his Super Saiyan 4th level. Yet, the harsh realities shattered his idealistic expectations. Lake now found himself cursing the head of the reconnaissance department for failing to ascertain his opponent's current strength. For the first time, the once arrogant Lake felt the sting of frustration. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he relied solely on his instincts to gauge his opponent's latest movements. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind caught him off guard, widening his eyes in astonishment. Gohan's power continued to escalate, and his speed simultaneously surged. Rake had yet to make a defensive move when Gohan's massive hand, resembling a specter of death, reached out and grasped the sharp horn atop Rake's head. With a swift motion, he yanked it back, effortlessly sending Rake spinning and flinging him thousands of meters away. In a state of panic, Rake adjusted his body, only to witness Gohan, who had been racing toward him from a distance of 100 meters, suddenly blur. A flash of golden light appeared at his abdomen, followed by a powerful uppercut that struck him forcefully. Rake was propelled to an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters during the rapid ascent. He felt a bitter taste in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Having been struck twice, Rake found himself within the atmosphere, where the speed reached several dozen kilometers per second. His body gradually sensed the intense heat generated by friction with the atmosphere, a minor discomfort that momentarily cleared his mind. Yet, a profound fear of his opponent began to take root, mixed with frustration at encountering such a monstrous foe in his initial battle. Along with anger directed at that wretched scout, Rake summoned a fierce flame of energy, emanating heat comparable to thousands of degrees. As he bolstered his strength, he paid little heed to the searing temperatures surrounding him. Unbeknownst to him, he muttered curses as he pierced through the atmospheric interference, becoming a shimmering streak, racing through the sky, ever closer to his opponent, the ever-smiling Son Gohan. Gohan did not rush to attack. Rather, he schemed with a certain cunning. Observing the approaching Lake, Gohan swiftly maneuvered his body, retreating with increasing velocity. Witnessing Gohan's withdrawal, Lake's anger surged, prompting him to accelerate abruptly in a desperate attempt to close the distance. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he attempted to halt his advance. However, he was met with an unexpected kick from his opponent, who spun around and struck him squarely in the chest, sending him soaring into the sky once more. "Let it end," Gohan's indifferent voice echoed in his ears, as he felt a peculiar warmth at his back while ascending. Before he could comprehend the situation, a brilliant flash emanated from Gohan's right hand, which pressed against his back, unleashing a fierce gust that slammed Lake into the ground. As the dust settled, the earth lay tranquil, marred only by a massive indentation resembling a palm print, with Lake, battered and bruised, at its center. At that moment, he appeared to crawl, his severely injured body struggling to move, feeling dazed from the assault. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Chapter 5, The Cosmic Fighting Tournament. Entering a New Era, Part 2. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Gohan relaxed his body, though a shift in his temperament revealed a newfound inclination towards violence. After a brief moment of hesitation, he dove down once more, intent on delivering a final blow to his opponent. In that instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Gohan gathered the radiance in his fist, poised to strike. A white silhouette surged from his right rear, traversing with a speed beyond Gohan's perception, and whisked away the gravely injured Lake. As Gohan furrowed his brow, the murderous intent in his eyes surged. No longer concerned about his opponent's identity, he swung his fist, unleashing the most powerful strike of the battle thus far. The formidable energy blast surged forward, swiftly closing in on the fleeting white figure. Bored, the mysterious figure seemed to sense something amiss, halting his rapid movement to hover in place. Turning his body, he slowly raised his right index finger, making contact with Gohan's approaching attack. A ripple of energy manifested at the mysterious man's fingertip, which then reverberated against Gohan's strike, leading to a scene that left Gohan utterly astonished. The opponent managed to dissipate his formidable energy blast without causing an explosion, leaving only wisps of smoke in its wake. Gohan halted his pursuit, fixating his gaze on the enigmatic figure before him, his clenched fist trembling slightly, a testament to his excitement at the opponent's overwhelming strength. "Let us end this battle. Son Gohan, the outcome is already determined. You have triumphed." The mysterious figure regarded Gohan, who stood 100 feet away, with an indifferent expression, embodying the very essence of someone whom even the enigmatic youth feared. At this moment, Lake found himself grasped by the shoulder by the mysterious man's left hand. After regaining his composure, he scrutinized the figure's face, eyes narrowing in surprise. Yet, he quickly masked his shock and chuckled. "Heh, I didn't expect you to show up, Syaku, but you truly lack subtlety." Upon hearing Lake's words, Gohan fell into a deeper silence, yet within him, his fighting spirit flared even more. Syaku, the one addressed by Lake, cast a glance at him and, from his palm, emitted beams of white light that visibly healed Lake's injuries at an astounding rate. He then released Lake without further debate, coldly stating, "You must understand the situation." Acknowledging this, Lake ceased his arguments. Now possessing a renewed aura, he was able to hover behind Syaku. In a brief silence, for beams of light suddenly descended from the distance as Vegeta and his companions arrived at Gohan's side. Sensing the shift in battle, they hastened to join him, their expressions darkening upon seeing another mysterious figure, whose aura was far superior to Lake's. Just as both sides found themselves at an impasse, a hearty laughter echoed from the distant horizon. In a flash, a white beam materialized before Syaku and Lake. Observing the arrival of this third figure heightened Gohan and his companions' tension, freezing the atmosphere around them. However, the enigmatic youth appeared unperturbed by the chilling reception, with a smile. He addressed them. "I apologize for the trouble. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jenny Lee, and these two are Syaku and Lake. We hail from the far reaches of the universe." Lake's earlier provocation was merely a qualification debate. "I hope for your understanding." "Qualification?" Vegeta exclaimed, his pale countenance betraying his simmering rage, yet rationality kept him in check, aware that there were deeper implications at play. Gohan and his allies furrowed their brows, sensing an underlying motive behind this encounter. Jenny Lee, noticing the shifting expressions of his companions, smiled more broadly and enunciated, "Universe, combat, grand, assembly." The moment those words were uttered, a tidal wave of excitement surged within them, as they echoed the declaration that could shake the very foundations of the cosmic fighting world. The varied realms of combat, with their astonishing powers, were categorized into different tiers, from national to global contests. Naturally, Planets with a focus on martial arts also hosted interstellar tournaments. However, was there truly a cosmic fighting assembly? Was this a grand deception, or a forgotten remnant of cosmic history? Unable to ascertain the authenticity of the cosmic combat assembly, Vegeta, who had been battling for nearly half a century, had never heard of such an event in the universe. Yet, from the suddenly arrived mysterious individual, they had learned of its existence. The truth hinged solely on their acceptance. Perhaps they all understood the answer. For the battle-hungry Saiyans, fear of combat was non-existent. Only the thrill of battle remained. The Saiyans were heralded as the strongest race in the universe, and concurrently, their other moniker was that of battle maniacs. Throughout cosmic history, the origins of the Saiyans might remain a mystery, yet one fact was undeniable. They grew stronger with each conflict. The fierce skirmish had ceased, yet the shock lingered. The Dragon Ball warriors, sensing the emergence of more mysterious figures, bore expressions of inquiry. Has the battle truly come to an end? The usually composed Master Roshi approached Tien, his expression grave. Having learned to sense ki, Master Roshi could distinctly feel the tremors of the recent intense battle, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It appears to have stopped, Tien replied. Though unease flickered in his expression, as they could not yet ascertain whether these individuals were nefarious threats to Earth. The ease with which Sieku had countered his attack left Tien with a heavy heart. Indeed, their power far exceeds what we can gauge, Master Roshi lamented. Shaking his head in dismay, reminiscing about the time 50 years ago when he reigned supreme on this very planet. Truly, time spares no one, and change is unpredictable. Beside them, Xiaofeng, Bulma, Krillin, and Android 18 exhaled in relief. Although they sensed Gohan's amplified strength, the presence of the second mysterious individual cast a pall over their expressions. Chapter 5, The Cosmic Combat Assembly. Entering a New Era, Part 3, The Cosmic Combat Assembly? Gohan, still in his Super Saiyan form, inquired directly, his confidence buoyed by the strength he possessed. He felt no hesitation, fully aware of his status as Earth's host. Indeed, we are here to invite you to participate in the Cosmic Combat Assembly. Since you are the champions of this world, you undoubtedly possess the qualifications to partake in this assembly. As evidenced by Lake's earlier battle, I wonder if you would consider participating? Jenny Lee replied, his smile fading as he addressed Gohan with a serious demeanor. What is the Cosmic Combat Assembly? Vegeta felt a chill at the incredulous notion, yet the greater chill emanated from the mysterious and powerful youth before him. And why was I never made aware of this? Vegeta, not one easily deceived, scrutinized Jenny Lee with a piercing gaze beneath his proud brow. The others echoed their queries. Feeling the weight of uncertainty beneath the young man's formidable presence, save for Gohan, who now focused on Sieku, the enigmatic figure capable of effortlessly dismantling his overwhelming energy attack. Jenny Lee remained unfazed by their inquiries, responding with calm assurance, of course. The Cosmic Combat Assembly is a grand tournament held once every 10 million years. The gathering is a contest to select the sovereign of the universe, where all formidable warriors across the cosmos shall participate. A grand combat festival occurring once every 10 million years? Goten, Trunks, and Ub were astounded by the antiquity of such an event. After all, matters of such ancient provenance are often elusive, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. Is it truly a fighting tournament for all the universe's great powers? Though Vegeta appeared composed, he could not fully conceal the fervor igniting within him at the prospect of glorious battle. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins surged with excitement, alleviating the tension that had been brewing in his heart. In their brief exchanges, Vegeta scrutinized the expressions of those around him. He observed the scarred Krillin standing respectfully behind Jinyu, while the aloof Zenkai appeared indifferent, eyes closed in meditation. The young man speaking was exceedingly courteous in his replies. Vegeta pondered. They are likely not foes, for he is indeed powerful, and there would be no need for deceit. Such a grand tournament. Well, yes. But both Gohan and Vegeta were similarly analyzing each other's words, momentarily pausing mid-sentence. Jinyu, seemingly understanding Gohan's implications, smiled and said, "No problem, your families may also accompany you, provided that the most authoritative king of your planet is invited to participate in this grand contest. That's not an issue. We can arrange that," Goten replied without hesitation, his naivete rendering him easily swayed by the words of others, believing them wholeheartedly. However, his prompt response left the others astonished. For such arrangements were no simple matter. Everyone cast bewildered glances. An air of awkwardness enveloped the group, yet Goten remained unperturbed, his mind already concocting plans. May I participate as well? Ub asked shyly, lowering his gaze since his name had not been mentioned, feeling somewhat embarrassed to inquire. Oh, Mr. Ub can also partake in this tournament, as you are indeed one of the strongest earthlings, and among the few powerful beings in the universe, Jinyu remarked. Momentarily recalling his father's instructions, a hint of confusion evident on his face as he regarded this seemingly ordinary yet formidable earthling with a hidden smile. Really? That's splendid! Ub exclaimed, his previous apprehensions vanishing in an instant. After a brief conversation, everyone was invited to Vegeta's residence. As they soared through the sky, Gohan observed the haughty Zenkai, lost in contemplation. Upon landing, a cheerful voice rang out, and a petite figure darted toward them. Dad! The eager little Pan rushed forward, but halted mid-stride upon noticing the three unfamiliar figures behind Gohan. Though she had traversed the cosmos, she was captivated by Krillin's peculiarity, yet it was their terrifyingly immense power that truly instilled fear within her. They are guests, Pan, Gohan reassured, sensing her anxiety and turning to Jinyu to add a clarifying remark. Having reverted to his usual demeanor, Gohan smiled gently, his earlier ferocity evaporating. The others, having heard Gohan's explanation, maintained a temporary silence. Jinyu managed a wry smile, realizing his unexpected visit had startled everyone. Following introductions, the group finally settled down, and Bulma instructed her staff to attend to them. The tension of impending conflict seemed to dissipate momentarily. Yet, the struggle would not cease so easily. Throughout the cosmos, countless individuals capable of overwhelming power had emerged over billions of years. Yet now, history stands as the greatest testament that nothing is absolute. For the spirit of battle has yet to find its conclusion, implying that strife shall persist indefinitely. Endless battles foster continuous strength, and this relentless pursuit of power begets further conflict. It is a symbiotic relationship where the beginning and end remain elusive. After a long day of frolic, the mischievous robot, Gulu, finally began to feel a tinge of fatigue. Bulma's household robots had long succumbed to the antics of this little rascal, who, despite his small stature, had risen to become the leader of the robotic legion. Gulu, like a sentient being, possessed his own thoughts. He lamented his predicament, often bullied by Pan, and thus sought to recruit some minions to relieve his frustrations, relishing the newfound sense of superiority that came with being a commander. At that moment, having just finished reprimanding a few underlings, Gulu floated contentedly in the air, whimsically drifting as he pondered what might capture his interest next. Gulu, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. A voice suddenly echoed beside him, enveloping the empty corridor in a solemn atmosphere. Gulu was not startled. He recognized the familiar voice and turned to see Gohan approaching. Mr. Gohan, Gulu said without hesitation, slowly gliding toward him, his tiny hand scratching his head. Gulu, listen closely. I need your assistance with something important. Gohan's expression turned serious, though he struggled to suppress a smile at the sight of the mischievous robot. Yes. Gulu sensed the gravity of the situation and ultimately agreed. What task might this entail? This remains a secret shared only between Gohan and Gulu. A secret that shall determine the fate of Earth. Chapter 5, The Cosmic Fighting Tournament. A new era begins as time passed. Night fell upon them. Sensing a powerful aura, Vegeta felt his own battle spirit ignite. The proud Saiyan dismissed the notion of leisure with others. Since his return, he had immersed himself in the gravity chamber, training under increasingly rigorous conditions. After witnessing Gohan's performance that day, Vegeta sensed that Gohan might have surpassed him. Though he refused to acknowledge it, thus far, he could only concede that one person stood before him. Father, do you truly believe in them? Trunks inquired as he entered the gravity chamber, observing the weary figure absorbed in training. Vegeta, engrossed in his workout, initially overlooked his son's growing agitation, but upon hearing Trunks' question, he looked up, surprised, and replied with a somewhat cold demeanor. Yes, Trunks, I suppose my answer is should be. Given their status and strength, they have no need for deception. If there were any malice, their power would surely be sufficient to vanquish us. Imagining Zenkai easily dismantling Gohan's formidable strike, that may be true. But could there really be such a thing as a cosmic fighting tournament? Trunks, still filled with uncertainty, asked anxiously, although he remained relatively young and naive. The numerous battles he had faced had sharpened his instincts, allowing him to sense something amiss. He could not ascertain the depths of Vegeta's gaze, which reflected a hint of resignation, rendering his expression somewhat somber. No one could fathom Vegeta's current emotions. Such a simple statement could evoke the shades of his gray past buried deep within his subconscious. The lack of awareness regarding this grand tournament pointed towards a calamity that nearly annihilated their race, leaving him blind to the historical narratives of the past. Just as Trunks was about to continue speaking, Vegeta, having regained his composure, interrupted him. No, we must simply remain vigilant against them. That is our paramount duty at this moment. Now, let us go and entertain our guests. With that, Vegeta inhaled deeply and strolled out of the gravity chamber. Trunks gazed at his father's retreating figure. At the periphery of the windows, Jinri approached Gohan, who was lost in contemplation under the moonlight, holding a glass of red wine. After savoring a sip, he too lifted his gaze to admire the moon. The two stood in silence until Jinri broke it. Forgive my boldness, Mr. Gohan. But may I inquire about your father's whereabouts? Though Jinri's voice was soft, it reached Gohan's ears clearly, causing him to tremble slightly. Turning to face Jinri, Gohan noticed a similar look of bewilderment etched on his face. Jinri was acutely aware of Goku's identity, particularly the intense battle scenes that were etched in his memory. Although he knew that Goku's combat power at that time was merely 1 million. The shock of reaching the 4th stage of Super Saiyan was something Gohan and others could scarcely comprehend. At that moment, Jinri felt a pang of regret. His greatest hope in journeying from afar was to witness the true visage of this king. However, upon his arrival, he learned of the emergence of the evil dragon on Earth while attending to other formidable beings from the universe. Following that battle, he had been unable to glean any information about this king, as if he had vanished from the cosmos entirely. Of course, Jinri's arrival on Earth came 6 months after the evil dragon incident, and the reasons behind this were now flooding his mind with a sense of impending doom. I do not know, Gohan replied, glancing at Jinri's expression. He too was at a loss for an answer, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of menace that crossed Jinri's countenance. I understand that in order to obtain your information, we have been monitoring Earth with scouts, yet this is merely a consequence of the tournament. I hope you can forgive us, Gohan stated coldly. Jinri, misinterpreting Gohan's indifference as disdain, began to rationalize his inquiries. I empathize with you, but regarding my father, I truly have no knowledge, he responded, acknowledging the futility of concealing the truth about the Dragon Balls. Gohan recognized Jinri's intentions, and at that moment, he chose not to obfuscate any longer. Perceiving the revelation in Gohan's eyes, Jinri accepted this reality. Gently swirling the wine in his glass as he leaned against the wall, closing his eyes in deep contemplation, Gohan, not wishing to elaborate further, recalled the words exchanged with Jiru moments ago, gazing at the full moon shining like a jade disk in the sky. A thoughtful smile graced his lips as he turned away to join the others in merriment. A short distance away, Jack remained aloof, leaning against the wall with an expression of indifference towards the world. This time, however, he glanced at Gohan, who was playfully engaging with others, and for a fleeting moment, the icy demeanor he usually displayed seemed to thaw as he observed Xiao Fong, Marin, and Bra. Do you still resent me? Jack tossed his head back, leaning against the wall once more, a bitter smile etched upon his proud visage as a diminutive figure and her melodic voice flashed through his mind. As the hosts, Vegeta and Trunks approached to converse, Vegeta attentively monitored Jinyu's every move, yet he remained unable to discern the depths of this young man's character. Amidst their banter, Jinyu appeared to recall something, his expression tinged with uncertainty as he inquired, "By the way, how do you intend for your king to accept our invitation?" "That depends on Mr. Satan," Trunks replied, having grasped Gohan's intent, and all eyes turned to the elder figure. "Me?" Mr. Satan queried, his face a mask of confusion as a bead of sweat trickled down his cheek, leaving him utterly bewildered. A silent understanding passed among the group, and they nodded at Mr. Satan, yet he remained oblivious to their meaning, scratching his head in deep thought. Jinyu and Rake began to regard the somewhat disheveled elder with a measure of seriousness, though they could not fathom the reasons behind his demeanor, mistakenly believing him to be merely eccentric. Upon arriving at the palace, a guard entered the throne room, kneeling to announce, "Your Majesty, Mr. Satan requests an audience." The king, a raccoon-like figure with reading glasses, regarded this with curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to accept the invitation, stating smoothly, "Very well, let him in." "Ha, Mr. Satan, what brings you here?" The benevolent king inquired politely, devoid of any airs of superiority, although he held little regard for the boastful world champion. The king respected him for having warned of Earth's impending doom over half a year prior, which had spared humanity from catastrophe. Yet, he harbored doubts about whether the true victor of that fateful battle in the Cell Games was indeed this prominent figure. "Your Excellency," I come to seek your presence because friends from a distant cosmos wish to invite you to journey through the universe, Mr. Satan stated directly, deeming it unnecessary to beat around the bush. Upon grasping the intent, the king's expression darkened, for his position symbolized the stability of Earth. How bold! Are you attempting to abduct the king? Such outrageous claims! A guard exclaimed, indignantly confronting Mr. Satan. Undeterred by the bluster of the guard, Mr. Satan remained resolute, confident in his unmatched prowess among mortals, though he acknowledged he was not yet invulnerable to bullets. No, it was Mr. Satan who foresaw the Earth's explosion last time and urged us to evacuate, thus averting disaster, the king recalled, his earlier doubts dissipating. However, Your Majesty, this request seems rather absurd. Even Mr. Satan should decline, for your safety is paramount. The guard insisted anxiously. Mr. Satan paid little mind to the guard's narrow perspective, having interacted with far more discerning individuals, and felt no need to engage with such a simpleton. No, there must be a reason for this, correct, Mr. Satan? The kind king smiled once more. Indeed, Your Majesty, the invitation is for a cosmic fighting tournament, in which Earth will have participants. As the ruler of Earth, it is essential that you bear witness, Mr. Satan explained. Oh, who from Earth will participate? Will it be you, Mr. Satan? The king, intrigued by the prospect, pressed further. No, merely a few of my disciples, Mr. Satan deflected, omitting any mention of their Saiyan heritage. Very well, this is indeed an honor for our planet. I accept their invitation. When shall we depart? The king responded with an air of ease. In the morning after tomorrow, at Dr. Bulma's backyard, Mr. Satan replied respectfully, inwardly pleased to have fulfilled his task. Then I shall see you then. The king smiled, adjusting his glasses as he observed Mr. Satan's retreating figure. As Mr. Satan exited the palace, a guard anxiously inquired, Your Majesty, did you truly agree to this? Yes, after all, he is our great hero, the king replied. His gaze fixed on Mr. Satan, yet his thoughts lingered on another hero, one who had once been a youthful champion. Have you secured the agreement, Mr. Satan? Xiao Fang eagerly questioned upon his arrival. What transpired, Mr. Satan? Everyone clamored around him, while Vegeta regarded him coolly, leaning against the wall. Of course, my title is Mr. Satan is not without merit. Nothing can daunt me. Mr. Satan boasted, reveling in his identity as the world champion, feeling a sense of pride in the respect he commanded from even the king. That's wonderful. The crowd cheered, and any lingering doubts on Vegeta's face vanished with the answer. Father, have you seen Jiru these past 2 days? Xiao Fang scanned the surroundings, yet the mischievous robot remained elusive, causing her to frown. Ah, Jiru? I haven't seen him either, Gohan replied, a hint of discomfort evident as he masked his concern for Jiru's whereabouts. Where could he be? He knows we are set to depart today. Why is he wandering about? Xiao Fang complained. Indeed, we must prepare to leave. There is no time to search for Jiru. Gohan comforted her, stroking her hair. Perhaps he is frightened of potential danger, Xiao Fang conceded reluctantly, her mind brewing a vengeful thought. Just wait until I return. You troublesome Jiru. With a despondent demeanor, she boarded the spacecraft. Is everyone aboard the spaceship? Jinyu called out, directing his crew. We are about to depart. Wait. Don't forget about me. A loud voice shouted. It was Master Roshi, hurriedly waving his arms while dragging a large suitcase, hastily making his way towards them. Ah. Everyone turned to gaze at the amusing old man. Cough, cough, cough. Finally made it. The turtle sage gasped, seemingly taking a deep breath in relief for having made it just in time. Master Roshi, are you also going? Gohan inquired. Of course. The Universe Martial Arts Tournament is a rare opportunity. I certainly do not wish to miss it, the turtle sage replied, his sunglasses inexplicably glinting. Is that so? Or are you perhaps eager to gaze upon beautiful women in the cosmos? Xiao Fang remarked disdainfully, pulling a face and elongating her voice deliberately. What? Have you seen through me? Master Roshi stammered, his face reddening with a hint of embarrassment. Laughter erupted from everyone. All right, let us set off. Jinyu commanded. Yes, the target is the base launch. The spaceship vanished at a speed exceeding light. Gohan and his companions have finally ventured into the vastness of space, and in this expansive universe, what adventures await them? At the dawn of a new era, everything remains uncertain. All that can be said is that the adventures and new battles have finally begun. The continuation of the Dragon Ball saga has officially commenced. Chapter 6. The game begins. The assault of the Saiyan warriors gazing into the boundless cosmos. Even while soaring at faster-than-light speeds, they appeared as mere sluggish turtles in the grand expanse of the universe. Such a sight attests to the immense scale of the cosmos, leaving one to ponder. Are the Saiyans truly the supreme rulers? This realization may indeed be perplexing, as there are always greater powers beyond one's own. After organizing their belongings aboard the spacecraft, everyone gathered in the spacious command room, engaging in cheerful conversation as they anticipated their cosmic exploration. It felt delightful. It seemed that a journey into the outside world was indeed in order. Bra leaned against the cabin entrance, peering out the window at the vibrant, colorful nebulae. Her innate beauty as a woman shining through as her eyes became entranced. Indeed, the outside world is far more captivating. Xiaofang also leaned against the cabin's edge, her shorter stature causing her to rest her head on the windowsill. However, her previously exuberant spirit suddenly dimmed, for she caught a glimpse of young Goku's smile through the cosmic vista, prompting a flood of memories from their adventures a year prior. Bra, sensitive to Xiaofang's sudden melancholy, was aware of Goku's situation. Her dreamy gaze softened, and with a gentle hand, she caressed Xiaofang's hair, smiling as she said, "Don't forget. Marin has requested us to take plenty of photos for her. Hiki, it serves her right. She and the others have already formed a group to explore country. While Uncle Krillin took nearly half a year to secure our qualifications. Quite the dilemma, isn't it?" Provoked by Bra's somewhat gleeful remarks, Xiaofang chuckled softly and nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. Poor Marin. Her tearful expression was truly adorable. I wanted to pinch her cheeks at that moment. Such a reverence. Bra exclaimed, witnessing Xiaofang's cheerful demeanor return. She playfully tapped Xiaofang's head, eliciting a playful protest from the latter, who stuck out her tongue. Zack, for the first time, opened his eyes. Hearing the playful banter between Xiaofang and Bra, he felt no disdain. Instead, he focused on their antics. And the graceful figure in his mind became clearer. If only you could be like them, Zack thought silently, a faint smile gracing his lips, though the subtle curve went unnoticed by others. It had been ages since he had smiled, and in that moment, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the expression. As for Krek, despite suffering significant injuries, Zack had infused his body with energy, aiding in his recovery. However, this was merely a superficial remedy. Even after undergoing treatment through machines for internal injuries, he would still need to rest alone for a while. After 2 or 3 days of interaction, Gohan and his companions had notably changed their perceptions of Nile. From his refined demeanor, they sensed his remorse for past offenses, thus fostering a more harmonious relationship between them. Nile, may I inquire how long it will take us to reach the competition venue? After Gohan had organized his belongings, he arrived at the command hall, only to realize, amidst the numerous books he had been preoccupied with, that he was the last to arrive. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own bookish obsession. Nevertheless, he composed himself and respectfully addressed Neil, who was seated in front of him. Oh, Neil glanced at Gohan as he entered, nodded in acknowledgement, and contemplated for a moment, having visited several other planets en route to welcome other contestants. With a smile, he responded, "It will take approximately 3 months to reach the base. If you find the journey tedious and wish to train, you may use the gravity room." Although Neil was directing his words to Gohan, his gaze subtly shifted to Vegeta nearby. "A gravity room?" Gohan questioned, slightly taken aback. Turning to observe the familiar imposing figure of Vegeta, he quietly chuckled at Vegeta's penchant for self-inflicted hardship, though he dared not voice these thoughts. "There is a gravity room?" Vegeta, who had been lost in thought against the wall, opened his eyes lazily, his tone somewhat indifferent. "Indeed. It can be adjusted to a maximum of approximately 100,000 times Earth's gravity," Neil replied, clearly surprised by Vegeta's demeanor. However, given Vegeta's haughty fighting spirit, Neil regarded him with a sense of admiration. A true warrior does not merely rely on extraordinary strength to achieve victory, they also embody a certain spirit. Much like Vegeta's aloof and proud nature, which reveals his exceptional character. "What? That means enduring a weight of 10,000 tons," Trunks exclaimed, his astonished gaze briefly darting to his father, internally praying not to suffer such a prison sentence. After all, in his own gravity room, the maximum load was only 5,000 tons. And even then, it was a weight he could only withstand after transforming into Super Saiyan. If it weren't for Vegeta's insistence, Trunks would never have subjected himself to such extreme training. But that was years ago. Indeed, that is a truly outrageous training regimen, Goten began to complain, oblivious to the Saiyans' extraordinary capabilities. "Yes, we could train together," Ub responded with unexpected enthusiasm, likely influenced by Goku over the years. Upon hearing this rebellious suggestion, Goten and Trunks shot Ub a piercing glare, their deadly looks making him uneasy, though he remained clueless as to why. Meanwhile, Bra observed the scene with indifference, letting out a soft sigh, another simple-minded individual. As Trunks' sister, Bra was well aware that her playful brother could not endure hardship. Though both she and Goten possessed remarkable talents that made others envious, their inability to embrace rigorous training kept them from reaching greater heights. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that over the years, this golden duo had improved significantly through their playful antics. That said, Bra was also disinterested in the super heavy training, as she was accustomed to her father's stringent training conditions. Little Pan nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Ub caught a whisper from Dula, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he lowered his head, a shy sensation washing over him. Just as I like it. I trust you won't mind if I use it for a while. Vegeta expressed, slightly surprised, yet sporting a satisfied smirk. Could you please direct me to the gravity room? His proud demeanor remained largely unchanged, and he, a solitary figure dedicated to training, was not adept at socializing. He inquired somewhat rudely of Neil, maintaining his stoic expression. It is located on the lower level, Neil replied politely with a smile. However, the attendant beside him clearly harbored disdain for Vegeta's arrogance, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression, while Jack remained passive, meditating quietly nearby. Chapter 6. The game begins. The assault on the Saiyan warriors. Part 2. Thank you. I shan't be courteous, Vegeta remarked, turning on his heel and waving his hand as he exited the command hall. As they watched Vegeta's retreating figure, the atmosphere grew tense. What does power truly signify? The king, seated nearby with a plate in one hand and a teacup half raised, momentarily forgot to sip his hot tea upon hearing Vegeta's arrogant words. His gaze remained fixed on the departing figure, and he couldn't shake the sense that this silhouette resembled one of the mysterious figures encountered during the Cell Games. Could it be them? The king lifted his cup, savoring the delicate aroma of the tea, while his peripheral vision remained attentive to those around him. What an arrogant fellow. Is he really your disciple, Mr. Satan? Remarked a nearby guard, disapproving of Vegeta's behavior. To him, despite Vegeta's height of nearly 6 feet, he appeared diminutive in comparison to the guard's towering stature. Feeling the disdainful gaze of the guard, Mr. Satan's temper flared, and he seethed internally. If it weren't for your position as the king's guard, I'd show you how to be respectful to others. However, Mr. Satan dared not speak up. Having spent considerable time with Goku and his friends, he understood the peculiarities of their appearances. After Vegeta had exited the command hall and the automatic doors closed, Mr. Satan began to boast, he's not really my disciple. His strength is merely comparable to my top disciples. He won't heed my advice, so be careful. He might just hit you and leave you wondering what happened. Ignoring him, Mr. Satan, seated beside the king, pretended to sip his tea, exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor. In response to Mr. Satan's subtle mockery, the guard felt indignant and was about to retort when he caught the king's disapproving gaze, forcing him to swallow his words and simmer in frustration. Such an ignorant fool, many in attendance thought, casting cold glances at the simple-minded brute before them. Vegeta is truly something. He loves to train. Neil, I shall apologize for his earlier rudeness, Bulma interjected politely, offering an apologetic smile. Oh, it's nothing. Saiyans are inherently passionate about combat. As the host, we must not neglect our guests, Neil responded with a smile, fully aware that the woman seated before him was Earth's most distinguished scientist and inventor. The previously tense atmosphere began to lighten, yet soon reverted to its original calm. Walking through the empty corridor, Vegeta furrowed his brow. For someone as vigilant as him, everything before him could not simply be labeled as peace. The origins of the visitors remained unknown, and they were equally reticent about revealing their identities. In the current tense atmosphere, it seemed they bore no ill will. If they were indeed invaders, defeating the Saiyans would pose little challenge given their strength. But was everything really that straightforward? Vegeta pondered over a question, and suddenly the figure of Wukong flashed through his mind. He thought, Karo, what do you think the situation would be like? But then he gently shook his head, bitterly muttering to himself, am I truly beginning to depend on him? How laughable. This proud Saiyan prince might truly be convinced that strength represents everything. Unbeknownst to him, under the anxious guidance of a subordinate, Vegeta arrived at the end of the passage, where a room awaited. Is this the gravity chamber? He mused. Glancing at the sign above, he pressed the door's switch, and with a soft sound, the door opened automatically, allowing him to step inside. The subordinate who had been trailing behind him finally breathed a sigh of relief, for being overshadowed by Vegeta's imposing aura was no easy feat. After wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he returned to his duties. Oh, Vegeta observed the machinery before him with a hint of surprise. Although he had encountered numerous advanced devices at home, this one was equally impressive, exuding an intangible pressure. This must be the machine that controls and alters gravity, he deduced. Approaching it. Very well, let's start with 10,000 times the gravity. In the vastness of outer space, a sudden flash of dark light erupted, tearing open a vortex of darkness. Amidst two rows of cloaked figures, a silhouette emerged, shrouded in wisps of black mist. Oh, is there something amiss? A pair of eerie white eyes glanced at the subordinates, bowing respectfully on either side, and the figure inquired with interest through his telepathic abilities. Lord Shaoro. Lord Marrow requests your presence in the demon realm. A forward black-robed figure stepped up, trembling as he delivered the message. Oh, what does Marrow say? Shaoro's brow furrowed, seemingly perturbed by the summons from his companion. According to Lord Marrow, it appears that the demon's sovereign has awakened. The one responding felt the chill emanating from Shaoro and spoke with increased hesitation, his body quaking in fear. The demon's sovereign. Upon hearing this, Shaoro's expression drastically changed. Unable to conceal the excitement and profound reverence he felt for this godlike figure. Ha ha ha, Marrow, you were right. 400 years ago, you forcefully awakened me. You informed me about the demon's sovereign, and though I initially dismissed it, it seems all has come to pass. It appears your companion is indeed remarkable. Shaoro's consciousness radiated, and the information was perceived by all the figures from the demon realm present. Their expressions shifted, and as they prepared to plead for mercy, the black-robed figure raised his right hand, unleashing a black strike that pierced through their bodies, mercilessly dispatching them. In their final moments, they widened their eyes in disbelief. The truth of the adage to be with the ruler is to be with the tiger crystallizing before them, though they had already paid the ultimate price. Indeed, those who know the truth must perish, do they not? Marrow, it has been several million years since I last returned. These self-righteous former demon kings are truly nothing but useless fools, Shaoro remarked with disdain, casting a scornful glance at the feeble subordinates before him. A deep-seated aversion welled within him as he contemplated the decline of the demon realm, dismissing those who had been reduced to puppets. Since the demon's sovereign has awakened, the game shall finally commence, Shaoro declared, pointing ahead as a rift tore open in the nearby space. He stepped through it, vanishing from this realm. Chapter 6. The game begins. The assault of the Saiyan warriors, Part 3. A series of data flickered on the enormous computer screen. A luminous dot on the radar drawing closer to the center. Report, Lord. We have detected Captain Nita's ship from the Y Galaxy approaching us, a subordinate informed. Oh, is that so? They have completed their mission at this time, Jinairai responded lightly, his tone devoid of arrogance, yet a sly smile played upon his lips. Prepare for their arrival and open the reception doors. After all, guests are to be welcomed. Understood, the subordinate acknowledged before retreating to carry out his orders. In another spaceship. What a stubborn personality. I must admit, I detest such men, a coarse voice exclaimed, dripping with disdain. How dare you? What are your intentions? A man, forced to kneel, shouted in fury, his eyes filled with regret and anger. Bloody corpses lay nearby, and he was gravely wounded. Realizing he had invited a wolf into his home. Oh, ha ha ha, it's nothing much. You mentioned that your headquarters was here to welcome the Saiyans. And since the Saiyans are the rulers of the universe, we merely wished to witness their grandeur. A figure lounged in the central seat, casting a contemptuous glance at the defeated man before him. The one who had spoken earlier stood to his left. Humph, spare me your nonsense. Your intentions are clearly more sinister, the warrior-like figure retorted, attempting to rise in indignation. However, this futile effort caused the central figure to frown slightly. With a mere finger, an overwhelming aura descended, forcefully pinning the resisting man back to the floor with a resounding thud. In that moment, the kneeling man turned pale from the humiliation, his rage boiling as he glared at the figure before him, as if wishing to devour him whole. He exhibits some intelligence, doesn't he? Brother, there's no need to bully such a weakling. Why not unveil our grand plan to leave these insignificant beings in awe, lest they remain ignorant? Another figure, standing to the right, mocked the feeble adversary. A plan? What is that? The kneeling man, taken aback by the effeminate figure's words, blinked rapidly, his voice laced with urgency and desperation. Well, it's not exactly a secret. We have learned from ancient texts about the connection between the Saiyans and the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. As the rulers of the universe, the Saiyans must possess certain secrets. If we could eliminate them first, the Leeses would become the new rulers, and we would gain such advantages, wouldn't we? esteemed Captain Nita? The middle-aged man seated at the center chuckled, having produced a tattered scroll from seemingly nowhere. He ignited it in flames, reducing the ancient text to ashes, which he then let fall to the ground. What? You dare entertain such thoughts? You are utterly mad, beyond reason. Nita glared furiously at the three individuals before him, his inner turmoil stirred by the sudden appearance of ancient texts. It was only when the documents were destroyed that he snapped out of his shock, roaring, "Spare me your nonsense, or I shall not hesitate to deal with you first." The somewhat frivolous figure to his left spoke menacingly, his disdainful gaze signaling that further words might lead to dire consequences. Just then, a servant rushed in to report, "Leader, a distant spaceship is signaling us to rendezvous, and the docking bay has been opened." "Oh, is that so?" The man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "What a fortuitous turn of events. Let us proceed at once." Instantly revitalized, he stood tall. This is bad, young master," the kneeling servant thought, recalling the three nefarious figures, and began to pray anxiously. The docking door swung open, revealing a servant awaiting them. A middle-aged man leaned against Nita, flanked by his companions, casting a disdainful glance at the welcoming figures. "Greetings, Lord Nita," the attendant bowed respectfully. "Do not attempt any tricks," the licentian warned, pressing a finger against Nita's lower back, the cold aura serving as a constant reminder of the peril facing him. "Enough of your theatrics. Where is the young master? I wish to introduce my companions to him." Nita, left with no choice, averted his gaze momentarily. "The young master is already in the reception room," the attendant replied. "Very well, let us go." The four of them proceeded in unison towards the designated area. Upon entering the waiting room, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing a hint of danger. His gaze swept across the lavish interior where several individuals sat. At the moment his eyes met Gohan's, a piercing aura of hostility enveloped him. The middle-aged man smirked, already aware of the identity of those present from Nita's earlier revelations, and recognizing Gohan as a Saiyan only heightened his awareness. Gohan too sensed the oppressive atmosphere upon their entrance, the palpable hostility igniting a sense of dissatisfaction and aversion within him, leading to a silent confrontation. Meanwhile, Goten, and Trunks also grasped the tension, halting their conversation with Journeyer to focus their attention on the formidable figure before them. Both hosts and guests are present. This makes things much simpler. The self-identified licentiate introduced himself. "I am Kelly, to my left is Sa, and to my right is E." Kelly exuded an overwhelming power that effortlessly dispelled Gohan's pressure, cutting straight to the point. "What is the meaning of this?" One of Journeyer's men, displeased, inquired with indignation, glaring at the three newcomers. "Nothing more than a simple greeting and introduction," Kelly replied with derision. "Be careful with your insolence, or I may take your life." The man stepped forward, only to be halted by Journeyer's outstretched hand. "Do you possess such capability?" Sa taunted. The man blushed with anger. Meanwhile, the figure of Jack remained unfazed by the unfolding drama. "Enough, Fim, do not act rashly. However, I do wish to inquire, Kelly, what is your purpose? After all, guests must have a reason for their visit," Journeyer interjected, restraining Fim once more. "Nothing much. We merely wish to meet the Saiyans, right, Sa, E?" Kelly sneered. "What?" Goten, and Trunks were taken aback, while Gohan maintained an indifferent demeanor. "Oh, are the three of you also Saiyans?" Kelly observed their reactions, his heart racing upon perceiving Gohan's coldness. "What is your intention? Do you seek to confront the Saiyans?" Journeyer asked casually, though the tea in his cup rippled from the turbulent air. "No, not particularly. I merely contemplate that if we were to eliminate the Saiyans first, we would ascend as the new rulers, thus expediting our advancement to the finals. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Journeyer?" "Journeyer?" Gohan's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze now fixed intently on Kelly, a simmering anger evident in his voice as he sought a satisfactory response. Wukong and his companions cast glances filled with barely concealed ire at Journeyer. The smile on Journeyer's face faded completely, sensing the chill radiating from Gohan. He reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement and explained, "This is hardly a secret. Originally, my father intended to discuss this matter with you personally, as my knowledge regarding the tournament is rather limited." Gohan remained noncommittal in response to such an explanation, while Wukong and the others chose not to pursue the matter further, instead locking eyes with Kelly and his group. "Shall we commence battle now?" Wukong and Trunks murmured, their gazes fixed intently on their adversaries. "Indeed, young Journeyer. We may consider this a preliminary round, indicating it is merely a conflict between us. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from intervening, Kelly replied with a malevolent grin. Junirai recognized the inevitability of the confrontation, and after a resigned sigh, he stated, however, you cannot engage in battle here. Proceed to the gravity chamber. It is constructed of superalloy, capable of withstanding immense force. Very well, they replied in unison, and in that moment, their combat spirits surged dramatically. Cough, cough. Vegeta, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath after an extended training session, now lying on the ground with his gaze fixed upon the ceiling of the gravity chamber. Memories of recent events flitted through his mind once more. However, at this moment, his brow furrowed in irritation as he muttered to himself, "Oh, what a bothersome and tedious affair." Vegeta sensed the rising combat aura emanating from both parties, and as a warrior himself, he could easily ascertain the gravity of the situation. He propped himself up, albeit wearily, and awaited the unfolding drama with keen interest. Just then, the door slid open automatically, and several figures stepped inside. Junirai led the way, his eyes not meeting Vegeta's as he turned back to address the 7 individuals behind him, saying, "This is the place." Kelly had expected the chamber to be empty, but as his gaze swept the room, he was jolted by the piercing intensity of Vegeta's stare, feeling an oppressive weight bearing down upon him. Nevertheless, he laughed nervously and shook his head, attempting to dispel the overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, Sa and E, standing behind Kelly, felt a tremendous pressure emanating from Vegeta's not particularly imposing figure. Their derisive mockery silenced as they stared in trepidation at the formidable presence before them. Vegeta refrained from speaking directly. As Kelly managed to dissipate the tension with his casual demeanor, Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly, though a faint smile played upon his lips. Seemingly pleased with the opponent's strength, "Father," Trunks began, about to remind Vegeta of the circumstances, but Vegeta waved him off, indicating that he had already surmised their intent. Vegeta, seasoned by countless battles, recognized the unnecessary complications that lay ahead. "You too are a Saiyan, are you not? We are from the Liza clan, here to issue a challenge," Kelly declared, suddenly exuding an overwhelming aura that pierced through Vegeta's energy field, unleashing several slicing winds toward him. Vegeta merely chuckled, amused by the showmanship of his opponent. Despite the provocations, he remained unfazed. Trunks, Wukong, and Ub felt the formidable pressure and instinctively recoiled, struggling to maintain their footing. Gohan, bemused by the antics, sighed softly and neutralized the oppressive force before him. Junirai and the menacing Zack remained unperturbed, a faint energy radiating from them without any signs of disturbance. In contrast, FIM struggled to withstand the pressure, while the others appeared somewhat beleaguered by the onslaught. This guy, Sa, witnessing Vegeta's disdainful gaze, felt a surge of indignation at being subjected to such scorn after once looking down upon the weak. He cursed vehemently, but just as he prepared to retaliate, a large hand clamped over his mouth, and cold, indifferent eyes locked onto his. A chilling voice whispered, devoid of emotion, "Sleep now." Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the gravity chamber. Fortunately, Vegeta had adjusted the gravity to 30,000 times normal, averting the risk of the initial strike breaching the spacecraft. Nonetheless, the immense force drove Sa's head forcefully into the ground, creating a crater around him, blood oozing from his nostrils as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Kelly's eyes widened in disbelief. He had merely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past him. Realizing something was amiss, he turned to ascertain the truth only to find Vegeta crouched on the floor, his hand hovering near Sa's mouth, his expression icy and devoid of compassion. A profound sense of life-threatening peril surged within Kelly, who disregarded his comrade's fate and swiftly vanished from sight, appearing several meters away. E, slower to react, was paralyzed by the shocking scene unfolding before him, his mind racing for a solution. However, before he could formulate a plan, Vegeta's figure reappeared in a flash. Yi's face paled in terror as he instinctively attempted to flee. But in an instant, Vegeta's powerful hand descended upon the back of his head, slamming him down with ferocious force. His head collided with the ground, suffering injuries that rivaled those of his friend Sa. The resounding crashes echoed through the spacecraft, reverberating in rapid succession, each strike a testament to Vegeta's formidable prowess. Wukong, Trunks, and Ub were astonished by the remarkable surge in Vegeta's power, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the formidable display of strength. Gohan, however, adeptly sensed the fleeting fluctuations of Vegeta's aura and smiled knowingly, his brow relaxing. Jinyu appeared contemplative, silently observing Vegeta's might, while behind him, Jace remained indifferent, exuding an air of aloofness as if the unfolding events were of no concern to him. Once again witnessing the explosive defeat of his comrade, Kelly felt a chill of fear creep over him, prompting him to retreat once more from his adversary. At long last, his own power was unleashed, a tempestuous energy resonating throughout the gravity chamber, erupting in a vivid azure flame. This is tedious. Kelly attempted to resist, but upon the utterance of Vegeta's words, the latter escalated both the force and velocity of his attacks. A fierce elbow strike connected with Kelly's abdomen, the transmitted energy rapidly radiating throughout his entire being, shattering his defenses. A decisive blow. The hazy figure lingered in his mind with striking clarity. Though not towering in stature, it loomed large within his consciousness. No, it's impossible, Kelly thought, clutching his abdomen, blood-tinged saliva escaping his lips. In disbelief, he raised his gaze to Vegeta, who had already turned to depart, overwhelmed by despair. He was also engulfed by an insurmountable fear. Without further contemplation, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the ground. What a pompous fool. Vegeta remarked coldly as he exited the gravity chamber, uttering a startling statement while disregarding those present, leaving alone. Meanwhile, Goten, Trunks, and Ub were still processing the astonishing scenes they had just witnessed, utterly thunderstruck by Vegeta's words. They had failed to perceive the fluidity of Vegeta's movements during the battle. Such a resounding victory was entirely beyond their expectations. After all, they were acutely aware that although Kelly's strength was not formidable, should he truly wish to defeat them, Goten and Trunks would have to transform into Super Saiyans to stand a chance. Gohan was secretly astonished, unable to fathom the remarkable transformation that Vegeta had undergone in just 6 months. However, upon recalling the opponent's self-destructive training methods, Gohan could only manage a wry smile of resignation. Nerli, too, wore a bitter smile as he gestured for his subordinates to handle the situation, his gaze lingering on the moving figure, a more peculiar smile emerging on his face. Jack finally opened his eyes, witnessing Vegeta's silhouette vanish as he turned away, then shook his head, lost in his own thoughts. Thus, a farcical episode came to an equally intriguing conclusion. Chapter 7. The Return of Goku, A New Battle, Part 1. P.S. The new urban saga Holy King by Muluo has officially begun serialization. For those who enjoy Muluo's tales, do indulge yourselves. In a vibrant world of radiant light, within this spacious realm, there floated a colossal crystal chair, occupied by a frail elder nearing the end of his days. Though life still lingered within him, the old man was acutely aware that due to a certain incident, his life had been drastically diminished, leaving him with but a fleeting number of days. With half-closed eyes, his weathered visage, lined with wrinkles, appeared weary. After exhaling a heavy sigh, he murmured a phrase inaudible to others. Can prophecies truly come to fruition? Ancestor, you have left behind too many enigmas. Which of them truly reflects your intent? With a deep sigh, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, his frail body trembling. In this world, he felt utterly alone, enduring the torment of existence. Gradually, he regained his composure and solemnly uttered 3 words, Saiyan. I apologize, but Muluo wishes to verify something. If readers genuinely appreciate this Dragon Ball tale, please log in within the next 3 days to bookmark this book and leave a comment. Currently, the novel has garnered over 100,000 views, yet the number of bookmarks stands at a mere 50. Muluo finds this discrepancy concerning and seeks to confirm its authenticity. Past TL friends are requested not to artificially inflate the data or comment for now, as Muluo urgently requires genuine statistics. Should readers believe Muluo to be deceiving them, you may remove this book from your shelves come Monday. Over the next 3 days, Muluo aims to ascertain the true data of this book and dispel a troubling suspicion. Thank you all. The verdant earth thrived, nurturing life in abundance. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a gentle breeze wafted through, imparting a serene sense of comfort. The sunlight, though not blinding, offered a subtle warmth. The babbling of a nearby brook filled the air, with mischievous droplets dancing playfully, composing a tranquil melody. A slight breeze stirred as a colossal emerald dragon glided gracefully through the sky, its wooden-hued horns framing eyes that occasionally glimmered with a red light. Its long whiskers swayed in the wind, exuding an air of silent majesty, neither angered nor intimidated. This was the long-lost dragon, having vanished for half a year. It seemed the situation had grown considerably intricate. Have I erred? The dragon nodded and lowered its head, lost in introspection. My memories are but fragments. I know not where that fellow has gone, and it truly vexes me. Has the prophecy indeed come to pass? It seemed the awakened dragon was grumbling about someone. Having made a decision, it resolved to verify the accuracy of this prophecy, even at the cost of its ultimate fate. With newfound determination, the dragon's eyes flashed crimson. And then, in the space before it, a spiral distortion occurred. As the red light flickered, a diminutive figure emerged from the shattered realm. That familiar form. That playful and charming visage. That signature gesture. Wukong. Huh? Summoned by the dragon, Wukong chuckled as he tousled his spiky hair, his youthful visage reflecting his singular intellect. His bare torso was adorned with tattered blue garments that clung to his waist. With one finger, young Wukong wiped his nose, seemingly indifferent to his disheveled appearance, and inquired, "Dragon, is there something of great importance? Why the haste in calling me back?" It turned out that ever since Wukong accompanied the dragon to this enigmatic realm, his restlessness led him to persuade the dragon to allow him to train in other cosmic dimensions. Although these realms did not present formidable opponents, Wukong found joy in challenging the local monarchs. Moreover, he sensed that, thanks to the influence of the Black Star Dragon Balls, some of his previously diminished strength and stamina had gradually returned over the past 6 months. Despite his petite form, Wukong was aware that his current power far exceeded that of 6 months prior. The dragon did not respond immediately. Upon sensing Wukong's enhanced abilities, he pondered the implications. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why Wukong would choose such a course, given his identity. Stopping his speculation, the dragon took a deep breath and gazed silently at the heavens. Noticing the dragon's contemplative silence, Wukong sensed the gravity of the situation but, disinclined to delve into complexities, inquired, "Dragon, what troubles you? Why are you staring blankly at the sky?" Wukong adjusted his belt and prepared to don his tattered blue shirt once more. "I have an ominous premonition, Wukong. It seems the universe is once again in peril," the dragon replied, turning to the freshly trained Wukong with a sigh. "What do you mean? Is there a new adversary? But we have Gohan and Vegeta. They'll protect the universe, so worry not," Wukong declared innocently, clasping his hands behind his head and swaying leisurely. "No. This impending catastrophe is not easily resolved. The adversary's power surpasses even that of the evil dragons," the dragon proclaimed somberly, his melancholy voice deepening the atmosphere's tension. "Is that so?" Wukong opened his eyes wide, ceasing his swaying, skepticism evident as he thought to himself, "What a pity. I wish I could face him in battle." "Indeed, Wukong. I have contemplated this for quite some time. You alone possess the potential to avert this calamity," the dragon mused, gazing thoughtfully at the sky, aware of the fragmented prophecies that lingered in his memory. "Really?" Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he stared intently at the dragon, fearful of any sudden changes in the dragon's decision. His excitement was palpable, and upon receiving the dragon's affirmation, he began to leap joyfully. "However, there is one more issue. Your body has shrunk due to the Black Star Dragon Balls, which is detrimental, especially as your strength is suppressed. I shall restore you to your original form so that you may better confront this challenge," the dragon declared, observing the diminutive Wukong at his side. "Is that true? This is wonderful. Thank you, dragon," Wukong exclaimed, bounding around the dragon once more in exuberance. The dragon regarded Wukong, his mind still weighing various considerations. Just as he finished speaking, a red light emanated from the dragon's eyes, illuminating the triumphant Wukong. In an instant, Wukong's physique began to transform. His muscles rippled, bones cracked, and gradually he grew larger. After enduring some discomfort, his once diminutive form was restored to its original stature, the robust Wukong re-emerging before us. As Wukong's body was revitalized, the dragon also enhanced his attire, significantly augmenting its defensive capabilities. In a heartbeat, Wukong's powerful physique radiated a fierce aura, startling even the dragon. "Huh, this is fantastic. I have finally returned to my adult form." Wukong's voice had deepened, and he admired his robust frame, running his hands over his solid muscles, feeling quite satisfied. He expressed his gratitude to the dragon, saying, "Thank you, dragon. Now, let us set forth," the dragon said, concealing his inner astonishment, fully aware of the urgency. With another flash of red light directed at Wukong, the towering figure vanished, and the dragon bid farewell to Wukong, marking the beginning of a prophecy's fulfillment. Yet, the dragon remained, gazing pensively at the vast emptiness above, lost in thought, pondering, can he truly avert this catastrophe? After all, he is a Saiyan. A legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 7. Wukong's Return. A New Battle. Part 2. The scene shifts to the Kaishin realm. It remains tranquil, as this domain is among the rare places in the universe where few venture, including deities from the mortal realm. The environment rivals that of Earth, resembling a paradise within the cosmos. Having accompanied Wukong to the Kaishin realm and with nowhere else to return, the duo of Su Wulong and his father, the two cosmic beings encountered by Wukong in the skeletal space, now resided in the Kaishin realm. Their familiarity with the Kaishin allowed them to roam freely, often teasing the old Kaishin's crystal ball, peering at the cosmos beyond with laughter and mirth. Meanwhile, the old Kaishin and the Kaishin sat leisurely on a large stone, contentedly fishing, their eyes closed in serene detachment from the world. Beneath their righteous facade lay a concealed truth. Unbeknownst to others, they had made a wager. The victor would gain the right to select 3 issues from the other's coveted collection of magazines featuring beautiful women. Truly, moral decay had reached even the Kaishin, corrupted by the old Kaishin's lasciviousness, exemplifying the adage, one is colored by their company. However, Su Wulong and his father viewed this as a reflection of the truth that birds of a feather flock together. A gentle breeze rustled through, stirring their hair as silence enveloped their world, even amidst the gray underworld. A sudden tremor reached the old Kaishin's hand, and with half-closed eyes, he reflexively opened them, observing the increasingly agitated fishing line. Yet, he suppressed his excitement, waiting for the fish to truly bite. However, at the moment the hook reached its peak agitation, a loud shout erupted, startling not only the fish below but also the old Kaishin, who was on the verge of claiming victory. What? This energy? Is it not Son Wukong? Has he returned? The Kaishin exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, excitement flooding his expression. The old Kaishin, about to unleash a torrent of curses, initially assumed his descendant could not handle defeat and was merely shouting. Yet upon hearing the name Son Wukong, his anger transformed into surprise, and he questioned, "What did you say? Wukong has returned? He was supposed to disappear forever with the dragon. You must be mistaken." The old Kai, appearing contemplative, spoke aloud, then murmured in a low tone, "No. Could it be that new perils are upon us?" Indeed, it was the unmistakable energy of Goku. The Grand Supreme Kai, initially blushing as he attempted to explain, quickly regained his composure upon seeing the pensive expression of the old Kai, and repeated his inquiry. Meanwhile, the father and son, Wukong, were taken aback by the old Kai's immense reaction, staring blankly at him as he rested his chin in thought. What could this be about? They wondered. After all, it had been a millennium since the last incident. The old Kai disregarded their presence and solemnly stated, his deep-set eyes no longer clouded with confusion. He set down his fishing rod and closed his eyes in deep contemplation. The Grand Supreme Kai, who had been perplexed, suddenly recalled something and gasped. Could it be related to that matter? What should we do about this situation? The old Kai lifted his gaze to the expansive blue sky, seemingly in search of answers, while the Grand Supreme Kai bowed his head, lost in thought. The Wukong duo exchanged helpless glances, unsure of what to say. Transitioning to another planet, Goku chuckled. What a bother this is. I haven't even clarified Gohan's whereabouts and situation with Shenron before being whisked away to this desolate place. He surveyed the barren landscape and remarked, well, there's no choice but to use instant transmission to track their location. Goku prepared for the technique, but after a moment, he released his fingers, his expression shifting abruptly, followed by a loud rumble resonating from his stomach. He relaxed his brow, chuckling to himself, haha, it seems I should fill my belly first. After some activity, I've become quite hungry. No wonder. The ominous sound was merely his stomach protesting after being summoned by Shenron, causing Goku to momentarily forget his hunger during his training. Now, with his stomach clamoring for attention, this simple-minded warrior finally realized his predicament. Food is of utmost importance, especially for a Saiyan, whose voracious appetite is as notable as their love for battle. Without further contemplation, Goku utilized instant transmission to traverse to a planet teeming with life. After a torrential feast, he patted his slightly distended belly and sighed. Chi-Chi says I should eat until I'm 7/10 full. I suppose this meal will suffice. However, this remark left everyone in the restaurant astounded. The waiter, standing behind Goku, stared dumbfounded at the mountainous pile of dishes, utterly speechless. What bewildered them most was that this voracious eater claimed that a meal equivalent to the sustenance for 20 people was merely 7/10 full for him, and his belly only appeared slightly rounded. It seemed to defy the laws of conservation of mass, as the patrons collectively mused. "All right, my good man. Let us settle the bill," Goku said, wiping his mouth with a napkin, then retrieving a glass orb from his bag. This spectacle once again left the onlookers in shock. Many stood frozen in disbelief, particularly the waiter, who had been smiling but now found himself utterly petrified upon seeing the orb in his hands. He soon erupted. "What are you doing? Do you intend to dine and dash? You're quite audacious, aren't you?" The middle-aged waiter, observing Goku's youthful visage, abandoned all pretense of politeness and began to curse. After all, he understood that if this individual truly attempted to evade payment, his entire month's salary would be at stake, not to mention any potential bonuses, given the sheer quantity of food Goku had consumed. After a moment of bewilderment, Wukong came to an understanding, offering a wry smile as he patted the back of his head. It turned out that during his travels through different dimensions of the universe, the planet he had recently visited was particularly deficient in glass. Thus, in that realm, a mere glass orb was worth its weight in gold. Different worlds often have varying currencies, and even Wukong, with his inherent simplicity, grasped the situation. The bustling restaurant was filled with murmurs and gestures from patrons. Yet he paid no heed to the incessant warnings of the attendant beside him. Instead, he rummaged through his bag and produced another small item, placing it on the table. In an instant, the entire restaurant fell silent, and many patrons gasped in astonishment. The attendant, too, was left dumbfounded, his eyes gleaming with greed as he drooled like a glutton. What Wukong had unveiled was none other than a 10-carat diamond. Chapter 7. Wukong's Return, A New Battle, Part 3. Is this sufficient? I shall take my leave now. The attendant was utterly stupefied. Yet the familiar voice of Wukong prompted an automatic nod, completely oblivious to the fact that Wukong's figure had vanished without a trace. The cacophony of the street was incessant, with speeding vehicles darting across the thoroughfare, showcasing the planet's impressive technological advancements. A familiar figure strolled down the street, bright eyes beneath crescent-shaped brows observing the surroundings keenly. Wukong playfully patted his slightly protruding belly through his garments, seemingly relishing the recent feast. This place is quite splendid, though it pales in comparison to Earth," he remarked, glancing around. Yet, upon mentioning Earth, a subtle shadow flickered across his cheerful demeanor. Wukong vividly recalled the words of the dragon. Only by departing this mortal realm can peace truly arrive. A gentle melancholy washed over him as he reminisced about his childhood. Vivid scenes of warmth and nostalgia emerging in his mind, gradually soothing his spirit. At that moment, a raucous voice pierced the air, capturing Wukong's attention. As he turned to locate the source of the commotion, he caught sight of a crowd ahead and sensed an ominous aura of death. His crescent-shaped brows knitted tightly. "Oh, what is this?" "It is the former king himself. How unfortunate for you to be reduced to the streets," boasted a well-dressed brute, who brazenly kicked an elderly man aside. The onlookers quickly recoiled, fear evident in their eyes as they watched the scene unfold. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Another burly man rushed to assist the elderly figure, who, with bruises marring his visage, glared fiercely at the ruffian. "You despicable traitor, Jean. How dare you harm His Majesty?" "Humph. The king? He is nothing more than a worthless life now, is he?" The ruffian retorted arrogantly, glancing over at the soldiers flanking him, a mocking grin on his face. "Curse you. I will kill you," the injured man roared, his fury igniting as he charged forward. "Humph. You think you can take me on?" The arrogant brute merely tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the attack, then lifted his left leg, driving his knee into the man's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him crashing backward, rolling several meters before coming to a halt, blood spilling from his mouth. "Guardian." The elderly man scrambled to his feet and rushed forward to support the injured guardian. Wukong did not rush to act. Instead, he relied on his keen sense of aura to discern the enigmatic situation of the soldiers. It seemed as though his eyes could perceive the tendrils of dark energy emanating from the crowns of their heads, all of which pointed ominously in the same direction, toward the resplendent palace located thousands of meters behind them. In that moment, Wukong's mind recalled the fierce battle against the fully formed baby, as the dark energy before him bore a striking resemblance to baby's method of absorbing humanity's negative emotions to bolster his strength. Oh, what a delightful connection indeed. However, the king had issued his command. Hence, your need for survival has dissipated. I could eliminate you at any moment, and it seems the time is ripe to extinguish both of you in one fell swoop. With that, he gathered an energy blast in his hands, directing it toward the two of them, and unleashed it. Upon hearing the brutish man's declaration, Wukong's formidable consciousness had already enveloped the vicinity, allowing him to clearly see the dark tendrils above the man's head suddenly swell several times. As a faint red glow emanated from the brute's eyes, an energy sphere appeared in his hand as if by instinct. With a furrowed brow, Wukong swiftly advanced, seizing the vibrant red energy sphere and effortlessly nullifying the impending annihilation. The burly man, momentarily taken aback by Wukong's formidable presence, forced himself to regain composure and exclaimed, "Who are you to dare confront me? I am but a mere earthling." Wukong replied, casting a glance at him. Ignoring the astonished onlookers, Wukong contemplated the faint black energy lingering on his right hand. It dawned upon him that, during the recent explosion, he had temporarily retained a trace of dark energy, unexpectedly pure beyond the malevolent dragon's essence. An earthling? Humph. You insolent brat. Are you tired of living? Jean, observing that his troops had encircled Wukong, let out a sigh of relief and menacingly shouted. He then swung down at Wukong's head. Yet Wukong displayed no intention of evasion, instead offering a cold smirk. Sensing the opponent's treachery, the man swiftly propelled himself backward and unleashed a burst of energy toward Wukong. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Wukong redirected the attack, accelerating it further toward the man. Jean, the burly figure, was struck with alarm as the black line above him surged once more, amplifying his power. His right hand, seemingly poisoned and now darkened, grasped his own energy, bizarrely drawing it back into his body. Wukong observed all the transformations unfolding before him, discerning that what could be described as the opponent's reabsorption of energy was more accurately the insidious black aura that devoured strength. As he watched the dark tendrils spreading over the burly man's body, it was apparent that the latter was enduring immense agony. His expression contorted into a grotesque mask of torment. Wukong's toes barely grazed the ground, and with a fleeting shadow, he swiftly positioned himself beside the giant. He placed a formidable hand upon the man's crown and unleashed a blinding white light, forcefully obliterating the encroaching darkness. The burly man seemed to find liberation. As Wukong's radiant energy coursed through him, his once darkened form rapidly reverted to its original state. However, he could not withstand the fierce clash of the two opposing forces within him. After expelling a mouthful of black blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Surrounding them, dozens of soldiers stood paralyzed with terror, gazing at this extraordinarily powerful enigma, just as they were jolted from their stupor and contemplated fleeing. Wukong's figure executed a series of swift movements, eradicating the black mist from each of their heads and rendering them unconscious one by one. This overwhelming skirmish left all present in a state of shock. They had failed to perceive Wukong's actions. Yet they bore witness to his astounding feat of vanquishing an adversarial force of dozens in a mere 2 to 3 seconds. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as if the very air held its breath. Wukong disregarded their scrutinizing gazes and approached the elderly figure referred to as the king, for he sought to uncover the truth of the matter. Undoubtedly, the monarch of this realm was among the most qualified individuals to elucidate the situation. The king and his guard regarded the unfamiliar Wukong with curiosity, but nevertheless advanced slowly to bow in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. In return, may I inquire if you have any requests? I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." With a smile, Wukong assisted the elderly man, boldly inquiring, "I wish to uncover the secrets of these individuals." Upon hearing Wukong's response, both the old man and Wei involuntarily changed their expressions, appearing troubled by the dilemma of whether to respond. After all, they were acutely aware of the formidable nature of that faction. Even though the person before them exuded such strength, it did not guarantee victory over them. "I shall assist you in resolving this matter, so please speak honestly." From the depths of their eyes, Wukong discerned a flicker of anxiety, prompting him to inquire with a smile. He sensed an insidious dark force stirring not far from his location, precisely within the resplendent palace where the so-called king resided. Even with Wukong's singular focus, he could not help but glean certain truths. What troubled him most was that this ominous energy seemed to gravitate towards either one or three individuals. Although it did not possess the terrifying potency of a Super Saiyan, its malevolence was undeniably profound. Was this the calamity of the universe that the dragon spoke of? Wukong pondered inwardly, for after enduring numerous conflicts, he no longer approached each war with naivety. Chapter 7. The Resurgence of Wukong, A New Battle, Part 4. Within the opulent hall, three imposing figures sat regally upon their thrones. Their visages bore striking similarities. each delineating a countenance of formidable authority, their eyes glinting with a lethal intensity. However, the individual at the center bore a distinctive mark, a black lightning emblem etched upon his brow. He was currently channeling a sphere of lightning. Intricate tendrils of electricity weaving through the air, yet none could fathom the annihilative potential of this orb, which could obliterate the land for miles around. At that moment, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, his profound gaze fixed ahead in contemplation. "Elder brother, you too have sensed it, haven't you? Someone has audaciously erased our mark," spoke the figure seated to the left, unable to restrain his curiosity. The man with the lightning mark remained silent, but the one to his right responded, "Indeed, third brother. And you too have perceived it. The presence feels oddly familiar." Upon hearing his second brother's reply, the third sibling's expression darkened. He was keenly aware that the moment Wukong had unleashed a radiant glow from his hands. He had indeed sensed that same aura, a resonance from an informal encounter over 6 months prior. "Regardless of his identity, we shall eliminate him," declared the eldest among them. His apprehension stemming from the fact that the opponent's aura could vanish instantaneously after a sudden surge, having evaded detection since the moment the dark energy had dissipated. He had been searching for the opponent's whereabouts, only to find that the individual seemed to have vanished into thin air, no longer present on this planet. Yet, one thing was unequivocally clear: the adversary had not departed. "Are you suggesting that over 6 months ago, another system near yours faced sudden annihilation, resulting in a colossal energy surge? Is the usurper of your throne from that very system?" Upon hearing the elders and Wei's explanations, Wukong endeavored to articulate the essence of their discourse. However, what truly instilled a sense of trepidation within him was the revelation of a colossal energy field emerging in a neighboring galaxy. Attempting to sense it with his aura, he discovered that the expanse was already distorted and illusory. His spiritual awareness could not penetrate its enigmatic depths. With one certainty, there were no signs of life present. The situation unfolded as follows. Since their arrival, they had swiftly commandeered the majority of the soldiers and warriors overnight. Naturally, those who resisted his dominion had been decimated by over 90%. As for me, my royal status afforded me a temporary reprieve from an untimely demise. The elder's eyes, clouded with age, reflected the profound despair of encountering such a dire predicament in his twilight years, casting a shadow over his spirit. Indeed, without the infusion of his dark power, these soldiers would not possess such formidable strength. Jean, once my undeniable rival, now rendered me powerless in confrontation. Wei also recounted his observations regarding the dark energy. Although he could not fully comprehend it, he had witnessed Jean enveloped in a black glow, channeling that malevolent light into an officer's mind, resulting in an unprecedented surge in that officer's power. The complexity of the situation extended far beyond mere appearances. Wukong paused, realizing that such matters were far too extraordinary for them to comprehend. Only he understood that the current dark energy was indeed nourishing the soldiers. Yet he also discerned that their vitality was rapidly depleting, as the tendrils of black energy incessantly siphoned from their bodies, while the figure behind it all grew increasingly formidable. Upon hearing Wukong's summary, Wei and the elder were momentarily taken aback, but they were soon elated by Wukong's next declaration. After catching his breath, Wukong solemnly stated, "I shall resolve this incident." After a brief interlude, the confrontation finally commenced in earnest. "Report, my lord, someone has intruded. Captain Jean has already been defeated. It was the former king's faction, and among them is an exceptionally powerful, mysterious figure aiding their cause." A soldier rushed in to deliver the news. "Oh, has the time finally arrived?" The second brother awakened from his stupor, slightly opening his eyes to behold the trembling subordinate, a wave of disgust rising within him. In an instant, an oppressive force emanated from him, crushing the insignificant underling to death. "Useless," the second brother coldly remarked, turning his gaze to his elder brother, only to find his countenance grim. The eldest brother, along with the reckless third brother, noticed the darkening expression of the elder. Lacking the depth of thought possessed by their elder sibling, they were unaware of a crucial secret. They were not three independent entities. The energy has consistently remained around 5,000. The middle-aged man, marked by a black lightning emblem on his forehead, clenched his fists. He had been aware of the skirmish outside, yet upon locking onto the energy signatures, he discovered that the opponent's power remained astonishingly stable at 5,000, an inconceivable situation given that even the soldiers boasted strengths in the tens of thousands. Moreover, he pondered whether the origins of this adversary were linked to the one who had obliterated his mark over 6 months ago, their energies bore a striking resemblance. Yet the disparity was far too great, far too weak. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the middle-aged man confirmed that the invader was indeed the enigmatic figure who had recently erased his mark. What astonished him was the opponent's ability to control their power so masterfully. "Do not panic. No one can defeat us," he finally responded to his so-called younger brothers. His thoughts momentarily lost in contemplation. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a white beam of light surged into the palace, intending to initiate their first clash with a bombardment. "Swallow!" The middle-aged man barked, unleashing a torrent of black flames from behind him. With a disdainful snort, the ferocious dark energy collided with the white energy blast, absorbing the unexpected strike without triggering an explosion. "Ah, it appears the situation is indeed as such. That mysterious black energy is far from simple." A familiar voice echoed within the hall. Wukong's figure swiftly materialized, his voice resonating throughout the expanse. Suddenly faced with Wukong's assault, the second and third brothers were momentarily stunned. Now acutely aware of the formidable opponent before them, stripped of their earlier arrogance, they scrutinized their adversary with grave intensity. Even the middle-aged man marked by the lightning emblem remained silent, fully cognizant that while the black energy had consumed the opponent's energy blast, it had simultaneously diminished a significant portion of its own power. Ultimately, the energy expended was less than that absorbed. Yet, only through battle would the victor be known. Wukong stood proudly before his opponent, acutely aware of the overwhelming malevolent energy emanating from him. There was no need for compassion, for after experiencing the terror of the evil dragon incident, Wukong had come to understand the dreadful existence of negative energy. Gazing upon the multitude of defeated foes prostrate at his feet, the elder and Wei beside him remained trembling with trepidation. Who was this individual? And how could he possess such formidable power, effortlessly subduing 10,000 soldiers, each of whom boasted a battle prowess exceeding 50,000? The king recalled Wukong's earlier battle. Indeed, the swiftness was astonishing, a truly overwhelming victory. Wei reflected on Wukong's combat prowess. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could indeed assist us. This would be nothing short of miraculous. The elder's gaze was fixed upon the grand hall in the distance, his heart still surging with admiration, fervently wishing for Wukong's triumph. "Yes, your majesty," Wei responded reflexively, awestruck by Wukong's might. At that very moment, a vortex of energy appeared above the grand hall, swirling with dark mist that glimmered ominously. The winds howled as powerful forces surged upwards, causing the entire capital to tremble in response. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 8. The Enigmatic Dark Energy, Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 1. Four formidable energies erupted into the sky, enveloping the entire capital. The black vortex above occasionally flickered with purplish-red lightning. Though it did not rain down destruction, its oppressive aura instilled deep fear in the hearts of the fighters below. Recognizing the dreadfulness of this impending battle, Wei, sensing the chilling intent to fight, swiftly carried the king several miles away. Both men stared intently at the distant battlefield. Though far removed, the scope of the battlefield was vast, even as Wukong drew the conflict to the outskirts of the capital. The flames of war still cast their shadow over the city. Supported by Wei, the king floated several hundred meters high, granting him a clear view of the distant clash. At the onset of battle, Wukong had already dispersed the dark energy vortex coalescing from the negative energy and obliterating the storm filled with electrical fury. He felt an immense pull, as if the very force sought to consume him. Thus, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden radiance clashing against the three dark energies. They are truly formidable, Wei thought, feeling the intensity of the battle. Being at a distance, he was oblivious to the reality within. At present, he merely relied on his protective shield to withstand the turbulent waves of energy unleashed by their conflict. Should they return to the ground, the impact of these waves would be significantly less, yet there remained no assurance that the earth would not suddenly fracture as they had just witnessed. After a fierce exchange, a figure gradually descended onto a massive boulder. Wukong, reflecting on the middle-aged man marked by lightning, who possessed unfathomable strength, also took note of the two figures beside him. Having already discerned their energies as eerily similar, Wukong was not overly surprised upon seeing the three appear almost as one, though his contemplation deepened. "Oh, you are indeed powerful. If it were not for that, I would truly stand no chance against you. Your strength has surged immensely compared to over half a year ago," remarked the lightning-marked man, his gaze lingering on Wukong's golden hair. Upon hearing this, Wukong's heart shifted, though he concealed it well, internally reasoning that this individual could not possibly have met him before. Yet the uncertainty loomed larger. Greetings, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. You may call me Leisha, or the Thunder God, the deity of a neighboring star system. The two beside me are Haisha, the second, and Luosha. His words struck with intensity, and Wukong widened his eyes in astonishment, quickly furrowing his brow, his gaze narrowing. After a brief moment of surprise, Wukong attempted to inquire, if you are a god from another planet, why do you seek to invade another's realm? The Thunder God hesitated before responding, a faint smile of resignation crossing his face. It is the law of the jungle. Wukong's expression subtly shifted, as he had never anticipated such a response from his opponent. Upon hearing those words, a flicker of resentment stirred within him. The Thunder God ceased to speak, instantly appearing before Wukong and delivering a punch aimed at his abdomen. Wukong reacted swiftly, pushing aside the incoming attack with his hand and retaliating with a strike directed at the Thunder God's face. The Thunder God, with a swift motion, evaded and materialized a sphere of energy in his hand, but before he could neutralize the first attack, Wukong sensed a presence looming behind him, a force poised to strike. Ignoring the Thunder God's intent to ambush, Wukong executed a swift turn, delivering a powerful blow that collided solidly with his foe's fist. Due to Wukong's superior strength, the blast sent Haisha reeling, suppressing the urge to spew forth blood. With a wave of his hand, the Thunder God launched a cerulean energy projectile, which arced gracefully through the air to intercept Wukong as he pursued Haisha. Faced with this unforeseen obstruction, Wukong was compelled to halt his advance, extending his right hand to unleash a radiant golden light, obliterating the Thunder God's interception in an explosive display. Seizing the moment, Haisha broke free from the constraints of power, attempting to breach the center of the explosion for a surprise attack. However, as he approached the flames, a hand enveloped in golden light emerged to greet him. Haisha's eyes widened in disbelief, but he was unable to respond in time. Wukong emerged from the blaze, grasping Haisha's head with one hand while his other formed a steel-like fist, crashing into Haisha's abdomen with a resounding impact. At the moment of this assault, Wukong released his grip on Haisha's head, choosing instead to incapacitate his adversary without lethal intent. With his focus now locked onto the Thunder God, Wukong's gaze sharpened as he deftly evaded a barrage of energy projectiles. However, when he launched his counterattack, he discovered that the Thunder God was merely an afterimage. The Thunder God had already materialized beside the injured Haisha, a sinister black mist seeping into Haisha's body, rapidly mending his wounds. Before Wukong could seize the opportunity, a sudden oppressive force descended from above, compelling him to abandon his offensive maneuvers. Transitioning into a defensive stance, Wukong crossed his arms, unleashing the power within him in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the Thunder God's gust of energy. Chapter 8. The Enigmatic Black Mist Transcending Super Saiyan, Part 2. In an instant, Wukong's figure vanished. Yet he keenly sensed that the Thunder God had already locked onto his presence. Thus, he took the initiative to materialize before the Rakshasa, seizing the opponent's forehead with a firm grip, and then unleashed a devastating strike that sent his foe crashing to the ground, raising a towering wave of earth. At that very moment, the Thunder God flicked his right hand, and in an astonishing transformation, his energy manifested as a lightning whip hundreds of feet long, slicing through the void as it surged towards Wukong in the distance. Wukong sensed the terrifying power of the lightning, yet remained composed and focused. His figure darted through the air, leaving behind 3 or 4 afterimages, before swiftly pursuing the God of Thunder, who was 100 meters away. With a circular energy slash, he descended upon his adversary. The latter hastily countered, only to find Wukong severing the origin of his lightning whip. The God of Thunder was momentarily taken aback, but what astonished him even more was that Wukong's colossal hand had already lingered before him. Before he could react, a wave of oppressive force from Wukong's palm sent him hurtling into the distance. Instantly, the dark energy within the God of Thunder erupted, akin to a ferocious tiger devouring Wukong's palm strike. However, during the impact, the god still sustained some injuries, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Wukong did not fixate on his opponent. The injured sea demon found himself in peril once more. Just as he caught his breath, Wukong appeared at his side after having incapacitated both the Rakshasa and the God of Thunder. Seizing the sea demon's arm, Wukong hurled himself towards the Rakshasa's position with immense force, delivering a golden energy blast that once again devastated the recently risen Rakshasa and the sea demon, who lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood. This scene left the god of thunder utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that his opponent had suddenly unleashed overwhelming power in a fit of rage. Upon witnessing Wukong's cold gaze, he felt a flicker of fear for the first time. The god of thunder was oblivious to the reasons behind Wukong's fury, yet under the immense pressure of his aura, he sensed a chilling air of impending death. Perhaps Wukong himself was unaware of the intense desire to vanquish his foe that had surged within him. Indeed, a shift in his mindset had occurred, and in that moment of enlightenment, Wukong realized that his emotions had undergone a subtle transformation. Wrathful? Initially, Goku contemplated this dilemma. Even when he transformed into the fourth Super Saiyan, he never experienced such a bloodthirsty urge. As the seven-star dragon once articulated, whenever Goku ascended to the state of Super Saiyan 4, his emotions would undergo certain alterations. Feelings that could typically be suppressed would become particularly aggressive in this form. Nevertheless, he had never harbored such a savage inclination as he did now. Throughout his recent journeys, there had been few battles that necessitated a transformation. However, once he did transform, a primal instinct for slaughter would inevitably arise. The higher the level of transformation, the more pronounced this subconscious ferocity seemed to clash with his original consciousness. Is it due to the Dragon Balls entering my body? The sole unconventional answer that Wukong acquired was this. However, such a notion is rather difficult to believe. Depart from this planet, for if you were to repeat these actions, I would be compelled to end your existence. Suppressing the turmoil within, Wukong gradually retracted the aura radiating from his body. He gazed down upon the defeated and disheveled Thunder God, ready to deliver the final decree. As if struck by a blow to his dignity, the Thunder God ceased to tremble in fear. Instead, he clenched his jaw, blood seeping from his lips. As the saying goes, a warrior may be slain, but not dishonored. Humiliated to such an extent, the Thunder God still retained an intrinsic nobility, and suddenly, a sinister light flickered in his eyes. Dark energy erupted from the crown of his head, enveloping him entirely, while an exceptionally terrifying power surged forth. The moment Wukong sensed the shift in this dark energy, an intense fury ignited within him, rekindling the murderous intent that had yet to subside. He darted through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake, intent on delivering a punishing blow to his opponent. However, just as Wukong approached the Thunder God, the latter unleashed a thunderous roar, and the dark energy coalesced into a shadowy figure adorned with a streak of ghastly white. With a mere gesture, the figure directed a devastating wave of destructive energy toward Wukong. Wukong was taken aback. At the moment the figure appeared, his heart leaped with an unprecedented sense of impending danger enveloping his spirit. In an instant, he summoned his strength, but as he braced himself against the overwhelming ki, he suddenly realized that this strike possessed an extraordinarily formidable power, launching him toward the distant mountains. A tremendous destruction ensued, as Wukong was relentlessly compressed into the colossal mountain range by that surging ki, which obliterated the untouched terrain, annihilating 100 miles of mountains in the blink of an eye. This fierce confrontation, though it seemed to stretch on, transpired within a mere moment. Just as the grand explosion was about to unfold, a thunderous roar of a mighty ape reverberated through the air. With an earth-shattering bellow, a golden aura coalesced into a gigantic simian figure at the site of the shattered mountain range. Its deep crimson eyes appeared capable of piercing through the very essence of the figure 100 miles away, baring its fangs and snarling, followed by an even more resounding roar. The colossal ape seized the key that was no larger than chopsticks before it, and with a powerful grip, it crushed the terrifying strike, purifying the strands of dark energy with its radiant golden light. Wukong stood in bewilderment, a look of confusion etched on his face, utterly unaware of the circumstances at hand. Moments earlier, just as he anticipated the impending explosion of his ki blast and was preparing to amplify his strength for another transformation, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him, manifesting as a colossal golden ape alongside his rising energy. Uncertain of the cause, Wukong chose not to dwell on it further. Sensing the overwhelming aura of the Thunder God ascending, he understood the necessity of augmenting his own power. As both parties ascended to new realms of strength, the very fabric of the cosmos trembled in response, the planet quaking as if it were a living entity. Caught in the throes of their immense might, a resounding explosion resonated within 100 miles, a torrent of energy surging forth, and the ground beneath Wukong began to disintegrate. The scattered remnants of the mountains reduced to mere dust by the forceful waves of energy. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Black Energy, Surpassing Super Saiyan, Part 3. a familiar golden figure stood majestically upon the earth. Though Wukong could not see his opponent from 100 miles away, he discerned the unfolding changes through the nuances of energy detection. As he had surmised, the Thunder God and his two companions were indeed a unified entity. Once the black energy enveloped the Thunder God, both Haisha and Luosha were similarly engulfed, merging into his being, while the residual black energy lingering within the bodies of numerous soldiers was drawn back into the Thunder God's essence. With furrowed brows and his cerulean eyes narrowing slightly, Wukong's spiky golden hair cascaded down his back, the raging golden aura igniting the air with a crackling sound. And blue-white lightning danced upward from his heels. A smile curved upon his face as he entered the third level of Super Saiyan. This time, for reasons unknown, the impulsive force he felt was significantly diminished. He had anticipated that ascending to Super Saiyan 3 would incite a more ferocious demeanor, yet at the moment of transformation, any reservations vanished. His emotions remained unperturbed, though his typical transition to Super Saiyan 3 was often accompanied by an air of solitary pride. Aware that his opponent had completed their final step, Wukong's smile broadened. He lifted slightly off the ground, and as golden sparks rained down, his figure vanished and reappeared within 100 miles, creating two afterimages that almost simultaneously traversed the distance. Having unleashed all the black energy, the Thunder God no longer hesitated to embrace his transformation. He exuded newfound confidence, albeit with a hint of surprise at Wukong's retransformation. However, under the influence of the black energy, his mind was somewhat compromised, prompting him to launch an offensive. With a flick of his hand, dozens of black ki blasts erupted from the Thunder God's fingertips. Although Super Saiyan 3 Wukong had gained significant strength, he was acutely aware of the domineering nature of these black blasts. He understood that if struck by even 2 or 3, his movements would inevitably slow, a potentially fatal miscalculation in their climactic confrontation. Thus, Wukong eschewed a direct confrontation. It had been a considerable time since he had indulged in the thrill of battle, and now he felt a surge of excitement. After all, in the past 6 months, he had refrained from transforming even to Super Saiyan 2 to suppress his more violent tendencies. The prospect of engaging in a fierce battle in his Super Saiyan 3 state was exhilarating. As the barrage of ki blasts approached, Wukong deftly evaded them in rapid succession, appearing almost as if he were multiple figures in the air. After the ki blast soared past, he ignited his golden aura once more, pursuing his opponent ahead. The Thunder God, enveloped in black energy, intended to bombard Wukong again, but, upon realizing Wukong's true intentions, slowly raised his outstretched right hand and unleashed a powerful blast into the void above. Indeed, a remarkable display. The voice of Wukong resonated from a height of 100 meters, as the fleeting silhouette, rivaling that of the Thunder God, finally vanished. Observing the opponent's decisive strike aimed at him, Wukong merely sighed. With great anticipation, he brought his right fist down in a powerful blow, effectively countering the Thunder God's attack. Upon witnessing the opponent retaliate with sheer fist strength, the Thunder God furrowed his brow. However, just as he was releasing his power, a swirling vortex of black energy erupted from his right hand, drawing back the energy of the returning attack. With a cold smirk, the Thunder God materialized before the descending Wukong, launching a heavy punch. The impact resounded. The two fists collided with unwavering force, sending golden beams crashing against the black aura below. The shockwave that erupted in that moment was unprecedentedly overwhelming, causing the earth beneath to cave in, massive fissures extending for thousands of feet. Both combatants executed their assaults in the blink of an eye, engaging in tens of thousands of exchanges within mere moments. The residual energy from each strike barely dissipated before another wave of impact surged forth. Thus, the gathered energies of heaven and earth erupted simultaneously, and after a brief pause from Wukong and the Thunder God, an earth-shattering explosion ensued, shaking the very planet. Damn it! The Thunder God cursed inwardly, never having anticipated that. Despite unleashing his full power of black energy, he would still be unable to overshadow his opponent. Throughout this fierce battle, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Wukong still possessed another transformation opportunity, which fueled his resolve to continue the struggle. However, he was acutely aware that if the battle prolonged, the black energy would turn against him, heralding his own destruction. Only he knew the true nature represented by that dark energy. Wukong, deep in thought, understood that despite not having unleashed the full power of his Super Saiyan 3 form, he had grown immensely since the evil dragon incident. When the Dragon Balls entered his body and the dragon restored itself, only Wukong was aware of the tremendous strength he now possessed, sufficient to defeat the one-star dragon in its initial state. However, during the current battle, Thor was able to match him. This led Wukong to deduce that Thor's power surpassed that of Super Android 17, leaving him puzzled about the emergence of such a formidable opponent in the universe. Perhaps the answer lay within that ominous dark energy. From the moment he first encountered the dark threads, Wukong felt an unsettling apprehension. The presence of that negative energy was even more suffocating than that of the evil dragon. A vague sense of crisis stirred within him, and though he could not pinpoint the cause, his intuition warned him that if he did not defeat his adversary swiftly, the situation would worsen. Resolute, Wukong ceased his hesitation and, while moving at high speed, summoned an even greater power. With a sudden burst of spatial movement, he closed in on Thor, launching a side kick aimed at his opponent. Thor appeared visibly taken aback by Wukong's sudden acceleration, but managed to muster a feeble defense at the last moment. However, the dark energy could not keep pace with Wukong's offensive speed. As Thor twisted his body to block the powerful kick with his forearm, he was still sent reeling. His right hand rendered completely numb as Wukong's aura shattered his defenses. Thor glided through the air, emitting a white glow from his feet, producing a piercing sound as he cut through the atmosphere. It was only after a tremor from Wukong's energy that he managed to stabilize his retreating form. Yet, as he looked up sharply, Wukong's silhouette reappeared above him, with a left-footed spinning kick now replaced by a right foot aimed at his face. Thor's inner turmoil surged as he grasped Wukong's right foot, but the sheer force of the impact caused him to lose his balance momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Wukong explosively thrust his hands behind his head, shifting his center of gravity. Using his hands as leverage, he spun his body, and Thor, momentarily lax due to his grip on Wukong's foot, was sent hurtling through the air. As Wukong watched Thor being propelled away, he pressed the attack, his energy tracing a brilliant arc as he pursued his opponent. Accurately gauging Thor's position, Wukong unleashed another powerful punch to Thor's torso, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact stirred a colossal wave of dust, causing the earth to buckle and tremble, even altering the trajectory of the planet itself. Chapter 8, The Mysterious Dark Energy Transcending Super Saiyan, Part 4, Leave This Place. The figure of Wukong lingered 100 meters above, patiently awaiting the moment when the dust would settle back to the ground, coldly observing the severely injured Thunder God below as he resumed their previous negotiations. Yet, the response he received was the Thunder God's enigmatic smile, marred by deep lacerations that painted his face with streaks of blood, a smile that was both grotesque and terrifying. In that instant, Wukong grasped the magnitude of his opponent's power, unable to fathom how this stranger, whom he had encountered only once, had evolved to such formidable heights over the past 7 or 8 months. Wukong, perplexed by the other's demeanor, soon observed that following the Thunder Goddess declaration, a dark aura began to emanate from him, conjuring a spectral figure once more between the Thunder God and himself. Yet at this moment, the ghastly silhouette beneath the black radiance appeared increasingly human, its overwhelming dark power swelling mightily. Just as it was poised to launch an assault on Wukong, the Dragon Ball within him stirred for the very first time. As the Dragon Ball shifted, golden light erupted from Wukong's eyes, and a colossal ape's shadow materialized, delivering a powerful punch that collided with the dark figure. Following a cataclysmic explosion, both entities were obliterated, with even Wukong being propelled backward by the shockwave, tasting the metallic tang of blood as it trickled from his lips. The Thunder God, barely managing to maintain his stance, succumbed further to the devastation wrought by the explosion. His expression dimming, yet his smile growing ever more sinister, sending a shiver of unease down Wukong's spine. Let it all be destroyed, it has already come. The Thunder God's gaze narrowed, as if he had glimpsed victory, erupting into maniacal laughter that forced forth crimson blood from his mouth. A sudden sense of life and death peril gripped Wukong's heart, and as he beheld the Thunder God's half-lifeless eyes, he instinctively turned his gaze skyward, only to discover a swirling black hole materializing above the planet, following the flicker of a dark point. The entire daylight was abruptly shrouded in darkness, as if the sky were usurped by the black vortex. An image in Wukong's mind reminiscent of the gates of hell preparing to consume all living beings at that very moment. Viewed from the expanse of space, One would see a black hole, vast enough to encompass 3 or 4 galaxies, rotating as it approached the fringes of the solar system, appearing before the planet like a speck of dust. The immense gravitational pull began to shake the planet, drawing it ever closer to the gaping maw of the black hole. Wukong's complexion turned pale. After all, the black hole exuded no trace of life, rendering it impossible to ascertain the external circumstances through any breath or aura. Only now did he realize the impending catastrophe. However, such a transformation should not evoke such fear within him. Wukong found himself perplexed by the suffocating aura of death that enveloped him. For, if he were to transform into his Super Saiyan 3 form, he would possess the potential to obliterate a galaxy, let alone a black hole of such vast magnitude that it encompassed multiple galaxies. Wukong was enveloped in a resplendent golden glow, intending to unleash a formidable energy wave to obliterate the black hole. However, he soon realized that the black hole voraciously devoured his power like an abyss, leaving him momentarily bewildered and unable to harness his full strength. Wukong gazed in astonishment at the encroaching black hole, his body emanating a more formidable power as he sought to counteract the voracious pull of the abyss while simultaneously gathering strength for a counterattack. It was futile. The black hole was beyond destruction. The Thunder God observed Wukong's futile struggles with a derisive amusement, akin to watching an ant challenge an elephant. In the enveloping darkness, the inhabitants of the planet were finally gripped by the chilling specter of death, frantically fleeing in terror. Some devout believers perceived the arrival of the apocalypse as the ultimate judgment to purge the world of its sins. "What is happening?" one shouted, having witnessed eclipses before, yet bewildered by the sudden, ominous transformation before him. "Was that an earthquake?" Another exclaimed in horror. "No, look, a colossal black vortex has appeared in the sky. Is it a black hole?" Yet another, after a careful observation, discerned the bizarre spectacle in the heavens. "What? A black hole? Are we to be annihilated?" Panic spread among the people. "Your Majesty, this is dire. The black hole has arrived." The guard trembled, staring at the dark whirlpool above. "Is this truly how our fate will be sealed?" The king mused, contemplating the black hole, having once believed that their tribulations could be overcome, only to find himself on the brink of despair. Unthinkable. "No, I refuse to allow the people of this planet to be consumed by that black hole." Wukong clenched his fists, using his spiritual awareness to sense the terror-stricken populace below. As he summoned his energy, the black hole grew ever more potent, its gravitational pull intensifying exponentially. "Power. I demand greater power." With a thunderous roar, Wukong expressed his unwillingness to succumb to such annihilation. He was acutely aware that by employing instantaneous teleportation to evade the black hole, he would emerge unscathed. Yet, he could not, nor would he ever choose to do so. As images of the terrified crowd flashed through his mind, a resounding primal howl erupted from deep within him. In an instant, the golden light in Wukong's eyes ignited, and an overwhelmingly formidable power surged forth, causing his strength to escalate exponentially, as he felt the gravitational pull and the eruption of his inner might. Wukong resolutely withstood the agony, continuously channeling every ounce of his energy. At the precipice of a critical moment, his entire being radiated with resplendent golden light, and the surging power could no longer be contained, culminating in a spectacular explosion. With a deafening roar, it erupted. Goku transformed once more, standing before us as a Super Saiyan 4. A formidable power, surpassing any previous manifestation of this state, surged forth with overwhelming intensity. Goku's body reverberated with explosive energy, and after severing the gravitational pull of the black hole, he finally prepared to unleash his might, gathering his hands to perform the iconic Kamehameha. Tenfold. Came. Haim. Ha. His resounding voice echoed throughout the cosmos, releasing an immense force that radiated a brilliance spanning 100 feet. This overwhelming power forcefully reached into the void of space, halting the advance of the black hole. "What? Is this truly him? His form has completely transformed. That tail." The Thunder God was staggered by Goku's aura, spitting blood in astonishment as he gazed at the towering figure, trembling in disbelief. Goku unleashed a tremendous force, his crimson energy beam hurtling towards the black hole's core. Once more, the stalemate was shattered. The black hole spun ominously, while the red energy surged forth, vanishing into its depths in the blink of an eye. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor a thunderous roar reverberating through space, only an eerie silence. Everything fell still. The black hole lingered in the void, where sound waves could not traverse. Goku and the Thunder God fixated on the suddenly motionless black hole, awaiting the ultimate revelation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. Time flowed slowly, and just as the still black hole stirred slightly, it abruptly ceased its movement again. Then, as a radiant crimson light burst forth, it swiftly expanded, and after a rapid inflation, it finally exploded. It vanished entirely. As Wukong beheld the scene before him, a profound sense of relief washed over him as he descended, the radiant golden light surrounding his form gradually dissipating. What? He was able to annihilate that black hole? Who exactly is he? Indeed, he claimed to be a denizen of Earth, with a tail reminiscent of that colossal ape. Could it be that he is the legendary Super Saiyan? Ha ha ha, Saiyan. The Thunder God had no words left to utter. At the moment the black hole was obliterated, he was struck by an unimaginable backlash of power. As he clung to his final breaths, his heart pondered deeply, ultimately succumbing to a roar filled with unwillingness before fading away. Cough, cough, cough. Wukong gasped for air, having reverted to his normal state, wearily collapsing onto the ground. Wukong. Wei arrived, flying in with the king, a smile adorning his face. Wukong responded with a victorious gesture, smiling as he lay on the earth. Chapter 9. Testing the Waters, A Space Apart, Part 1. The earlier figure clad in black wore a sullen expression, reclining on his chair, coldly observing the prostrated subordinates below. His white pupils gleamed like 2 sharp blades, instilling palpable fear in those beneath him. Where exactly did that fellow Melu go? The black-clad man inquired icily, barely concealing his anger. He was none other than Shaluo. Upon hearing such words, the hearts of all present seized with trepidation, their bodies trembling violently, yet none dared to respond. Incompetence. Shaluo was known for his solitary and decisive nature, unyielding to anyone's influence, save for that one individual. For in his eyes, he possessed unmatched power, revered as the god of war of the demon realm, who once single-handedly resisted all forces of righteousness. Now, time and again, he found himself directed by Melu, his simmering anger no longer concealed. Unable to glean answers, he saw no meaning in continuing to live. Shaluo's white pupils flickered, and the dark chamber abruptly chilled, nearly reaching absolute zero, encasing the 10 or so subordinates before him in ice, before he closed his eyes, shattering the frozen figures into powder. What is it that you truly seek? Shaluo slammed his right hand down, a wave of frigid air emanating from his palm, freezing the entire chamber, starting from the armrest of his chair. Originally, he believed the demon lord had indeed awakened, yet upon arriving in this long-forgotten demon realm, he was informed that there was never any news of the demon lord. Observing the surprisingly weak elders of the demon realm ignited a significant fury within him, prompting him to slay them to spare himself from their resentful gazes. A sigh escaped his lips as another figure in a dark robe appeared in the chamber, their azure eyes locking onto Shaluo, who was seated above, speaking. You still have that foul temper, but the demon realm today cannot be compared to the past. Upon seeing Shaluo's silver-white pupils glimmer with intent, the figure in black sighed inwardly and continued, Since you have vented your frustrations, do not continue this madness. The demon lord has indeed awakened. Now focus on your duties. The anger within Shaluo, previously provoked by the figure before him, was swiftly quelled upon hearing the news of the demon lord. Yet, he pressed, understood. Then where has Qing Luo and Melu gone? Despite learning of the demon lord's awakening, Shaluo could not easily forgive the incessant instructions from Melu. He, who had always moved unfettered, found himself toyed with by this new companion. It was impossible to quell his inner turmoil without a confrontation. Noticing Shaluo's hostile tone, Qing Luo's expression shifted, but he soon regained his composure, replying coldly, I hope you refrain from acting rashly. The demon lord has decreed that until Tian Luo is unsealed, Melu will assume command over Tian Luo's position. Your responsibilities are confined to the matters within the demon realm. Shaluo was taken aback by this revelation, even his demeanor changing. He could not comprehend why. With his power surpassing that of Melu, he was not the foremost individual beneath the demon lord during Tian Luo's absence. Furthermore, regarding Melu's identity, however, even if dissatisfaction brewed within him, he had no choice but to accept the will of the demon lord. After all, aside from the supreme authority, he was well aware of the immense power that the demon lord wielded, which he could never dare to provoke. I understand. Then you may commence your actions. That world has enjoyed peace for far too long. Let us add Yans and Mingjia to the mix. Shaluo gazed at Qing Luo, revealing a sinister smile. Very well. That space shall be entrusted to you. Qi Luo replied before vanishing from sight. Amidst a vibrant, colorful nebula, there existed a relatively isolated planet. A colossal celestial body that remained unaffected by its star, motionless in the vastness of space. The inhabitants of this planet were in a state of panic, having been caught in a phenomenon that had arisen half a day prior. Simultaneously, the magnetic field of this planet was disrupted by an inexplicable energy force, rendering communication and satellites utterly inoperative. The cause of this disturbance was a figure in black, hovering in the high altitude above the planet, unleashing a formidable power that halted the planet's trajectory. He awaited the arrival of a singular individual. After what felt like an eternity, the black-clad man opened his eyes. With only his eyes and lips visible, detecting a familiar aura, he smirked. At last, you have arrived. Without waiting for the figure to approach, he struck out with a powerful palm, tearing through the planet's atmosphere, sending the distinct outline of his palm sweeping through space. In that moment, a figure clad in blue with yellow pants flashed with white light, swiftly traversing the void, nearing the planet's edge. Yet, at that instant, he furrowed his brow, unleashing a powerful gust from his palm to dispel the incoming attack, his form slightly decelerating before ascending into the skies above the planet. Who goes there? A familiar voice inquired coldly. The figure ceased moving, employing his senses to locate the source of the presence. The one who had appeared was none other than Wukong, who sought to use instantaneous movement to catch up to Gohan's position. However, the vast distance necessitated multiple uses of the technique to reach him. Yet, during this particular instance, he was ambushed by a mysterious individual. Chapter 9. Testing the Waters, A Space Apart, Part 2. Barely had Wukong spoken when a sudden fluctuation in space erupted from a distance of 100 meters. A twisted black line abruptly tore open a rift, and the very black-clad figure that had attacked Wukong emerged. Are you from the demon realm? Wukong gazed at the enigmatic figure before him, whose concealed movements bore a hint of familiarity. However, the power possessed by this individual far surpassed that of the beast King Gu and the demon Lord Dapra. It is indeed rare for you to hold such regard for the demon realm, son Wukong. The cloaked figure regarded Wukong with cold eyes, speaking in a calm and measured tone. The instant he unveiled Wukong's identity, the latter felt little surprise, but it only served to affirm Wukong's suspicions about the figure's allegiance to the demon realm. Wukong fell into a brief silence. When he first learned from the dragon about the terrifying nature of the demon realm, he had been somewhat skeptical. After all, during his initial encounter over 20 years ago, the demon King Dapura had merely been on par with a fully formed cell. Nevertheless, Wukong could not dismiss the dragon's words. Now, as he sensed the formidable energy pressure emanating from the enemy before him, he truly understood the dragon's insistence on recognizing the significance of the demon realm figures at this moment. The strength of this opponent surpassed even the combat power he had achieved at his utmost Super Saiyan form just 6 months prior. And this was not even their peak capability. I am Melro. Here, I harbor no lethal intentions. Rather, I am curious to see how far you, the legendary Super Saiyan, have progressed. Should you manage to leave this planet, I shall no longer engage in this game of pursuit. The figure claiming to be Melro remarked with a tone laced with disdain, as he alternately gathered and dissipated energy blasts in his outstretched hands, seemingly provoking Wukong's battle instincts without any intention of striking. The legendary Super Saiyan? Within the depths of his heart, Wukong felt a surge of trepidation. Many years ago, he had gleaned the tale of the legendary Super Saiyan from Vegeta's lips. Yet, after himself, Vegeta, Gohan, and even Trunks and Goten had all ascended to the status of Super Saiyans. Thus, as the years waned, it was not solely Vegeta who deemed the legendary Super Saiyan to be of little worth. Even the once simple-minded Wukong felt no need to delve further into the matter. However, it was astonishing to hear once more the legend of the Super Saiyan from a figure of the demon realm. Strangely, neither Goku nor Dubra recognized his Saiyan identity. By such reasoning, one would surmise that there should be no intersection between the Saiyans and the demon realm. Yet, this prominent figure boldly spoke of the legendary Super Saiyan and, even more perplexingly, directly pointed at Wukong. Before Wukong could inquire further, the cloaked figure morphed into a shadow, conjuring forth an astonishing multitude of over 100 phantoms within a 100-meter radius. Each phantom coalesced a cerulean energy sphere in their hands. As Wukong initially perceived this as mere trickery, he soon realized that a barrage of energy blasts was hurtling towards him from all directions. Cursed be this fate. Goku had long since discerned the true extent of his opponent's power. Thus, during their conversation, he subtly augmented his own strength. At the very moment hostilities commenced, Goku amassed an overwhelming force, and with a resounding explosion, a torrent of golden energy obliterated over 100 energy blasts. In that fleeting instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Yet, as Goku had just assumed his new form, he had no time to respond to the sudden onslaught. Suddenly sensing an impending danger, he lifted his gaze and was astonished to witness a colossal fireball descending upon him from above. Wukong's face turned pale with astonishment. The only option left for him was to escape this confined space through instantaneous transfer. Just as he materialized 1,000 meters away, an ethereal figure pursued him, striking with a force akin to a blade. In a moment of panic, he found himself only capable of enduring the blows. Wukong crossed his arms protectively over his chest. Yet he was still sent skidding over 100 meters by the opponent's formidable strike, his feet screeching against the air as he rapidly descended. Transform into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level. In your current state, you are no match for me, and I can grant you some time. The shadowy figure retracted his fist, gazing at Wukong from 100 meters away. Despite his disdain for the opponent's weakness, he could not help but admire the remarkable quality of Wukong's defense. Wukong maintained his previous posture, yet he could still feel the sharp pain and numbness emanating from the hand. At that moment, he began to gauge the opponent's strength and, amidst the shock, he pondered the identity of this figure from the demon realm. Given that he had heard the opponent grant in time to transform, and as a formidable warrior himself, Wukong resolved to honor that promise. After all, the adversary desired a grand and spectacular battle, and Wukong was more than willing to engage in a fervent clash. As his power surged, Wukong amassed enough strength to once again strike forth into the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. As radiant golden light enveloped him, his eyes transitioned from a pale blue to a resplendent gold, while his waist-length golden hair gradually retreated, darkening to black. The fabric of his attire could not withstand the overwhelming force, tearing apart as crimson strands erupted forth. When he reopened his fiery red eyes, 2 beams of hidden golden light burst forth from within his aura, causing his power to surge dramatically. In that instant, not only was the planet disturbed by the energy, but the entire star system and galaxy were thrown into tumult. Observers situated light years away would witness the transformation of the nebula's hue from pale blue to shimmering gold, a testament to Wukong's might. As the heavens themselves shifted in response to the soaring golden light, Mero was taken aback, utterly astonished by the rapid increase in Wukong's power after a mere 6 months of absence. At that moment, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, seemingly regretting his previous miscalculations. Just as Shero had articulated, the demonic forces that once showcased their prowess across the cosmos were not merely the tip of the iceberg. They could be likened to a single drop in an ocean. The so-called elders of the demon realm appeared inconsequential, and even the supreme demon king was merely a puppet in their hands, a minor figure obscuring the truth from the world. For years, the demon realm had been biding its time in obscurity. For beings like Shero, who have existed for over 10 million years, the former glory of the demon realm was a memory etched in history. Ultimately, however, the demon realm faced annihilation at the hands of the gods and mortals, leading to the sealing and slumber of the demon lord, with the remaining demonic forces dwindling to less than 20% of their former strength. The Saiyans were heralded as the mightiest race in the universe, a fact not only acknowledged by mortals, but also instilling fear in the hearts of true denizens of the demon realm, for the legend of their strength was well known among them. Now, as foretold in the great prophecy 4 centuries ago, a new era had dawned. This was not merely a glimpse into the future afforded by the Namekians' great prophetic arts, but a similar prophecy had once existed in the ancient times of the demon realm. As the Saiyans sought to reclaim their pinnacle in the universe, the return of the demon lord would herald a new epoch of conflict. Thus, after countless years of silence, the demon realm was poised to act once more, with the Saiyans as the variable they must vigilantly monitor. Mero was acutely aware that among these variables, the legendary Super Saiyan standing before him was of utmost significance. Chapter 9. Testing the waters in a space isolated from the world, the winds howled, and the immense power released by Wukong upon ascending to Super Saiyan 4 was staggering, causing the air itself to seem as if it were ignited by the unleashed energy, emitting a piercing howl. Likewise, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Wukong's emotions shifted noticeably, his tone now a blend of dominance and indifference. So, do you wish to continue this battle? A mischievous smile flickered across Wukong's face as he stepped forward, directly intervening in the opponent's energy field with his formidable power. Although Wukong was inherently combative at this moment, his attention remained focused on Gohan's situation, prompting him to refrain from spending excessive time on this encounter. The adversary had previously stated that should they possess the ability to leave this planet, there would be no need for further pursuit. Thus, with Wukong's strength surpassing that of his foe, he instinctively affirmed that this playful skirmish should come to an end. Provoked by Wukong's mocking words, Mero seemed to chuckle softly, shaking his shoulders. However, he refrained from responding verbally, instead choosing to amplify his own power as an indirect reply. Oh, Wukong gazed at his opponent with slight astonishment. Yet having resolved to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he was unwilling to squander any more time. As he noticed the adversary maintaining a combative stance, his warrior spirit was ignited. Suddenly unleashing a formidable surge of power, Meluo extended his hands, with his left emanating a dim glow and his right igniting with a fiery golden blaze. In an instant, as Wukong stood perplexed, a wind dragon and a fire dragon coalesced ahead, forged from the energies of heaven and earth. With a slight furrow of his brow, Wukong smiled lightly, observing the two dragon-shaped energy blasts hurtling towards him. In a dazzling display of light, he vanished from sight and reappeared at the side of the wind dragon's head, delivering a powerful punch that shattered its jaw. The tremendous force caused the wind dragon to lose its stability, and as it collided with the fire dragon, an explosion of wind and fire erupted in a magnificent display of colors. Despite the might of this energy wave, it had no effect on Super Saiyan 4 Wukong, who tore through the dense flames with ease and reached out with the intent to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent. Though Meluo struggled to discern Wukong's figure, he nonetheless sensed the energy signature and anticipated Wukong's movements. As Wukong materialized before him, he retaliated with a punch. Their fists collided with a resounding force, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent both fighters reeling. While Wukong staggered back a few steps, Meluo was propelled backward for several yards before gradually coming to a halt, his right hand throbbing painfully from the impact. Realizing that his opponent had no intention of ceasing hostilities, Wukong resolved to subdue him with his fists. After adjusting his stance, Wukong lunged forward, leaving a trail of residual light in the air. Just as Meluo steadied himself, he sensed Wukong's renewed offensive intent and quickly uttered a single word before retreating at great speed. Thunder. As Wukong continued to close the distance between them, he suddenly felt a surge of danger approaching. Just as he began to comprehend the imminent threat, a bolt of golden lightning surged towards him from the left. Yet, Wukong remained largely unperturbed. He flicked his wrist and launched an energy blast that obliterated the incoming lightning. In an instant, his speed surged, and he vanished from view entirely. Wind, fire, lightning. As Wukong moved swiftly, he pondered the transformations of his opponent's techniques, astonished at the ability to harness such an immense force of cosmic energy. This was not a skill that an ordinary genius could master, but rather the hallmark of a true prodigy. Long ago, following his battle with Frieza, Wukong had journeyed to another planet, where he encountered numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities, among whom only a handful could wield the elemental energies of heaven and earth as their own strength in combat. Yet, when compared to the enigmatic figure before him, those past displays of prowess seemed mere child's play. In the years since, Wukong had begun to grasp the application of cosmic energy. This understanding had allowed him to elude detection when General Ledon sought to measure his power. During the assault on Super 17, his use of cosmic energy was only slightly inferior to self-detonation. The three forms of energy were effortlessly vanquished by Wukong, leaving Mero in a grim state, struggling to devise a means of escape as a life-threatening crisis loomed over him. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged from the void, seizing his face, and a powerful shockwave erupted from the palm of his adversary, leaving him dazed and spitting blood before he could react. With his head severely battered, Mero coughed up blood, his eyes glinting with cold determination. As he desperately amplified his strength, he finally managed to keep pace with Wukong's speed. Upon perceiving Wukong's trajectory, his right hand unleashed a surge of azure energy, piercing towards his oncoming foe with astonishing swiftness. However, Wukong showed no inclination to slow down. He grasped the energy blast, concentrating his own power in his palm. As he dismantled his opponent's assault, he reappeared beside Mero, delivering a devastating uppercut that sent Mero hurtling thousands of feet into the air. The impact exacerbated Mero's injuries, and he furiously wiped the blood from his mouth. summoning his energy to stabilize his rising form. Spotting Wukong in pursuit, he roared, "Fire disc!" With his palm directed downward, a radiant golden light emanated from his hand, and simultaneously, a colossal crimson gold fire disc materialized beneath him, swirling and incinerating the air as it descended heavily upon Wukong's position. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped Wukong as he recognized the sheer force of this strike. Without hesitation, he gathered his right fist, which emanated a soft golden glow, preparing to unleash his power as he raced forward. When he was within 10 paces of the massive fire disc, Wukong let out a fierce roar. Dragon fist explodes. In a thunderous cacophony that shook the heavens, a potent aura erupted from Wukong's hand, accompanied by a resonant dragon-esque roar. A gold dragon, the width of a man, burst forth, shattering the fire disc before soaring upward in pursuit of Marrow. Damn it! Marrow gasped, having expended considerable energy to conjure the fire disc. Upon witnessing his technique utterly dismantled, he cursed vehemently. With a swift motion of his fingertip, he conjured a spatial barrier encompassing a 300-foot radius, including Wukong within its confines. Thus, the roaring golden dragon was momentarily restrained, but its colossal power effortlessly shattered the spatial barrier. However, just as the barrier crumbled, a formidable force of destruction collided with the golden dragon, managing to neutralize Wukong's dragon fist. Upon discovering the formation of this sealed space, Wukong furrowed his brow, recognizing the formidable force of counterattack it harbored. Regrettably, at the moment Wukong shattered the enclosure, a pitch-black fissure at the location of the cloaked figure swiftly closed, causing the adversary's presence to vanish entirely. It became evident that, after enacting the spatial blockade, the opponent had immediately torn open a rift in space, escaping to a location billions of light-years away. After searching for a while longer, Wukong confirmed that the figure had indeed disappeared. However, sensing the alterations occurring on this planet, he was compelled to wield immense power to gradually restore it to its original trajectory. Once everything was in order, Wukong returned to his normal state and once again utilized instantaneous movement to seek out Gohan's energy signature. To his astonishment, he found that Gohan and Vegeta's presences had also vanished. Wukong released his fingers, fixating on a distant point, his brow furrowed. After a brief silence, his figure vanished once more through instantaneous movement. Chapter 9, Testing the Waters in a Secluded Realm, Part 4. During the fierce battle between Wukong and Meluo, Gohan and his companions had concluded their months-long journey through the cosmos. They arrived in an unfamiliar space, where Gohan, Trunks, Goten, Master Roshi, and Mr. Satan leaned against the spaceship's viewing window, gazing at a paradise that starkly contrasted with their previous world. Countless vibrant nebulae streaked past, like meteors. Yet what truly captured their attention were the overwhelming powerful presences that permeated this new realm. Even Vegeta, usually indifferent to such matters, paused his training to observe the celestial expanse, sensing the uniqueness of the space. In that moment, his combative spirit was rekindled, a faint smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the exhilarating battles that lay ahead. "This place is beautiful," Brahm murmured to herself, turning her head, only to find the typically brooding Syaku before her. Just as she contemplated turning away, she unexpectedly heard Syaku's response. "Indeed, but beneath the surface, no one can perceive the truth." Syaku seemed momentarily influenced by Bra's hasty retreat, his gaze narrowing slightly before he offered a self-deprecating smile and turned away, choosing silence as he departed. Bra was taken aback. Her urgency to look back stemmed from Syaku's sparse words over the past 3 months. She had no confidence in her charm to elicit a response from him. Thus she had treated the aloof Syaku as if he were invisible. Now, however, his willingness to engage left her momentarily stunned, prompting her to gaze at his solitary figure, filled with curiosity. Xiaofang noticed the interaction as well. But having learned of Syaku's formidable strength from Trunks, she refrained from teasing him, knowing he preferred solitude, which only highlighted his disconnect from the group. Meanwhile, Bairi and Chi-Chi were both intrigued by the outside world. Although Bairi had traveled through outer space before, she now recognized what true perspective entailed. Bulma marveled at this new celestial domain, while the exuberant Master Roshi and Mr. Satan puffed with excitement. They had learned from Jenny that upon entering this space, they would reach their destination the following day, ensuring an encounter with beautiful women awaited them. The King of Earth and his guards were equally astonished by the spectacle, as the recent events were beyond anything they had ever heard of, let alone witnessed. It became clear that this realm was not part of the original universe. As the spaceship entered a pitch-black expanse, the group questioned Jinny's decision to halt their journey. In response, Jinny initiated a command, and suddenly, a rift tore through the void, revealing a bizarre cosmos beyond. Is this the universe you inhabit? Gohan was the first to inquire, gradually becoming intrigued by the legendary cosmic martial arts tournament. Naturally, he had previously been aware of the existence of this realm, yet he had never anticipated that the combat prowess of this universe surpassed that of his own by such a vast margin. Neri was well aware of Gohan's character. However, through their interactions over the past few days, he noticed a slight deviation between the data he possessed and Gohan's current demeanor. This change was undoubtedly a subconscious adaptation on Gohan's part, for in the absence of his father, he had instinctively taken on the responsibilities of protecting the Earth and safeguarding his loved ones. Thus, he replied with a gentle smile, "To be honest, this is the inner universe, while your world belongs to the outer universe." In ancient times, these two realms were part of a single cosmic entity. But during a cataclysmic event in the primordial era, our universe was divided. There are also subtle differences between the two, which my father will elucidate for you. Upon hearing such an answer, aside from Gohan and Vegeta, even Trunks, and Goten were taken aback by his words. Observing the change in their expressions, Neri understood the terrifying implications of the cataclysm. After all, when he first learned of this truth, he too was astonished by the power capable of distorting a portion of the cosmos, which was akin to the pinnacle of true divinity. Well, you all should take some time to organize and rest. Tomorrow we shall reach our final destination. After 3 months of travel, you deserve a break, Neri politely stated, his gaze sweeping over the group as he reminded them that their journey was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly hearing such words, Xiaofang felt an inexplicable sadness wash over her. Silently, she was the first to depart, as memories of a towering figure, half a head shorter than her, yet immensely grand, flooded her mind. This scene was only vaguely sensed by Burl, as she, too, recalled Goku's past. However, they both recognized the importance of allowing Xiaofang to navigate her emotions alone, understanding that personal struggles must be faced in solitude. Just as the group began to disperse, a hurried figure rushed in, standing at attention upon spotting Neri. It seemed Neri sensed something amiss, and after a slight nod, the individual approached him, speaking in hushed tones. Upon receiving this report, Neri's expression shifted momentarily before quickly regaining composure as he responded, "Organize the data. I will be there shortly." After a brief silence, Neri sighed softly and departed for the reconnaissance room. When was this incident detected, and which specific star system is involved? Neri inquired, his demeanor now serious, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he entered the room. "Young master, the detection occurred just as we were about to enter this space, and the location is approximately 60 billion light-years away, in a star system designated RL. The energy signature we captured bears a striking resemblance to the individual detected a week ago, and both parties possess the ability to instantaneously enhance their power." The responder seemed shaken by the findings, his voice trembling. "Instantaneous enhancement? What is their battle power?" Neri swiftly grasped the pertinent information. Upon learning of the connection to the earlier reconnaissance, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he began to piece together the implications. Both parties exhibited an initial battle power of 5 units. Note, 1 unit is equivalent to 100 million trillion in battle power, comparable to the initial state of Super Saiyan 4 and the Great Ape transformation of Baby. The individual, noticing Neri's darkening expression, gathered courage to continue. However, after calculating remotely, it is estimated that their strength exceeds 300 units. During their final confrontation, both parties experienced a staggering increase in power, but due to the brief duration, we were unable to collect further data. Instantaneous enhancement of 300 units, or perhaps even more. Neri finally gleaned a more detailed answer. Yet he remained startled by the outcome, resting his chin in thought. Reflecting on the energy fluctuations detected a week prior, he made connections based on the similarity of the signatures, recalling that the adversary had only exhibited around 200 units then. Of course, he was aware that their power had significantly increased at the last moment. Weaving together this overlapping information, Neri could not help but smile helplessly as he exited the reconnaissance room, closing his eyes to ponder. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Such a rate of growth is astonishing. "Father, how will you welcome this new ally?" Suddenly, Neri opened his eyes, a mischievous glint illuminating them as a golden light flashed through his gaze, his smile growing more pronounced. Chapter 10. A Bold Assault. The Return of Goku, Part 1. Within the pitch-black palace, the 5 elemental powers surged, and the energies of heaven and earth were adeptly manipulated, accompanied by the sound of heavy breaths and the occasional drip of water. After a low, guttural groan, a powerful aura erupted from the figure cloaked in black, obliterating the elemental energies within the palace, only for him to return to his usual state following the chaos. Once he had healed his injuries, an uninvited figure appeared in his hall, the white pupils seemingly mocking him. "What brings you here?" The cloaked individual appeared indifferent to the sudden arrival, his tone icy. "Marrow, you have finally returned. However, seeing you in such a disheveled state, it seems you've run into some trouble," the newcomer replied, disregarding Marrow's threatening demeanor and instead grinning smugly. "Sharo, this matter does not concern you. Just ensure you manage affairs in the demon realm." Marrow's eyes narrowed, recognizing the familiar taunt from his longtime rival, inciting a surge of anger within him. "Is that so? Don't think that winning the trust of the demon lord grants you free reign, Marrow. Are you still unaware of your own identity? Even in terms of strength, you are no match for me." Sharo, provoked by Marrow's words, could no longer contain his resentment, his tone cold as he released an icy aura, intending to attack as a means of retaliation. "I beg to differ." Sensing the chill enveloping the palace, Marrow's eyes flashed with cold light. In response to the extreme cold, he emitted a wave of scorching heat that rivaled the frigid intensity, causing Sharo's expression to shift. You were hiding your strength?" Sharo stared incredulously at Marrow, startled by the sudden display of power. He had intended only to teach his presumptuous companion a lesson, but found that the injured Marrow could easily contend with him. "While you may have lived far longer than I hope you understand that strength and talent cannot simply be measured by time." Marrow waved his hand lightly, obliterating Sharo's icy aura as he replied coldly. However, he was acutely aware that the current Sharo remained in a severely injured state. Following the great battle of years past, the strength he had managed to recover was merely a fraction, about 1/10 or 1/12, of his peak. If he were to face Sharo in his prime, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Sharo fell silent, his eyes fixed with intensity on the figure before him, seemingly recalling something. Marrow spoke up. "Let me be clear, without the command of the Dark Lord, I strongly advise you to abandon the plan for the demon realm to attack Earth during this opportune moment. I must remind you that I just encountered that monkey." Upon hearing this, Sharo immediately sensed the underlying implications, his eyes widening in shock as disbelief crept into his voice. "Could it be that your injury is—" Before he could finish, Marrow nodded and interjected. "Though we were merely testing each other, I can confidently say that I would not be his match. Even you, in your prime, would struggle against him now." The weight of his words drained color from Sharo's face. Since returning to the demon realm, he had been apprised of the cosmic changes over the past 4 centuries. He was astounded to learn that the Saiyans, once on the brink of extinction, had risen to glory once more, particularly the astonishing growth of Son Goku. The implication that Marrow had been injured by a mere monkey led him to deduce that it could only refer to the individual who had achieved Super Saiyan 4th stage. After all, Marrow's power was formidable enough to dominate in ancient times. Upon his return, Marrow had already learned from his subordinates about Sharo's reckless actions, yet he, always mindful of the larger picture, could not permit such folly. He understood the significance of the prophecy, and the Dark Lord had a particular interest in this newly risen Saiyan, hence his warning. Did he not vanish with the dragon? Our prophecies in the demon realm do not speak of this. Sharo, incredulous, raised his gaze to Marrow, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Is it truly laughable? Was there ever mention of my existence in the prophecy? Remember this, until the Dark Lord makes a decision, do not act recklessly, or you will bear the consequences. Marrow, seemingly amused by Sharo's stubbornness, let out a cold laugh before vanishing, leaving Sharo in a state of shock. It dawned on him that indeed, there was no mention of Marrow in the prophecies his realm held. Furthermore, the Dark Lord was not expected to awaken in this era. Yet, since the battle, the trajectory of the prophecy had shifted. The emergence of Marrow, the awakening of the Dark Lord, and the resurgence of the Saiyans formed a complex web that seemed to contradict the long-held prophecies. This very circumstance fueled Sharo's animosity toward Marrow, as the latter was a figure who should not have existed, yet now stood acknowledged in the demon realm by the Dark Lord. Had the battle of years past been a mistake? Trembling with rage, Sharo finally erupted, unleashing a powerful cyclone that stirred the very winds of the demon realm. Chapter 10. The Bold Invasion. The Return of Goku, Part 2. A radiant streak of light, reminiscent of a shooting star, blazed through the myriad of starry nebulae. moving with such swiftness that it was but a whisper in the vastness of the cosmos. After traversing a significant expanse of time, the halted figure once again leaped across 100 million light-years. In contemplation, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan form to execute an instantaneous teleportation, pursuing the disappeared location of Gohan and the others. This remarkable speed not only accelerated his movement, but also conserved energy to prevent any unexpected fluctuations that might hinder his response. What puzzled Goku further was the faint remnants of Gohan, Vegeta, and others at that location. Among these were several powerful yet familiar presences he had already discerned, but intriguingly, their energy signatures abruptly ceased without any signs of battle, as if they had vanished into thin air within the cosmos. Once more, Wukong harnessed his vital energy, pinpointing the location of his next destination. Yet, before his form could linger even for a moment, he vanished without a trace. Time had swiftly passed, and Jinri's spaceship began to decelerate, gently gliding past an immense planet, its hues a mesmerizing blend of blue and brown. Is this the planet where the competition is to take place? Goten and Trunks crowded around the viewing lens, gazing at the colossal planet, which dwarfed Earth by thousands of times, struggling to comprehend the reality before their eyes. Indeed, this celestial body is the largest planet within our universe, and its resilience in battle is arguably unparalleled throughout the cosmos, given that all historical cosmic conflicts have transpired upon its surface. Neri answered truthfully. Gohan then voiced a question. The earlier reaction must have been due to the gravitational pull of this planet. It appears its density and gravity far exceed that of Earth. He speculated that the fissures on the planet's surface were remnants of past battles, and added, I presume many of you frequent this place for training, aside from competitions, correct? Vegeta, having noted this detail, interjected with hands on his hips. Neri smiled without responding, seemingly acquiescing to this notion. Meanwhile, Zek observed the planet, lost in thought, sighing deeply before adopting a demeanor of indifference. Beside him, Kak had fully recovered and appeared somewhat resentful towards Gohan. Throughout their journey, he had spoken little. But upon seeing the competition arena, he finally managed a faint smile. Where's the planet where you reside? Is it far from the seaside? Master Roshi inquired eagerly, his shiny sunglasses glinting in the light. Nearby, Satan draped an arm over Roshi's shoulder, and the two, like close companions, exchanged mischievous grins. Well, it's not too far from this planet. We will arrive in 3 minutes, and the beach is quite nearby, Neri replied somewhat awkwardly. Having spent enough time together, he was well aware of the quirks of these two, yet he maintained a courteous demeanor. The king, taken aback, observed the usually imposing Mr. Satan displaying such behavior, while the guards behind him looked on with disdain. The guard, a proverbial frog in a well, was not worth the group's ire, while he outwardly scorned them. They privately regarded him as a fool deserving of contempt. Xiaofang noticed his arrogant demeanor and, in her youthful impulsiveness, felt an urge to confront him. But she restrained her anger, striving to uphold a ladylike image, and cast a cold glare at the arrogant fellow. Bulma, aware of their conspiratorial antics, could only sigh helplessly and shrug her shoulders. Byra blushed, feeling ashamed, secretly cursing her father for his lecherous tendencies. Chi-Chi and Bulma refrained from comment. Having been subjected to Master Roshi's advances in their youth, they had long since seen through such behavior and chose not to disdain them. Recognizing that those two were unlikely to change, why waste expressions on such futile endeavors? In the pitch blackness of the starry sky, a faint golden light flickered, and only from a distance could one discern the silhouette it emanated from. It was none other than Goku. Gazing upon the impenetrable abyss of the starry sky, Goku, sustained by a protective shield that preserved his oxygen, found himself momentarily adrift in the cosmos, captivated by the spectacle before him. Having diligently tracked the auras of Gohan and Vegeta, he was perplexed by the desolation that enveloped this expanse. Even when he utilized his instant transmission to probe the endless void, it was not until he ventured 1 billion light-years away that he detected any trace of life. In other words, Gohan and the others had indeed lingered here until their final moments. With furrowed brows lost in contemplation, Goku perceived no anomalies. In a moment of desperation, he cautiously unleashed a ki blast from his right hand, intending to disrupt the enigmatic space ahead. However, at that very instant, a startling phenomenon unfolded. As Goku's energy surged across the vastness, the fabric of space itself trembled, and countless meteors and minor celestial bodies erupted into chaos. In the depths of the dark sky, a colossal, array-like circle materialized, and Goku's tentative assault, upon merging with this formation, proved utterly ineffective. What is happening here? Wukong's expression darkened. In the course of the past 6 months, he had traversed various dimensional universes and was naturally aware of certain phenomena absent in his own universe. He had even contemplated his own past experiences of sealing demonic entities, thus recognizing that this energy circle was indeed a form of sealing technique. Could it be that Gohan and the others have ventured into the realm within this formation? Wukong gazed at the seemingly slowly rotating yet instantaneously spinning seal, radiating brilliance from his eyes, but he relaxed his grip. It appeared that a forceful breakthrough was inevitable. With a sudden shift from his serious demeanor, Wukong burst into a hearty laugh, his carefree expression evident as he scratched the back of his head. Having already discerned that Gohan and the others were not in distress, Wukong's apprehension began to ease. Chapter 10. Breaching the Great Array. The Return of Wukong, Part 3, Under the Starry Expanse of a Night Sky. As Wukong unleashed a barrage of attacks, the array merely flickered at the moment of contact with his energy blasts. All of Wukong's assaults were rendered utterly ineffective, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, vanishing without a trace. In the vastness of space, even monumental explosions make no sound. However, Wukong found himself helpless as the dozens of energy blasts he launched were absorbed by the faint golden seal, which, in turn, accelerated in its operation as its power intensified. Wukong abruptly pierced the freshly formed energy sphere in the center of his right palm, only to discover that his assault had yielded not the slightest effect. In the midst of his bewilderment, a flicker of trepidation took root within him. Given this reality, he resolved that the only course of action was to augment his strength. Goku gazed at the suddenly appearing and swiftly vanishing energy formations, deciding not to waste any more effort. Instead, he opted to unleash a more formidable power to break through the barrier. With each transformation into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level, the time required for Goku to assume this state diminished significantly, and concurrently, the energy expended reduced as well. In a mere heartbeat, Goku unleashed his full power, surging past numerous thresholds as his strength escalated. Lightning danced around him, and the golden aura intensified until, after a violent tremor in the fabric of space, he ascended once more to Super Saiyan 4. Upon completing his transformation, Goku sensed a subtle shift within himself. Originally, he was a battle-hungry warrior, but with each successive transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he became increasingly aware of his escalating bloodlust. Had it not been for the earlier battle with Thor, where he felt the slight suppression from the Dragon Balls, he might have become a ruthless savage by now. This realization left Goku in a state of perplexity, devoid of answers. With a cold gaze fixed upon the void, Goku smirked mischievously, and a surge of energy erupted from within him. At the crucial moment, after pinpointing the activation point of the array amidst the chaos, he unleashed the power he had meticulously gathered. Kaioken times 10. In the earlier explosion, Wukong had discerned a flaw in the formation. When the incantation circle absorbed external forces, its rotational speed would decrease as the intensity of these forces increased. In that fleeting moment, a slender golden fissure, as fine as a hair, blossomed at the center of the formation. Within that crevice, Wukong utilized instantaneous movement to sense the presence of countless life forms. A vivid crimson beam shot forth from Wukong's palm, the tremendous recoil causing his body to tremble slightly. The rapid energy wave struck the now slowing incantation circle, causing the golden threads to re-emerge under the force of a tenfold Kamehameha. Expanding from a hair-like size to a gaping chasm over 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide, though the scene within was even darker. Simultaneously, as the formation was forcibly breached, a powerful golden energy wave erupted from the dark fissure, aimed directly at Wukong, the disruptor of the formation. At that very moment, Gohan and his companions disembarked from the spaceship. Ever since they had arrived in this strange realm, OOB had been feeling somewhat dizzy. The instant his foot touched the ground, an invisible force surged from within him, a tempestuous energy that abruptly escalated and then vanished. This transformation went unnoticed by anyone, including OOB himself, who merely experienced a momentary blackout, dismissing it as mere discomfort from the change in environment. As Gohan and Vegeta stood firmly on the ground, they suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath them, prompting them to look up at the starry sky, where they discovered numerous celestial bodies were quaking. A change in the heavens? Gohan and his companions were taken aback, their expressions shifting in disbelief. However, Jinirai's countenance initially paled before a realization dawned upon him, prompting a wry smile. Yet, Both Syaku and Laika gazed in astonishment at the starry sky, for it was not only Gohan and his group who sensed the shift. Syaku and Laika too perceived that this very space appeared to tremble. Gradually, it became evident that the awareness of the celestial upheaval was not confined to Jiraiya and Gohan's party. Numerous fighters within this realm felt the earth-shattering changes, each channeling their essence into spiritual insight to unravel the intricate web of causality behind it all. Gohan and Vegeta's expressions darkened. Yet upon witnessing the actions of Syaku and Laiku, they came to realize that such an occurrence was beyond their expectations. Thus, they did not suspect any underhanded tactics from one another. However, the individual capable of instigating such a transformation was certainly no ordinary figure. As the crowd speculated on the identity of the perpetrator, a colossal seal manifested at the edge of this universe. Even from a considerable distance, Gohan could perceive the immense red seal resembling a disc, emanating an aura so powerful that it left most fighters breathless. Suddenly sensing this overwhelming presence, Nilai's expression shifted once more, while Syaku's piercing gaze remained fixed ahead, and Laika stood momentarily stunned by the unexpected surge of strength. Yet, amidst the astonishment of the gathered individuals, Gohan and his companions felt an even greater shock, an exhilaration that stirred their very souls. For they recognized that familiar presence. Grandfather. It truly is grandfather. After a brief period of stunned silence, it was Xiaofang who first broke the stillness with an ecstatic cry. Her shoulders trembled as she screamed, swiftly covering her mouth, tears cascading unrestrained down her rosy cheeks, leaving two trails that fell to the ground. Upon hearing such words, Syaku's gaze shifted again, and like his face contorted with disbelief. He understood all too well who Xiaofang referred to as grandfather. Yet he could hardly fathom that the individual who had been missing for over half a year would reappear, exuding such overwhelming authority. Initially alarmed, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Satan, upon hearing Xiaofang's fervent exclamation, finally grasped that the cause of this transformation was none other than Goku. Nevertheless, they struggled to accept such a shocking reality. Redirecting their gazes toward the equally astonished Gohan. Noticing their eyes upon him, Gohan felt moisture welling in his own, before nodding affirmatively, saying, "It is truly father." With this confirmation, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her tears, choking back sobs. After all, having been alongside Goku for so many years, and with his prolonged absence, Gohan and Goten often forced smiles in her presence. Chi-Chi had already prepared herself for the worst, yet now she was told, "Wukong has returned." Kakarot. "Have you finally come back?" Yet, the gap between us remains. Vegeta shifted his stance, having come to terms with the formidable aura he sensed emanating from Wukong. However, upon perceiving the overwhelming power that surpassed even that of the Super Saiyan 1, he felt a pang of discontent. After all, he had diligently trained over the past half-year, accumulating confidence from believing he had surpassed Wukong since their initial ascension to Super Saiyan 4, only to have that belief shattered in this moment. Nevertheless, Vegeta no longer aimed to surpass Wukong. Instead, he aspired to become the foremost warrior following Wukong's ascendance. Such aspirations present a monumental challenge and serve as the foundation of his pride and ambition. Outside the formation, Wukong had already discerned the mystery behind the crack, which is why he refrained from probing directly upon its tearing. Now, as he observed the barrage of golden light approaching, he awaited the opportune moment to shatter the formation. With a sudden, forceful swing of his right fist, he unleashed a colossal golden dragon, utilizing the dragon fist technique to obliterate the final defense of the sealing method. The tremendous explosion caused the universe within to tremble slightly, not because Wukong's strength was potent enough to shake the entire inner universe, but rather due to the impact of his power against the seal, which in turn caused the stars within to quiver. As the dragon fist shattered the retaliatory golden ki blast, Wukong sensed the presence of Gohan and the others emanating from the vast crack. With a mischievous grin gracing his face, still in his Super Saiyan 4 state, he instantly shifted into that peculiar space. The moment the formation was forcefully breached, the fighters within that universe changed countenance. In the blink of an eye, after traversing millions of light years in a golden shooting star, Wukong's figure solidified on the planet where Gohan and the others resided. The familiar figure, characterized by red-tipped hair and long black locks, unfolded a comforting smile under the gaze of the onlookers. That individual laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I have returned." Chapter 10, A Bold Intrusion into the Grand Formation, The Return of Wukong Part 4. Gazing at the all-too-familiar figure before them, everyone experienced a surreal sensation. as if fearing this was a beautiful nightmare, prompting many to vigorously shake their heads. Struggling to hold back tears, they nonetheless recognized the signature smile of the person before them. For a moment, silence enveloped the gathering. In the brief span of separation that felt like an eternity, they had believed they had lost Wukong. Yet now, they beheld the real Wukong walking right in front of them. Wukong seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere as well. However, he first winked at Vegeta, signaling him, and then smiled as he said, "What? Is it not good to see me?" "Welcome back," Master Roshi greeted warmly. Though his excited form was adorned with sunglasses, he could still feel the moisture in his eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Following Master Roshi's initial greeting, the younger ones gently wiped away the shimmering tears from their eyes, nodding with smiles. "Welcome back." "Haha, thank you." Wukong continued to laugh heartily, and at that moment, he relinquished his strength. His body, after a gentle shimmer of golden light, reverted to its usual form, that same familiar yet robust figure. "Grandpa, is it really you? You have truly returned, and I am overjoyed," Xiaofang exclaimed, rushing forward, her eyes glistening with tears as she playfully leaned in. Blinking in disbelief at the reality before her, she found that the imposing silhouette indeed overlapped with the cherished image from many years past, and the essence remained unchanged. Chi-Chi, equally exhilarated, stepped closer and gently embraced Wukong, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, "Wukong, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was truly afraid you would never come back. I promise I shall never bully you again." Taken aback by such words, Wukong was momentarily stunned, touching his nose in a bemused manner as he recalled that Chi-Chi had uttered similar sentiments numerous times in the past. Yet, to this day, Chi-Chi still exhibited that same tyrannical demeanor towards him, a habit that had persisted since Gohan's birth. Wukong's expression grew serious as he turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Chi-Chi beside him, and inquired once more, "Is that true?" Chi-Chi nodded in affirmation. At this moment, everyone else gathered around Wukong, even Vegeta, who, amidst the inquiries about Wukong's condition, merely inclined his head in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding of the situation. Wukong responded with a knowing smile and nodded back. "Indeed, I have returned." His gentle gaze fell upon the two young women, Xiaofang and Chi-Chi, as his large hands tenderly caressed their flowing hair. "Grandpa, how could you have come back? Wasn't it said that you—" Xiaofang, gazing up at the towering figure of Wukong, suddenly noticed that he had regained the stature of an adult, which made her feel a twinge of petulance. "Well, I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but the dragon said it was better for me to revert to my original form, and I had to pester him for quite some time to grant my wish," Wukong replied, playfully pinching Xiaofang's slightly pouting cheek. However, he refrained from revealing the significance of the dragon's words, as he was aware of the presence of Junirai and his companions. Those privy to the underlying truth understood that Wukong was withholding certain details, yet they lacked the grounds to press him for answers. "So, Grandpa, you won't leave us again, will you? Right?" Xiaofang broke free from Wukong's grasp and tightly embraced him, her eager eyes searching for reassurance. "No, I won't be leaving you all again," Wukong replied after a moment of contemplation, gently patting her head with his other hand. "Then why didn't you return sooner?" The warm atmosphere dissipated abruptly as the formerly timid Chi-Chi clenched her trembling hands tightly, producing a cracking sound, and unexpectedly delivered a sharp smack to Wukong's head, eliciting a pained gasp from him. Caught off guard, Wukong grimaced in discomfort, casting a slightly aggrieved look at his temperamental wife. "Huh?" Everyone stood in stunned silence, while Wukong clutched his head, tears glistening in his eyes as he complained. "What was that for, Chi-Chi?" His gaze reflected trepidation as he regarded his volatile spouse. "Humph, what do you think?" Chi-Chi turned her head away, deliberately avoiding Wukong's gaze, and defiantly interrogated, "Since the dragon made it so easy for you to return, why didn't you hurry back? You made me worry for so long." "Huh, I'm telling the truth. It took me quite a bit of persuasion to get the dragon to agree," Wukong replied, rubbing his head in a display of indignation. Chi-Chi maintained her unyielding demeanor, fully aware of Wukong's fib, yet she reveled in the roleplay. Her fierce reaction left everyone in a state of astonishment, especially Vegeta, whose eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the universe's strongest warrior being so cowed by his wife. Yet, Wukong could only force a smile, exuding an air of resignation, as he recognized this outcome was inevitable. Chi-Chi's sweet words were not to be trusted, as the promises made mere minutes ago had already been cast aside. The onlookers exchanged knowing smiles. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner, Junirai silently observed Wukong. Uncle Wukong, did the Dragon Balls and the dragon come back with you? Trunks stepped forward to inquire. No, it was just me who returned. Before coming back, the dragon restored me to my original form. Wukong replied truthfully, deliberately omitting the fact that the Dragon Balls had merged with him. Well, that's a good approach. The dragon did well. Now Wukong is the same age as me, so I no longer have to worry about you chasing after other women. Chi-Chi teased playfully. Huh. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group, though Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Wukong, still perplexed, continued to scratch his head, joining in the laughter. However, the king observed Wukong with a look of familiarity. Why does he seem so familiar? I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before, the king mused, lost in thought. Your Majesty, how could you possibly know this commoner? A guard questioned. Wait, he truly does look familiar. Who could it be? Ah, yes. He seems to be the boy who defeated the Demon King Piccolo all those years ago. The king exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face as he adjusted his glasses. Scrutinizing the robust Wukong, mentally piecing together his current visage with that of the youthful hero from the past. Is it possible? Could he really be the savior from back then? He doesn't appear particularly powerful, the guard remarked skeptically. The king remained fixated on Wukong, straining to recall the events of that time. He bears a striking resemblance, indeed. Nevertheless, let us take the time to confirm this. Is it truly him, young master? Is he the legendary Super Saiyan? Rake, visibly trembling, remained awestruck by Wukong's earlier display of power. Zack remained silent, shifting his gaze to Junirai, awaiting confirmation. It is indeed him. I do not misremember. That was his state. Junirai asserted confidently, recalling Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 form. But the legends say that the king is a cold-hearted battle maniac. Yet, this man before us seems so different, Rake struggled to question, as the disparity between the man before him and the tales of yore was too vast to overlook. No, you must have seen it as well, Rake. Saiyans can transform. Their power surges in an instant, and their emotions fluctuate alongside it. You ought to know this well from your battles with Gohan, and the state he was just in. Can you really deny that? Junirai countered Rake's objections, disregarding the latter's displeased expression, his eyes gleaming with fervor, concealing a profound emotional depth that went unnoticed by all. Chapter 11. The Gathering of All Parties, Storms Brewing. The return of Goku finally liberated Gohan and the others from the guilt of past mistakes. However, they naturally found it hard to believe Goku's fabrications, especially in a foreign land where many secrets must remain concealed from outsiders, ever wary of the walls having ears. Vegeta, more contemplative than Gohan and Trunks, recognized that Goku's earlier departure from Earth had left an imprint that could not be easily altered by the dragon. His years of combat experience instilled in him a sense of vigilance. As time passed, the group lingered in the control area of the spacecraft's descent, comforted by the familiar figure of Goku, who brought joy and a sense of stability to those around him. After exchanging light-hearted banter, Goku received several playful thwacks from Chi-Chi, who, though somewhat breathless and agitated, was filled with delight. Since Goku had reverted to his childlike form, Chi-Chi had been reminded of their childhood, feeling a touch bashful, thus adopting a more demure demeanor for a while. However, now that Goku had returned to his adult stature, she felt no longer awkward in her interactions with him. Reverting to her true self, Goku, towering nearly 2 meters tall, found it quite convenient to receive playful reprimands from Chi-Chi, who, despite her petite frame of around 1.70 meters, relished the exchanges at Goku's expense. Simultaneously, Goku learned from Master Roshi about Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, and he grasped the essence of Gohan's narrative regarding their cosmic journey. Yet, Goku's expression grew grave. The recent encounters, particularly with the formidable figure from the demon realm, had left him perplexed. This mysterious entity had completely overturned Goku's perceptions of the demon realm's power. Now, upon hearing about the forthcoming Universe Tournament's combat events, he felt a sense of disarray. Nevertheless, Goku adeptly concealed his thoughts, noting that Janir often cast lingering glances in his direction, allowing him to converse freely without revealing any misgivings. Master Roshi and Mr. Satan, too, temporarily set aside their leisurely pursuits upon Goku's return. The former, as a mentor, and the latter, as a family ally, both acknowledged Goku's esteemed status in the eyes of many, rejoicing in his presence. At that very moment, those who had previously sensed Goku's overwhelming aura found themselves breaking into a cold sweat. Yet, before they could recover from their astonishment, that formidable energy that could shake the very fabric of the inner universe vanished in an instant. This spectacle piqued their curiosity anew, from countless light years away. Others attempted to probe with their awareness, only to discover an unusually mundane presence on the main planet. Could it be him? They speculated. As many of those probing were inhabitants of the inner universe, alongside the cosmic competitors invited to the tournament. Consequently, they remained particularly vigilant regarding the influx of external participants. As soon as Vegeta and the others arrived, they were promptly categorized as competitors. Yet, upon noticing the emergence of yet another seemingly mediocre fighter within the group, doubts began to cloud their perceptions of Goku's identity. This confusion arose partly because Goku's aura underwent significant transformations each time he ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Unfamiliarity with Goku's true nature made it difficult for anyone to recognize him in differing forms. Moreover, those daring enough to seek out Goku's energy were all formidable individuals in their own right, well aware that some extraordinary beings could effortlessly manipulate their physical prowess, rapidly enhancing their abilities in an instant. Wukong naturally sensed the myriad prying gazes converging upon him, yet he chose not to respond, feeling rather awkward and embarrassed. He chuckled softly, brushing his fingertips against the tip of his nose, and recalled that his earlier actions had been somewhat excessive, stirring up a tempest upon his initial arrival, which left him feeling quite sheepish. It was evident to those capable of discerning such energies that the recent celestial upheaval had triggered a chain reaction. Journalife forced a smile. He had not anticipated that someone would so brazenly breach the defenses of the formation. If such a scene failed to capture the attention of the onlookers, then those individuals could hardly claim the title of battle-mad zealots. Zack, regaining his composure, shifted his gaze from Wukong to Gohan. Observing the profound bond between the father and son, he pondered momentarily before lifting his eyes to the heavens and subsequently closing them. Although Rake was not adept at using energy to gauge the presence of adversaries, he was neither blind nor foolish. The tremors felt throughout the inner universe were beyond his simple imagination, yet he discerned a significant concentration of energy gathering around the main planet. With his consciousness fixating on Wukong, this unfolding scenario left Rake feeling quite apprehensive. In the wake of the celestial disturbance, numerous individuals harbored their own thoughts. While they refrained from intrusively probing with their energies, they engaged in solitary meditation. The magnitude of this power was overwhelming, yet one wondered if it would bear any utility. An elder, upon receiving a report, finally grasped the cause behind the recent seismic upheaval. He raised his hand to signal his subordinates to withdraw, his deep-set eyes obscuring his true intentions as he sighed and shook his head. Is there a need for change, Elder Ba? Yesterday, suddenly, a figure appeared silently in the elder's study, respectfully inquiring about the elder's plans. No need. Though the source of this power is indeed him, for the sake of prudence, sacrifices must be made. There has been no leak regarding yesterday's events, correct? The elder's eyes sparkled with intensity as his frail hands lightly struck the table, signifying his resolve. Understood. Following Elder Ba's orders, I have eliminated all those in the know, the muscular man stated, his once resolute gaze flickering with a hint of inner turmoil. He quickly masked his emotions, not wishing to reveal any vulnerability. If you harbor hatred towards me, it is justified, considering your brother is involved, Fuzz. The elder, keenly perceptive, recognized the fleeting glimmer in the middle-aged man's eyes, and after a long exhale, he continued, No, my subordinate understands. After all, regarding my brother's predicament. The middle-aged man responded, somewhat apprehensively. He was not concerned about the elder's potential orders for his demise. He knew the elder lacked the capability. Eager to clarify, he feared that any misunderstanding would create a rift between them. A loyal servant would die for a trusted master, and being suspected by the one he served would leave him utterly humiliated. The middle-aged man articulated the crux of the matter, fully aware that had it not been for his brother's betrayal years ago, he would not be facing such dire consequences today. Yet, blood is thicker than water. The thought of ending his own brother's life was profoundly sorrowful. Nevertheless, he chose to align with the elder's course of action, understanding that the greater good must prevail. The elder observed the middle-aged man's demeanor, discerning his genuine thoughts, and nodded in satisfaction. He did not issue a lethal command this time. Yet the man executed his task flawlessly, earning the utmost trust from the one known as Fuzz. Then prepare accordingly. For the next few days, do not let anyone catch sight of you. Once everything is in place, I shall contact you. Do you understand? The elder inhaled deeply, speaking each word with gravity. Understood. Fuzz affirmed, vanishing as if he had never existed in the spacious studio, leaving behind the solitary figure of the elder, whose sighs echoed in the quiet room. At this moment, On another part of the same planet, a slender silhouette stood quietly, admiring the breathtaking sunrise over the sea. She too understood how to lock onto energies, yet did not deliberately seek to investigate. Given her unique identity, upon sensing Journali and Zack's energies, she immediately recognized the figures nearby as Saiyans. And the source of the earth-shattering power must also belong to one of their kind. Her exquisite visage belied her youth, appearing to be in her early 20s, though her pallor suggested a certain frailty. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, reaching her waist without a single strand out of place. Clad in a loose nightgown, this partial concealment did nothing to obscure her alluring figure. Her arms, with skin of a healthier hue, gracefully framed her form, accentuating her delicate beauty. As she gazed at the magnificent scenery, a gentle sea breeze caressed her face, tousling her hair. She tucked the stray strands behind her ear, her melancholic eyes betraying a depth of sorrow. She wished to remain oblivious to the events about to unfold, yet her thoughts were ensnared by the image of him, a change that tugged painfully at her heartstrings, especially regarding him. Have you not yet come to a realization? You have done no wrong. The young and beautiful woman reflected upon memories of the past, tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggled to suppress her sobs. You have not erred. It is their faults alone, she choked, bending to embrace her knees, her body trembling with emotion. In a coastal expanse, several figures cloaked in black robes were captivated by the earlier tremors. Yet, they refrained from acting hastily, reducing their energies to avoid detection from the opposing forces. The leader stared intently in the direction of Wukong, having sensed the intrusion into the formation the moment the first wave of attack struck. What left him incredulous was the realization that the opposing force possessed the power to tear a breach in the formation. A force so formidable that it not only shook the formation, but also reverberated throughout the entire inner universe, causing his heart to race. What shocked him even more was the faint familiarity he felt towards that energy, a sense of animosity akin to a bitter rivalry. Yet, Wukong remained oblivious to his identity. It is him. It must be him, the leader asserted with certainty. To his right, another figure trembled, not from fear, but from a seething rage directed at an old foe. Yet, beneath the fury lay an undeniable dread, for he understood how unfathomably powerful that earlier force was. Do not be so alarmed. That energy does not necessarily belong to him alone. When the formation was breached, a tremendous force emanated from it. Perhaps the earlier display of power was merely a manifestation of the formation's own strength. A figure clad in black, possessing an identity equal to that of his predecessor, speculated in response. He was acutely aware of a fragment of the secret behind the formation, thus maintaining a relatively optimistic perspective as he observed the celestial upheaval. However, he remained oblivious to the particularly grim countenance of his commanding leader, who still believed he had deciphered the answer and, as such, dismissed any panic regarding the formidable prowess of his adversary. The leader cast a disdainful glance in his direction, choosing not to disrupt his delusions. Since returning, he had witnessed the audacity of this brash individual on multiple occasions, yet what irked him most was the fact that this fellow, lacking true strength, persisted in his pretense of superiority. Now, with the formation having opened 6 of its 7 apertures, this individual mistakenly believed himself to possess greater power, a truly hopeless case of arrogance. Your assertions are misguided, the man mused, recalling the moment of celestial transformation. Each staggering event seared into his memory. While he feared the might of the void, he simultaneously yearned for the possession of such unparalleled power. Faced with a rebuttal of his conclusions, he felt a flicker of irritation. Accustomed to commanding respect from others, he was unaccustomed to being refuted or even questioned. If he truly wielded such immense power, he would not have been so beleaguered during the incident with the malevolent dragon. Could one genuinely believe he could have significantly augmented his strength in merely half a year? Yet, if his power were not considerable, the formation could not have been shaken. I implore you to take his true strength seriously. The earlier speaker maintained his dissent, further incited by the latter's contemptuous demeanor. This reaction embarrassed the latter, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. Upon hearing the former's words, the leader's eyes sparkled with insight, nodding as if to commend his wisdom. However, when he beheld the still arrogant individual, a dark cloud of frustration loomed over him, compelling him to restrain the impulse to eliminate him. Slaughtering mere refuse only proves you occupy a slightly higher echelon than that refuse. The leader was not as myopic as the other man. His judgments were far from hasty, and his understanding of the formation's intricacies surpassed that of these 2 juniors. He had indeed articulated a valid point. Yet the retaliatory force that had erupted from the formation had been obliterated in an instant. This comparison served as a testament to the terrifying strength of his opponent. Amidst the shock, what truly horrified him was the inexplicable reappearance of this formidable figure. From the extensive records he had amassed over the years, he understood that this individual had departed from Earth 9 months prior, vanishing without a trace. At that time, the adversary's power was less than 1/10 of what it was now. Yet, in less than a year, everything had undergone drastic transformation. And the rate of his opponent's growth was alarmingly rapid and extraordinary. Is it truly feasible for this to continue? In that moment, the man in black suddenly sensed a perilous threat. Setting aside his melancholy, he swiftly waved his tattered sleeve, his gnarled hands slicing through the fabric of the void, ushering several individuals into the breach with him. Just as the fissure sealed shut, a cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth, yet it passed through the void, ultimately arcing away from the planet. Chapter 11, Convergence of Forces. Tempestuous Winds, Part 4. Wukong and his companions have been graciously invited into the reception room by the young man, Journali, who holds the title of Master. They currently find themselves within the technological hub of the planet, a place where Journali, as a member of royalty, does not reside. Likewise, his father, who is yet to make an appearance despite being mentioned, resides in a palace located miles away. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You must be son Wukong. I am Journali, he stated. Journali had long been aware of Wukong's identity, yet he patiently awaited Gohan's introduction before extending a cordial greeting. A gentle smile adorned his face as he extended his right hand in a gesture of handshake. Ah, greetings. Wukong returned a smile. And at the moment his hand brushed against Jenny's right hand, he instinctively sensed the immense power within the latter. This caused Wukong to slightly change his expression. Yet he continued to regard Jenny with an appreciative gaze. As Wukong probed into Jenny's depths, the latter was equally testing Wukong's capabilities. In that fleeting moment of contact, Jenny was astonished to discover that the other's strength was remarkably well concealed, revealing no discernible fluctuations. A wave of bewilderment crossed his countenance. Dubbed the strongest warrior in the outer cosmos, Mr. Wukong truly lived up to his reputation. When Wukong withdrew his hand, Jenny also retracted his with a faint smile, exclaiming, "Ah, in truth, I am merely a warrior revealed to the world. Whether I am the strongest remains a subject of debate. For there are indeed many formidable figures lurking in the universe." Wukong felt a twinge of nostalgia. How many times had he clawed his way back from the brink of death during years of battle? Now, as he recognized the expansion of his own powers, he perceived a world increasingly vast. Those who proclaimed themselves the mightiest in the universe often turned out to be mere tyrants of their own domains. The cosmos is immeasurably expansive. In comparison to his disciples, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and OOB, who had surpassed their predecessors, he acknowledged their far superior starting points. Their current might, relative to his own at their age, was staggering. Such reflections, spoken without intent, caught the attention of Journali. As a prince of a ruling lineage within the inner universe, he was acutely aware of the profound heritage of the outer universe. Wukong's words stirred memories of a not-so-distant past, one where remnants of history should still linger. However, Journali, in his year-long research, had stumbled upon something enigmatic. With a bittersweet smile, he subtly altered his demeanor without drawing attention, merely echoing Wukong's modesty before instructing his subordinates to assist Gohan and Vegeta in organizing their belongings, resuming his conversation with Wukong. Who is he? It must be him. How deeply hidden? No, wait, there is no fluctuation in his aura? Being personally received and entertained by Prince Journali, these individuals must harbor extraordinary identities. Are they Saiyans? Was that one a Saiyan as well? In an instant, numerous powerful minds withdrew their awareness. Those who had been closely observing Wukong and the others were taken aback upon sensing Journali's presence, though they possessed the ability to participate in the tournament. Those who had resided in the inner universe for some time were well aware of Journali's identity and formidable strength. Upon witnessing Journali personally welcoming these figures, they retracted their auras, each speculating quietly. In this atmosphere, some remained oblivious to the temperament of Siaku, deliberately lingering their auras upon him, only for Siaku to release a fierce energy wave, intimidating those who lacked discernment. Thus, this sensational event swiftly echoed throughout half of the inner universe before the tournament commenced. In a resplendent palace, a robust middle-aged man chuckled, "My friend, your actions are rather exaggerated. You frightened quite a few." His brows knitted tightly. Beneath his blade-like brow lay deep-set eyes. His youthful visage belied his years, exuding the commanding presence of a ruler. He rose to his feet, having anticipated the arrival of the Saiyans the moment Jernirai's spacecraft signaled for entry into the inner universe. Initially intending to welcome them personally, he ultimately refrained, mindful of his unique status. After all, he was the king of the entire inner universe, in essence. A deity within it. He was Jernirai's father, Grit. "It is time to meet the Saiyans," Grit mused with a smile, then took steady steps forward. Chapter 12. The Martial Arts Gathering. The Chosen Ones of the Universe. Part 1. What just transpired? One of the black-clad figures, who had been ambushed, asked, a hint of fear in his voice as they reappeared in another location. This individual was the one who had speculated on Wukong's true strength. That arrogant fellow trembled slightly. Though he had not sensed the key before the attack, he realized that the power he had locked onto at the moment of retreat could have annihilated him. Was it them? He eyed his leader with trepidation, uncertainty etched on his face. The leader, disillusioned by the foolishness of his subordinate, replied, "It wasn't their aura, but the power felt peculiar. My lord, can you not sense the master of that aura?" The leader's companion, appreciating the astuteness of his aide, recognized the confusion in the latter's eyes, aware that he was beginning to grasp something, unlike the arrogant fool who panicked. "Indeed. It seems you too perceive the strangeness of that key." The black-clad figure offered a vague response, grappling with disbelief at the bizarre occurrence. Yet the recent events had unfolded too vividly to dismiss. Upon receiving tacit confirmation from his leader, the figure's eyes narrowed, validating his previous suspicions. Though he struggled to accept the reality of such a phenomenon, seeing the two engaged in cryptic conversation, the so-called fool, unnoticed, allowed a flicker of brilliance to flash across his previously languid eyes, suppressing the tremors coursing through him, unnoticed by anyone, concealed beneath his dark cloak. The leader turned to address his unimpressive subordinates, commanding, "Withdraw for now. I will contact you again once the tournament commences. There is no need for further action at this moment." Understood. The 5 or 6 dark-clad figures bowed in acknowledgement before vanishing into the shadows. "I have just received orders. In preparation for the battle, plans must be altered. I will depart this space, and 2 others will come to oversee the tournament in my stead. Do you understand?" Once the unremarkable subordinates had retreated, the leader revealed the critical information, holding a hidden disdain for them, yet compelled to disclose the change in strategy. "Understood." The two responded in unison, but as their words faded, the leader's presence had already vanished beyond 100 miles. A prolonged silence ensued. Only the whispers of the wind could be heard. "What is your perspective on this matter?" The one feigning foolishness finally spoke, attuned to the shifting formations. Deducing that their leader had departed the inner universe and no longer needed to mask his true self. "The Saiyans are of no concern to us for now. They will serve as fodder. It is the other 2 we must be wary of," replied another, aware that only the individual before him knew their plans. Before their leader, they had deliberately enacted their roles, solely to deceive all observers. "With our standing, we could never be subordinate to them, not even to that Qing Luo, who lacks the qualifications." The man spoke with resentment, declaring that in order to secure his existence, he had to conceal his ambitions. Yet he was acutely aware of the power he possessed, a power that even Qing Luo from the demon realm regarded with trepidation, refraining from openly striking him down. Indeed, the figure who had departed earlier was none other than Qing Luo, and the group of black-clad individuals represented the new generation of strength from the demon realm. However, everything hinged on power. We simply lacked that level of strength. It seemed Ming understood the feelings of the other party, letting out a sigh. In this brutal world where the strong prey upon the weak, identity and status do not necessarily correlate. They appeared to view us merely as pawns. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Once they took that step, I would not hesitate to claim their lives. Venting his frustrations, he clenched his fists tightly. Once proud, he had recently lost dominion over the demon realm and was compelled to don a mask of arrogance to survive. "I share your sentiments," he concurred, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Chapter 12. The Martial Arts Tournament. The Chosen of the Universe. Part 2. A solitary figure traversed the space, and those who crossed his path bowed in reverence. Yet he never deigned to open his eyes to meet theirs, seemingly wandering aimlessly in search of the answers he desired. This cold and solitary individual, aside from Sieku, had no one else. He knew that Grit would soon meet the Saiyans. Thus he departed from the reception room not out of a desire to avoid the benefactor who had altered his life, but rather because he had never truly focused on anything, save for matters concerning her. Everyone possesses their own story. Sieku was no exception. However, aside from one person, all who knew of his past had been slain, their very souls obliterated a second time. That incident had sent shockwaves throughout the inner universe. Such events had instilled fear in the hearts of nearly all who now beheld Sieku. Yet, he understood that beneath their fearful gazes lay disdain and deep-seated hatred. He paid no heed to their opinions, dismissing them entirely. However, should anyone provoke his ire, they would vanish from this world in an instant. Are you not the slightest bit interested in the tournament? Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through, and he recognized the newcomer by their aura. Sieku opened his eyes to see Laika standing in the passage before him, responding in a nonchalant tone, not interested. Years of enduring Sieku's indifference had taken a toll on Laika, igniting his fury. He was aware of his unique status. His lineage pale in comparison to Sieku's, yet he could not tolerate the dismissive gaze directed at him. Just as he was about to explode, a memory of Jinny's warning flashed in his mind. Never provoke Sieku. Suppressing his anger, Laika's eyes still glimmered with cold light. But Sieku had already shut his eyes again, continuing to walk past him without pause. This is no longer Earth. Thus I trust you have no objections to my intentions? Laika called after the aloof figure, attempting to restrain his rising anger. Do as you wish. But do not claim I did not warn you. Should those matters arise again, I will leave you standing alone. Sieku's voice turned cold as he responded, pausing briefly before continuing. However, as Laika's expression shifted dramatically, Sieku's next words pierced his heart, leaving him gritting his teeth in frustration. This time, remember your lesson well. I shall personally deal with those worthless fools. Sieku's words echoed in Laika's mind, and in his fury. Sieku had already drifted far away. Sieku, one day I will kill you. Laika dared not shout aloud, instead raging silently within. His eyes filled with bloodshot fury, a powerful aura surging forth as a second mark began to manifest upon his forehead. In less than 5 minutes, in a desolate wilderness miles away, Sieku stood amidst the rubble, coldly observing the 4 bodies sprawled on the ground, unwilling to accept their fate. In their final moments, they had experienced extreme fear and regret, yet Sieku offered them no chance for remorse, dispatching them one by one before his eyes. He glanced at his bloodied forearm, then summoned a faint golden aura that dissipated the thick blood. A small energy blast fell upon the corpses, and after a powerful explosion, they were reduced to nothingness, leaving only a charred patch on the ground. Your strength was commendable, yet knowing you dared to provoke my limits, death is the best outcome for you. Sieku closed his eyes, sighing softly, remaining utterly still. In the ensuing silence, the wilderness resumed its natural rhythm. At that moment, a tiny life alighted upon Sieku's left shoulder, with delicate orange limbs and brown wings adorned with golden fringes, occasionally rubbing its beak against his garment. Sieku's spirit stirred, and he turned his head slightly to regard the adorable creature, which gazed back at him with wide eyes, both remaining motionless. Noticing the little bird's utter lack of fear and its innocent demeanor softened Sieku's heart, and for the first time, a smile graced his features. Gently stroking the bird's smooth head with his right hand, it showed no deference, exposing its fluffy belly while evading the villain's fingers, retaliating with a peck before glaring at Sieku and taking flight. Amused by the bird's playful antics, Sieku felt the sting of the peck fade away, instead reminiscing about delightful moments from the past. Rarely did he smile, but on this occasion, he did so for the 3rd time. Chapter 12, The Martial Arts Tournament, The Chosen of the Universe, Part 3, with a robust and austere visage. The women present sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the young middle-aged man seated before them, causing them to refrain from excessive conversation. However, Bulma and Bra took it in stride, as they were well acquainted with this version of Vegeta at home. Under Jinny's introduction, the assembly soon recognized that this middle-aged gentleman was their father, Grit. Furthermore, due to the need to discuss certain confidential matters, the King of Earth had been escorted to another room to rest. So you are the proud Saiyans of the universe? Grit addressed those present with a smile, neither condescending nor aloof, his gaze lingering primarily on Goku and Vegeta. In turn, Vegeta remained the staunch defender of Saiyan pride, his demeanor starkly contrasting with Grit's. The latter showed no offense. He was aware of much more than Jinny, and clearly understood Vegeta's temperament. He also knew that, in ancient times, the Saiyans held a certain stature, with the prince of their lineage seemingly destined to inherit supremacy, even if the Saiyans were not what they once were. The inherent arrogance that accompanied their combat prowess remained indelible, eternally etched in their spirits. Indeed, We are among the last surviving Saiyans. Vegeta and I are pure Saiyans. These are our mixed-blood descendants with Earthlings. Wukong responded amicably, yet he felt an inexplicable trepidation, a sentiment alien to his typically straightforward nature. His confusion was palpable, as he could not fathom the source of his unease. Indeed, it was true that information seldom errs. Grit let out a sigh of relief, equally perplexed by Wukong's sudden reappearance, though he had never revealed his innermost thoughts. What was particularly noteworthy about this? What significance did being a Saiyan hold? Vegeta, displaying his usual impatience, expressed his irritation at the persistent probing into their past. The knowledge that their experiences on Earth were being scrutinized from afar filled him with a sense of control and disdain, inciting his frustration. It was simple. The identity of a Saiyan cannot be feigned. Grit regarded Vegeta with a smile. Upon hearing this ambiguous remark, Vegeta paused momentarily, while Wukong and Gohan exchanged astonished glances, though none dared to voice their questions. Let us dispense with the superfluous dialogue and elucidate the essence of this so-called universal fighting tournament. I trust you can provide us with comprehensive answers regarding what this tournament entails, Vegeta insisted, immediately delving into his inquiry. All eyes turned toward the somewhat bewildered Grit, awaiting clarification. After a brief silence, Grit finally spoke with a smile. Very well, I shall clarify the details surrounding this universal fighting tournament. He paused momentarily, gazing upward as he contemplated, then slowly turned back and continued. This tournament is the largest of its kind in the universe, occurring once every 10 million years, a grand spectacle of combat that transcends history. It has existed for eons, and we are now witnessing its 138th iteration. I am not entirely certain of its origins, but I know it has been passed down through generations of our ancestors, and indeed, the historical pendulum, ringing once every 10 million years, attests to its legacy. The purpose of this tournament is to select the reigning champion of the universe, who shall emerge as the sovereign of all. Overwhelmed by the influx of information, the group collectively gasped in astonishment, perhaps never having encountered such a monumental event. A sovereign? Does that imply dominion over this universe? Gohan, who yearned for freedom and peace, was the first to inquire. Since Wukong's return, he had seemingly eased his burdens, and his tone had softened to its former gentleness. No, it is merely to ascertain which race boasts the strongest warriors in the universe. Naturally, those victors will be granted a certain regal status, commanding the fighters of the cosmos. Grit, having noticed Gohan's change in demeanor, felt a pang of curiosity, yet the warmth in his voice obscured his understanding of Gohan's inner world. Nearby, Ganiri's expression subtly shifted at Gohan's transformation. A warrior race, Trunks exclaimed in surprise. In previous days, Vegeta had seldom spoken of extraterrestrial matters, leaving Goten, Trunks, and three rather naive youths, uninformed about the universe's affairs. However, upon hearing this term, Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta fell into contemplative silence. Yes, in a certain sense, it also determines the allocation of warriors in the universe, Grit remarked, casting a glance at the quietly contemplative a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, what? Goten stammered, scratching his head in confusion. While I still don't quite grasp it, does this imply a decisive battle to determine the strongest ruler in the universe? Chapter 12. The Tournament of Champions, the Chosen Ones of the Universe, Part 4. It cannot be entirely stated thus. It does not necessarily equate to actual power. The essence lies in the supreme honor. Grit replied, gazing at Goten, whose understanding of cosmic affairs remained childlike. Then, does that make you the one with true authority in this tournament? Wukong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Grit, who appeared jovial. No, it is not so. We shall also invite the supreme ruler of the universe, the Kaioshin, to witness this universal fighting tournament. What? The Kaioshin will also be present. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks were once again taken aback. Is this truly the case? Yet, in everyone's memory, the figures that loomed were those of the unassuming Kaioshin and the lecherous old Kaioshin. Indeed, the Kaioshin is the supreme ruler of our universe, the sole entity capable of bestowing upon us the greatest honor. By the way, how do you possess knowledge of all matters beyond our realm? What means have you employed? Vegeta finally ceased to conceal his inquiries, posing the question in a cool, detached tone. Vegeta wished to move past this topic. Since the day he comprehended the true strength of the Kaioshin and others, he naturally realized that at this cosmic assembly, they were merely symbolic figures. Ah, yes. As you are aware, we are the hosts of this assembly, thus we have the ability to sense the fluctuations of power throughout the cosmos. While we monitor, We can ascertain who possesses the capability to participate in the gathering, thereby granting us the obligation and privilege to understand external affairs. Is that all-encompassing? Does it include the history of the universe? Gohan inquired with astonishment. Almost, but our primary focus remains on detecting combat situations from the outside, as that is the crux of the matter. Grit raised a finger to delineate the distinction between the two. Combat situations? Why would you engage in such endeavors? Goten questioned, equally perplexed. This is something I cannot adequately explain, for it is a task left over from ancient times. We merely fulfill this duty. In the outside world, why is there no way to detect what transpires here, especially since this is a secluded space? Goku similarly probed, particularly puzzled by the existence of this formation when confronted with it. However, Goku could not directly inquire about the origins of this matter. Yet he believed that this formation was not of the inner universe's making, having learned from Gohan about Grit's earlier words. In ancient times, a celestial transformation occurred, which divided the inner and outer universes. Thus, it appears that this formation is a remnant from that era. This revelation left Goku incredulous. The power required for such a grand formation is immense, and its persistence over such a vast expanse of time raises questions about the capabilities of its creator. Yes, and this is a privilege bestowed upon our people. Furthermore, this space is immovable. Surely you have heard from Neely about the celestial transformation that separated the inner and outer universes? This is precisely why we must reside here. As the assembly is to be held in this location, the destruction from battles would have far-reaching implications, and we cannot allow other parts of the universe to be affected. What distinctions exist between this space and our world, as gleaned from Grit's words? Gohan inquired after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, the passage of time here is not aligned with that of the outer universe. 1 month within this space equates to 1 year outside, indicating a time dilation factor of 12. Grit responded candidly. Observing the bewilderment on Goku and the others' faces, he merely smiled and refrained from further commentary. A time dilation factor of 12? Oob, awakening from his reverie, posed a question that drew the attention of the group to his earlier peculiarities. Indeed, Grit affirmed with a subtle smile. Are there any special regulations regarding this assembly? For instance, can malevolent individuals participate? Goku's curiosity was piqued. Recalling the otherworldly beings that had materialized during his pursuit of Gohan, surely they would not shy away from such a grand combat gathering. Oh, there are no restrictive regulations. Any strong warrior may partake. However, opponents must refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Once an adversary surrenders, they cannot be harmed further. This is an absolute rule. Is that so? Trunks, Goten, and Oob exchanged silent glances, fully aware that in the heat of battle, a warrior could easily strike down their foe before the surrender is uttered. Is it true? Ha ha ha, such an event is rare indeed. Goku exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, and a faint smile graced Vegeta's lips. Precisely. This means we can engage in a glorious battle. Grit remarked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at Goku. Indeed. Goku responded, instinctively echoing Grit's enthusiasm. Chapter 13, Saiyans and Sai-Crown People. Ancient Legends, Part 2, Self-Recommendation, neither demon nor divine, neither immortal nor ethereal. Miraculous signs are distant. The path of immortality is long, stained with blood. The quest for transcendence ultimately leads to solitude and eternal life. The war of the gods reignites, chaos engulfs the heavens and earth, heroes arise, divine beings and demons return. How shall the protagonist embark upon the path of ultimate strength? With my will, I defy fate. With my blood, I reshape the heavens. The new book Soul War by Mu Luo will bring forth a stunning tale of cultivation. I humbly ask for your support. Main text perhaps sensing something amiss. Goku felt a prickling unease under Grit's fervent gaze. However, having weathered many storms, he answered with unwavering resolve. More importantly, Goku's penchant for battle was significant. He simply was not in a hurry to eliminate his adversaries. A grand battle, indeed, is inevitable. Goku seemed to sense an underlying issue, responding with a double entendre. Yet, what Goku did not understand was why his previously placid emotions stirred to life with an inexplicable anger and resentment upon encountering Grit. He attributed this negative sentiment solely to the Dragon Balls within him. Nevertheless, this sentiment was mirrored in Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and even Bra and Xiaofang, who experienced similar feelings but considered it a personal struggle that need not be voiced. The participants in this battle are not merely the individuals present. Such an event is a grand occasion for the entire inner and outer universe. Grit noted the fleeting golden glimmer in Goku's eyes, suggesting an awakening of awareness, and deliberately looked away to continue his discourse. Ah, such an event truly ignites the blood. I feel invigorated. Goku suppressed his thoughts, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming spectacle of combat. Indeed, it seems you Saiyans remain as combative as ever, haha. By the calculation of time, the participants should soon be arriving, and you shall experience the longed-for battle. Grit jested, unable to suppress a laugh as he observed the gleeful expressions of those with Saiyan lineage. When will the competition commence? I wish to know plainly. Vegeta interjected impatiently. Ever since encountering this enigmatic king, Vegeta harbored an innate disdain, having never held much regard for Grit. He now felt his princely pride bristle in the presence of such an extraordinary figure. The competition will take place in 5 days, commencing with the elimination rounds. Grit is not a man devoid of understanding human nature. In comparison to his regal status, his insights into the complexities of the human heart are exceptional. He is acutely aware of Vegeta's disdain, as evidenced by his slightly furrowed brow. Bulma also perceives her lover's unusual behavior and shares her confusion. Vegeta has always been known for his cold demeanor, often dismissive of unfamiliar faces, yet during this brief exchange, others discerned his stringent attitude. However, Vegeta remains indifferent to their opinions, and even Goku finds himself surprised by Vegeta's atypical actions, momentarily pondering whether his own feelings echo those of Vegeta. Both inexplicably filled with ire. In truth, Vegeta is equally perplexed. He is detached yet not devoid of emotion, harboring a burgeoning sense of aversion within. Chapter 13, Saiyans and the Saiyaman, Ancient Legends, Part 3. With Grit's recent words having settled in, each individual present harbors their own thoughts. Goku and Vegeta are naturally eager to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, displaying childlike frustration, lament the scarcity of playful days. Trunks, in particular, is overwhelmed by an unsettling feeling, casting hesitant glances at his father ahead. In the next moment, as if confirming his fears, Trunks appears somewhat disheartened. Where is the gravity room? Vegeta's voice resounds once more. Though he relishes combat, when it comes to the relentless pursuit of strength, he acknowledges his position as second in command. None would dare to call him the elder brother. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone regards Vegeta with knowing glances, and Goten, upon receiving Vegeta's response, pales visibly. After all, as Goten felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, he slowly turned to face Trunks. However, he was suddenly startled and instinctively desired to leap away. For at that very moment, Trunks was intent on embracing him, fervently declaring, I support this. Goten, let us engage in a sparring match together. Wu Tian was caught off guard and met his demise in a single blow, glaring in anguish at the relentless Trunks. In his mind, he bitterly cursed the latter for his treachery, lamenting that this scoundrel truly shared both fortune and misfortune with him. Wu Tian was on the verge of tears. For the next words spoken by Wukong were akin to a death sentence. Then Wu Tian, Gohan, and Ub shall accompany you. Ub, who had remained silent, merely gasped in astonishment, while Gohan nodded in agreement. Both Satan and Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the two women, Xiao Fang and Beulah, looked disdainfully at the unwavering camaraderie of the two boys. You need not rush into training just yet, for you Saiyans and our kin can directly enter the finals. Furthermore, Mr. Ub possesses the same privilege, Grit replied with a smile. This statement resonated like a melodious sound that could liberate humanity from suffering, causing Wu Tian and Trunks to instinctively nod in acceptance. However, it took them a moment to grasp the significance of the information, leaving them and the others astounded. What is happening? Xiao Fang and Beulah were the first to voice their confusion, followed by the curious glances of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Beulah. Could it be related to previous events? Gohan shifted his gaze to Gurney, inquiring further. Indeed, Gurney nodded, fully aware that it was time to unveil the truth. This is a privilege. Gurney scanned the crowd, noting the astonishment of Wukong and Vegeta, who remained eerily calm. How could we possess such a privilege? Trunks asked first, with Ub leaning in nervously, eager to understand the implications for himself. Because you are Saiyans. You are the rulers of this universe. Grit's words thundered in the hearts of all present, and his subsequent statement startled even Wukong and Vegeta. And we are the Saiyan champions, another royal lineage in the cosmos. Our two races share this unparalleled right. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Gurney then continued, the ancient texts referenced by the Liza people pertain to this privilege, and the challenges posed by Crick are indeed a test for you. Gohan was not entirely convinced by Gurney's explanation, yet he could find no flaws in it. Meanwhile, Wukong pondered deeply, absorbing the flood of information from Xiao Fang's incessant chatter, which elucidated the events of the past 6 months. He became increasingly intrigued by the ancient texts mentioned by the Liza people. You claim to be Saiyan champions. What does that mean? And how are we all rulers of the universe? Vegeta, feeling a sense of indignation akin to swallowing a fly, queried with a furrowed brow. I have some knowledge of the legendary Super Saiyan, but is this truly the narrative of cosmic dominance? Gohan asked, acutely aware of the shifting expressions on Wukong and Vegeta's faces. This is the essence of the legend. Every time a Saiyan endures a period of hardship, a legendary Super Saiyan emerges. This period coincides with each universe's martial arts tournament, which is why you consistently reach the finals and often claim victory, establishing yourselves as formidable rulers. While our kin may not possess the legendary prowess of Super Saiyans, we are still capable of contending with your Saiyan race. Thus, by the decision of the cosmic beings, we are seeded contenders. We possess the privilege to directly enter the finals, Grit declared, raising his voice. The revelation left everyone in shock once more. Yet, I have never heard of such a thing, especially regarding your people, Vegeta interjected, astonished and incisive. Chapter 13, The Saiyans and the Saiyan Champions, The Eternal Legend. 4. Indeed, this exists. As you mentioned, your people are few in number. Due to Frisia's actions, your Saiyan civilization has been nearly obliterated, which is why you remain unaware of these matters. How does he know about Frisia and our grievances? Thought Vegeta, Wukong, and Gohan, maintaining their composure but pondering inwardly. Is this true? Tian and Trunks asked, excitement illuminating their faces as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope amidst impending doom. Yes, I speak no falsehood. This is indeed true. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta should understand why your people are often regarded as the rulers of the universe. Of course, this is also due to the fact that we Saiyan champions are relatively unknown in the cosmos, thus solidifying your status as the universe's #1, Grit responded, disregarding Trunks' inquiry and instead turning to the contemplative Vegeta. Indeed, Vegeta acknowledged, nodding solemnly. Thus, we possess such privileges. You assert that we Saiyans have repeatedly triumphed in the cosmic martial arts tournaments? Wukong grasped the underlying significance, beginning to discern the legendary Super Saiyan that Vegeta had once mentioned. Yes, and the victors of the last 2 tournaments were your ancestors, the Saiyans. This is why the modern universe fears your formidable power and regards you as the mightiest clan. For the legend of the previous generation's Super Saiyan was one of unparalleled dominance. What are you suggesting? Vegeta seemed to grasp the deeper implications, his mind swirling with thoughts of Frisia's annihilation of planet Vegeta, his entire being trembling with rage. In that moment, Wukong and Gohan suddenly recalled something, turning sharply to Grit. Yes, I surmise that Frisia's desire to obliterate your Saiyan lineage stemmed from his fear of your power. Perhaps he learned from the records of your lineage that the time for the emergence of a powerful Super Saiyan was drawing near. And in his dread of the potential threat to his rule, he hastily eradicated your race. How despicable. So the legend that a Super Saiyan is born every 1,000 years was a mistake. It should be that one appears every 10 million years, correct? Wukong mused. Indeed. Grit confirmed, sighing in lament over the transience of existence. Humph. Vegeta, lost in thought, asked quietly while keeping his head bowed. Now, where is the gravity chamber? Oh, I shall have Crick guide you, Grit replied, beckoning for Crick to approach. Vegeta, are you alright? Wukong inquired as he watched Vegeta leave. I'm fine. I merely wish to train a bit longer, Vegeta responded, his heart tumultuous as he grappled with the truth of his people's demise. Though he felt profound pain, he forced a smile and walked away. By the way, Mr. Grit, why do I have such privileges? Was it not stated that only Saiyans and Saiyan champions possess them? Interjected curiously. This privilege was established through negotiations by the elders of our clan. I cannot provide clarity on it at present, but you shall come to know everything in due time. Grit evaded the question, suggesting that they should also take a good rest and prepare for the upcoming rematch. However, Wukong gazed at the sorrowful, solitary figure of Vegeta, feeling a twinge of unease. Chapter 14, The Legends of the Races, The Strongest Warrior in History, Part 1. A fleeting sense of solitude marked the melancholic silhouette of this formidable figure, depicting the profound sorrow within. Upon learning from Grit about the existential threat facing his kin, even the usually composed Vegeta could not help but feel despondent. Although one might not fully trust the words of others, it was evident that Frieza would never allow the legendary Super Saiyan to awaken. In light of this, after countless millennia of myth, perhaps it was indeed the era destined for the birth of the legendary Super Saiyan. Nothing could merely be attributed to coincidence. Vegeta reminisced about the harrowing days of yore, his entire being trembling from the sting of past humiliations, unable to banish those memories. The Saiyans, once heralded as the mightiest in the universe, had surrendered their pride to bow before Frieza, only to face the ruthless annihilation of their race. The wretched truth of the legend had emerged. Frieza, fearful of the prophecy, had exterminated their entire lineage. Even when they forsook their dignity and lived as he demanded, engaging in a life of slaughter, they remained targets for his merciless eradication. That vile creature, that scoundrel. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the tempest of his power stir within him. With the arrival of peaceful days, he had grown fond of the tranquility of Earth. Furthermore, throughout the years, he had encountered numerous individuals and stories, gradually relinquishing his stubborn adherence to the notion of the Super Saiyan as the ultimate warrior. Yet now, upon discovering the historical truths of the inner universe, he learned that there indeed once existed a legend of the strongest Super Saiyan. And the Saiyans had once basked in the glory of their supremacy over the cosmos. It was precisely because they had known greatness that their decline felt all the more tragic. Why, my father, were we so cowardly back then? How infuriating. I was powerless then as well, kneeling before Frieza, while the one who avenged our race was not I, the prince of the Saiyans, but a warrior deemed the lowest of the low, Kakarot. Now, as the 10,000-year mark approached once more, the glory of the Saiyans was destined to return. I shall no longer be defeated by anyone, for I am the prince of the Saiyans. I will become that legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's heart roared with fervor. Passers-by, though unable to discern Vegeta's formidable essence through their senses, trembled at the palpable aura of menace that enveloped him. Those who had experienced battle recognized the ironclad resolve of this individual, and as Vegeta strode past, they felt a chill of trepidation with each step. Bulma wished to call out to Vegeta, but upon witnessing the deep sorrow in her beloved's figure, she hesitated, choosing silence instead. Over the years, she had come to learn many secrets regarding the past, and as the prince of his race, the extermination of his kin would forever cast a shadow over his life. Vegeta departed alone, a scene that stirred various thoughts among the onlookers. They all understood the underlying narrative and could faintly perceive the silent anguish of a family torn apart. As Goku gazed at the silhouette of Vegeta, he pondered, is that so? Is he reminiscing about Frieza's wickedness and his own helplessness from years past? For a brief moment, the crowd fell into a poignant silence. The departed have left us, Mr. Goku. Would you be interested in examining our historical records? Sighed Grit. Yet he was burdened with significant matters and interrupted the collective sorrow with his inquiry. Well, Goku hesitated. I'm actually quite hungry, haha. He chuckled heartily, patting his rumbling belly, attempting to mask the impolite sounds emanating from within. In the past couple of days, in a bid to catch up with Gohan and the others, Goku had been eating rather carelessly and sparingly. Moreover, he had recently expended considerable energy breaking through an array, which naturally left him famished. Upon hearing this, the somber expressions of the group transformed into light-hearted amusement, followed by gentle laughter. Is that so? Saiyans are truly amusing. However, our Saiyan appetites are quite substantial as well. Grit remarked, momentarily taken aback by Goku's antics, but soon he too was smiling. Chapter 14, The Legend of the Races, The Strongest Warrior in History, Part 2. After a frenzied feast, amidst the remnants of their meal, Goku contentedly rubbed his belly. Although Chi-Chi continuously admonished him to eat only until he was 7/10 full, Goku had consumed nearly 30 times the portion of an average person. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would believe that such a small stomach could accommodate so much. Remarkably, Grit's son, who was usually reserved, also displayed extraordinary capacity under his father's encouraging nod. Both Saiyans devoured a meal fit for 20. With Goku's return, the shadows of the past months lifted, and the group shared a joyous meal, laughter echoing around them. Little Fong had intended to engage Goku in conversation, but her grandfather was too enthralled by the food, responding incompletely, which left her, who was contemplating weight loss, feeling frustrated. Nonetheless, Goku, while feasting, piled various delicacies before Fong, cheerfully stating, "Eat more to gain strength for your diet." His words prompted hearty laughter from many. After the merriment, Grit invited Goku to view the ancient historical documents. As they walked, Grit deliberately slowed his pace to walk beside Goku and said, "Mr. Goku, I would like to invite you to our archives of past tournaments. I believe you will find the information there quite intriguing." Goku, intrigued by Grit's words, remained silent for a moment but felt a surge of excitement at the thought of historical records regarding the Galactic Fighting Tournament. "Indeed, I would like to discuss another matter with you privately," Grit stated earnestly upon noticing Goku's interest. Goku, sensing Grit's seriousness, hesitated momentarily before replying, "No problem." Then it settled. Grit smiled at Goku, who returned the gesture. In just a few minutes, they distanced themselves from the technological base. Following Grit's lead into a chamber spanning thousands of square meters, with a height of 10 meters, countless fist-sized crystal orbs floated within the space, illuminating it day and night, while numerous frames held ancient manuscripts. "What is this?" Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued by the floating orbs. He reached out, but they eluded his touch, shimmering with a soft blue glow. Goku noted a resemblance to the crystal orbs in King Kai's realm, yet he could not discern the differences. These crystal orbs serve as repositories of information, much like those ancient texts, chronicling our past, Grit explained with a smile. They contain the history of our Saiyan race, the records of previous galactic fighting tournaments, and significant events within the universe. "Oh, what information are we looking at now?" Goku, feeling somewhat averse to books, gazed longingly at the ancient manuscripts, internally conflicted. "It pertains to the significant events of our two races, the Saiyans and the Sai Crown people." Grit paused, turning to face Goku, his expression serious. Chapter 14, The Legend of the Races, The Strongest Warrior in History, Part 3. Is it the history of the Saiyans and the Sai Crown people? Goku furrowed his brow and halted his steps. "Yes," Grit affirmed succinctly. He pointed towards a distant crystal orb, and one emanating a deep blue glow floated toward them. Halting a foot away, as Goku pondered, Grit concentrated golden light at his fingertips and touched the hovering orb, which began to spin vigorously, releasing a cloud of white mist with text materializing above it. "What? This?" Wukong gazed in astonishment at the textual data before him, diligently capturing the vital information contained within. First tournament champion, Saiyan, runner-up, Tianshi, third place, Wahalali second tournament champion, Saiyan, runner-up, Tianshi. Third place, Frisia clan, 134th tournament champion, Saiyan, runner-up, Saiyan, third place, Tianshi 135th tournament champion, Saiyan, runner-up, Saiyan, third place. Frisia 136th tournament champion, Saiyan, runner-up, Saiyan. Third place, Namekian 137th tournament champion, Saiyan, runner-up, Saiyan, third place. Namekian. As the data continued to shift, Wukong fell into a contemplative silence. "What revelations had you discerned?" Grit returned his finger, and the crystal orb reabsorbed the surrounding mist, regaining its original state and drifting away. "If my conjectures hold true, among the top contenders recorded, many belong to extraterrestrial races. However, Wukong, having previously heard of certain cosmic races, naturally possessed some understanding of their territorial distributions. Yet, the information now presented deviated significantly from his prior assessments. Millions of years ago, the combat prowess of extraterrestrial beings was evidently superior to that of those within the inner universe, but upon Wukong's arrival in the inner universe, he discovered numerous entities that surpassed the warriors of the outer cosmos. The disparity in their strengths was profound. Even the Frisia clan and the Namekians have significantly declined compared to the races of the inner universe at this time. Wukong's thoughts grew increasingly profound. "I cannot claim to possess clarity on this matter. Perhaps the situation mirrors that of your Saiyans." Grit understood Wukong's current mindset and sighed at the impermanence of worldly affairs. Furthermore, why had the previously dominant Saiyans suddenly vanished from the past several tournaments? Given their formidable strength, they should have remained prominent in later events. Wukong pointed out this discrepancy, recognizing its significance far surpassed that of earlier queries. "Indeed, this is the crux of the matter, which is precisely why I summoned you." Grit slowly closed his eyes, reflecting in silence before responding. "What is it?" Wukong's expression turned serious, tinged with urgency. "Ah, this is a secret among the Saiyans, Saiyan kings, and Saiyan beings." Grit fell silent for a moment before meeting Wukong's gaze directly. "A secret? Our secret? What is it?" Wukong furrowed his brows, attempting to unravel the mystery. "Perhaps you may not fully believe it, but ancient records indicate that our two races share a common ancestry. We are descendants of the same lineage. Both renowned as the universe's mightiest warrior tribes, the Saiyan beings, Grit continued, undeterred by Wukong's changing demeanor, and declared, in essence, we are all Saiyan beings. Moreover, we, the Saiyan kings, are of the legitimate line, while your Saiyans are of the collateral line. Thus, in an indirect sense, we are brothers among our races. Wukong's countenance truly shifted, revealing a blend of gravity and incredulity. Chapter 14, Legends of the Races, The Mightiest Warriors, Part 4, Self-Recommendation, Neither Demonic nor Divine, Neither Immortal nor Sage. Miracles are distant, the path of immortality is long, stained with blood. The pursuit of transcendence ultimately leads to solitary eternity. The divine war reignites amidst chaos. With heroes rising, divine talents emerging, and the return of the celestial and demonic forces, how shall the protagonist embark upon the path of ultimate strength? With my life, I defy fate. With my blood, I transform the heavens. The forthcoming novel Soul War by Mu Luo will present an astonishing tale of cultivation. I kindly ask for your support or to recommend it to friends who enjoy such stories. Thank you. Main text: we, the Saiyans, and you, the Saiyan kings, are descendants of the same race. Is this true? How could such a thing be? Wukong was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his back. And after a moment of astonishment, he chuckled lightly. You must be mistaken, or perhaps jesting. That is not the case. We are not so absurd. Grit shook his head, dismissing Wukong's assumptions, and asserted, it is precisely because we are of the legitimate line that we are called Saiyan kings, while you are of the collateral line. Hence the name Saiyans. This is an undeniable truth. Yet, this is exceedingly hard to accept. The mere notion that you are Saiyan kings is already astonishing, and yet... it seems you still harbor doubts. Allow me to show you something significant. Perhaps this will convince you of the veracity of these claims. Grit retrieved an emblematic object from behind him. Wukong stood in stunned silence, for what lay before him was the unique emblem of the Saiyan race, a tail. A silver-white tail emerged from Grit's rear, writhing in his grasp. How can it be that you possess a tail? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. You must believe now. The tail is our most distinctive feature, the battle emblem of our Saiyan lineage, the testament to our identity as cosmic conquerors. The only difference is that your tails are brown, while ours are silver. Grit, sensing Wukong's lingering disbelief, transformed into his Super Saiyan form with a flash of golden light. This transformation bore a striking resemblance to Wukong's own, further shocking him. Is all of this truly real? But why not inform Vegeta? After all, he is the prince of the Saiyans, and you are the king of the Saiyans. He is your closest heir. Wukong furrowed his brows, raising an objection. I imagine you are aware of Mr. Vegeta's temperament. If I were to reveal the truth to him, with his prideful nature, would he even accept it? Grit chuckled lightly, returning to his normal form, though an imperial aura still enveloped him. Wukong grasped the implication, feeling somewhat troubled. Indeed, what else is there? He inquired, unable to bear the weight of this secret. Behold this battle power. Grit summoned another crystal ball, pointing to display the data for Wukong's inspection. What? It measures a staggering 50 trillion. That's half of Super Vegeta's power. Wukong gasped, disbelief washing over him. Could it be? His eyes widened, a mixture of awe and guilt illuminating them. Yes, this battle power is currently the highest recorded, left by the previous Super Saiyan. Grit confirmed. So, the last Super Saiyan is indeed the strongest of all time, correct? Wukong pondered, excitement coursing through him. Indeed, he is the mightiest warrior in history. Is that so? Wukong smiled, clenching his fists. He secretly rejoiced. This is wonderful. There exists someone so powerful. I must surpass him. I will surpass him. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Indeed, Grit observed Wukong, a knowing smile gracing his lips, a smile laden with meaning. Chapter 15, The Assault on Vegeta, Part 1. To the readers who have followed the tale of the Dragon Ball Emperor to this point, it is clear you appreciate the writing style of Moyuo. Allow me a moment to shamelessly recommend my concurrently serialized work, Soul Battle. Despite its seemingly cliché title, the narrative within is sure to captivate you. As of now, Soul Battle has reached Chapter 46, ripe for the picking. It presents a novel tale of cultivation, where the path to immortality unfolds and divine battles return as the protagonists engage in an astonishing struggle for transcendence. On a side note, I must share that on my birthday, the 26th, my confession was met with failure. I do not share this to elicit sympathy, but to affirm that my intentions were sincere. The actions of the other party have led me to resign myself. Yet I remain committed to crafting the legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor to perfection, providing you all with a more fulfilling conclusion to the Dragon Ball saga. Thank you for your continued support. He actually broke the seal. That infernal monkey. A pair of silver-white eyes gazed ahead, their expression a mix of familiarity and shock. Sharo sensed the tremors caused by the powerful assault on the cosmic formation and hastened to the center of the demon realm. From the immense wheel, he witnessed Wukong forcefully breach the inner cosmos, disbelief etched across his face. It seems his strength remains difficult to gauge. Mero had also arrived, flanked by 3 others. All 5 present rendered speechless by Wukong's audacity. While the others might be oblivious to the truth of the celestial upheaval, these 5 understood the origins of the formation. To break such a seal required a power exceeding 1,000 units. Mero, what is the meaning of this? I know that this monkey-esque growth owes much to your influence. Sharo's eyes gleamed with cold fury, the murderous intent barely contained. He had been monitoring Wukong's ascent since the previous day. The fact that Wukong had amassed 100 units in less than 60 years did not mark him as an unparalleled genius. What truly terrified Sharo was the miraculous speed with which Wukong's power had surged over the past year, increasing by thousands of times since defeating Baby. Yet, throughout this period, Mero remained active within the demon realm, making no effort to eliminate or even suppress Wukong's growth. This baffled Sharo and fueled his current ire, especially since Wukong's power had now surpassed his own peak. I owe you no explanations. Mero refused to yield to Sharo's interrogation, his disdain evident. As Sharo's violent aura sought to engulf him, Mero effortlessly dissipated Sharo's icy energy with a flame-like aura, turning to leave. How infuriating! Sharo seethed, shocked by Mero's strength, but still seething with rage. However, it was Mero's next statement that sent him into a frenzy. Mind your own affairs. My authority does not permit your interference, or you shall learn the consequences. With that, Mero vanished, leaving Sharo's retaliatory ice dragon to strike air. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a basketball appeared, spinning rapidly and radiating a terrifying, endless fiery power, which struck the ice dragon's head amidst the stunned gasps of the onlookers. The anguished roar of the dragon signaled the complete collapse of its attack, shaking the entire secret space as fire triumphed over ice once again. Mero, Sharo roared, initially intending to ambush Mero to assert dominance, only to be met with a more potent counterattack. In this clash, Sharo found himself at a disadvantage. The impact reopening ancient wounds, blood spilling from his lips. The 3 behind remained silent, though their status was elevated. They felt diminutive in the face of Sharo and Mero's confrontation. They could only endure the tumultuous clash between the 2, yet even so, they sustained injuries from the last strike, their hands, shielding their eyes, marred by cuts from the winds of the battle. As they witnessed Sharo falter against Mero, they collectively gasped in disbelief. For 100 years ago, when Mero had forcibly awakened Sharo, the latter had held overwhelming superiority. Yet now, even restored to full strength, Sharo might not emerge victorious against Mero. The enigma of Mero's identity and the astonishing rate of his growth were more than alarming. Chapter 15, The Assault on Vegeta, Part 2. In the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. Since Goku had uncovered the secrets of the Saiyans and the Saiyan kings, a somber expression had settled upon him. Though he still feigned cheerfulness while conversing with Gohan, Chi-Chi, and the others, those familiar with Goku sensed the underlying shadow of his troubled spirit, albeit unspoken among them. Meanwhile, Bulma was equally anxious. For Vegeta had not returned throughout the night. Had it not been for Trunks reassuring her that Vegeta's energy signature remained on this planet, Bulma might have already taken decisive action, demanding that Goku and the others search for him. With her brows knitted in concern, Bulma, well acquainted with Vegeta's temperament, had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of him. She had never contemplated that the proud warrior harbored the lingering shadows of his race's destruction. Now, with this old wound laid bare, it became evident that Vegeta had indeed endured a period of darkness. Vegeta will find clarity, Kiki murmured as she approached, gently grasping Bulma's hands in hers and offering a comforting pat, signaling her to ease her worries. Bra echoed her sentiments, having always witnessed Vegeta's formidable side. She naturally felt no apprehension concerning her father's safety. Bulma, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by the attention of those surrounding her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she nodded and gently withdrew her hands from Kiki's grasp, lifting a cup of coffee before her, pretending to savor it as a means to mask her unease. Goten, Trunks, and Ub were naturally unaware of the circumstances, while Gohan, having learned of the tragic history of the Saiyan race during the events on planet Namek, felt a profound sorrow, empathizing deeply with Vegeta. Wukong became increasingly anxious upon realizing that Vegeta had not returned overnight. As he walked on the desolate beach, his nearly 6-foot frame moved with a heavy gait, leaving behind distant footprints in the sand. The waves occasionally lapped at the shore, creating small splashes. The cool sea water harbored immense natural power, compacting the fine sand into a solid layer. The slightly brownish beach glistened under the blazing sun, shimmering with a faint golden hue. This figure was none other than Vegeta. Having spent a sleepless night, he wandered aimlessly along the coast, his mind swirling with memories of the past. A shell reflecting the sunlight caught Vegeta's eye, snapping him back to reality. He looked up at the sun, realizing it was already the following morning. After a night of contemplation, his eyes, devoid of focus, reflected profound fatigue, and his once clean-shaven face now bore a stubbly beard nearly 2 millimeters long, rendering him a disheveled middle-aged man. The dazzling sunlight compelled him to blink, exacerbating his weariness, prompting him to massage his temples in an attempt to regain clarity. With a slight exhale, Vegeta took a deep breath to calm his racing thoughts, gradually emerging from the shadows of his past. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he muttered under his breath, for his stomach had begun to protest after nearly a day without food. Vegeta felt a flush of embarrassment. His growling stomach was hardly befitting of a prince, as he prided himself on maintaining a more dignified demeanor than some gluttons. Just as he was about to take flight, a vital piece of information pierced through his consciousness, shattering his momentary tranquility. A familiar aura sent a shiver through him, his pupils dilating in shock as he gazed towards the distant horizon. Is it him? Vegeta's mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning, and after a brief moment of confusion, he arrived at the singular conclusion. The tremors coursing through his body intensified, twisting his features into a grimace, as an overwhelming sense of murderous intent enveloped him. Chapter 15. The Assault on Vegeta, Part 3. It is him. No, it cannot possibly be him. Vegeta's body shook with increasing fervor. The familiar aura evoked memories long buried, dark and humiliating recollections. Yet, as he sensed the opposing power escalating, he struggled to suppress his impulses, rationally dismissing his tenuous deductions. He could sense a distinct difference between them, and the strength of this entity far surpassed that of the one he feared. Damn it! Even if it's not that individual, the connection cannot be denied. Vegeta shook his head vehemently, but the resurgence of his long-suppressed hatred surged forth, and the anguish that had been hidden away for years found an opportunity to erupt. With a low growl, he unleashed a roar that could not conceal the raging fury within him. The once contained ferocity surged forth with unprecedented intensity. Leaping into the air, propelled by the force of the water's surface, a wave of potent energy rippled through the atmosphere, and Vegeta ascended into the heights, his figure momentarily vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, Wukong, Gohan, and the others sensed the malevolent energy rising into the sky. Goten, Trunks, and were unaware of the identity of the source. Yet Wukong and Gohan exchanged troubled glances. As the energy surged, Wukong instinctively turned towards the distant origin, but in searching for the source, he noticed Vegeta's unusual behavior, his expression darkening further. In mere moments, Gohan also detected Vegeta's anomaly and was about to speak when Wukong interjected, "Gohan, you and the others stay here to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. I will investigate." Before the words had fully left his lips, Wukong dashed outside, transforming into a streak of golden light that raced away. Gohan understood the gravity of the situation, feeling the overwhelming power rising, and he deduced the dire implications. The strength of this entity surpassed even that of a fully powered Frieza. What on earth is this energy? Gohan furrowed his brow, attempting to pinpoint the source of the aura, only to find himself further confounded. Little did they know, the three, Svao Feng, Bra, and Beulah, also sensed the encroaching dark energy. Though separated by vast distances, the ominous power loomed like a nightmare, heralding an impending crisis. On the distant shoreline, due to the planet's vastness, thousands of miles away, the sun was setting in a blaze of crimson, casting a warm glow over the azure sea. The area was surrounded by sheer cliffs. Desolate and empty, where 4 figures cloaked in black hovered in the air. Among them, one radiated a purplish-red aura as their power surged. An immense vortex of negative energy coalesced at an altitude of 10,000 meters, drawing in dark clouds swirling around the center. Crimson lightning flickered amidst the clouds, as tempestuous winds roared and thunder cracked. Both of them have arrived. One of the figures cloaked in black remarked, sensing the auras of Wukong and Vegeta. He took a step forward and turned to address the figure behind him. Yans, I leave this to you. The monkey is mine for now. The speaker's voice was unfamiliar. And upon hearing his arrogant proclamation, the figure enveloped in the purplish-red aura smirked slightly, while the one with pale blue eyes chuckled mockingly. Oh, Yans replied. But the other had already vanished to a distance of 100 miles. The two previous figures regarded the brash individual as if he were a foolish jester, choosing to ignore him. Yet, at that moment, they were merely assistants to these two arrogant beings, harboring grand ambitions and not opposed to letting their superiors meet their demise. Indeed, the situation was ironic. Yans and Mingjia had pursued the path to the inner universe before returning to the demon realm. However, during their journey, they had not witnessed Wukong's audacious breach of the formation, leaving their understanding of him frozen in time from over half a year ago. The slightest miscalculation could lead to monumental consequences, creating a precarious clash. Chapter 15. The Assault on Vegeta, Part 4. As Mingjia's figure dissipated, Yans began to unleash the latent power within him. A pale blue flame ignited across his form, the black robes crackling under the intensity of his energy. Tendrils of black mist writhed around him, and a vortex appeared at his chest. When the blue eye-like vortex opened, an unending torrent of flames surged forth, rapidly amplifying his power. Suddenly lifting his head, beneath the swirling hood, a blue visage emerged, bearing an eerie and sinister smile. He extended his hand towards the higher realm, unleashing a blue energy blast that cleaved through the purplish-red negative energy, aiming directly at the void. Fool. As the azure energy beam was on the verge of penetrating a distance of 100 zhang, a fleeting shadow suddenly emerged ahead. The apparition showed no signs of halting. Sensing the perilous nature of the impending strike, it swiftly altered its course and vanished. With a cold smirk, Yan spoke the word fool before dissipating from sight. Ascending to a height of 1,000 meters, a flash of blue light emanated from his right hand, and a fireball the size of a bowl erupted forth, hurtling downwards towards a figure just a few zhang below. The figure, taken aback once more, chose not to evade this time. Instead, it radiated a brilliant golden light, summoning a tempest of energy that extinguished the adversary's fiery assault, while simultaneously retaliating with a beam of azure energy. Yans, slightly surprised, furrowed his brow, preparing to reassess his opponent. However, he did not regard the counterattack with the respect it deserved. His purplish-red lips parted slightly, revealing a violet-blue tongue that extended forth, gathering a point of light at its tip. As the azure energy approached within a zhang, a surge of violet-blue light erupted, utterly obliterating the incoming attack and ferociously bombarding his opponent. In response, the newcomer bellowed, his golden aura intensifying, and he raised both palms forward, summoning a more formidable golden tempest. This powerful force shattered the fearsome strike that had been aimed at him, creating a vacuum in the surrounding space as if it had torn the very fabric of reality, with flames roaring skyward. Infuriated, the figure leaped out of the gigantic fireball, encased in golden light to shield himself from harm, yet still uttered a string of curses. This figure was unmistakably Vegeta, who materialized atop a steep cliff below. As he landed, the sound of mocking laughter reached his ears, and Vegeta's brows knitted in anger. He realized that his opponent had approached the battle with a playful demeanor. The piercing laughter ignited a blaze of fury within him, but he disregarded the arrogant taunts, focusing instead on the individual cloaked in dark attire, emanating a purplish-red glow. His instincts, honed through years of combat experience, informed him that this figure was the most dangerous among the trio. As if sensing Vegeta's murderous intent, the figure radiating purplish-red energy ceased to play the role of bait, sneering as he welcomed the arrival of Prince Vegeta. The prince did not exhibit an exaggerated change in color, but his expression darkened considerably upon hearing his identity revealed, confirming much of his suspicions and further stirring his agitation. Simultaneously, far away, Goku sensed the fluctuations of battle occurring thousands of miles away and felt his own power surge. As he flew, a flash of golden light enveloped him. Under the scattered golden energy, faint blue lightning danced around his form, propelling him into a state of Super Saiyan 2, enhancing his speed 100-fold. Yet, in that very moment, Goku abruptly halted his leap. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and with a swift motion, he executed a hand strike, cleaving through the vast emptiness ahead. The golden energy blade tore open a rift in space, and a dark beam emerged, causing the sky to collapse like a shattered mirror. Observing this scene, Goku did not rush to depart, but instead calmed his breath, locking on to every entity in his vicinity. Indeed, he was Son Goku. A strange voice echoed as another vertical rift appeared in the void, from which emerged a figure surrounded by countless violet lightning bolts. As the dark aura behind him dissipated, an overwhelming malevolence surged forth from the cloaked figure. The demon realm. Wukong gazed intently at the figure before him, reflecting on the myriad encounters of recent days, and categorized this individual as a denizen of the demon realm. Upon discerning the other's identity, a glint of cold light flickered in Wukong's eyes, and the power within his Super Saiyan 2 state surged swiftly. Chapter 16. Enchanted Fist, Part 1. Since the battle of 2 days prior, Wukong had taken note of the opponent's mastery over spatial confinement techniques. Thus, in that brief moment, he detected the stifling aura of this space and, without hesitation, shattered the opponent's blockade with a decisive strike. However, Wukong was taken aback to discover that this assault was once again linked to the demon realm. After all, the typically discreet demon realm had launched a second offensive in such a short span of time, indicating that this was no mere skirmish between two factions. With a single slash, he dismantled the opponent's spatial barrier. Upon recognizing the familiar figure clad in black robes, Wukong immediately initiated his offensive. Countless afterimages connected across a distance of 100 zhang, forming a golden arc that flashed before the black-robed individual as his eagle-claw-like right hand struck forth. Truly a battle-hungry spirit, the black-robed figure remarked, a statement made just as Wukong shattered the space. Yet, before he could finish, he suddenly found the opponent launching a counterattack. Now mere feet away from him, the black-robed figure paused momentarily, but quickly regained composure, a cold smile creeping across his face as bolts of electricity erupted from his body, unleashing a fierce purple lightning strike aimed directly at Wukong's position. With a narrowing of his eyes, Wukong, having encountered the enigmatic figure capable of manipulating various celestial energies, was not overly astonished to find himself facing an adversary wielding the power of lightning. A halo of golden flames enveloped Wukong's right hand, revealing no intent to retreat. He resolutely sealed the incoming thunderbolts that pierced the void with the flames in his grasp, simultaneously shattering the violet thunder energy with a forceful strike. Mingjia was fully aware of Wukong's true prowess and had instinctively sought to impede him, believing he could buy himself some time. When Wukong effortlessly shattered the spatial barriers for the first time, Mingjia, under the impression that his opponent had exerted considerable strength, remained skeptical of Wukong's might. However, the subsequent display of power made it abundantly clear just how formidable Wukong truly was. In response, Mingjia unleashed his most formidable lightning force, desperate to avoid being annihilated in an instant. Yet, in that moment, he realized the extent of his previous arrogance. Through the locking of energies, he sensed Wukong had already appeared behind him. Before he could fully perceive Wukong's impending assault, he was overwhelmed by a tremendous gust of force that sent him crashing beneath the surface of the sea. A thunderous explosion erupted, generating towering waves that soared 100 feet high, while the massive imprint of Wukong's hand forcibly compressed the impact site to depths exceeding 100 meters below sea level. Eager to conclude the confrontation, Wukong did not fully gauge the extent of his lethal power. He merely sought to repel this obstructive presence. His years of combat experience had made it evident that Mingjia's arrival was merely a tactic to delay the inevitable. Once free from his opponent's entanglement, Wukong pressed his fingers to his brow, allowing his immense aura to envelop the entire planet. In an instant of focused concentration, he rapidly condensed his divine awareness to pursue the target he sought. However, a frown creased Wukong's forehead as he discovered that his adversary had also employed spatial barriers to sever the link to Vegeta's energy. Wukong released his fingers, his keen eyes, sharp as an eagle's, gazed intently toward the direction he had previously perceived. A chilling light flickered within his gaze, and a frigid aura of lethal intent permeated the air around him. The golden flames surrounding him blazed fiercely as he clenched his fists tightly. No matter what you intend to do, I shall undoubtedly vanquish you. Wukong narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura emanating from him, creating a tempest that ravaged in all directions, causing the temperature around him to plummet abruptly. This subtle change, however, went unnoticed even by Wukong, whose eyes, glimmering with golden light, were subtly adorned with 2 streaks of crimson brilliance. The suppressed negative emotions surged forth once more, igniting a deadly intent that soared to the heavens. After re-establishing his focus on Vegeta's previous position, Wukong's entire being ignited with fervent energy, transforming into a golden arc of light that spanned the heavens and earth, instantly traversing 1,000 miles. Yet, to Wukong's astonishment, his adversary had once again enacted a spatial blockade for the third time. A cold gleam flickered and vanished, prompting Wukong to unleash his physical strength, harnessing the surrounding cosmic energy to conjure an energy tempest that crashed into the void ahead, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Wukong effortlessly shattered the blockade before him once more. Wukong had no intention of slowing down. Yet he discovered that the shards of space he had shattered emitted a blinding radiance, spinning and thrusting towards him with menacing barbs. In an instant, countless fragmented blades surged towards him from every conceivable direction. Sensing the formidable challenge posed by his adversary, Wukong's fury intensified. After a slight deceleration, he unleashed an even more formidable power from within. A golden tempest erupted, expanding rapidly from his form to encompass a vast expanse of 1,000 feet, enveloping all the shards and ultimately dispersing them with a resounding crack. In that fleeting moment of obstruction, a bolt of purple lightning, as wide as a whale's mouth, descended from the heavens, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the void, as if tearing open the fabric of space itself. In the fading light of the lightning, the tattered figure of the dark-robed Mingjia emerged. Chapter 16, Enchanted Fist, Part 2. Wukong turned to gaze at the enigmatic figure of Mingjia. Upon noticing the mysterious black aura surrounding his opponent, a profound silence enveloped Wukong's heart. The familiar scenes from his memories resurfaced, revealing subtle connections within. "I truly underestimated you," he mused, his words trailing off as Mingjia smiled at Wukong's renewed assault. The pale, azure-tinged visage emerged from the tattered cloth, extending his similarly hued right hand. He traced a line through the air, unleashing a blue energy blast that absorbed ambient energy while cloaked in azure lightning as it surged toward Wukong. The energy blast pierced through Wukong's afterimage, and as a golden blaze flickered, Wukong significantly closed the distance between them. His left hand radiated a sphere of golden light, which gently made contact with the lightning energy, shattering Mingjia's thunderous attack. In one fluid motion, Wukong then propelled a white energy sphere from his right hand. With a graceful arc, it bypassed Mingjia's protective barrier and detonated against him from 10 paces away. Witnessing Wukong severing his lightning, Mingjia, though astonished, promptly prepared his defenses. He twirled his left hand to conjure a barrier of electricity, bracing against the impending energy blast. The power of the lightning converged and compressed, extinguishing Wukong's energy sphere. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Wukong once again traversed the distance between them, his cold eyes locking onto Mingjia's. As the latter's expression morphed into one of terror, Wukong smirked derisively and prepared to unleash an energy sphere. Realizing the unfolding discrepancy, Wukong first retracted his energy sphere before sweeping his palm horizontally, shattering the lingering afterimage. Raising his gaze, he beheld Mingjia's true form towering 100 feet above, his finger pointed skyward. The heavens darkened as his right index finger released dozens of purple serpentine lightning bolts, culminating in a football-sized electric orb. With a flash of lightning, Mingjia, disregarding his injuries, seized the moment to harness most of his energy, launching a ferocious strike aimed at the unprepared adversary. The swirling lightning coalesced around the electric orb, and as Mingjia propelled the energy blast toward Wukong, the orb spun rapidly, drawing the unleashed lightning into a vortex, swiftly obliterating the ground beneath Wukong. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that his opponent would simultaneously employ a spatial confinement technique to restrict his movement while launching an assault. The speed of the energy bombardment was astonishingly swift. However, all of this underestimated Wukong's formidable strength. Upon discerning the opponent's afterimage, he realized that the energy assimilated within him had not entirely dissipated. Instead, it coalesced within the palm of his hand, manifesting a more powerful strike. Observing the opponent's energy projectile hurtling towards an enemy over 10 meters away, Wukong smirked coldly. With a flicker of golden light from his outstretched right hand, he unleashed a golden energy sphere that collided with breathtaking speed. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens and earth as Wukong's whirling golden orb, upon merging with the thunderous energy projectile, displayed unparalleled might. After releasing a blinding brilliance, it erupted with overwhelming ferocity, annihilating all traces of the thunderous force in the mere span of half a breath. As Wukong pressed his advantage, he soared through the tumultuous explosion. At the moment he detected the opposing thunder dragon lunging towards him, he pointed ahead. A radiant circle of golden light surged forth, and with a formidable burst of energy, He cleaved the 100-meter-long thunder dragon in twain, emerging triumphantly from the roaring maw of the beast. It was the end. Wukong's voice resonated coldly, while Mingjia, gripped by an overwhelming fear following the shattering of his previous two attacks, found his once pale visage drained of color. Staring dazedly at the formidable figure of Wukong before him, along with the golden energy sphere hovering in front of his abdomen. In a cataclysmic explosion, Wukong propelled Mingjia 100 meters away, and as he gazed upon the surging flames, he hesitated not a moment longer. With his right hand enveloped in golden light, he executed a diagonal slash, intending to deliver a strike that would grievously wound or even vanquish his opponent. A boundless intent to kill surged within Wukong's heart. It was peculiar, for one would expect that after transforming into the golden giant ape, his emotions would be subdued. Yet, upon encountering that familiar enigmatic black mist for the third time, an instinctual wave of hostile ferocity emerged, making it challenging for Wukong to suppress his murderous aura, rendering him somewhat irritable. He had anticipated ending the battle in one decisive blow, but circumstances shifted once more. Before Wukong's strike could land, a slightly rejuvenated Mingjia swiftly assumed a defensive stance. The black mist he released contracted intensely, warping the space behind him, allowing Mingjia to slip within its folds. As the remaining black mist resisted Wukong's assault, the fissure once more sealed shut, restoring everything in the aftermath of the shockwave. Wukong's golden strike, having pierced through the flames, dissipated into the void. Wukong etched the scene of the sudden mutation into his memory, sensing an unsettling aura as the dark energy spread. Only upon realizing that the opponent's presence had entirely vanished did he confirm their disappearance from sight. In a burst of strength, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and tore through the air. Chapter 16, Enchanted Fist, Part 3, during the first week of the contract, seeking support and votes. At this moment, Vegeta regained his composure. Upon entering this realm, he felt a distinct severance of his ki, fully aware that his impulsiveness had led him astray. Yet, with his pride intact, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. A massive fireball rained down from above. Now in his Super Saiyan 2 state, Vegeta immediately harnessed his energy, bringing his hands together to release a cerulean energy beam that pushed the fireball back several meters before detonating. "Damn it," Vegeta muttered, sensing the impending danger. He leapt from the cliff beneath him, his raging ki obliterating the rocks below. In a flash, he appeared before Yans, unleashing a ki blast with his left hand. However, his sweeping attack failed to grasp the opponent's form, and his energy blast merely erupted against the barrier of the spatial confinement, causing minimal damage and quickly reverting to its original state. A long, fiery whip danced before Vegeta's eyes. Reacting instinctively, he ducked low as the serpent-like flame lashed above him. The searing heat not only distorted the atmosphere, but also instilled a sense of dread within Vegeta, who recalled witnessing that very flame severing a colossal mountain, leaving an unfathomable scar in its wake. Evading the relentless pursuit of the fiery whip, Vegeta expanded his ki to encompass the entire confined space, finally pinpointing the exact locations of his three adversaries. In an instant, he accelerated, deflecting the fiery whip with his palm and appearing before Yans, delivering a fierce punch. "Oh!" Yans expressed mild surprise at his opponent's tenacity. Yet, he was only able to barely counter Vegeta's assault, catching the latter's furious right fist with his left hand. After absorbing the explosive force, he retaliated with an iron fist of his own. Vegeta was taken aback, never expecting his nearly full-powered strike to feel akin to striking cotton. The counterattack filled him with an overwhelming sense of danger. Quickly, he raised his left elbow to shield himself, the immense impact sending shockwaves rippling outward, creating a storm of force. However, the sharp pain emanating from his hand made him realize that his left arm had been shattered by the opponent's strike. Struggling to stabilize his flying body with his ki, he felt his strength waning. One blow had rendered Vegeta gravely injured. Both fighters were momentarily taken aback by the other's formidable physique and keen reflexes, maintaining a mutual silence. Ignoring the severe injury to his left hand, Vegeta's expression remained composed. A continuous stream of golden light emanated from within him, and he unexpectedly discovered that the gathered ki around his nearly incapacitated left forearm possessed the ability to heal his wounds. Though his heart was shaken, Vegeta concealed his astonishment, understanding that since the evil dragon incident, his ki had begun to mirror Gohan's transformation, akin to Goku's during that time. After months without fierce battles, he was unaware that such contrary energy could mend his injuries. This newfound ability had puzzled Vegeta in the past, as the universe's mightiest race. Saiyans could ascend in power but could not recover from previous wounds. Over the years, he observed that many foes could heal their past injuries while increasing their combat prowess, leading him to realize that, in comparison, the Saiyan race's advantages had diminished against other warrior races. Today, however, he comprehended that only when the mysterious golden aura enveloped him would a Saiyan's self-healing ability awaken. Chapter 16, Enchanted Fist, Part 4, today saw the second update, with more chapters to follow. Realizing this secret, Vegeta could not express his joy amidst the shock, for the pain in his hand reminded him of the opponent's terrifying strength. Yan sneered, observing Vegeta's slightly solemn expression. Slowly, he extended his right fist, then flicked his finger, gathering a glimmering flame from its tip. In that instant, he unleashed hundreds of fireballs, each the size of a fist. As the torrent of attacks descended upon him, Vegeta's expression grew cold. He raised his left hand to retaliate, positioning his right palm in front of him to unleash a massive radioactive beam, obliterating the rapidly approaching fireballs from 100 meters away. The explosive blast generated tremendous recoil, allowing Vegeta to retreat 100 meters. Yet sensing the encroaching threat, Vegeta continued to release his cerulean ki, sweeping it across the sky, aiming to strike Yan's, who lurked behind him. Indeed, Yan's voice echoed through their minds. However, Vegeta's sweeping energy failed to match his opponent's speed. Yan stepped through the void, covering Tinzhong in an instant. To retaliate against Vegeta's fierce maneuver, he seized Vegeta by the neck, crashing downwards, slamming him into the ground and shattering the towering mountain beneath them, the sound of destruction echoing through the air. A red light flickered as Yan emerged from the cloud of dust, the overwhelming impact dispersing the surrounding terrain. Yet, he did not linger to relish the suffering of the weak. He raised his right hand, stirring the fire elements within the space, conjuring a towering inferno that spiraled into an inverted pyramid reaching towards the heavens. Although injured, Vegeta still possessed the ability to move. The golden light surged skyward, illuminating the entire confined space, causing the previously subdued energy to erupt violently. The shattered ground was repelled outward by the energy field, with larger stones levitating in midair, revealing Vegeta beneath, bloodied and battered, his torn clothing marred by wounds. Just as Vegeta prepared to counterattack, he found himself ensnared within a sea of flames. After the golden light surged, Yan's concentrated the crimson flames across the ground, enveloping the area in a towering inferno. A wave of destruction washed over Vegeta, causing him to pale in shock. Within that inferno, fire dragons coalesced, pursuing Vegeta. With his left hand still not fully healed, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of dozens of fire dragons even when combining a kick with his right foot. He could only defensively repel the flames with his ki repeatedly. Damn it, what is happening? Can the energies of heaven and earth be wielded in such a manner? Vegeta pondered, aware that certain beings in this universe could harness the energies of the cosmos for their own power. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone manipulate such vast cosmic energy. As Vegeta marveled, Yan's completed his ultimate strike, a triumphant smile gracing his face. With a single gesture, he commanded the endless sea of flames beneath them to coalesce rapidly, forming a vortex in mere moments. Under the terror-stricken gaze of Vegeta, a basketball-sized orb of crimson energy coalesced, emanating an overwhelming inferno of flames that soared to temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. The earth beneath it was scorched to a fiery red, and even the air ignited in response, causing the very void to tremble slightly. Vegeta silently cursed his misfortune, realizing it was too late to escape as he beheld the fireball before him erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. An endless force of destruction enveloped his form, the ferocity of the flames appearing to tear through his body. He was violently propelled backward, coughing up blood, resembling a shattered marionette, his expression dimming as his very essence dissipated. Let destruction commence, Ensi declared, observing Vegeta, now utterly drained from the explosion, as he prepared to deliver the final blow. His raised right hand hovered above the heart of the inferno, flames spiraling around his arm, radiating a resplendent crimson gold. The surging power caused the entire enclosed space to vibrate ominously. In the next moment, just as Ensi felt victory within his grasp, the entire realm quaked, the tremors far surpassing the impact of his attack. A sense of foreboding washed over him as the scene before him transformed, leaving his countenance pale with horror. A sudden surge of destructive force rippled through the space, an unassailable power emanating from the outside, shattering the confines of their enclosure. The overwhelming aura seemed to tear apart the very fabric of reality, instilling fear in the hearts of the four within. while Vegeta wore a bittersweet smile of resignation. The others were gripped by sheer terror. The entire space quivered as the incoming force, akin to a cannonball, effortlessly shattered the glass-like barrier, manifesting a colossal handprint that blotted out the sky. After leaving countless afterimages in the void, it struck the towering column of flames, dispersing all fire in an astonishing display that sent the remaining shockwaves sprawling 100 miles away before fully detonating. Two figures hastily fled, their retreat marred by the violent gusts of the hand's passage, while Incy bore the brunt of the devastation. When that enormous handprint descended upon him, he became the primary target. Although he was not cast 100 miles away, most of the cataclysmic force was absorbed into his body, shattering his bones with an earth-shattering power and leaving him as a mere shadow of his former self, a bloodied husk. In disbelief, he beheld a golden streak approaching from several hundred miles away, his pupils constricting in sheer terror as he recognized the figure of Goku, now ascended to Super Saiyan 3, flashing towards him like a golden comet. At that moment, Incy grasped the vast chasm separating their powers. His adversary could extinguish his life as easily as crushing an ant. Realizing his assassination plot had unraveled, Incy's frustration ignited into a furious rage. Ignoring the insurmountable disparity between them, he recklessly advanced toward Vegeta, confident in his ability to eliminate his foe before he could arrive, as he was merely 3 miles away. His attacking fist morphed into a torrent of dark energy, coalescing into a disheveled skull that surged forward in a destructive assault. Upon witnessing the scene, Wukong instinctively comprehended the profound implications of this desperate counterattack. His eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he executed a technique of instantaneous teleportation, appearing beside Vegeta. With a swift movement, he unleashed a powerful energy blast. However, in a bewildering twist, it seamlessly passed through the skull, detonating behind it and striking the sinisterly grinning Ensu. The explosion transformed the latter into a marionette severed from its strings, ultimately enveloped by an eerie black mist before vanishing into the void. Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that the bizarre skull could disregard the fierce onslaught. Ultimately, in a moment of vulnerability, it crashed into Vegeta's head, causing the latter to tremble violently. Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, for in that moment, Vegeta, as if possessed, let out a wild howl, and from his being, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy began to emanate endlessly. Following the roar of the transforming dark mist, a boundless aura of malevolence surged into the heavens, enveloping the entire planet. In the distance, a figure floated in midair, halting his rapid movement, startled by the sudden turn of events. The Phantom Fist. At the onset of the fierce battle, Grit had already sensed the changes occurring here. As the skyward demonic energy surged violently, his countenance darkened, filled with astonishment. Chapter 17. Dreams and Reality Part 1. A powerful surge of demonic energy flowed directly from Vegeta's head into his body. Outsiders remained oblivious to the transformation occurring within. Yet Vegeta acutely sensed an overwhelming force of darkness infiltrating his mind and spirit. Amidst excruciating pain, he felt his body beginning to undergo a metamorphosis. The once diminutive golden flames, capable of being retracted, flickered within his sea of consciousness, hinting at a burgeoning strength. Simultaneously, torrents of demonic energy erupted from within him, shaking the very heavens and earth, while his body continued to crumble. Wukong instinctively sensed something amiss. The overwhelming surge of dark energy emanating from Vegeta left him deeply apprehensive. The malevolent black aura enveloping Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to the formidable figures he had encountered from the demon realm. However, upon closer observation, Wukong discerned that Vegeta's dark essence was even more akin to that of the first individual he had faced, possessing a purity and terror far surpassing that of his previous adversaries, Yans and Mingjia. In this moment, Vegeta appeared almost possessed, unleashing furious roars as the demonic energy corroded his being, clouding his mind. His eyes gleamed with a dazzling black light, and as the forces of darkness surged relentlessly, the earth quaked with increasing ferocity, affecting even several nearby galaxies. Initially, Wukong was unaware of the impending turmoil. In a bid for self-preservation, he distanced himself several meters from Vegeta. Upon noticing that Vegeta exhibited no peculiar resistance and that his aura was increasingly faint, Wukong had no choice but to resort to aggression. The surge of his energy immediately rent asunder the dark aura enveloping Vegeta, and with a powerful punch, he struck Vegeta's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Wukong then secured the unconscious Vegeta at his waist. Simultaneously, golden light began to emanate from Wukong's body. He had discovered the essence of this golden radiance half a year prior, and at that moment, as he leapt away, he continuously used his energy to dissipate the dark aura, simultaneously administering healing to Vegeta. Forgive me, I wish to ascertain something. If the readers truly appreciate this Dragon Ball narrative, please log into your accounts within the next 3 days, bookmark this story, and leave a comment. Currently, this novel has garnered over 100,000 views, yet the bookmark count stands at a mere 50. I find this discrepancy rather unusual and seek verification. Previous friends are kindly requested not to artificially inflate the data or comment at this time, as I urgently require genuine statistics. Should you feel that I am deceiving you, feel free to remove this book from your shelves come Monday. Over the next 3 days, I wish to confirm the authentic data of this story and address a troubling suspicion in my mind. Thank you all. In truth, Wukong did not wish to utilize instantaneous movement to gain time. Rather, he realized that if he did not eliminate the enigmatic dark aura, Vegeta's injuries would only worsen. Ordinary mechanical treatment could not counteract such forces, so on the return journey, he had no choice but to continuously use his golden energy to dissolve the dark aura. The battle had long drawn the attention of numerous fighters within the vast inner cosmos. Many bore ashen faces, shaking their heads in grim acknowledgement of their adversary's superior strength, while others, powerful in their own right, licked their lips in anticipation of the forthcoming cosmic combat. They all locked onto the recent clash with their auras. And even those fighters yet to converge from other galaxies took note of this confrontation. However, some profound figures were puzzled by the sudden spatial lockdown, while those privy to certain details grew wary of the combatants' prowess. Ultimately, the formidable dark energy unleashed by Vegeta struck terror into many hearts, as distant senses could not escape the encroachment of that mysterious black aura. Even those light years away felt the repercussions of their auras being ensnared by its consuming force, which voraciously absorbed the energies of those gathering from across the cosmos, inflicting harm upon the slower reacting curious onlookers. What truly instilled fear within them was the realization that their opponent, ensnared in a dark realm, was experiencing an alarming surge in power. The stronger the opponent, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. Grit, Nil, Sieku, and Laika sensed the shift as well. However, even the typically unflappable Sieku furrowed his brow, departing the command center in silence without a shred of respect for Nil. Nil bore no resentment toward Sieku's actions, well aware of the solitary and proud nature of this individual. What shocked him was his own trepidation regarding the dark aura. Laika, too, was affected. As Vegeta's power escalated, his expression darkened. Near the battlefield, Grit halted his movements. Upon learning that figures from the demon realm had employed a magical fist, he was momentarily startled by Wukong's assertive actions, though he smiled and shook his head, understanding that Wukong's approach was indeed the wisest course. With that, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 17. Dreams and Reality. In the earlier upheaval, Gohan and the others had been attentive to the battle's developments. Now, they found themselves within the healing chamber of the palace, their expressions grave as they absorbed Wukong's explanations. Xiaofang, Beulah, Bayer, and even Master Roshi sensed the impending peril, having been previously unsettled by Vegeta's explosive surge of demonic flames. At this moment, they were apprehensive about the potential for Vegeta to erupt once more. Bulma, weeping at the side, anxiously gazed at the treatment room's entrance. Upon learning from Wukong that Vegeta's injuries were severe, her heart wavered. Had it not been for the assurance that Vegeta's life was not in jeopardy, she might have fainted on the spot. Wukong found himself in a peculiar state of mind. He had not yet broached the subject of recent events with Gohan and the others. However, as he reflected upon the occurrences of the past and their convergence with today's battle, a sliver of insight emerged within him. He pondered the inexplicable shift in the demon realm's previously subdued demeanor, now seemingly intent on targeting the Saiyans. Unbeknownst to Wukong, a directive had been issued to temporarily halt assaults on the Saiyans long before the crushing defeat of Meilu at his hands. Yet, the two enigmatic figures involved had refrained from enlightening the oblivious Mingjia and Yinsi, leading these arrogant individuals to recklessly engage in confrontation. On his return journey, Wukong endeavored to dispel the sinister black energy with his own formidable aura, only to discover that remnants of this dark essence lingered within Bei's heart veins, refusing to be eradicated completely. As his golden radiance purified the malevolent energy, a barely perceptible shift occurred within the Dragon Balls inside him, an alteration unbeknownst even to Wukong himself. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, the dragon trembled, its gaze filled with uncertainty, as vast as the ocean's depths. Was the situation truly as it appeared? Where could he possibly be? Cursed be that wretched being. Why has the void vanished from this world, leaving me with only fragmented memories? What schemes are you plotting? The dragon sighed deeply, its colossal form shifting, anxiety swelling within its consciousness. In the shadowy expanse, 8 figures materialized in this desolate domain. Among them, emanated a mysterious black aura, their sinister energy continuously mending their battered forms. Judging by their presence, it was unmistakably Mingjia and Yanxi. Curse that monkey for arriving so swiftly. We were unprepared and suffered a significant blow, muttered the one who bore the least injury, feigning arrogance as he communicated telepathically with another nearby. Indeed, he is truly terrifying. Regrettably, we could not utilize his might to eliminate either of those two, replied the other, exhaling a cloud of murky energy. Wukong's powerful strike had shattered most of his internal organs. Had it not been for the protective black energy, he would have been on the brink of death. Our plan was initially progressing smoothly, yet we did not foresee that these 2 arrogant fools would survive. It seems we must take matters into our own hands to deal with them, he continued, frustration evident. He had never anticipated that these incompetent superiors could escape so fortuitously. In their earlier strategy, it was less about eliminating Vegeta and more about using Wukong's strength to eradicate Yanxi and Mingjia. Let us observe the developments. It appears the demon realm has severed its ties with this place. However, I fear the situation may not be as straightforward. Only when we reach a critical juncture should we launch our counterattack. Otherwise, Shaluo and Chi Luo will not spare us, another interjected. Although he lamented the deteriorating circumstances, he found solace in the fact that Mingjia and Yanxi were far more injured than himself. Sensing their energy, he believed that in the forthcoming 2 weeks, they would not recover to their peak, while he and his companion could fully heal within 3 days. At that time, they would have an over 90% chance of success. That detestable Shaluo, one day I shall make him witness my true strength. After living for so long, it is time for his life to reach its end. The humiliation he has inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold. The mention of Shaluo ignited fury within him, causing his energy to swell ominously, quickening his healing process without alerting Mingjia and Yanxi. The other individual offered no response. He too had suffered humiliation at Shaluo's hands and harbored an equally deep-seated hatred. Yet, he chose to bide his time, intending to annihilate their adversaries in the upcoming counteroffensive. At that moment, Yanxi abruptly opened his eyes, fury radiating from his gaze as his energy surged violently. Mingjia, you had better explain why you failed to inform me of the sudden change in circumstances. Yanxi's eyes blazed with wrath. He had believed that Mingjia would be able to delay the enemy for a while, which had led him to mock Vegeta during their initial clash. He had never anticipated that Wukong would arrive on the scene within half a minute and deliver a devastating blow. Had it not been for the protective black energy, he would have met his demise. This oversight filled him with resentment and anguish. Had Mingjia warned him in advance, he would have eliminated the opponent and retreated unscathed. Mingjia did not rush to respond, instead offering a cold laugh. I was also struck down and rendered unconscious. How could I possibly inform you in advance? It seems you are at fault for failing to eliminate your opponent within half a minute. You must truly despise failure to attempt to shift the blame onto me. Mingjia showed no signs of backing down, and as Yanxi pressed his power against him, he unleashed a fierce pressure in retaliation, though his biting words incited Yanxi's ire. Realizing his culpability, Yanxi suppressed his anger, glaring at Mingjia, an oppressive aura enveloping him, devoid of murderous intent, yet still exuding a domineering presence. The remaining 4 were rendered speechless, feeling the overwhelming energy pressing down upon them. They staggered backward, blood seeping from their lips. Meanwhile, the 2 figures silently reveled in the absurdity of the conflict unfolding before them. 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet Vegeta remained unmoving, still in slumber. While his internal and external injuries had healed, his energy fluctuated unpredictably, stirring concern among those present. As Wukong sank deeper into silence, he discerned through faint breaths that the dark energy within Vegeta had ceased its earlier turmoil. Both of them gradually returned to a state of tranquility. However, for reasons unknown, Wukong found himself unable to calm his own mind. For Vegeta's safety, Wukong eradicated over 90% of the dark energy. He understood the implications of this action. It effectively severed Vegeta's opportunity for a significant power surge. Yet, Wukong firmly believed that if Vegeta were conscious, he would unhesitatingly relinquish such an opportunity, for the proud prince would never resort to such means to enhance his strength. This was a profound humiliation for Vegeta, A tremendous disgrace for the Prince of the Saiyans. During this time, Grit and others came to inquire about the situation. After a brief exchange with Wukong, they maintained a respectful silence before departing with well wishes, although Grit remained visibly troubled. The emergence of powerful beings does not imply that strength is restricted to a singular identity. While it is said that Saiyans and Saiyamen are the pride of the universe, this notion pertains specifically to individual races. The origin of the demon realm still remains a mystery. Some former peak warriors suspect that the inhabitants of the demon realm are, in fact, among the myriad races of the universe, and that the demon realm is a dark world formed by fallen races, perhaps even their paradise. The demon fist, in ancient times, was a formidable combat technique that instilled fear across the cosmos. This is merely a historical account within the universe. During the peak era of the demon realm, its power was sufficient to challenge the entire universe, even other cosmic dimensions, and the so-called forbidden techniques were widely known within the demon realm. Their horror lies in the ability to incite the negative emotions of the wounded, awakening their demonic essence. The ever-growing demonic energy not only strengthens the afflicted but also erodes the bodies and minds of their opponents. The consequences can range from mere demise to the transformation into a demonic being, subsequently turning against one's companions and embracing a life of slaughter. This fate is not determined solely by the quantity of dark energy. Even a mere trace of the demon fist's energy can plunge one into harrowing trials. And overcoming such trials also entails defeating the potential for demonic transformation. This is Vegeta's calamity, yet it also represents an opportunity for his evolution into a stronger being. While the outside world continued its usual course, Vegeta's divine realm was also in motion. At the moment when the dark energy fully enveloped his heart, a powerful white light struck his consciousness, sending him into a momentary daze that caused him to slip back into slumber. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting instant, Vegeta awoke once more, astonished by the peculiar scene before him as he surveyed his surroundings. Walking through a strangely familiar yet foreign place, Vegeta was unaware of how far he had wandered or how much time had passed. But his brow furrowed in increasing concern as the scenery around him stirred his heart with an indescribable emotion. What is this place? How did I end up here? Vegeta slapped his head and stood still. I remember being injured by that person, and at the last moment, Kakarot arrived. But I was attacked by a surge of dark energy. He recalled fragmented memories, feeling a surge of intense resentment. Damn it! Vegeta cursed under his breath. Just as he contemplated fleeing this ground, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. In an instant, he trembled as if struck by lightning. Reflexively opening his eyes wide and slowly turning his head towards the sound, he clearly heard someone calling his name, a voice he had not forgotten for decades. In that moment, Vegeta's heart surged with indescribable excitement, and upon recognizing the figures before him, his pupils dilated in disbelief, his expression reflecting sheer astonishment. From a distance of 100 feet, 3 shadows approached, 2 adults and a child. As they drew nearer, he could finally discern their features. Trembling, Vegeta's eyes glistened with tears. For standing before him were his father, who everyone should remember, and his mother, a beautiful woman with long, flowing black hair cascading down her back, clad in a pure white gown, alongside his younger self. Chapter 17. The dream unfolds. This scene left Vegeta in utter disbelief, his pale face reflecting his astonishment. He exclaimed, "Father, Mother," yet his voice seemed to fall on deaf ears as they showed no sign of response. Ignoring this, he instantly darted towards them, attempting to embrace them, only to find himself unable to grasp their presence, stumbling forward in a daze. Vegeta quickly regained his composure, fully aware that everything before him was an illusion, something he could not touch. Yet, the familiarity of this scene unsettled him, for it was a memory of the last time he beheld his father and mother. And this place was the long-destroyed planet Vegeta. "Father, why have you brought me here? Aren't you supposed to manage the affairs of planet Vegeta? I need to train." The once small Vegeta, now filled with youthful bravado, asked, eager to turn away. "Come now, Vegeta, my dear, just play with your father for a while, shall we?" His mother said, stroking young Vegeta's head, though her eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. "No, I want to become strong," young Vegeta replied, gazing up at his mother with innocence, unaware of the deeper implications of their conversation. "Today, you should relax and enjoy yourself, for tonight. Your father and I have an important mission to undertake, one that will greatly affect our future. We may not see you for a long time," she said, her voice breaking slightly, though she quickly masked her emotions with a forced smile. "Oh, really?" Young Vegeta looked on, oblivious to the turmoil in his mother's eyes. In the meantime, the present Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, tears welling up in his eyes as he thought, damn it. I never had a chance to see my father and mother again after this. From today onward, you must become independent and even stronger. I hope that one day you will remember this day and fulfill our shared ambition. King Vegeta finally spoke, exhaling slowly. Of course, I will become powerful, stronger than King Frieza. Young Vegeta declared, his Na'vi aspirations shining through. That's the spirit. That is why I, King Vegeta, take pride in my son. The king said, suppressing his sorrowful laughter, his heart stirred by his child's words, filled with a comforting emotion. So, what shall we do today, mother? Young Vegeta turned to his beautiful mother, his face aglow with childlike wonder. Let us go hunting and enjoy the wild outdoors. King Vegeta replied with a hearty laugh. But be cautious. Beware of the wild beasts out there, which are far stronger than those on Earth. Vegeta's mother expressed her concerns. Haha, there's no need to fear. I am quite formidable now, young Vegeta proclaimed confidently. However, father, you must not resort to any tricks this time. Mother, you must ensure fairness. Me resort to tricks? King Vegeta questioned, pointing at himself in disbelief. Yet, upon witnessing Vegeta's mischievous smile accompanied by his wife's laughter, he could only begrudgingly concede, very well. I shall not resort to tricks. And thus, the three of them laughed, though King Vegeta wore a somewhat helpless expression as they returned to the direction from which they had come. Vegeta gazed at the scene, captivated by memories of yesteryears, and by the time he regained his senses, the three of them had already drifted far away. Vegeta hurriedly pursued them. But it was too late. They gradually faded from his view, and Vegeta found himself in a different environment evening. Where are father and mother? He asked, looking around. Finally, he inquired of a guard, why haven't they come? The uninformed guard replied honestly, Your Highness, the king and queen have also prepared to depart for their mission. Hence they could not come. Why could they not leave a little later to see me? Young Vegeta asked angrily, clenching his fists. Did we not agree that if a child goes on a mission, their parents must come to send them off? The guard could only respond in silence. Ah, is that not our dear little Prince Vegeta? Why do you sound so upset? A voice interrupted the silence as an individual approached. It was Vegeta's uncle, Cher. Noticing Vegeta's tearful demeanor, he jested, Have you become afraid? What nonsense. Am I afraid? Vegeta shot an angry look at Cher. However, I have heard whispers that your parents no longer wish for you. It seems they intend to send you to another planet, never to return to planet Vegeta. Did they not mention this to you? Cher teased, casting a sidelong glance at young Vegeta. What are you babbling about? Vegeta recalled the events of the day, remembering that his father was never this easygoing. Yet he was ignited with rage, shouting in indignation. Nonsense. As the king of the Saiyans, there is no reason to violate our ancestors' decree. If they do not personally come to send off their child, what does that signify? You should understand this as well. Upon hearing this, little Vegeta felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He was acutely aware of this agreement. The Saiyans were indeed tempestuous and could engage in life-and-death battles among their kin, yet to a relative degree, they were quite affectionate towards their offspring. Such battles could never unfold in the presence of family. However, according to that ancestral decree, when a child is assigned to a mission, their parents must be present. Otherwise, the bloodline would be rendered void, leading to a life-and-death confrontation. No, it cannot be. It cannot be like this. Young Vegeta kept repeating within himself, secretly thinking, do father and mother no longer want me? Have they truly disregarded the bloodline agreement? I hate. At that moment, Nappa sensed the precarious situation and said, Prince Vegeta, do not worry. The king would never do such a thing. He cares for you deeply. Moreover, we are merely traveling to another planet for a mission. We will return shortly, and then you will know everything. However, little Vegeta paid no heed to Nappa's words. His tender heart had been easily deceived, and he angrily stepped into the cosmic pod. Nappa sighed helplessly and followed him into another pod. Cher, on the other hand, could only smile wryly as he watched Vegeta depart. In the distance, King Vegeta and the Queen were in the command room of the palace, observing everything outside. At that moment, both had tears in their eyes, whispering, I am sorry, Vegeta, you will understand everything in the future. You must become strong and embody the true Super Saiyan. Prepare for launch. The countdown began, and as the command was given, the pod soared into space, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 18, Dreams and Reality, Part 1. As Vegeta became lost in the reverie of the past, the real world outside erupted in chaos. Goku and others learned from Grit about the magic fist, and naturally, They anxiously focused on Vegeta's faint presence, which seemed almost non-existent. Bulma, stifling her sobs, sat beside the now recovered Vegeta, who lay silently on the hospital bed. She held his hand tightly, murmuring something softly. Trunks and Bra also gathered nearby, the former remaining silent while the latter placed her hands on Bulma's shoulders, offering words of encouragement with a hint of agitation. Goku, observing the tranquil form of Vegeta, furrowed his brow. He alone understood the terrifying nature of the dark energy present. The magic fist, as described by Grit, did not linger with the ominous black energy at the heart, indicating that Vegeta's condition was far worse than that of previous victims. Goten and OOB quietly awaited at the side, while Gohan pondered more deeply, although he had not gleaned the entirety of the situation from his father's lips. The familiar aura and past encounters were sufficient for him to surmise part of the events. Xiao Fang held the hands of Beulah and Chi-Chi and his women. They were more prone to sentimentality, their delicate brows furrowed and lips pressed together. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and Mr. Satan, clad in swimwear, had rushed to the nearby beach for a bit of fun. However, upon learning of the sudden turn of events, they humanely returned, shrouded in concern for Vegeta's well-being. Returning once more to Vegeta's inner world, scenes from the past replayed vividly in Vegeta's vision. At the moment he first touched the void, he discerned the dreamlike truth. The impending destruction of planet Vegeta and the demise of his parents loomed before him, stirring an inexplicable weariness within his heart. It was simply because he had been so weak back then. Was this truly what had transpired? From that moment on, planet Vegeta became a part of history. Vegeta's expression dimmed, as this familiar scene reignited buried memories. In the past, he had resorted to slaughter to forget that painful history. Yet now, confronted once more, he realized how naive he had been. Forgetting was an impossibility. In those days, he had wished to transform into a heartless being, rejecting all emotions, believing that only those devoid of sentiment could awaken the Saiyans' true nature and thus become the legendary Super Saiyan. However, since his time on Earth, he had gradually come to appreciate the warmth of human connection, recalling the affections he once held dear and relying on a peaceful existence. Yet, no one in the world could truly understand his heart. As the Prince of Saiyans, he harbored deep-seated hatred and resentment over the annihilation of his race. And within him lay an eternal enigma that he could never unravel, no matter how often he searched for the truth of that fateful day. Suddenly struck by this realization, Vegeta's heart trembled, and the only thought that remained was to pursue his parents and uncover the truth of the past. Thus, he resolved to follow his father and witness this so-called mission to alter history. Chapter 18, Dreams Unveiled, Part 2. As the scene shifted before him, Vegeta found himself in the command center, familiar figures darting in front of his eyes, their expressions resolute and unwavering. Report to the king. Everything has been prepared as planned. Please issue the command, announced a Saiyan clad in an old-style battle uniform, sprinting towards him. Upon hearing these words, the sorrow etched on Vegeta's face dissipated, replaced by a grave determination as he exhaled deeply. He gently patted his wife's shoulder, who understood the situation's progression, calming her own aching heart. Have we truly prepared everything? Then let us depart, Vegeta declared, resolutely closing his eyes. Your Majesty, should we not wait for Bardock and the others to return? After all, we require their strength. The earlier Saiyan inquired respectfully, recalling something of importance. No, Vegeta replied with unwavering finality, slowly elaborating. Although they are our elite forces and their strength is indeed necessary for this mission, I desire nothing more than for them to survive. Their survival is our hope for the future. Hearing his father's emphasis on the words to survive caused Vegeta's heart to ache, yet upon reflecting on Bardock's circumstances, his thoughts began to shift. His father's words and actions felt unusually cryptic. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Vegeta commanded, prepare everything, and set off to headquarters at once to confront Frieza. Yes, the resounding declaration ignited the fiery spirits of the Saiyans, who raised their voices in unison, while Sherry clenched her fists tightly behind them. To fight for survival, to fight for freedom, to fight for the future, to fight for glory. Observing the fervent battle spirit of those around him, Vegeta felt a profound sorrow for this noble endeavor, for the forthcoming action, and for the sacrifices that lay ahead. During the swift journey aboard the spacecraft, Your Majesty, should we charge directly in, or wait until we are close to Frieza before launching a surprise attack? An elderly Saiyan inquired, his once cloudy eyes now gleaming with the light of foresight, as if glimpsing a future of grandeur. I have heard that Frieza has long sought the annihilation of our Saiyan race. This summons to headquarters is undoubtedly a prelude to his actions. Rather than sit idly by, we should take the initiative, Vegeta astutely assessed, adding with gravitas. Moreover, a surprise attack would be a disgrace for us Saiyans. Meanwhile, the queen stood silently at the hatch, her tear-glazed eyes wistfully observing the receding planet Vegeta, emotions of pity, indignation, sorrow, and resilience etched upon her face. Vegeta maintained a distance of about 10 feet from his mother, not because he wished to keep away, but rather due to an ingrained pride that made such proximity uncomfortable. Instinctively, he sensed a subtle anomaly in the air. Half an hour passed, and the spacecraft landed steadily at a launch base. Greetings, esteemed King Vegeta, greeted a grinning individual, feigning servility. Yet the response was met with a powerful energy beam, exploding in a dazzling display as Vegeta extinguished the threat. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the onlookers, unaware of the truth, panicked and called for help. With an air of solemn authority, King Vegeta issued a deadly command, prompting all Saiyans to unleash a fierce assault as they stormed the control room. Chapter 18, Dreams Unveiled, Part 3. Today, I humbly seek your support and votes. Embarrassingly, it turns out that the slow internet speed at school prevented me from accessing the author zone from yesterday afternoon until noon today. After attempting with Wi-Fi, I finally managed to log in. As mentioned earlier, there will be 6 updates today. I kindly ask for your support and recommendations. While the outside world was engulfed in slaughter, the interior remained eerily silent. King Vegeta was acutely aware of the potential ambush that awaited. He understood that Frieza had likely foreseen every development, yet the enemy's silence instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure and dread within him, as if his plans were being toyed with. Suppressing his rising panic, King Vegeta steadied his trembling hand and pressed the button to open the door. With a resounding sound, the door slid open, allowing the Saiyans to pour in and survey their surroundings. Before them sat the diminutive Frieza, flanked by Shambo on one side and Dodoria on the other. Both wore sinister smiles, with Dodoria mockingly addressing Vegeta. "Ah, the great King Vegeta, drenched in blood, as if you've just emerged from a fierce battle. What, may I ask, has transpired?" Upon hearing the piercing sound, King Vegeta was filled with fury, further disturbed by the extraordinary demeanor of his brother. "Without further ado, you have long desired to eliminate us Saiyans. Spare me your pretenses. I am aware that you fear a most formidable warrior, the Super Saiyan, will arise among us, for such a being would shatter your dominion." Oh, Dodoria appeared somewhat taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the adversary was so well informed. However, he soon erupted into laughter. "Huh, what potential could you worthless beings possibly possess? The notion of a Super Saiyan's birth is laughable. Your combat power barely exceeds 10,000. He scoffed, pressing a small device by his eye, mocking the Saiyans. "Curse you! Die, you fat fool!" A powerful shout came from behind King Vegeta, uttered by Kadatza, as a beam of energy swept towards Dodoria. Unfazed, Dodoria regarded the incoming attack with disdain, casually extending his hand to effortlessly dissipate it with a flash of pink light. Kadatza spat angrily, his energy flaring as he darted toward Dodoria, attempting to sever the latter's neck with a sweeping strike from behind. Yet, with a cold smile, Dodoria merely turned, his strike cleaving Kadatza in two. Blood rained down, thick and pungent, as Dodoria savored the gruesome scene with a grotesque grin. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear. Even King Vegeta stood aghast at the sight of his brother's demise, momentarily numbed. Meanwhile, the true King Vegeta slowly shut his eyes, yearning to intervene and alter the unfolding tragedy, yet reality dictated that he could not grasp the events before him. Dodoria, indifferent to the bisected Kadatza, coldly remarked, "You truly have no fear. You dared to attack me first, and even called me fat." Following this, his anger flared. "I shall slaughter all of you." In an instant, as the scene shifted dramatically and all detectors exploded, the remaining Saiyans regained their senses, preparing their defenses. However, to Dodoria, their reactions were undeniably sluggish. He approached one Saiyan, delivering a punch that pierced through their abdomen. Then, with a heavy blow from his forearm, he crushed another Saiyan's neck, severing their nerves and ending their life. He spun about, using his left palm to slice through a third person's throat. In mere moments, the carnage was horrific. The remaining 5 Saiyans were frozen in terror, while King Vegeta seethed with rage, his body radiating intense pressure, yet it could not alter the course of this world. He felt helpless, silently cursing himself for having so easily dispatched Dodoria in the past. "What has happened, dear King Vegeta? Why do you look so pale?" Shamber asked, arms crossed, with a mocking smile. Is this truly Dodoria's power? King Vegeta trembled in horror. Indeed, I have already stated, before us, you are nothing but ants. Dodoria said, licking the blood from his hands before spitting it out in disgust. Incensed, King Vegeta leapt toward Frieza, intent on launching an attack. Yet, Frieza merely smiled wickedly. Raising a finger to lightly tap King Vegeta's forehead, an overwhelming force surging into him, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from his brow. No, the queen, who had been in shock, was struck anew, screaming in agony as King Vegeta collapsed, eyes wide open, yet still alive, convulsing and coughing blood. Witnessing this, Vegeta could bear it no longer. He shut his eyes tightly, turning away and clenching his fist in rage. Chapter 18. Dreams is reality. How foolish, Dodoria laughed derisively. Then resumed his assault, swiftly eliminating 3 more Saiyans, leaving only the stunned queen. The queen trembled, her once beautiful face pale as parchment. Regaining her senses, she rushed to King Vegeta's side, sobbing as she cradled him in her arms. Oh, what a beautiful creature! Chamber remarked with a hint of disgust as he observed the tear-streaked queen. Would you like her as your skincare product? Dodoria, having approached the distressed pair, inquired with an odd expression after hearing Chamber's words. Indeed, her life essence would make for the finest preparation. I am simply exquisite, Chamber replied wistfully. This remark ignited Vegeta's unrestrained fury, his body trembling as he gripped his palms until they bled. What? King Vegeta roared in rage, barely supporting his form as he declared, I will kill you. His aura surged violently, stunning the queen into a stupor. Truly, a useless fool, Chamber remarked. Unfazed by the eruption of power, swiftly appearing beside King Vegeta and thrusting a hand through his back, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. The brilliance of light flickered and vanished, engulfing the scene in a moment of silence before a piercing scream shattered the stillness. As that wretched cry echoed throughout the area, King Vegeta lay breathless, gazing at his wife in utter despair, a smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes for eternity, witnessing her beloved's demise. The queen fell into a frenzied lament. I would rather die than allow you to torment him. In a fit of desperation, she unleashed a beam of energy upon her own heart, obliterating her life source. Blood gushed forth, staining her white garments, as she collapsed beside King Vegeta, gripping his hand tightly, smiling as she slipped into eternal slumber. Vegeta, heartbroken, shouted no, but helplessly realized that all he witnessed was but a memory. Thus, he wept, shedding tears of hatred for the second time. What is the matter, Chamber? Frieza casually inquired. I never anticipated she would take her own life, wasting my resources. Chamber replied disdainfully, with a hint of frustration in his tone. Frieza and Dodoria fell silent, both at a loss for words regarding this deranged individual. Lord Frieza, what shall we do now? Dodoria broke the stillness, respectfully bowing. Go and deal with the Saiyans on planet Carrot. Remember, be swift and decisive. Understood. Dodoria nodded, immediately departing to board a spaceship bound for planet Carrot. What about the remains? Chamber asked anxiously as he watched the simple-minded Dodoria leave. We shall leave their corpses here for now. Later, I will take them to planet Vegeta to witness a grand display of fireworks. Huh. Frieza licked his lips, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Beside him, Vegeta understood the impending doom and could only wait helplessly for his ultimate fate as Frieza prepared to annihilate planet Vegeta. It was a grim reality. Only Bardock had managed to escape the slaughter of Dodoria, and he stood alone against Frieza and his minions. Yet, history remained unchanged. Frieza emerged from his pod, conjuring a colossal sphere of energy, dismissively swaying his finger as he hurled the massive flame towards planet Vegeta. Following the cataclysmic explosion, a blinding golden light illuminated space as planet Vegeta was utterly reduced to cosmic dust, along with the bodies of several Saiyans, Vegeta among them, who closed his eyes in anguish. Meanwhile, Frieza laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "What splendid fireworks!" Vegeta's gaze was one of despair as he witnessed the events unfold before him. Trapped in an illusion, he felt utterly powerless to assist anyone. He tightly shut his eyes, his fury mounting, yet simultaneously succumbing to despondency. At that moment, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for his past weaknesses. It was undeniable that in this brutal world, it was his own ineptitude that allowed Frieza to dominate and destroy his kin. He felt hatred, regret, and blame. Amidst this torment, Vegeta's once bright eyes dimmed, drifting aimlessly through the vastness of space. In a disheartened state, he reminisced about the events of both the past and the recent catastrophe. The immense pressure left him gasping for breath until he finally collapsed in a desolate spot, resigned to await his fate. Chapter 19, The Shattered Dream. Vegeta's Transformation, Part 1. In the dim expanse of the starry void, a melancholy nebula adorned the lonely figure of Vegeta, who sat motionless, unaware of how many years had slipped away in his despondency. His spirit, worn down, remained ensnared by the harsh truth of his past weakness. With his arms wrapped around his knees, he concealed half of his face, his downcast eyes devoid of any glimmer, reflecting an endless cycle of regret. Immersed in self-reproach, he grappled with the reality that without power, nothing could be achieved. After an eternity of silence, Vegeta finally revealed the remaining half of his weary visage. Fatigue etched across his features as he murmured, "Father and mother seem to have truly departed from my presence. Perhaps I am simply a failure. I could not defeat Frieza. I am utterly powerless against Cell, and Bu toys with me at will. Baby views me as merely a vessel. Super Android 17 disregards me. And the evil dragon's might once drove me to despair." At this point, a rare self-deprecating smile crossed Vegeta's lips, deepening the sorrow in his heart. "I remain so weak. I am truly exhausted. I wish to rest forever." However, just as Vegeta contemplated surrendering completely, a profound surge of energy erupted from his dimmed form, igniting his spirit. His once lifeless eyes sparkled with a dark radiance as tendrils of black energy seeped from his pores, a torrent of power resonating within him. This sudden transformation startled Vegeta, who, bewildered, attempted to regain control over his body, only to discover an overwhelming dark force swelling inside him. In disbelief, Vegeta's eyes widened. This unexpected shift momentarily restored his clarity, igniting a rebellious spirit within him. He sought to expel the black energy surging from his heart. Yet, as his body underwent this mysterious transformation, he realized he could not fully command it, while the dark essence danced and thrived. What in the world is happening? Vegeta finally grasped the situation, striving to amplify his golden power to counteract the encroaching darkness. Memories of his former despondency surged through his mind, and he could not help but feel his expression darken. As fear gripped him, he summoned every ounce of energy to suppress the relentless dark force, his heart pounding more violently with each beat. The deafening sound reverberated painfully in his ears, and he gasped for air as the black energy threatened to envelop him entirely. "Who are you?" Vegeta roared, unleashing a tremendous aura that coalesced into an energy storm, his golden flames dispersing the black mist that surrounded him, yet failing to affect the world beyond. "Get out of my body this instant." At last, Vegeta recognized the anomaly within him, recalling Baby's previous actions with haunting clarity. The realization that this dark power did not belong to him unveiled a horrifying truth. Chapter 19, The Shattered Dream. Vegeta's Transformation, Part 2. Faced with the threat to his very existence, Vegeta shook off the shadows of the past. Now restored to his senses, he discerned that he had been a mere pawn in a far more sinister game. "Whoever you are, leave my body at once. No one shall control me," Vegeta bellowed. The memory of his greatest humiliations being usurped, fueling his rage. The fusion of old and new emotions sent Vegeta into a frenzy, the latent power within him surging as if awakening. "Ha ha ha ha, I am you." A mocking voice echoed within his mind, confirming Vegeta's suspicions that the dark energy was indeed another entity dwelling within him. Yet this revelation left Vegeta momentarily stunned. He struggled to comprehend the motive behind this intrusion, for he had unraveled the secret and saw no need for further deception. The answer was shocking beyond measure. "Who are you, and why do you lurk within this darkness?" Gradually, Vegeta regained his composure, channeling his strength against the relentless dark force assaulting his consciousness. "I am not falling for this absurdity. I have already told you. I am you. For I am a fragment of your very spirit," the sinister voice taunted, dripping with disdain as it twisted Vegeta's feeble resistance. The black energy surged toward him, intent on usurping his very essence. At the sound of this confession, Vegeta's heart trembled once more, recognizing the familiar voice that echoed within him. It was unmistakably his own. "You do not feel a sense of inadequacy, do you? I can assist you in realizing your ambitions and transforming you into an indomitable force." The mocking voice resounded once more, shattering the silence and ensnaring Vegeta's mind with an enticing tone, as if it could comprehend all the thoughts swirling within him. He laughed with abandon, boldly proclaiming, "I can bestow upon you unparalleled power, elevating you to the pinnacle of existence, trampling upon all others beneath your feet. Of course, your body shall henceforth be under my dominion, and together we shall become the unrivaled warriors of this world." Vegeta remained silent, yet his will was perceptibly swayed by the other. Upon hearing such words, his resistance against the encroaching darkness waned, and his own power began to diminish. "How about it? This trade is rather appealing, is it not? No longer will you suffer from your weakness, nor will you cower in fear of formidable opponents. You shall no longer feel disheartened by your inability to surpass Kakarot. I can enable you to transcend all others, transforming your body into the mightiest existence, granting you invincible absolute power, and bestowing upon you everything this world has to offer. As the boasts continued unabated, Vegeta's psyche underwent a sudden transformation, and the sinister smile of the other left him momentarily stunned. Upon ceasing their discourse, he sensed his very essence being severed from his body. Unleashing a furious roar, "You wretched being! How dare you attempt to sever our shared existence?" Yet, Vegeta did not respond, allowing the other to unleash their wrathful tirade. The once dormant golden aura ignited fiercely, driving the invading darkness from his being with relentless intensity, as he severed their connection through sheer willpower. No, no, damn you, insignificant creature. You cannot do this, for I am the true Vegeta. I have always harbored the ambition for supreme power, while you are but an impostor. For your heart is changed, becoming submissive and cowardly. You are no longer Vegeta. The mental dialogue erupted within Vegeta's mind. With his forceful counterattack, he relentlessly pushed the other out, stripping away their earlier composure, as they began to vent their frustrations. Chapter 19, The Shattered Illusion. Vegeta's Transformation, Part 3. Vegeta still refrained from answering, as his escalating power seemed to crack open the cap of his latent potential, igniting a flame of strength that transcended limits. The mysterious golden radiance surrounding him surged in intensity, and within mere moments, his power nearly doubled, reaching a battle capacity of 7 units. You cannot do this. I am also Vegeta. This body is mine. You have no right to expel me. The hidden Vegeta sensed the unwavering resolve of the true warrior. As the opposing force grew stronger, what was once an advantageous position for the other was now wrested away, rendering them completely passive and overwhelmed with fear. In that moment, they cursed Goku's actions, for they were but a manifestation of Vegeta's negative emotions, their power reliant upon the darkness dwelling within his heart. As Goku dispelled the darkness surrounding Vegeta, the black energy at the core was also diminished, leaving the other with a mere fraction of their potential when they should have awakened. In this ebb and flow, Vegeta's strength had already eclipsed their own, and thus the authority over the body was seized, leaving the intruder to flounder in the face of overwhelming might. What truly terrified them was the prospect of being expelled entirely, resulting in a further diminishment of their power. Am I you? Am I not Vegeta? Vegeta felt the surge of strength coursing through him, and with a bemused tone, he questioned the other, for this was the greatest jest he had ever encountered. The opposing entity was oblivious to the imminent transformation that awaited Vegeta, now gripped by profound fear, while the latter, having attained absolute control over his body, began to establish a connection with the other's consciousness, only to be shocked to discover that their claims bore a semblance of truth. Remember me, for I am Vegeta, the true prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta clenched his right fist, pointing his thumb at himself, taunting the other with derision. Yet, as he expended immense mental energy to purify the intruder, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and he gasped for breath, his expression resolute, the light in his eyes radiating unwavering conviction. How infuriating! You weakling, with your current power, you are utterly incapable of confronting future adversaries. Only with my presence can you survive and attain absolute strength. The voice erupted in a chorus of resentment, simultaneously hurling insults at Vegeta while attempting a desperate counterattack to shatter his consciousness, recklessly unleashing the dark energy in a bid for greater might and to reclaim dominance over the body. The force of the backlash jolted Vegeta, causing him to spill blood, as the explosive energy of the darkness inflicted considerable harm upon him. Though his consciousness dimmed, his strength no longer surged wildly. Rather, it began to stagnate and regress. Your power? Do not jest. You are merely a remnant born from the influence of that dark energy, not me. What you refer to as power is nothing but shadowy force. Vegeta bit back a second mouthful of blood, articulating the true essence of this spectral fist with piercing clarity. Do not assume I am unaware. I comprehend everything now. This dark energy is simply a manipulative force capable of ensnaring the mind. I know not its origins. Yet I am astounded by its ability to replicate the memories of its victims, ensnaring them in echoes of the past, fabricating an illusionary history to deceive me. All to induce my despair and facilitate your emergence, perhaps merely to allow that darkness to thrive. You are nothing but an ephemeral existence, a mere specter bestowed with a fragment of consciousness by the dark energy to disturb my mind. Vegeta laid bare the entire truth, and with a bitter, sorrowful laugh, he admitted that he had failed to resist the encroachment of his memories when he first recognized the anomaly, ultimately ensnaring himself in confusion. However, now that he had awakened to the reality, he would not fall for the same trap again. Instead, he would retaliate with unyielding resolve to obliterate the foe. Chapter 19. The Shattered Illusion, Vegeta's Transformation, Part 4. He stood 10 paces away from the shadowy figure, as a swirling black flame coalesced into a humanoid form, momentarily revealing a visage identical to his own. In that instant, his consciousness dimmed significantly, having sustained grievous wounds from the opponent's overwhelming strike. The true turmoil within him arose from the revelation that this entity claimed to be merely a remnant of his former self, a notion that sent his countenance into a frenzy, though he was unwilling to concede to it. You lie. I am the true Vegeta. For years, I have tirelessly pursued the dream of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan, striving to be the world's mightiest warrior. Yet you, having surrendered your former ambition, now languish on Earth, indulging in a life of peace and mediocrity. Thus, you have betrayed the essence of who I am. I alone am the genuine Vegeta. The spectral remnant scoffed at Vegeta's declaration, roaring in defiance to assert its own validity. I have not ceased my quest for strength. I refuse to become a mere pawn in another's game. I, Vegeta, no longer require external power. I once erred, but I have since awakened to the necessity of formidable strength, all while steadfastly maintaining my identity as the Prince of the Saiyans. I shall not forsake myself. As the remnant relentlessly berated him for his perceived weakness, Vegeta's fury surged, forcing him to vocalize long-buried truths. In acknowledging his past deceit of Babidi in pursuit of additional power, he finally affirmed his resolve to never again submit. Seemingly shaken by his words, the remnant trembled. For it too harbored the pride of the universe's mightiest Saiyan. It instinctively grasped the depth of Vegeta's unwavering determination. With hesitation, it retreated a few steps, suddenly gripped by fear of the true Vegeta, who possessed an unyielding drive for ultimate strength. As a fragment of that identity, it could not help but dread the entirety of its being. No, that cannot be. I do not need the strength of others. I am Vegeta. My weakness is a burden, for my father, mother, and kin are gone, which is why I sought to grow stronger. Yet, I am still weak. I have never desired power from others. The remnant babbled incoherently, shaking its head in denial of its own faults, trapped in an endless loop of self-deception. No, you are the one who lies. You are evading your own weakness, having lost the heart to pursue greatness. I have never wavered. I remain unchanged. I merely used another's strength temporarily to exact my revenge. I will surpass them. I, Vegeta, am the true master, and I am the authentic Vegeta. With newfound fervor, the remnant erupted into a frenzied scream, its eyes bloodshot, exuding a fierce pressure as it unleashed a torrent of power. Sensing this formidable aura, Vegeta summoned his own immense strength, repelling the foe while feeling his own power surge, instilling him with absolute confidence. With a powerful strike, he shattered the adversary's black energy, sending a colossal hand crashing down upon it, injuring the remnant severely. Despite its injuries, the remnant howled in anguish, expelling a copious amount of blood. Yet it furiously unleashed its full might, burning away everything to gain greater strength in an attempt to obliterate the insolent figure before it. Vegeta retaliated with relentless strikes, aware that his own body was gravely injured, making it difficult to maintain an aggressive stance. He unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, each one landing with force, causing the opponent to bleed and weaken, while he too began to feel the strain. Perhaps you were once a part of me, but I am the true Vegeta. He murmured softly, acknowledging the indomitable spirit within the remnant as a reflection of his own. With furrowed brows, he summoned immense power, unleashing a radiant energy from his palms that carved a brilliant arc through the void, culminating in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the dark essence. As the black mist dissipated completely, Vegeta closed his eyes, realizing something profound. The cosmos around him began to fade, transforming into a blinding white light that enveloped his being in an infinite brilliance. He was awakening. In this luminous realm, Vegeta's voice resonated with newfound confidence, having finally undergone a transformative evolution. Chapter 20. The Demon Lord. As a dazzling white light engulfed him, his true form underwent yet another metamorphosis. His once closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of golden light. A faint radiance enveloped his body, and an immense power surged within him. In that moment, while battling the inner turmoil of his other self, the moment when the magical punch truly began to erode his essence was upon him. Goku, and the others observed in horror as the black mist seeped from Vegeta, unaware of the dire consequences unfolding. Yet, those attuned to the darkness sensed a malevolent force, causing even Goku to regard it with trepidation. This mysterious spectacle lasted less than half a minute. Vegeta blinked for the first time, and at that moment, a second alluring power emerged within him, radiant golden light clashing against the darkness. Ultimately, to everyone's relief, Vegeta managed to expunge the malevolent energy from within. As Vegeta awakened, the tension among the onlookers eased, joy washing over the gathering. Having been dormant for most of the day, night had fallen, and the brilliant lights momentarily blinded him. After squinting, he regained his composure. Vegeta swiftly scanned the faces around him, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he let out a small grunt. Yet, with the ties of his past finally severed, he felt a warmth in his heart, thawing the once icy depths of his emotions. However, the ever-proud Vegeta was loath to show vulnerability in such a disheveled state. He straightened himself, sitting upright, and feigned indifference by closing his eyes, attempting to mask the emotional turmoil within. "Come on, Vegeta," Bulma teased gently, nudging his arm playfully. The tears glistening in her eyes only deepened his embarrassment as he cracked open his eyes slightly. Wukong chuckled and remarked, "It seems you have recovered quite swiftly." Upon hearing Wukong's subtle insinuation, Vegeta understood that there was no need to maintain pretenses. As he assessed his current strength, he realized that his power had indeed ascended to a significantly higher echelon. According to his estimation, his utmost capability at this moment could reach approximately 13 units. Wu Fan also sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere. Among those present, apart from Goku, he alone could grasp the true strength of Vegeta. In that moment, he was startled by Vegeta's power, for the latter's current might surpassed even that of Super Android 17. After awakening a portion of his latent energy in the previous battle, Wu Fan found himself only at around 6 units of power. Vegeta recalled the scene he had just experienced, still feeling a shiver of fear within. He understood well that had it not been for the arrogant negative presence awakening his true nature, he would have been completely overtaken, becoming a mere vessel for another's combat. The haunting vision of a real future also brought a strange solace to Vegeta's heart. He recognized that it was merely a distortion of some trajectory sketched in his subconscious by the magic fist. Yet the loss of his parents still left him with an indescribable pain. As the others laughed and chatted, a few indelicate growls interrupted the merriment, plunging the group into silence. The individuals involved blushed, patting their bellies, while only Goku laughed heartily, scratching the back of his head, his eyebrows raised and his eyes crescent-shaped, using laughter to mask his embarrassment. In a distant, secluded realm of time and space, unknown to outsiders, any fighter capable of sensing energy would be overwhelmed with dread. For in this enigmatic dark space, a tremendous and malevolent aura surged, capable of stirring despair in all existence. A figure shrouded in black flames extended a withered right hand, resembling drywood. Suddenly, the black orb in the palm of his hand flickered with dark light and shattered, dispersing into a wisp of black mist throughout the space. An ancient voice let out a gasp, seemingly astonished by the recent events. "I never expected him to break through the magic fist. Did he not require the power of darkness? It seems this plan has failed." The voice continued to mutter to itself, its eyes glinting with a chilling light, summoning the energy of the space around. "Vegeta, you two are an unpredictable variable. However, perhaps the decision made back then was not in vain. Your potential for growth remains vast. I, Nald, eagerly anticipate your development." Nald, this name may not yet be known to many, nor does it bear significant influence in the current era, but in the ancient times, his fame resonated across all realms of the universe, for he bore titles that could astonish the world. He was the creator of the demon realm, hailed as the Demon Lord of War. In a chamber, another individual sat, Glitter, who held half a glass of red wine in his right hand, swirling it, while his other hand propped up his chin, gazing contemplatively at the expansive screen before him. He too sensed Vegeta's transformation. But what truly shocked him was that even without embracing the black energy derived from the magic fist, Vegeta had still reached such heights. He was deeply impressed by the rapid growth of the Saiyans. Beside him, Neri observed his silent father, feeling that the moment was inappropriate, yet he ventured to inquire, "Father, they have gone to the gravity chamber, but, oh, Neri, it is no matter. You are well aware of the Saiyan disposition. Is there any doubt remaining?" Glitter ceased his swirling motion, sitting upright, speaking with profound significance. "I understand, but is this situation truly acceptable?" Neri pressed. "It matters not, since they wish to train. As their hosts, we must accommodate their requests, especially as they are Saiyans," he replied calmly, a trace of a smile gracing his lips. Neri fell silent, at a loss for words. Are you worried, my son? Glitter inquired, rising as well. I will handle things in my own way, right? He answered with a smile. Then, I shall take my leave, father. Neri nodded, but just as he turned to depart, he suddenly recalled something and asked earnestly, Father, regarding the actions of Sieku. Though he spoke hesitantly, Neri lacked the courage to reveal everything, waiting instead for his father's decision. Let us allow Sieku to settle down. You all understand the situation. I hope they do not spark further disputes. Glitter's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Sieku, revealing a hint of apprehension toward this formidable being. I understand. Neri processed this failed response, his brow furrowing in thought. Well then, prepare for the upcoming tournament, Glitter urged, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming combat festivities, his warrior spirit invigorated. Yet, as Neri turned away, his expression darkened, lost in contemplation. In the gravity chamber, Dad, must we go all out right from the start? Trunks exclaimed, his face contorted in discomfort. Sensing his father's newfound cheerfulness amidst the overwhelming pressure, he managed a pained smile, realizing his movements were still as usual. Vegeta, aware that his sudden surge in power could not be easily calibrated, decided to train in the gravity chamber for 3 days. Under his fierce gaze, Trunks and Goten, the two slackers, were unceremoniously dragged into the gravity chamber. What was even more absurd was Vegeta's decree that they could not transform. Obu had to suppress his power, while he pressed the button for 100,000 times Earth's gravity. The gravity on this planet was similar to that of Earth, allowing Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others to move about effortlessly. Goten cast a resentful glare at Trunks, who had dragged him into this predicament, yet the latter completely ignored him, embodying the resolute spirit of brotherhood that one should uphold in times of adversity. Humph, at such a critical juncture, do you still wish to take it easy? You are aware that the tournament is fast approaching, and we are running out of time. Vegeta feigned a laugh while issuing a half-hearted threat, declaring, of course. If you can defeat me in your base form, then that would be a different story. You may leave. Engaging in a one-on-one battle with you would be akin to seeking out suffering. You are the sadist, not I, Trunks retorted, pouting in rare defiance. Upon hearing this, Goten seemed to find an outlet for his frustrations and deliberately raised his voice. Uncle Vegeta, Trunks is asking if it's true. He expresses a willingness to try, claiming he will one day show you. This accusation sent Trunks' expression into a frenzy, and just as he was about to chastise Goten for his betrayal, Goten interrupted, besides, I am not Trunks. There should be some leniency, right? Goten, do you intend to be lazy like Trunks? Vegeta clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound, and gently inquired with a smile, do you two children wish to consult my fists? Absolutely not. Is that even a possibility? Goten and Trunks, upon realizing the situation, instinctively huddled together against the wall, glancing at each other in feigned ignorance. Chapter 20, The Demon Lord. Ha ha ha. I never expected that you, Vegeta, could display a sense of humor. Goku chimed in, adjusting his belt with a grin. What? You insufferable cockroach. Do I really? Vegeta stammered in awkwardness, his face turning an unusual shade of red. All right, let us now assign our training partners, as time is of the essence, Gohan suggested with a smile. Yes, heavily influenced by Goku's training, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Then, I shall pair with Vegeta, Goten with Trunks, and Gohan with Ub. Gohan, you may transform for battle, but refrain from using your full strength, and Ub, it would be better for you to suppress your power during training. After analyzing the group, Goku outlined the plan, addressing them, train diligently, and remember, the team that loses shall not have a meal. Goku smiled at the 4 of them. What? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, well aware that their strengths were closely matched. They felt compelled to fight to the bitter end, especially the pride of Saiyans, leading to a surge of animosity. Goten and Trunks, who had been holding hands, immediately released each other and fixed their gazes on one another, transforming from allies into fierce rivals. Mom, will Dad and Grandpa become even stronger? Little Fong innocently asked Beulah, who was behind her. Beulah smiled, stroking her daughter's hair. Yes. Of course. Your father and grandfather are both formidable warriors. To what extent will they grow stronger? Fong asked, slightly indignant. Grandpa is so obsessed with power. Indeed. Your grandfather is a battle maniac. The rest are merely single-celled organisms, Chi-Chi teased Goku, forcing my Gohan and Goten into combat. The children are not as resilient as he is. Bulma agreed with Chi-Chi, laughing lightly. They, the Saiyans, are inherently like this, only knowing how to fight, and fight. Goku is just adorably foolish. The group shared a knowing laugh. Ah, do I have a cold? Goku wondered aloud, wiping his nose in confusion. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he declared, "Oh, I have an idea. For the sake of comprehensive development, I say ambush tactics are permissible." Is that even allowed? How devious? Goten questioned, fully aware that Trunks' cunning surpassed his own, making this a decidedly disadvantageous proposal. Just as he was about to protest, Trunks was the first to vocally support the idea, causing Goten to raise an eyebrow in disbelief, secretly cursing Trunks' pettiness. Yes, that idea is indeed commendable. What is wrong with that? It will heighten our vigilance and aid in life and death battles, Vegeta responded thoughtfully. But Uncle Vegeta, you cannot say that. Goten lamented. Enough. You should focus on keeping an eye on your opponents. Vegeta provocatively glanced at the restless Trunks. Goten, startled, swiftly turned around to behold the sinister glare of Trunks behind him, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Meanwhile, Ub and Gohan had long since prepared for battle. Their eyes locked onto each other, utterly immobile in the stillness. Ub pondered silently, can I truly defeat Mr. Gohan? I recall he possesses formidable hidden strength. My control over Ki is still lacking, and yet, I have no desire to lose. Although my capacity for tolerance pales in comparison to that of a Saiyan, I simply cannot endure a day of hunger. What should I do? Yes, Bu. With his assistance, my chances of victory will increase significantly. Ub felt an inner joy swell within him. After all, he was acutely aware that 3 months prior, following the battle with Broly, Gohan's power had surged considerably. While Ub had also enhanced his own strength through the continuous refinement of his body after merging with Bu, he remained uncertain if he held the upper hand. Thus, Ub called out repeatedly, Hey, Bu, can you hear me? Bu? As Gohan observed the motionless OOB, he pondered, how could he be so tranquil? OOB has significantly restrained his energy. Could it be that his perception of Ki has advanced? He resolved to be cautious. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Bu, who inquired with a hint of confusion, Why did you wake me? You have finally awakened. This is splendid news, Gohan exclaimed. Bu, you must remember. I require your assistance with a task. Unable to conceal his inner joy, Gohan recounted the earlier events to Bu, emphasizing, Remember, you are responsible for monitoring fluctuations in Ki. Should danger arise, promptly take control of my body and respond accordingly. Given Bu's prior transformations, Fat Bu possesses the ability to sense Ki. And although his acuity may not match that of Little Bu, it certainly surpasses Gohan's current capabilities. I see, so that is the case. How intriguing. Bu, still clinging to a childlike mentality, contemplated for a moment before timidly asking, But is this really possible? Fear not. You and I are inherently one. Your abilities are my abilities. What could go wrong? This is merely a matter of clever utilization, OOB proudly declared, a notable smile gracing his face. Very well. That sounds fine, Bu replied. Thus, Gohan remained silent for several minutes while OOB deftly organized their tasks. Should Gohan discover the truth, he might not pursue OOB to the ends of the earth, but he would certainly berate him for his cunning. Let the battle commence! Goku suddenly bellowed, shattering the tranquility that had enveloped the area. The others, startled by Goku's voice, quickly returned to their combative stances. After a period of acclimatization, they had gradually overcome the oppressive gravity of their surroundings, allowing for a modicum of freedom in their movements, though they were not entirely unencumbered. Trunks was the first to launch an attack. He sprinted forward, leaping into the air, and with a swift horizontal strike, aimed to strike. However, his opponent was prepared and immediately deflected the blow with his right hand, seizing Trunks' left hand in the process. Yet, this was merely a feint. Trunks swiftly bent his right knee to deliver a kick to his opponent's abdomen. Seeing this, his adversary caught the kick with his left hand, chuckling, that was clever. But Goten had underestimated the situation, for the true intent was to deliver a straight punch to his opponent's nose with his right hand. Goten was sent reeling backward, as these swift maneuvers unfolded in the blink of an eye. Wu Tian was struck down, crashing onto the floor due to the force of gravity. Realizing what had happened, he sprang back to his feet, yet blood trickled from his nose, causing him to shake his head in discomfort. The pain was intense, and he couldn't help but wipe away the crimson blood with his hand, seizing the opportunity for a surprise attack. Trunks wasted no time in directing his energy blast towards Wu Tian. Unfortunately, the overwhelming gravity hindered the potency of his attack, causing the energy blast to descend slowly. Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The energy blast impacted the ground before him, resulting in an explosion that sent him flying. He found himself at the mercy of the blast, despite the room's formidable defenses. Wu Tian, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, couldn't help but chuckle. Once he recovered, he swiftly moved in front of Trunks and delivered a punch to his face, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Trunks, too, found precious blood escaping from his mouth. What? He shouted in a mix of anger and surprise. You little brat, so you're really going for it. Just watch how hard I'll fight back. With that, Trunks charged forward, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Reminiscent of two children squabbling, each landing punches and kicks in a flurry of movement. Unbeknownst to them, their actions grew increasingly rapid and powerful. At the moment of Trunks' energy blast detonating, Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, began his battle with Ub. As a gust of energy swept through, the fight commenced. Ub was the first to strike, and given that both combatants were exerting their full strength, their speed was markedly greater than that of Wu Tian and Trunks. Ub's movements transformed into a swift advance, vanishing entirely within the confines of the room, leaving no trace behind. Gohan surveyed the surroundings, and upon grasping his plan, he simply closed his eyes, calming himself and attuning to the fluctuations of energy in the vicinity, shaking his head in contemplation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, gazing upward, and unleashed a ki blast towards the source of the attack. Indeed, Ub was right there. However, upon noticing the situation, Ub hastily accelerated and vanished, evading the assault. You cannot escape. Gohan then disappeared as well, moving with equal swiftness. He swiftly positioned himself behind Ub, clasping his hands together and raising them high, preparing to strike from behind. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, Ub deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blow, and instantly pivoted to deliver a punch to Gohan. Startled, Gohan quickly raised his hand to deflect the incoming attack, but he still felt the backlash. The force of the ki blast propelled him upward, yet simultaneously, Ub launched another offensive. He had maneuvered beneath Gohan, aiming to strike again. Observing this, Gohan opted to initiate the attack first, throwing a punch in Ub's direction. Calculated through timing and speed, he also utilized ki to stabilize his body midair. Upon witnessing this, Ub panicked, rapidly halting his movement and gradually descending to the ground. Gohan remained silent, gradually descending to the ground. He pondered, what on earth is happening? How could OOB's ability to sense energy have increased so dramatically? This is truly unbelievable. It seems I must fight earnestly and not take this lightly. Otherwise, OOB also contemplated. Phew, that was close. If it weren't for Boo's assistance just now, I wouldn't have been able to evade Mr. Gohan's attack. I must remain cautious. By the way, Bu, you need to stay alert and coordinate with my combat. Okay, Bu replied playfully. Thus, they entered into a genuine state of battle, moving and attacking with incredible speed. Their punches and kicks were executed with remarkable swiftness, and the contest was evenly matched. Meanwhile, on another front, it's time for us to engage in battle as well. Isn't it, Kakarot? Vegeta turned his gaze from observing Gohan's fight to look at Goku. Indeed, it has been a long time since we last fought. Vegeta, let's have a serious showdown. Goku responded with a grin, his eyes fixed intently on his opponent. Then, I shall attack. Before Vegeta could finish his sentence, he vanished from sight. Goku remained still, quietly standing there as seconds ticked by. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Goku raised his right hand and unleashed a ki blast that surged forward in a straight line. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared before him. Reacting swiftly, the figure raised a hand to intercept. Coming to a halt, it was Vegeta. Yet, as he paused, a cold sweat broke out upon his brow, and he slowly turned his head. Indeed, Goku had already positioned himself behind him and pressed down with his hand. He released another ki blast, but to Vegeta's astonishment, the attack seemed to pass right through him. What? Is this the afterimage technique? Wukong was secretly astonished, and at the same time, Vegeta appeared before him. With hands pressed together, he unleashed a cerulean energy blast, declaring, "Catch this, Kakarot." Seeing the energy blast just a foot away, Wukong quickly reacted, pressing down with both hands, utilizing gravity to suppress the energy and swiftly propelled it upwards. The explosion erupted, and the gas rushed violently. That was truly perilous. Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking with a hint of apprehension. It's not over yet. A sudden voice echoed, followed by another energy blast erupting beneath Wukong. Alarmed, he hastily turned his head, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, another figure, Vegeta, lunged at him with a fist aimed at Wukong's chest. What? Realizing the threat, Wukong crossed his arms in an X shape to block the punch, but was still pushed back, the distance between the two now about 10 meters. Indeed, Kakarot. Your strength has increased significantly, Vegeta remarked, shaking off the numbness in his fist. Of course, you've improved as well. Wukong replied slowly, lowering his hands. Is the warm-up battle over? Now, the real fight begins. Vegeta grinned, stepping forward. Absolutely, so keep your guard up. Wukong responded with a smile. Then the two vanished, instantly attacking from the east. Yet before their afterimages faded, they appeared to the south, north, and east again, creating a continuous wave of energy. 1, 2, 3, thus. 3 days of training passed. They emerged from the gravity chamber, their defensive suits tattered and torn, exuding an overwhelming aura. Indeed, their powers had risen dramatically. Incomparable to their previous selves, truly a testament to the saying, a scholar is viewed with new eyes after 3 days' absence. Chapter 21. The Divine Foreboding of Tianchu's Concern, Part 1. The scene shifted to a familiar planet, our Earth. Beneath the azure sky, wisps of white clouds drifted, with lush mountains and flowing waters teeming with life, as humanity continued its tranquil existence. However, since the catastrophic destruction and massacre wrought by the evil dragon incident, people had become more restrained, diligently working to gradually restore their environment. Yet, akin to the existence of darkness amidst light, the days of peace concealed the brewing of unrest. Within the divine realm, a green-skinned figure, Tianchu, stood silently at the edge, his customary right hand grasping a divine staff before him, quietly observing the people below. His seemingly satisfied expression was tinged with subtle anxiety, his brows furrowed, the center of his forehead creased in a shape. Can such days continue? Tianchu sighed softly, slightly lifting his gaze to the pale blue sky. Perhaps I am still unable to fulfill my duties as a deity. Tianchu self-deprecatingly chuckled at his own thoughts. But then a hurried voice shattered his musings, darkening his face as if it had turned to ash. Not good, not good. A familiar voice called out, followed by a figure clad in ancient Sudanese attire rushing towards him, holding a piece of paper. This person was Mr. Bobo. As Tianchu looked at the document in Mr. Bobo's hands, his expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening in panic, for he understood the implications. Oh no. Divine One, the analysis report has come back. And the situation aligns with your predictions. Their target is indeed Earth. Mr. Bobo exclaimed, his sturdy demeanor shaken by the alarming information, his inquiry laced with palpable fear. Tianchu's last shred of hope was shattered. His pupils, now intensely constricted, revealed boundless dread. Trembling, he stammered, Is this true? Mr. Bobo, are you certain the data is accurate? He was still reluctant to confront such a reality, preferring a nightmare over the ironclad truth. After all, dreams can end. Yet reality remains an undeniable existence, representing everything that lies ahead. No, Divine One. The data is accurate. I have confirmed it multiple times, and all results are consistent. They truly intend to come to Earth, Mr. Bobo replied, his voice gradually lowering in fear. Upon hearing this unequivocal truth, Tianchu did not lose his composure. Instead, it seemed that extreme fear ignited a resolve within him. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply, speaking weakly, The calamity is indeed upon us. I am still so powerless as the deity of Earth, unable to contribute even the slightest. Tianchu appeared to scold himself, a troubled smile adorning his youthful face. Mr. Bobo recognized the severity of the situation, gazing at the despondent Tianchu in silence, calling out the divine title in a voice unknown to others, yet unsure how to encourage him. Can we give up? Can we give up? Tianchu opened his sorrowful eyes, and after a brief silence, they sparkled with determination as he declared in an absolute tone, Even if Gohan and the others leave here, I will endure. As the deity of Earth, I will protect our planet. He tightened his grip, his pale nails piercing his palm, trembling as azure blood dripped down. But can I change this situation? As he recalled the grim reality, the resolve within Tianchu was once again shattered, leaving him in a state of confusion and hesitation. Divine One, Mr. Bobo seemed to recall something, calling out to the dazed Tianchu. When there was still no response, he gently approached, placing his robust hand on Tianchu's shoulder, then pointed towards the temple behind them, saying, Divine One, we still have a chance there. After a moment of daze, Tianchu weakly turned to look at Mr. Bobo, then followed where Mr. Bobo pointed, pondering for a moment before his eyes gleamed with renewed hope. A chance. That's right. We still have this hope. It's truly wonderful, Mr. Bobo. We still have the time chamber. We still have hope. Yes, Mr. Bobo nodded in agreement, seeing the glimmer of victory in Tianchu's hopeful gaze. Chapter 21. The Divine Foreboding of Tianchu's Concern, Part 2. Meanwhile, in another familiar location. The very place that first appeared in the Dragon Ball saga, a vast expanse of yellow sand stretched out, the scorching sun high in the sky, with only the blue sky and white clouds visible. Additionally, in this sparsely populated wasteland, gentle breezes occasionally swept through, stirring waves of heat, yet carrying a hint of coolness. Not far away stood a small hill, about 5 to 6 meters high, featuring 2 openings, beside which were the bold characters refined through 10,000 trials. At this moment, a figure is seen working on a car, with braided hair cascading down their back, sweat soaking through their shirt, revealing a strong physique. Master Lepin. A hurried voice calls out, as a furry creature resembling a raccoon darts out from a hole, its blue fur fading to light gray on its belly. This is Ewer. Upon hearing the call, the figure turns, wiping the fine beads of sweat from their forehead with their right forearm, revealing a face marked by a cross-shaped scar. It is the long-lost Lepin, who lazily inquires, "What is it, Ewer?" "Ah, yes, Master Lepin. I just saw that the bank robbers who have been raiding various banks over the past month are currently heading in that direction, about 3 kilometers from here." Ewer excitedly points southeast with an outdated telescope that seems disproportionate to his small frame. "Oh, really? What a bunch of fools, walking right into their own trap," Lepin replies, wiping his hands clean with a cloth and smiling brightly. "Then let us go." "Yes, Master Lepin." "Ha ha ha. Those police are truly foolish. They made it so easy for me to grab that 10 billion. We will never have to worry again. Ha ha ha." A burly man roars with laughter, tossing aside a bottle. "Of course, big brother, you are a master. Even Mr. Satan would surely not be your match. Who in this world could possibly fear you?" A small, mouse-like middle-aged man flatters. Indeed, that old man is past his prime. The crowd of 13 bursts into laughter. However, tragedies often unfold unexpectedly. As they laugh, a cold voice pierces through their revelry, causing the group of outlaws to tense up, their faces pale as they reach for their weapons. "What are you laughing at?" This sudden question startles them, and to their disbelief, they see a figure floating before them, obscured by the sunlight behind him, with a small object hovering beside him. After a brief silence, someone screams, "A ghost." One timid individual collapses in fright. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see he is a person with a shadow and feet?" The burly man, referred to as Big Brother, suppresses his shock and attempts to assert dominance, asking, "Who the hell are you? Are you tired of living? Leave? I have come to deal with you," the figure replies calmly, with a voice echoing agreement from the side. "Yes, it is Lepin and Ewer. Deal with us? Ha ha ha. You think you can take us on? You are overestimating yourself." The burly man scoffs, shaking his shoulders and looking at his companions, who join in his mockery. "All right, I'll play with you." He charges at Lepin, attempting to land a punch. But such an opportunity does not exist. Lepin vanishes in an instant, reappearing behind the burly man, lightly poking him with a finger, sending him flying several meters away. "Big brother." This guy is infuriating. The remaining 12 rush towards Lepin, roaring to surround him. Yet, Lepin tilts his head, dodges effortlessly, and avoids all attacks. He smiles and, with a firm grip, knocks them all away with a single punch, rendering them unconscious. What are you?" The burly man, realizing he has hit a wall, slowly rises and trembles, asking, "Oh, you're still conscious?" Quite impressive, Lepin responds with mild surprise. As the burly man stands dazed, he pulls out a capsule and swiftly transforms it into a rocket launcher, aiming it at Lepin, shouting, "You will die." He activates it, and a tracking missile hurtles towards Lepin. "Is that so?" Lepin chuckles, not bothering to evade the attack. Boom. A brilliant explosion erupts, a fireball extending outward. The burly man is blasted away several dozen meters, while others are also sent flying, but they are spared from the blast, though the heat is intense. "Master Lepin." Ewer cries out in panic, concerned as Lepin has not increased his defensive strength and is uncertain whether he can withstand such an assault. "Ha ha ha. Finally got rid of you, brat," the burly man boasts, laughing madly at the sight of the raging flames. "Is that how you think you can eliminate me?" A voice emerges from the flames, Lepin's voice. He instantly gathers his energy, extinguishing the fire with a wave of his hand. "What? The missile didn't work?" The burly man retreats in disbelief, exclaiming, "Not even a force capable of destroying the earth could take me down." Lepin silently muses. He steps closer to the burly man and states, "Then it's time for you to sleep." A light chop to the neck renders him unconscious. "All right, finally dealt with." Ewer, Go inform the police to come here. Let them take the loot, Lepin says, binding the criminals with rope. He leans closer and adds, but their money should rightfully belong to me. With a sly grin, Lepin declares, because I am the righteous bandit. The backdrop transforms into bold lettering, proclaiming the just bandit. A gentle breeze sweeps through, enhancing the atmosphere. Ha. He chuckles softly, reveling in his triumph. Now, let us go. Lepin regains his composure. About to turn when he suddenly stops, astonished, as a familiar figure appears before him. Hello, Lepin. Long time no see. The figure smiles gently. Ah, Lord Tiandi. It has been a while, Lepin replies respectfully, recognizing him and asking, what brings you here, God Tiandi? Tiandi's expression reveals a hint of concern. Indeed. I have a matter to discuss and seek your assistance. I need you to fight once more to protect our Earth. Is there trouble on Earth again? Lepin furrows his brow, feeling uneasy. Yes, the calamity we face is immense. You must have sensed it. Gohan and the others have already left Earth, leaving only a few of us behind. I am not a fighter, so I require your strength, Tiandi explains, somewhat hesitant. Lepin nods in acknowledgement but does not respond immediately. Yor watches Lepin's silence, clearly hoping he will avoid the dangers of battle. With an expectant gaze, he pleads for Lepin not to agree. After a moment of reflection, Lepin takes a deep breath and states, I will fight. After all, I am a Dragon Ball warrior, and I must protect the Earth. He conceals his inner turmoil behind a smile, silently apologizing to Yor. Forgive me, Yor, I must fight to protect you, everyone, and our planet. Indeed, is it so? Young Master Lepin, are you going to battle? Wu-Er trembled as she spoke. I will follow you, young Master Lepin. With tears glimmering in her eyes, she flew ahead. Lepin embraced Wu-Er with a smile. Tiandi, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of guilt and thought to himself, it is my incompetence that has disrupted their peaceful lives and failed to protect this beautiful planet. He gazed at the cerulean sky adorned with drifting white clouds and breathed in the fresh air, lost in contemplation. Tianshin? Lepin approached and shook Tiandi's shoulder, inquiring, what about everyone else? Ah, yes, Tiandi snapped back to reality and replied, indeed, I will inform everyone. For now, I must ask you to go to Kame House to find Infinity and Android 18, and then proceed to the temple with them. I will seek out Tianjin Fan and the others, and once at the temple, I will explain everything. Very well, I shall head there now, Lepin responded. Turning to Wu-Er, please wait for me at the temple. I will arrive shortly. Understood, young Master Lepin. I shall take my leave. With that, Lepin utilized his flight technique and soared towards the familiar yet humble Kame House. As Lepin disappeared into the distance, Wu-Er felt a myriad of emotions wash over her. A gentle breeze sweeping past. Wu-Er, you should make your way to the temple. Mr. Bobo will clarify everything for you. I must now seek out Tianjin Fan. Tiandi said, turning to Wu-Er. Yes, revered Tianshin. I shall go now. Please take care, she replied, and Tiandi, feeling a tinge of regret, also took to the skies towards his destination. At Kame House, Marin looked at Krillin and Android 18 engaged in battle, asking, Mom, Dad, are you not tired? You have been fighting here for so long. Old Turtle had earlier curled up in a corner, trembling in fear. Ah, is that so? Krillin and Android 18 paused their rapid movements. Krillin smiled. Let us take a break for a moment. I'll fetch you some drinks, Marin said knowingly as she stepped into Kame House. And bring an extra bottle, Krillin called after her with a chuckle. Ah, this little girl is so concerned for us. She must have a request, Krillin said with a wry smile. She has been spoiled by you, giving her everything she desires, Android 18 teased back. Hey, you're no different. Krillin replied, do you feel that? Someone is approaching us. It has been a long time since we last met. A wistful sadness masked by a smile crossed Krillin's face as he remarked, it has been ages since I last saw him. Chapter 21. The Divine Foreboding Tiandi's Worry, Part 4. Indeed, Android 18 nodded, smiling. Just then, a swift sound cut through the air. Whoosh. A figure sped across the sky, creating two towering waves upon the ocean's surface before finally landing on Kame Island. Hello, everyone. Lepin greeted with a smile. I hope you're all well. Ah, it is truly you, Lepin. Hello, it has been so long. Krillin exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice, as they had trained together before. At that moment, Marin stepped out, surprised to see Lepin, yet politely said, hello, Uncle Lepin, as she handed out drinks. Understanding the implications of her parents' earlier words, Old Turtle, hearing familiar yet distant words, peeked out and spotted Lepin, feeling joy within, as laughter and chatter filled the air. Krillin asked. Lepin, your arrival suggests you have something important to discuss with us? Lepin's expression turned serious as he replied, Yes, I come bearing a message from Tian Shun. The purpose of my visit is to gather you all for a journey to the temple. Tian D? What does he need us for? Android 18 inquired with keen interest. Indeed, I am not fully aware of the details, but he mentioned that our Earth is facing a calamity once more, and he wishes for us Z-fighters to defend it. Tianjin Fan and the others will also be going, Lepin stated directly. Is there trouble brewing again? Old Turtle, who had been watching from the side, stepped forward to ask. Yes, I have heard it is a grave crisis. Lepin admitted, sounding troubled. Another disaster? Then let us set forth. Krillin said, looking at his daughter, Marin, you should accompany us to the temple. Ah, but it sounds so boring there, Marin replied. Feigning a pout. Do not be like that. It is for your safety, Android 18 explained, understanding her daughter's sentiments. In the temple, your safety will be better assured. Trust me, just go there, she urged. All right, I understand, Marin conceded, especially since her mother had spoken. Then let us depart now, Krillin said, suddenly recalling something and adding. By the way, Old Turtle, what will you do? I will remain here. After all these years, it is my place, Old Turtle replied, stating he would look after Master Roshi's home. Very well, we shall see you later. Take care of yourself, Krillin nodded. Farewell, we are off. Krillin said as he soared into the sky, leaving a trail of energy in the clear blue sky. Android 18, Lepin, and Marin followed suit, heading towards the temple's floating island. Upon reaching the temple, the sky was a radiant blue, with only a few clouds adorning it. Oh, everyone is almost here. Tian D turned around with a smile, waiting for their arrival. Indeed, shortly after, 4 auras came to rest at the temple. Tianjin Fan and Din turned to see the newcomers, their faces lighting up with joy as they asked, How's everyone? Krillin, Lepin, Android 18, Marin? Is that Tianjin Fan and Din? Krillin recognized their voices, spotting the robust figure with 3 eyes and the floating child beside him, both of whom were long-lost comrades. The reunion was heartfelt, with tears of joy shimmering in the eyes of Lepin, Din, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan. The Z-fighters were finally united once more, not counting Goku, who had chosen to stay at Tianjin Fan's home. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Tian D felt a stirring within. He smiled at first, but his expression soon turned grave as Mr. Bobo shouted, Indeed, Tian Shun. Everyone paused, looking at Mr. Bobo, who approached with a glaring white piece of paper in hand. Tian D examined the document Bobo presented, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Prompting the others to inquire with concern, Tian Shun, what is the matter? After a moment of silence, Tian D finally spoke. According to this data, a spacecraft will land on Earth in approximately 15 days. I have a foreboding sense that those aboard possess immense power. At least 3 of them boast combat abilities exceeding 50 billion. Whether they are foes or allies remains uncertain. Yet one thing is undeniably clear. They appeared at the very moment Gohan and his companions vanished into the cosmos. This occurrence likely coincided with their transition to another dimension, a mere conjecture on his part, of course, without any knowledge of the realm associated with the Saiyans. In essence, their arrival was a deliberate act aimed at thwarting Gohan's intention to reach Earth, suggesting that their intentions are far from benevolent. What? Could it be those individuals? Krillin inquired, recalling the events of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. The clarity of the situation eludes us, yet an unsettling premonition tugs at my mind. Earth is on the brink of yet another conflict. This may very well be our greatest challenge yet. Tien trembled as he spoke, anxiety palpable among the group. Fear gripped them, their brows furrowed and eyes resolutely fixated, fully aware of their own insignificance. Is this the essence of despairing dread? All closed their eyes, while the breathtaking sky starkly illuminated the encroaching darkness of the future. Chapter 22. The Calm Before the Storm, Part 1. As the door to the gravity chamber swung open, 2 figures darted through the elongated corridor, exuding an intimidating aura that startled the patrolling personnel. Although the guards could not discern the features of these individuals, they were nonetheless struck by the overwhelming force emanating from them. Had they known that the sluggishness of these 2 was merely a consequence of their hunger, the expressions on their faces would have been far more amusing. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles, while Gohan and OOB nearby found themselves in an awkward situation. Yet, as the protests from their stomachs echoed, they could only affirm the actions of Goten and Trunks, who were unmistakably the 2 figures that had just passed by. Perhaps to motivate Goten and Trunks, Wukong and Vegeta decreed that they were to forego breakfast that morning and insisted that they could not leave the gravity chamber until they had battled under normal conditions and determined a victor, meaning their training would not conclude until noon of the fourth day. This round of rigorous training would etch itself deeply into the memories of Goten and Trunks, as Vegeta astonishingly raised the gravity to a staggering 50,000 times that of Earth. As they raced forward, Goten and Trunks traversed several kilometers in mere seconds, bursting through the door ahead of them, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light as they lunged toward the banquet table, ravenously devouring the food before them. Suddenly, the sight of two disheveled figures crashing in startled the assembled guests, who, despite their refined demeanor, could not help but express their astonishment. However, upon recognizing the ragged individuals as Goten and Trunks, relief washed over them, mingled with curiosity about their recent trials. Those who could sense energy were particularly astounded by the rapid increase in their power. "Is that really Goten?" Kiki exclaimed, momentarily stunned, unable to reconcile the foul-smelling, disheveled figure before her with the image of her son, leaving her momentarily dizzy. Later, there will be a 6th update. I recommend Soul Battle to everyone. Thank you for your support of Moyuel. I hope we can surpass 59,000 views today, and tomorrow we'll aim to break the 60,000 mark. Bulma, taken aback by Trunks' disheveled appearance, remained silent, her brows furrowing as she recalled Vegeta's frequent experiences of a similar nature, leading Bra to remain relatively unfazed. Meanwhile, Xiao Fang and Beer paused mid-air with their chopsticks, their eyes wide in astonishment as they watched the two boys feast like pigs. Wu Tian did not cast a glance at Chi-Chi, nor did he utter a word in response. Instead, he seized a chicken leg, gnawing on it while nodding his head. With his other hand, he grasped a bottle of red wine and, in an instant, consumed it as if it were mere water. Witnessing Wu Tian's reaction, Chi-Chi was taken aback, while Master Roshi and Satan appeared equally astonished. Even the King of Earth was momentarily shaken by the presence of Trunks and his companions, though a short-sighted guard assumed a defensive stance, prepared for any sudden assault from the supposed ruffians. "Ha, eat slowly, and then you can have a good rest." Suddenly, a familiar laughter echoed from outside the dining hall, and everyone recognized the source of the sound. After a brief pause, they saw Goku, his shirt in tatters, sauntering in with his signature smile, scratching the back of his head and nodding in acknowledgement to those inside. However, he was taken aback by the presence of a certain individual before him, the King Kai. Beside Goku walked Vegeta, followed closely by Gohan and Up, each of them noticing the King Kai's presence, smiling and nodding in response. This gesture alleviated some of the King Kai's discomfort, as he had been overlooked by Wu Tian and Trunks, even if they were unaware of it. At Goku's prompting, the two engrossed in their meal finally recognized their breach of decorum, yet the mischievous duo continued to grin foolishly at the King Kai, unabashed, before returning to their feast. Although Wukong and his companions felt a hint of awkwardness, Goten and Trunks were engulfed in profound frustration. Their words were stifled, and only after an extensive explanation did the uncomfortable atmosphere transform back into peals of laughter. It turned out that Goten and Trunks were evenly matched in strength, each well aware of the other's capabilities. Consequently, during their 3.5 days of training, their victories and defeats were perfectly balanced. This led to both of them entering the battlefield with empty stomachs, embodying a poignant sense of valor akin to a warrior embarking on a perilous quest. Amidst their banner, Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, and Up voraciously consumed their meals, devouring an astonishing quantity equivalent to that of 100 individuals in mere moments. Alarmingly, the pace of their eating showed no signs of abating. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai fell into silence after a brief exchange of thoughts with Wukong, as if he were attempting to recollect fragments of the past. Chapter 22, The Respite Before Battle, Part 2. With a resounding laugh, a figure leaped, creating a towering splash akin to a deep water bomb. This individual bounded several meters across the shore, plunging into the sea, where the splashing waves sparkled under the radiant sun, glimmering like crystal, accompanied by the fleeting appearance of a delicate rainbow. "Here I come, beloved ocean." Following that laughter, another exuberant figure dove into the water, causing the previously emerged head to submerge abruptly, leading to an impromptu life and death struggle. "Trunks, is a mere punch not enough for you?" Wukong did not employ any force. He simply used his palms to push up the waves, catching the newly steady Trunks off guard. The latter stumbled, losing his balance, yet like a fish darting through water, he retaliated with a powerful surge, sending a wave back that splashed Wukong in the face. "Kid, are you tired of living? How dare you ambush me?" Trunks laughed heartily while cursing, and thus began a playful scuffle between the two in the shallow sea. The presence of these two children left onlookers speechless, casting bewildered glances at each other, questioning whether this was indeed the legendary Back Mountain. Oh my god! Bra, clad in a striking swimsuit, was leisurely swimming nearby, observing her older brother's childish antics, and gently face-palming in exasperation. While Bra lamented the tussle between Wukong and Trunks, another voice rang out. OC, I love you. The dark-skinned Oob, wearing only swimming trunks, showcased his robust physique as he leaped across several meters, spreading his arms wide and crashing down onto the water's surface. This action sent forth a greater splash, drenching Wukong and Trunks, who, momentarily annoyed, turned their ire towards Oob. Unaware of the tension between them, Oob had no intention of causing destruction. He merely sought to enjoy a moment of relaxation. Thus, he reclined, playfully splashing the water, hands cradling the back of his head, feet kicking at the waves, blissfully soaking in the warm morning sun, utterly oblivious to the impending calamity. Goten and Trunks exchanged a knowing glance, followed by a subtle nod of agreement. In an instant, Trunks vanished from sight, while Goten leaped into action, landing behind Ub. With a sudden grip, he secured Ub's arms, causing the latter to awaken in shock, only to be greeted by Trunks' mischievous and wicked grin. In one hand, Trunks clutched a palm-sized crab, while the other grasped Ub's waistband. Ub, taken aback, struggled to break free, yet found himself unable to muster the strength in that fleeting moment, his face paling as he realized the impending calamity. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the melodious voice of Bra resonated through the air, touching Ub's heart profoundly. You fool! Is there anything more disrespectful? Trunks halted mid-action, his gaze shifting to his sister a few meters away, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He promptly released Ub's waistband and casually flung the crab behind him, where it vanished in a distant flash of light. Wu Tian, with a flushed face, released his embrace of Ubu and submerged into the water, vanishing before Beulah in a manner reminiscent of a thief trying to silence a bell. Upon witnessing Wu Tian's clever escape, Trunks too descended into the depths. Ubu, hovering on the surface of the sea, felt a tinge of crimson on his dark complexion. He dared not meet Beulah's beautiful gaze, instead darting his eyes around before opting for a water retreat to avoid the awkward situation. Beulah, indeed vexed, crossed her arms over her bosom and glared at the trio who had fled 100 meters away, acknowledging that one among them was her elder brother. Xiaofang and Bai Er, who had followed closely, stifled giggles, with Xiaofang in her miniature swimsuit dramatically clutching her abdomen. At that moment, a pair of lustrous eyes was fixated on the scene from a distance, the sunlight glinting off a diving mask. Below a bald head was the lecherous visage of Master Rashi, who observed the three graceful figures before him, though he corrected himself, realizing it was truly two, as Xiaofang was still too young. He nodded in agreement with his own judgment. However, in an instant, a chilling sensation pierced his bones, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and gasp for breath, instinctively turning to gaze at the source of that menacing aura. In the next moment, the old turtle dashed across the water's surface as if fleeing for his life, his speed rivaling that of flight, creating waves that surged away from him as he bolted 100 meters in the blink of an eye, having identified the owner of that penetrating gaze, none other than Vegeta. Cursing himself, the old turtle muttered fervent prayers, for he recalled that Vegeta would not spare the faintest consideration for others. It was entirely probable that a ki blast could be unleashed upon him at any moment. Thus, he resolved to employ his utmost cunning. Yet, it became evident that the old turtle's apprehension was unfounded, though he remained thoroughly frightened, panting heavily like a tiny figure in the distance, fervently invoking divine protection. Chapter 22. The Calm Before the Battle, Part 3. Tomorrow, the 26th, marks the birthday of Moluo, as well as the day he confesses his feelings to the girl he has secretly adored for 3 years. Coincidentally, the legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor is set to debut on April 26th, having signed a contract with Zhuolang just last Thursday. It is only this week that the website has recommended it, and we never anticipated such commendable results. Therefore, today is the final day for the legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor to thrive on the new book potential list. I sincerely hope that numerous readers will lend their support to Moluo on this last day, empowering him to boldly declare to my goddess that he is indeed a writer cherished by many readers. A gentle click to bookmark and a recommendation would be the utmost support for Moluo. I am profoundly grateful. Familiar with Master Rashi's character, everyone merely chuckled. well aware that this lecherous old man always operated under the principle of not feasting on unripe fruit. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan had long since detached from the main group, currently reveling in a display of muscles on a stage, striking poses to elicit cheers from young girls, and subsequently exchanging cold, intense glances while boasting ostentatiously. Gohan, observing his father-in-law, could only smile wryly, begrudgingly admiring his ability to disguise himself. Having affixed a wig with strong adhesive and exaggeratedly crafted a tuft of hair on his chest, the King of Earth had not come here to relax. Adhering to a philosophy of safety, he remained within the palace, resting. Vegeta, having successfully intimidated Master Roshi, decided to enjoy a sunbath, reclining on the beach while quietly channeling his energy to better adapt to his newfound strength. Nearby, Chi-Chi and Bulma lounged under a sun umbrella, their youthful exuberance having faded, now indulging in casual conversation and laughter. Seemingly a rare moment of respite, Gohan found himself free from scholarly duties and the constant vigilance necessitated by the presence of foes. After waving to Bai Er and Xiao Fong, he nodded to himself and rose, light-footed as he strolled along the shallow waters, basking in the warmth of a peaceful day amidst the joy of hundreds around him. It is now Friday, and tomorrow, Saturday, will bring 6 updates. If you have tickets, please support Moluo. His bookmark numbers are dismally low. Goku, having noticed the antics of Wu-Tian and the others, chuckled to himself while scratching his nose. However, he soon turned serious, addressing the Supreme Kai beside him, communicating mentally, "Supreme Kai, what do you know about the Saiyans and the Saiyan race?" Suddenly hearing Goku's inquiry, the Supreme Kai forced a smile, his brow furrowing in a grave expression. "I recall many past events, yet I cannot find relevant data. In my tenure as Supreme Kai has only spanned just over 500 million years. Compared to the Grand Kai's service, mine is considerably shorter. Therefore, I possess limited knowledge about this cosmic martial arts tournament, only having encountered mentions in ancient texts about a tournament that occurs every 10 million years. Does such a competition truly exist?" Though Wukong is a single-celled organism, he is far from a simpleton. Having weathered numerous storms, he naturally develops a sensitivity to certain matters. In the Murmurs of the Dragon, Wukong speculates whether this impending cosmic catastrophe might unfold during the tournament, and the question of the Saiyan ancestry perplexes him. Even though Vegeta and Gohan refrain from discussing it, Wukong understands their deep concern over the reasons for the decline of the Saiyans. As Great Lord Grit had advised, it is best for Vegeta to remain unaware of the secrets between the Saiyans and the Saiyan crown. Wukong, well aware of Vegeta's temperament, refrains from divulging this matter to others. Prior to my arrival here, I sought counsel from our ancestor regarding certain aspects of the tournament, but unfortunately, he mentioned that he was sealed at that time and thus lacked clarity on the circumstances of this martial gathering. The Supreme Kai's expression was one of distress. Given his youth in the role of the latest Supreme Kai, he is at a disadvantage when it comes to the historical context, especially since the former Great Supreme Kai has passed away, leaving him unable to ascertain the accuracy of events. Just as Wukong was becoming agitated by this ambiguous response, the Supreme Kai appeared to recall something, his face reflecting astonishment as he remarked, "Long ago, I visited the Great Supreme Planet and unexpectedly learned of a significant event. Over 4 million years ago, a group from beyond the universe suddenly invaded the underworld, wreaking havoc and destroying 1/5 of it in less than a day. Ultimately, they were severely wounded by a formidable force while attempting to assault the heavenly realm, and then they vanished from the cosmos." Upon hearing this revelation, Wukong's mind immediately conjured images from recent days. With a grave demeanor, he inquired, "Was it from the demon realm? What could have caused such a decline in their domain? Supreme Kai, is there truly no basis for this?" Wukong's inquiry was not a reflection of doubt towards the capabilities of the King of Worlds. After all, during their conversation the previous night, the king had already divulged certain matters concerning ancient texts. The universe had endured several cataclysms, resulting in the destruction of most historical records, and even the realm of the King of Worlds was not exempt from this fate. Presently, no deity has held office for over 10 million years. Thus they remain oblivious to the secrets contained within those lost chronicles. Wukong's thoughts gravitated towards the demon realm, merely linked to recent unforeseen events. Given the current indicators, even if the demon realm once experienced a period of decline, it must have been a brief interlude. Now, the demon realm has cast aside its previous reticence, adopting an audacious demeanor as it descends upon the world, thereby becoming the prime suspect. Chapter 22, A Respite Before Battle, Part 4. Second update, seeking further support and recommendations. The Demon Realm? The King of Worlds was momentarily taken aback. As the supreme authority of the universe, he was acutely aware of the recent stirrings within the Demon Realm. However, he had not anticipated that Wukong would directly encounter a figure of such prominence within it. He regarded Wukong with an odd look. Sensing the bewilderment in the king's eyes, Wukong succinctly relayed the encounters he had experienced with enigmatic individuals over the past few days. Upon hearing Wukong's account, the king's expression darkened, plunging him into deep contemplation. The information Wukong revealed was far more grave than the data the king possessed. The Demon Realm had commenced an offensive against the universe. Could it be the fabled Seven Killers? But according to the fragmentary ancient texts, were their powers truly so formidable? Yet there seemed to be discrepancies. What could have transpired? When Wukong mentioned a Demon Realm figure capable of manipulating celestial energy and sealing spaces, Mei Luo, the king swiftly recalled a page from an ancient manuscript he had once perused, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, shrouded by an indescribable dread. Consequently, the king shared the information he had gathered with Wukong, yet as their identities converged, Wukong discerned that the existence of Mei Luo diverged somewhat from the descriptions in the ancient texts. Nonetheless, this revelation indelibly impressed upon Wukong the significance of the seven killers of the Demon Realm. The seven killers of the Demon Realm? Who were they? Wasn't the Demon Realm governed by a Demon King? And should not Depura be the reigning monarch of the Demon Realm? Wukong reminisced about the days of Depura, and it was precisely due to his existence that Wukong and his companions had long believed the Demon Realm posed no significant threat. However, the current situation revealed a mere glimpse of the formidable power lurking within the Demon Realm, enough to instill trepidation in Wukong. He understood that since the dragon had restored its form and unleashed its previously concealed strength in conjunction with the Dragon Balls, his own power was sufficient to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. The notion that Wukong, the king of the Demon Realm, was merely a title from the past million years was misleading. Ancient texts recorded that during the primordial and archaic eras, the supreme ruler of the Demon Realm was the Demon Lord, beneath whom lay various sovereigns, among them the terrifyingly powerful Seven Kills Luo. Yet, this too seemed implausible. If Seven Kills Luo were indeed such beings, how could they have survived from ancient times to the present? Wukong interrupted the Kaioshin, directing the conversation to the crux of the matter, for he was aware that even the Kaioshin could only endure for roughly 100 million years, and the one before him was merely a product of the ancient era. Here, I categorize the eras as primordial, ancient, archaic, and ancient times. Yet now it was suggested that Seven Kills Luo might belong to the archaic or primordial realms. Anticipating Wukong's skepticism, the Kaioshin's brows twitched. And after a glance at Wukong, he shook his head and elaborated, the denizens of the Demon Realm, if they do not leave, are not subject to the dominion of the universe's underworld. This implies that their lifespan cannot be compared to ours. Furthermore, certain demon entities, upon attaining a certain level of power, can manifest their souls into physical forms. Thus, if they seize another body, they can continue to reincarnate. And Seven Kills Luo is precisely such a being. Suddenly confronted with this revelation, even Wukong, despite his mental fortitude, was taken aback, for he had never known such truths. Had it not been for the Kaioshin's insights into ancient texts, he would have traversed his life oblivious to the secrets held by the Demon Realm. Yet, there remained too many uncertainties. Just as Wukong was poised to inquire further, the Kaioshin seemingly grasped his thoughts and provided the answer. The demon star you encountered was indeed a planet within the Demon Realm, and if the records are accurate, it is the home planet of one of the Seven Kills Luo. The beings on that planet possess powers far surpassing those of Depura, and their existence could unleash catastrophic calamities upon the universe. Upon hearing the news, Wukong inhaled sharply, recalling that had the malevolent star of demons truly descended upon Earth back in the day, its formidable creatures could have effortlessly obliterated the planet with their then unparalleled might. From the dramatic change in Wukong's expression, the King Kai discerned his thoughts and, with a tone of light-hearted relief, remarked, however, according to the records, the Star of Demons is fortified with powerful seals. Ever since it departed from the Demon Realm, the creatures within have been unable to escape the confines of the celestial body, nor can they unleash their full energy. Therefore, they have not brought about a cataclysmic disaster upon the universe, which is a matter of little concern. Wukong remained unconvinced, swiftly recalling the events he had experienced over the past few days, attempting to unearth more secrets within the minutiae of the details. However, as the enigmatic dark mist flickered in his mind, Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, a look of profound shock etched upon his face. Could it be that? Wukong's brows knitted together in a furrow, his oceanic eyes shimmering with profound brilliance, yet his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Woman de Luofen, Part 1. Third update. In a distant celestial realm, it appeared as though a brutal massacre had just transpired. The crimson sky was as translucent as blood, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. The dark brown earth lay pockmarked and desolate in the aftermath of battle. And even the air was tainted with a faint metallic scent, nauseatingly sharp. A series of figures flickered into view like specters, among them a robust man who materialized mid-air. His face drenched in blood yet adorned with a grotesque grin. He occasionally licked the blood from his elongated, pointed tongue, reveling in the visceral thrill, fully aware that the blood staining his form was merely the remnants of his slain foes. Not less than 800, I dare say. Another figure, a middle-aged man of impeccable cleanliness, stood apart, his sharp eagle-like gaze narrowed at the faint scent of blood that reached him, his high nose crinkling in distaste, and his brows furrowing with disapproval. Yet those present knew that the seemingly gentle man harbored the most lethal intent. The last of the trio was a young man. His battle garb drenched in crimson as well, his placid expression betraying the tempest of lethal intent within. At that moment, he held aloft a severed head. Still dripping with blood, the ebony locks of hair tangled in his claw-like fingers, revealing the visage of a stunningly beautiful woman. Yet, the lifeless woman's wide, terrified eyes and contorted features suggested that the young man had methodically tortured her psyche before delivering the final blow. Here, the youth coldly regarded the monstrous man, casually tossing the severed head to him, his demeanor unwavering. Upon realizing the head belonged to a beautiful woman, the brute felt a perverse thrill surging through him. He seized the bloody trophy, eagerly admiring her exquisite features. This man had a twisted penchant for collecting the heads of strikingly attractive individuals as trophies. The middle-aged man scoffed at this abhorrent display, his fastidious nature repulsed by such grotesque behavior. He intended to inquire of a nearby burly man what had transpired to summon them so urgently, but upon seeing the grave and seething fury etched on his face, he thought better of it. The other two, the youth and the brute, sensed the gravity of the situation, exchanging silent glances as they awaited their leader's command. Second brother, what has transpired? After a prolonged silence, with no information forthcoming from the middle-aged man, the brute bluntly asked, his usual brutish demeanor disinclined to subtleties. The man referred to as the second brother took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and his eyes glistened with sorrow as he slowly opened them. The words that followed were like a thunderclap. Third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother, and ninth brother are all dead, slain by Siaku. The shocking revelation struck the other three like a bolt of lightning, particularly the youth, whose initial shock quickly ignited into a fiery rage, compelling him to storm away. His biological elder brother was the so-called fourth brother, the youngest among their sworn 12 brothers, known as the 12 Assassins, each commanding a legion of 10,000 covert operatives. Present were the 4, February, June, October, the brute, and December. Stop. Anticipating the youth's imminent outburst, February's voice thundered, resonating across the land and causing the youth, now several dozen miles away, to tremble, an overpowering aura compelling him to halt. In the following moment, February and the others pursued him, signaling for him to regain his composure. The fierce intensity of their gazes forced the youth to comply, though he trembled with resentment. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Woman de Luofen, Part 2, Second Brother, Must We Remain Silent? Not only my elder brother, but third brother, seventh brother, and ninth brother will also be unable to rest in peace. I refuse to accept this. The youth's indignation ignited, transforming his previously serene expression into one of twisted rage. And as he proclaimed his unwillingness to accept this fate, an overwhelming aura of vengeance emanated from him. Suddenly breaking free from February's restraining force, he attempted to escape, only to be met with a powerful gust, further binding him. February bellowed, "This is our elder brother's command. He has decreed that we must not provoke Siaku, including her." The youth's fury was momentarily quelled by the interruption, yet he was left devastated by the realization of his elder brother's prohibition. In the ensuing silence, the handsome middle-aged man of June had pieced together the situation. Despite his grief over the loss of their comrades, he maintained his composure, recognizing the necessity of adhering to his elder brother's strategy in the face of overwhelming power. For we possess no strength to confront the monstrous Siaku. Fourth update. I implore you to support and recommend. This week is swiftly drawing to a close, yet the number of collections for Mu Luo is alarmingly scant. I beseech all readers to lend a hand. However, the brutish October vehemently opposed such timidity, feeling a deep kinship with December and sharing his sorrow. Why must we acquiesce to this? We, the 12 brothers, should stand united in adversity. Must we yield to Sieka's whims? We answer to Lord Lai Ku and Prince Jinny Li. We possess the right to eliminate traitors. Sieka has encroached upon our authority. We ought to resist. No. You have no comprehension of Sieka's terror. You are outsiders, ignorant of the events of yore and their profound implications. The power Sieka wields is far too formidable. Those who survive the battles of old tremble at the mere thought. Elder brother's decision is sound. February shook his head in denial, recalling the harrowing conflicts of years past. Still haunted by the memories, for none among their generation could forget the horror of Sieka's might. Among the 12 assassins, several were not of the Saiguan lineage, including October, December, and their elder brother. Having only heard tales, they naturally questioned the extent of Sieka's colossal power. June remained silent, though not of Saiguan descent. His meticulous reasoning led him to trust the accounts of Sieka's terrifying prowess. He understood that by magnifying the enemy's strength, he could shield himself from the shock of their hidden capabilities in battle. However, it has now come to light that February's body inexplicably trembles when recalling past events. This revelation unsettles the astute June, who furrows his brows in contemplation, pondering whether the previous information was insufficient, consequently elevating the formidable image of Jack in his mind. I implore you to exercise patience. My elder brother will relay this matter to His Highness Journer and even to King Grit, should the opportunity for vengeance arise. Our remaining 8 brethren shall ensure that Jack regrets his actions, even if it costs us our lives. February endeavored to temper the sentiments of the two, employing a procedural tone to dissuade them from an immediate quest for retribution, yet he alone understood the improbability of the situation. After all, 2 days had elapsed since the incident, yet no directive had been issued to question Jack, indicating that none dared to confront him. Imagination often paints an idealistic picture, yet reality proves to be harsh. February initially believed he could deceive the two, only to find they were not easily fooled like children. December masked his true feelings, reverting to his usual calm demeanor as he nodded in agreement. The formidable October, perceptive as he was, chose to remain silent, recognizing the turmoil within February without directly addressing it, opting instead to wait in silence. Observing his companions momentarily composed, February felt a sense of relief and declared, "Elder brother has ordered us to depart immediately, leaving the remaining tasks to our subordinates. You have no objections, I trust?" The 3 nodded in response. Yet each harbored their own thoughts, leading to yet another brief silence. During this moment of distraction, the youth suddenly smiled knowingly, the curve of his smile signifying imminent victory. For in a prior instant, October had conveyed to him telepathically, "Upon our return, I shall assist you in dealing with her, turning her head into my most exquisite work of art, driving Jack to madness." Chapter 23. The Mysterious Woman, Drofeng, Part 3. First update. A solitary figure darted along the coastline, with sheer cliffs to the left. Under nature's relentless sculpting, gentle waters eroded the hard rocks, resulting in the accumulation of fine, soft white sand along the shore, interspersed with mottled, colorful shells glistening in the sunlight. A light sea breeze caressed his face as Gohan reveled in the refreshing coolness of summer. In the solitude of this uninhabited place, he savored the tranquility. For he had always cherished peace, and moments of solitude, the world felt perfectly harmonious. As Gohan contemplated this answer, a faint bitter smile crept upon his lips. Reflecting on the events of this year, he experienced a myriad of emotions: complexity, confusion, liberation, or perhaps even deception. Before the emergence of the evil dragon, Gohan had diligently honed his strength with the intent of safeguarding the Earth. Yet, he alone understood that during the 2 decades following the Buu incident, his power had been significantly overshadowed by that of his father. This realization did not stem from a desire to claim the title of the world's strongest. He was acutely aware that such aspirations had never crossed his mind. However, on the day when Baby launched his surprise attack, Gohan's long quiet heart stirred once more. Predominantly filled with self-reproach, once upon a time, his strength had far surpassed that of his father. Yet, during the 7 years leading up to the Buu saga, through relentless training, his father had transcended him, achieving Super Saiyan 3, a form that eclipsed Gohan's potential, based on the animated version. Goku's Super Saiyan 3 is stronger than the enigmatic Gohan, and could Buu surpasses Gohan's Buu. Ironically, it was during that same year that Gohan relinquished the primary responsibility of protecting the Earth. over the span of 20 years, although he had made considerable progress. The moment he faced Baby, he realized that his father had ascended to a level far beyond his own, with even Vegeta surpassing him by a significant margin. Perhaps it is a cruel irony that he possessed extraordinary talent yet yearned for peace while rejecting the notion of war. In the midst of this internal conflict, he found it impossible to commit to rigorous training, for his aversion to war naturally diminished his pursuit of power. However, this mindset was irrevocably shaken during the evil dragon incident, shattering the beliefs he had held for years. Even the desire for a semblance of peace was met with the world's refusal to grant such selfishness. Gohan remained painfully fragile, with nearly every battle borne by his father's strength. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had unwittingly relinquished his unwavering faith in Goku. It was not that he wished his father to forfeit the title of the universe's strongest. Rather, he could not bear the thought of perpetually being the one in need of protection. Yet it was all too late. The evil dragon had vanished. Yet the Dragon Balls were destined to disappear from the world forever, along with his father, who departed alongside the azure silhouette of the dragon. In silent agony, Gohan suffered the most. His father's ultimate sacrifice was rooted in Gohan's own failings. Had it not been for the old Kai sacrificing his life to resurrect Goku, this burden of guilt would have eternally haunted him. Now, despite the fact that only Goku could withstand the might of the evil dragon, who among them was ignorant of the truth that had Gohan truly matured, he could have stood as a formidable ally, perhaps even ensuring Goku's survival. No one blamed Gohan, yet he was unlike Goten and Trunks, who seemed to navigate their lives with ease. Gohan understood far more, while Goten and Trunks possessed remarkable talent. They could not rival his own. Though they too had squandered significant time, was not his responsibility the greatest of all? Gohan smiled as he affirmed his own question. He bore an undeniable responsibility. Thus, throughout the past 6 months, no one knew the extent of his efforts. He trained his body with a fervor that surpassed even Vegeta's. However, due to the prolonged weakness of his physique, his growth over this period, while significant, was not as pronounced as he had hoped. During the 6 months from the Baby incident to the Evil Dragon event, his power had risen 2 tiers through numerous battles. And in the preceding months of relentless training, he had elevated his strength by 1 tier, approaching the threshold of a Super Saiyan transformation. This burden of responsibility weighed heavily upon him, compelling Gohan to conceal his true feelings. Although he feigned laughter and even sought to encourage tension in solitude, he relentlessly chastised himself, perpetually striving for greater power to defend the Earth in place of his father. During this time, Gohan recognized he had changed. More importantly, the steadfastness of his desire for peace had begun to fracture. What he never anticipated was the sudden reappearance of his father. Was it instinct that drove him? At that moment, Gohan's mindset shifted once more. Subconsciously, he relinquished the weight of his responsibilities, transferring the guardianship of the Earth back to his father. In that instant, Gohan wavered, not merely in his faith in peace, but also in a burgeoning disdain for his own perceived weakness. Yet, what tormented him was an innate aversion to the pursuit of power. He simply wished to care for those around him, feeling that was sufficient. He did not aspire to be a savior, for he neither desired nor felt compelled to take on such a role. He was acutely aware that such ambitions could lead to peril, and humans are inherently selfish. Gohan believed himself to be no exception. His heart, now transformed, was rife with contradictions, yet he continued to mask his turmoil, allowing his smile to remain fixed upon his countenance. However, just as Gohan was lost in thought, reminiscing, a voice as enchanting as celestial music stirred his soul. "May I sit beside you?" In a moment of shock, Gohan regained his senses and turned to behold an extraordinary beauty before him. Her skin was as pure and translucent as jade, and her slender, graceful figure was adorned in a delicate sky-blue gown. The sea breeze tousled her dark tresses, and her sweet smile stirred the hearts of all who beheld her. In this moment, even Gohan found himself momentarily spellbound. Yet, true to his heritage inherited from Goku, he harbored no impure thoughts, unlike Goten, who was quite the opposite. He was simply captivated by the ethereal allure of this enchanting maiden, for it was the first time he had encountered such breathtaking beauty. Gohan stood in a daze, and at that moment, even the locking of his breath came to a halt. Had he been ambushed by another? This would have undoubtedly been the most perilous moment for him. Her exquisite smile remained intact as one hand delicately brushed aside her flowing hair, while the other gently smoothed her swaying lace gown. Her porcelain-like visage flushed with a hint of bashfulness, accentuating the dewdrop-like sparkle upon her skin. The elegant, arched brows lifted slightly, framing eyes that shone like stars in the night sky. Her delicate nose was perfectly shaped, and her cherry-red lips parted ever so slightly. She was none other than the enigmatic woman who had appeared earlier, the one who had wept over her painful memories at dawn. Yet, she could. Gohan finally responded, feeling an involuntary blush of embarrassment as he spoke hesitantly. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the enigmatic woman smiled once more, then gracefully sat beside him. A mere half-meter away, her luminous eyes fixated on the vast azure sea. Gohan swiftly adjusted his mindset, upon inhaling the faint, ethereal fragrance akin to orchids. His heart remained undisturbed. Instead, he sensed a sacred radiance emanating from the other party's aura, which alleviated any trepidation regarding their ambiguous origins. After a brief moment of awkwardness, a cold sweat broke out on Gohan's brow. Had the visitor been an enemy, he would have been struck down in an instant. Fortunately, there was not a trace of hostility from them. While not an adversary, neither could they be deemed a friend. Gohan saw no reason to inquire directly. Yet, he was acutely aware that this enigmatic individual had come with a purpose. "Mr. Gohan, is it?" the mysterious woman inquired, shifting her autumnal gaze toward him with a delicate smile. Although Wu Fan was taken aback, he quickly came to terms with the unexpected arrival of the other party. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Hiki, my name is Drofine, and I am a champion of the tournament. Welcome, Saiyans, to the inner universe." The woman, who introduced herself as Drofine, smiled gracefully once more, relishing the cool ocean breeze and inhaling deeply in sheer delight. Gohan was not particularly surprised, for he sensed a formidable energy emanating from the individual before him. Given that this was a planet inhabited by the Saiyans, encountering one of their kind was hardly unexpected. However, curiosity piqued within him, and he directly inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, Miss Drofin?" "Well, there is nothing particularly pressing," she replied. "I merely wish to see you, as you bear a striking resemblance to him." As Drofin spoke, a sudden melancholy washed over her, her delicate eyebrows furrowing into gentle waves. "Who?" Gohan's interest was sparked, having detected the subtle shift in the mysterious woman's demeanor. Yet Drofin did not fully elucidate her thoughts. Instead, pivoting the conversation, "I hope that you two can become friends." Noticing Gohan's resigned expression, Drofin chuckled lightly. "You have also perceived the grand array that separates the inner and outer universes, have you not? I am unaware of its purpose. Though I have been curious about it since childhood, I have been unable to find any information. I wonder how those from the outside world perceive it?" Her words were startling. Though Gohan's expression remained inscrutable, a tempest of unease surged within him. The fact that Grit had not elaborated on the seal's array, and that this enigmatic woman openly confessed her ignorance of its origins, suggested that even the inner universe lacked clarity on the matter. This alone was enough to speculate on numerous possibilities. In Gohan's gaze, he discerned Drofin's true intentions. She smiled and continued, "I yearn to explore the outside world. Alas, I have never had the opportunity. Might you share with me tales of your realm? Please forgive my inquisitiveness," she added. "Our two races are celebrated as the mightiest warrior nations of the inner and outer universes. I wonder which side will emerge victorious in this impending conflict. Is it possible that we have never determined a victor between us?" Before Gohan could respond to her initial query, the second and third inquiry struck him like heavy bombs, causing his heart to race. Nevertheless, his expression remained calm, and he replied with a smile, "Indeed, I only recently learned of the existence of the inner universe. As for the grand array, I am equally in the dark, for my home, Earth, is quite distant from here. Earth is a beautiful place, with gravity similar to this realm, though it is considerably smaller in size, adorned with blue skies and white clouds. History has already provided the answer, has it not? We are both the foremost races of our respective universes. Have you truly never had the chance to venture into the outer universe? Yet, it was only this past year that the outer universe became aware of the inner universe's existence. Why then? Did the inhabitants of the inner universe not appear a year prior? The two races, both hailed as the strongest warrior nations, have yet to clarify which is truly superior. Surely, there must be some hidden intricacies at play. Oh, I had anticipated a greater divergence. Drofin feigned disappointment, yet her genuine expression tightened Gohan's gaze, urging him to glean further insights. Not entirely. For instance, there exists a planet where the sky is green, the clouds tinged with blue, and the flora exhibits hues of azure. There is also another planet, devoid of any sunlight, its surface composed entirely of rock, yet it sparkles with a brilliance akin to countless stars. As Gohan engaged in conversation with Drofin, their camaraderie blossomed amidst laughter and banter, though both were keenly aware of the unspoken truth that lingered between them. Chapter 24. The Battle Begins, The Feudal Lords' War, Part 1. While they exchanged pleasantries, Gohan gleaned substantial insights from Drofin's subtle hints. However, he remained skeptical of her assertions, intrigued by her choice of veiled communication. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic woman rendered him cautious, despite his curiosity about her identity. He deemed it unnecessary to pry further, recognizing that some matters are far more complex than they initially appear. The melodious laughter, though not as resonant as waves crashing upon the shore, possessed a tranquil charm. As Gohan recounted his adventures through the cosmos, the amusing, perilous, and even awkward episodes elicited inexplicable laughter from Durofin, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, as Durofin conversed with Gohan, a figure occasionally flickered in her mind, similar yet distant. Their personalities and paths diverged significantly, though their origins bore striking resemblance. The disparity in their circumstances had led them to vastly different places. Sensing the palpable sadness emanating from Gohan, she tactfully maintained her silence. However, in that very moment, a sudden upheaval occurred. Instinctively perceiving the atmospheric tension, Gohan erupted with fierce energy, swiftly lifting the seated Durofin and soaring to a height of 1,000 meters. His acute awareness of impending danger proved accurate as the once calm sea began to churn ominously. A massive surge of water coalesced towards a colossal dragon. And as a blue light pierced the ocean's surface, a water dragon erupted forth, crashing towards the still position of Gohan and Durofin. Acknowledging that the turmoil was far from over, Gohan released his hold on Durofin, pivoted his body, and unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth a surging wave of energy that obliterated the stone dragon forming below from the cliffside. At this moment, Durofin recognized the imminent threat. Although she possessed formidable strength, it paled in comparison to the level of combat unfolding before her. She understood Gohan's intent through his gaze, floating beside him. Yet the sudden turn of events sent a jolt of fear and regret coursing through her. Her porcelain skin lost its color, and a flicker of panic glimmered in her beautiful eyes, for she realized that the attack had reached her doorstep, and her companions tasked with her protection had likely perished. The assailants were intent on her destruction. Gohan's gaze narrowed as he fixed his eyes upon the two unfamiliar figures that appeared before him. Following the battle against Krillin, he had come to understand that some individuals possessed the ability to harness the elemental energies of the universe. However, encountering two such adversaries today made him realize that the situation was far from straightforward. Without exchanging unnecessary words, Gohan stepped slightly forward, allowing currents of electricity to course through his body. A golden radiance surged forth, his golden hair standing on end beneath the intense flames, and his emerald green eyes radiated an icy resolve. He ascended directly into the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Saiyans, regardless of who you are, be gone from this place. The two assailants, upon witnessing Gohan's transformation, suppressed their initial fear. The burly man among them boisterously proclaimed, as they were none other than the members of the Kill Guard. October and December. Unlike the brashness of the large man, the youth remained composed. Noticing the surrounding elemental energies being significantly disturbed by Gohan's transformation, he discerned that their opponent was not ordinary. Even without the ability to sense energy, his keen intuition informed him that the prey before him possessed the capacity for counterattack. Suddenly, upon hearing the man's words, Gohan furrowed his brow, realizing that they were not targeting him. Yet, this action piqued his curiosity regarding the identity of the mysterious woman, while simultaneously igniting apprehension about the underlying truth of the situation. Mr. Gohan, Durofin said, her thin red lips pursed. She was acutely aware of the dire consequences that this matter entailed, and sought to provide an explanation at once. However, Gohan interrupted her, stating, "I understand, it's nothing." As his words echoed, it became clear to all that a confrontation was inevitable. October, unable to restrain his fiery temperament, allowed a brownish light to flicker from his right arm, shattering the mountainside beneath him. Subsequently, countless boulders began to coalesce around his arm, and in less than the span of a breath, a colossal stone fist, measuring 10 zhong, hurtled towards Gohan's side. Gohan indeed chose an appropriate battleground. Now elevated in the sky, he significantly diminished the adversary's capacity to wield water power. As he observed the impending strike of a heavy fist, an awe-inspiring aura erupted from his body. With his right hand extended forward, he unleashed a golden beam of light, shattering his opponent's fist upon impact. However, October let out a chilling laugh, and simultaneously, December responded with a ki blast. As Gohan extinguished the energy in his left hand, October's shattered right hand reformed, striking Gohan with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. In the midst of the tumultuous clash with December, October capitalized on the advantage of obscured vision to launch an attack. Gohan was taken aback, The opponent's use of earth power rendered their presence nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, a colossal stone fist burst through the flames, crashing towards him. With a resounding thud, Gohan crossed his arms in defense, yet the tremendous force still propelled him backward. Although Drafane, positioned behind him, felt the backlash. He sustained minimal damage due to Gohan absorbing the brunt of the impact. After retreating 100 paces, Gohan dispersed the residual energy surrounding him with his own aura. In an instant, he unleashed multiple ki blasts, carving arcs through the void as they pursued his adversaries. Taken aback by this counterattack, October and December hastily fortified their defenses. Yet each was bombarded by 3 ki blasts, forcing them to retreat 1,000 meters. The youth spat blood, his eyes ablaze with madness. October, too, was rattled. His right arm, the target of the concentrated assault, had utterly collapsed. Had it not been for his body surpassing others of the same rank and resilience, he would have been reduced to a bloody pulp. The battle commenced with fierce intensity. Gohan's overwhelming power eclipsed the combined efforts of his foes. Yet they showed no signs of capitulation. Desperate to eliminate Drafane, they were prepared to risk everything. Fully aware that they had disturbed a hornet's nest, and thus had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. "Damn it!" both shouted in unison. The youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his entire being radiating a deep blue glow as he summoned the surrounding energies of nature. A tempest of water surged forth, coalescing into several colossal blue dragons that ferociously lunged towards Gohan. Meanwhile, October, enveloped in a brilliant brown light, absorbed boulders from his surroundings, compressing them under immense pressure until they amassed around his exterior, having consumed the essence of an entire cliff face in mere moments. As the water dragons surged forward, the formidable giant drew upon nearly 10,000 cubic feet of rock, his own form towering 100 feet tall, advancing through the void with purpose. Their combined might was a formidable assault aimed at the seemingly fragile Gohan. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Gohan merely scoffed. He first shielded Drafane with a protective barrier before stepping beyond its confines. With a thunderous clash, he met the giant's fist, and as he roared, a brilliant golden light exploded forth, obliterating October's seemingly invincible defense. October was sent reeling, akin to a kite severed from its string, his body cracking and blood spewing forth. Horror etched across his countenance. Ignoring the pursuit of the 6 blue dragons, Gohan's overwhelming golden light possessed tremendous force, effortlessly dismantling the tyrannical water dragons and drenching the battlefield in a torrential downpour. Seizing the moment, Gohan traced a beam of light across the sky, aiming to cleave through his adversaries. In the face of such an overwhelming confrontation, the youth had grown numb. Devoid of color, he relied solely on instinct to evade, attempting to sidestep. Yet, his speed paled in comparison to the slicing energy of Gohan's attack. Ultimately, with a piercing scream, his left arm was severed at the root. Blood gushed forth, and the excruciating pain jolted him back to lucidity. However, the agonizing torment caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, his face contorting in agony as he gasped for air, retreating in a frenzied manner. Gohan harbored no intentions of holding back. From the aura he perceived, he was acutely aware that his adversary was a ruthless killer, and the overwhelming sin of blood unmistakably indicated that they had recently been engaged in a massacre. Confronted with such a bloodthirsty individual, he could only respond with lethal force. However, just as Gohan prepared to strike down his opponent, the surrounding landscape suddenly collapsed into a void, and an immense, formidable presence swiftly descended upon the battlefield. A colossal gust of wind, imbued with tremendous power, surged towards him from behind. As Wu Fan felt a surge of trepidation, he swiftly turned around, channeling the energy he had gathered into a colossal golden palm imprint, measuring 100 feet in size, to counter the forceful strike that was hurtling towards him. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing an unparalleled force of destruction that dissipated the clouds over 100 miles. The ensuing tempest uprooted vegetation within a 10-mile radius, while the vast ocean beneath him was thrust into towering waves. The inhabitants of the planet beheld the celestial bodies above, stars, moon, and sun, swaying rapidly. As the ground trembled beneath them, Gohan was caught off guard, although he sustained no injuries. He lost the ability to sense the presence of his earlier opponents after a momentary pause. They had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos of their previous clash. In that fleeting instant when the void shattered, Goku and Vegeta finally detected a shift in Gohan's energy, their expressions changing in an instant. However, upon sensing Gohan's reversion from his Super Saiyan state, they fell into a contemplative silence. After exchanging a nod with Goten and Trunks, Goku and Vegeta swiftly set off in pursuit of the battlefield. Gohan sensed the true disappearance of his opponent and relaxed, allowing the layers of golden light to dissipate, revealing his dark hair once more. However, he was puzzled as to why the adversary chose to attack him instead of directly eliminating Drolfin. Consequently, Gohan subconsciously began to be wary of the enigmatic woman before him. When she requested to leave, he made no attempt to retain her, watching her exquisite teal silhouette fade into the distance. Within mere seconds of Drolfin's departure, Goku and Vegeta traversed thousands of miles, their relief palpable upon discovering that Gohan had sustained no injuries. Yet, as they conversed with Gohan, both Goku and Vegeta found themselves perplexed by Drolfin's mysterious identity. Each bore a question in their hearts. What was her true nature? Chapter 24. The Battle Begins. The War of the Lords, Part 3, 5th Update. Returning to Earth, the dire circumstances had rendered the atmosphere around them frozen in apprehension, leaving everyone in the divine realm speechless, their despair so profound it rendered them numb. Even Android 18, who feared nothing in this world, began to grasp the essence of fear. Do we truly have no hope whatsoever? Tien broke the silence. His question seemingly casual, yet his heart was heavy with despair. After a moment of struggle, he declared indignantly, "We cannot simply sit idly by. We must take action." Clenching his fists, he affirmed his resolve. "We have no reason to evade this. We are Dragon Ball warriors, and we cannot solely rely on Goku." Yamcha chimed in, though he hesitated when mentioning Goku, inwardly questioning, "Can we still depend on Goku?" His voice dwindled to a whisper. Once again, everyone fell into contemplation, for they all understood, Goku was no longer a pillar of support. Note, they still remain unaware that Goku has returned. No, perhaps sensing the forced bravado of his companions, Tien rallied his friends with determination, stating, "We still have a chance." This declaration rekindled the previously stifled atmosphere. However, Tien's unwavering confidence piqued the curiosity of all present, save for Mr. Popo, regarding the source of such assurance. "We still harbor hope, albeit faint, yet we must endeavor." Mr. Popo spoke up as well. Hearing such words ignited a mix of astonishment and a tinge of pessimism among the group. "Really? Tien, what can we do?" Krillin inquired, his eyes brimming with yearning and hope. "Indeed, we possess a method." Entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Tien gestured towards the temple behind him, his words resonating with conviction. The hyperbolic time chamber. The others gasped in unison, their expressions revealing a flicker of optimism. "But is that feasible?" Android 18 maintained her rationality, questioning, "Can we truly amplify our strength to another level in such a short time within the hyperbolic time chamber?" Though reluctant to dampen their spirits, 18 posed her inquiry with a slow blink, contemplating the implications. "Can we significantly enhance our combat abilities in just 2 days?" Krillin, having been doused by his wife's cold water of reality, also voiced his concerns. "This is not to say it is entirely impossible for this time. We each have 5 days." Tien's words rang like a clarion call, invigorating the group. However, he recalled past events and continued. After the previous destruction of the hyperbolic time chamber by Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, and following Mr. Piccolo's demolition of the entrance, I made adjustments. I negotiated with the deity of that dimension for the privilege to remain there for 5 years, and he consented. Thus, we each have 5 days within the hyperbolic time chamber, enabling us to enhance our powers significantly. The revelation sent waves of excitement through the group, with Din even performing somersaults in midair. "Really? Ha ha ha, that's incredible. Thank you, Lord Kami." Their excitement surged as they finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, aspiring to witness the sun in 16 days' time. Meanwhile, the sun shone even more brilliantly. At this moment, on the planet of the Saiyans, a robust figure stood on the balcony, gazing pensively at the moon in the night sky, which bore a resemblance to Earth's moon but was magnitudes larger, lost in thought until he was roused from his reverie. "Father, do you have any orders?" Jinri could not meet the gaze of his formidable father, feeling an innate trepidation towards his father's iron-fisted methods. Noticing the dark expression on his father's face, he instinctively knew that the man was aware of the events that had transpired that day. "Jinri, I expect you to keep a close eye on Clack. He is loyal to you, and I do not wish to intervene in your dealings. But I do not want to witness a repeat of such occurrences." Grit's unspoken authority loomed heavy over Jinri, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. He could only respond instinctively, "Yes. I am aware of the situation with Clack and the rogue Zek. Without my command, you should not act defensively towards Zek. Have you forgotten the madness of that year?" Upon hearing his father's mention of the chaotic conflicts with Zek, a wave of apprehension washed over Jinri. If Clack truly intends to provoke Zek, I advise you to refrain from this conflict. Zek is one of my crucial subordinates, and I do not wish to see him harmed, nor do I believe you could even inflict a scratch upon him. Furthermore, I expect you to keep the matter of the assassins concealed to prevent any suspicion among the Saiyans. Our current enemies are not them. Jinri understood the gravity of Grit's thunderous words, realizing the significant repercussions of the recent assault. It was the first time he had witnessed such fury in his father. Yes. Jinri replied respectfully, but upon recalling something, he added, Father, our scans indicate that Goku and Vegeta's powers have increased considerably. Yes, I am aware. I never anticipated they could progress so much in just 3 days. Truly the hallmark of Saiyans. Grit's expression softened as he reflected. But is that sufficient? Especially concerning Goku, whose power remains an enigma. Do not dwell on it. Everything remains under my control. Let us remain vigilant, for tomorrow marks the start of the tournament. We must be cautious of them. The assailants who targeted Vegeta? Indeed, they are the ones we must watch closely. Let us hope they do not disrupt the tournament proceedings. By the way, what of the others? Grit changed the subject, posing a peculiar question. There has been no movement. The Elder Council is unchanged. But Jinri sensed something ominous brewing beneath the surface. Is there still no trace of the shadows? Not a single lead? Uncertain. But all signs suggest that they have departed the inner cosmos. Ah, I see. Could it be that we have arrived on Earth? Grit's eyes sparkled with a profound light as he smiled. Earth? What shall we do? Nilly inquired urgently. It's nothing of great concern. Well, it is already nighttime. You should go and rest for now. Yes, I shall take my leave. Nilly bowed before striding out of the room. Grit then turned his gaze back to the solitary. Cold Moon. Chapter 24. The battle commences. The Lords compete for supremacy. Part 4. Time continued its relentless march, and suddenly, the sky brightened as the crimson sun replaced the silvery moon, casting a ruby hue across the eastern horizon. Wukong and his companions were fully prepared, awaiting their departure. Today marked the commencement of the grand tournament, and most of the participants residing here had gathered to embark towards the magnificent celestial arena, where an extraordinary battle awaited. Wukong. We cannot be there in person. The gravity on the tournament planet is overwhelming, so take care of yourself. Wu Tian and Wu Fan will need your vigilance. Chi-Chi gently admonished as she grasped Wukong's hand. However, those present could discern the underlying truth in Chi-Chi's fierce gaze. She was genuinely concerned for Wu Tian and Wu Fan's safety. Her affectionate eyes served as a warning to Wukong. If any harm were to befall her sons, he should know how to address it, correct? Such was the blatant, protective threat that the others noted in Chi-Chi's thoughts. Well, it's nothing too serious. We will only be there for 8 days. The preliminary rounds will last 5 days to determine the top 64, followed by 3 days for the final competition. After 8 days, we shall meet again, Wukong said, scratching his head with a smile. Although you cannot be there, you can still watch our matches via the live broadcast. Indeed, there is equipment capable of satellite transmission, allowing all planets in this realm to witness the competition simultaneously. That being said, you should still exercise caution, Bulma advised, exchanging glances with Vegeta and Trunks, echoing the same sentiment. After all, it's merely a competition. What's the big deal? Vegeta replied coolly, crossing his arms dismissively. Exactly, Mom, it's just a tournament. It might even be enjoyable. Trunks chimed in. Father and brother will be fine. You needn't worry. Mom reassured. Grandpa, you must secure that championship title and become the best in the universe. Xiaofang exclaimed, her delicate hands clasped in anticipation, her eyes shimmering with hope as she looked at Wukong. Very well, I shall strive earnestly. Wukong clenched his fist, responding with a spirited smile. Then, let us set forth. Master Roshi declared solemnly for the first time, I wish everyone a triumphant return. Yes. The group, filled with high spirits, boarded the spaceship, and the doors gradually closed. The vessel launched with vigor, its destination set for the sacred grounds of the universe fighting tournament. What kind of battles await? Wukong's old warrior spirit flared once more. Thrilled with anticipation, his wide-eyed expression reflected his eagerness for the competition and formidable opponents, who might be among the powerful contenders. Father, we are Saiyans, the universally recognized rulers. Few in this cosmos can surpass us, Wu Tian declared confidently, seemingly satisfied with the results of their recent training. Not so fast, Wu Tian. Remember, there were those who could easily defeat me in the past. I suspect there may still be such individuals. Vegeta countered, his hands clenched resolutely. I shall not be bested by them again. However, I am also eager to discover what other formidable warriors exist in the universe. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta, Wu Tian replied. sensing that he had touched a sore spot with Vegeta's past. Ultimately, we must remain vigilant. Right, Mr. Wufan? Having endured enough bullying from Goten and Trunks, exhibited signs of avoidance towards the two. The impoverished naturally more mature, preferred conversing with Wufan. Yes, we should exercise caution, Wufan responded calmly. Yet, he refrained from mentioning the existence of Drolfin to Wukong and Vegeta, as he wished to prevent an excessive focus on that matter during the tournament. As they spoke, the entire spaceship jolted violently as it approached the planet, the immense gravity causing the vessel to shake. Nevertheless, it ultimately landed safely, regaining its prior stability. Is the gravity truly this intense? Trunks remarked, his expression darkening as he assessed, it feels similar to our training. Wufan had long been aware of the circumstances, displaying little in the way of astonishment. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, seemingly unfazed, nonchalantly opened the door to behold the stone-like planet, which was far harder than diamond. Here, lush greenery and azure skies adorned with white clouds graced the scenery, albeit devoid of the charming little birds. They all stepped outside, observing the figures before them. Each moving with remarkable agility, their expressions composed, yet exuding a chilling aura amidst the tranquility. Goten and Trunks stood in silent awe, finally grasping the vastness of the universe. Realizing that many hidden talents lay beneath its surface, having embraced Goku's teachings, felt a surge of excitement within him, yet as he yearned for the impending battle, he suddenly experienced a profound shift in his spirit. At that moment, a voice shattered the stillness. Attention all participants, please enter the arena. The competition will commence in 10 minutes. Pay heed. All eyes were drawn to the colossal structure ahead, reminiscent of the World Martial Arts Tournament, yet sprawling over an impressive area of 10,000 square meters. A wave of respect washed over the crowd, and the thrill of battle ignited their warrior spirits. Within this edifice, a grand tournament was set to unfold, destined to determine the universe's #1 contender. Its victor would guide the future for the next 10 million years. In this era, who would rise to dominate all? Chapter 25. The battle begins. The warlord contest, The clear chime of bells resonated, echoing through the ages. After 10 million years, the battle's call rang out once more. Every individual stood transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the immense clock before them. As the wheel of history aligned once again, the fervor for combat surged within their veins. Over the course of 10 million years, countless truths had been buried beneath the sands of time, leaving behind only the shadows of the once mighty. What remnants did the strongest of the past leave behind? Nothing at all. Though they had once reigned supreme, no being could endure through eternity. Possessing the title of the universe's strongest was a fleeting honor, as time would mercilessly cast aside one's legacy. This irony lay in the fact that regardless of one's strength, all were but puppets of fate or history. The demon realm, distinct from other dimensions of the universe, housed beasts ungoverned by the underworlds. Yet curiously, throughout the history of martial arts tournaments, true champions from this realm seldom appeared, leaving them without a trace of glory in the top ranks. This remains a mystery, with the so-called truth obscured by the passage of time. Now, the echoing bells grew louder and more distant, as if heralding the triumph of justice, yet mourning the victory of evil. In this moment, the future of the universe hung precariously in the balance. Who would emerge as the sovereign? Let us proceed, Goku declared, his body trembling with anticipation. Feeling the fervor coursing through his veins, he turned to the group with a serene smile and began to stride toward the entrance. Indeed, the others echoed in unison, following closely behind Goku. As they advanced, an oppressive force loomed ahead, seemingly a test of strength. Only those truly formidable would ascend to the competition stage. Upon entering, Goku and his companions withstood the sudden surge of repulsive energy without flinching, though Goten and Trunks both recognized they had reached a critical threshold, silently astonished by the tournament's intensity. Before them lay an astonishing sight, a platform spanning hundreds of meters, surrounded by multiple tiers of spectator seating. Viewed from above, this grand structure bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum, instilling within them a fervent desire for battle, while also evoking a sense of solemnity. The knowledgeable Trunks noticed the transparent arena and instinctively approached, rapping his knuckles against its surface, excitement illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Incredible! This is truly the hardest diamond in the universe." "Forgive me, but I must verify something," a voice interjected. "If the readers truly appreciate this Dragon Ball story, I urge them to log in and bookmark this book, leaving a comment within the next 3 days. The current views exceed 100,000, yet the bookmarks only number 50, which seems unusual. Thus, I seek confirmation. Former friends are kindly asked not to inflate the numbers or comment for now. as I require authentic data. If anyone suspects deceit, feel free to remove this book from your shelves on Monday. I appreciate your cooperation. Upon hearing the word diamond, Goten instinctively recalled its connotation, racing over with fervent dreams. Murmuring to himself, if only I had a piece this large. As he pondered, his eyes gleamed with a lustful glint, resembling a would-be thief. Gohan, equally astonished, comprehended the exceptional hardness of diamonds and doubted that this grand platform resembled the ordinary diamonds found on Earth. Meanwhile, Goku, Vegeta, and Ub exchanged puzzled glances, having no knowledge of the significance of such a stone, all wondering why it warranted such excitement. Goku had once used a large diamond to pay for lunch and thought little of its value. Haha, as expected of Trunks to spot the diamond right away. But this is not like the diamonds on Earth. After all, the celestial origins differ. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from behind, turning their attention to the approaching Jinuri, whose charming smile prompted nods of acknowledgement from the group. Following the recent attack, Drofrin had been unaware of his adversary's identity, and Gohan had instinctively distanced himself from Jinuri since their conversation. Vegeta and Goku harbored similar sentiments, yet they maintained polite smiles, understanding the unspoken thoughts of those present. Jinuri offered a wry smile and continued, "This planet possesses immense gravity, ranking among the densest celestial bodies in the universe. Thus the material hardness here far surpasses that of others. In essence, this diamond is the hardest substance known across the cosmos." "Oh, really?" Goku mused. Having gathered some knowledge about diamonds, yet unable to resist inquiring further, how much damage have past tournaments inflicted upon it? As you can see, this is a new arena, as the previous one was utterly destroyed. To my knowledge, only the last tournament managed to completely obliterate it. Jinuri gestured toward the colossal platform. Chapter 25. The battle begins. The Warlord Contest, 7. "Ah, I see," Trunks replied, stroking his chin, while the others began to grasp the significance of Jinuri's explanation. Just then, a figure who appeared to be a steward approached Jinuri, informing him, "Young master, all preparations have been completed, and the king has arrived at the command platform. The competition is about to commence." Jinuri regarded the burly young man before him, saying, "Is that so? Everything is ready. Dick, allow me to introduce you to these esteemed Saiyans, our honored guests. Please ensure they are well informed about the tournament." With that, he set off to find his father, entrusting the matter to Dick. "Of course, Your Highness," Dick replied, bowing respectfully before turning to Goku and the others. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will share everything I know. You're a fighter as well, aren't you?" Trunks first posed a question, feeling a mutual fondness for the amiable young man before him. "Well, I'm not particularly skilled in combat, and I lack the striking flair of you Saiyans," Dick replied with a smile. "Haha, strength is not so clearly defined," Goku remarked, somewhat intentionally, but upon noticing the other's awkward demeanor, he shifted to a serious tone and inquired about the main topic. "You must have the information regarding the participants in this tournament, right?" "Yes, however, we cannot disclose specific details about the competitors to the outside world. We can only provide a brief introduction before the match," Dick explained. "Indeed, such a summary is necessary." Gohan nodded in agreement, resting his chin on his hand. "So, how many contestants are there this time?" Vegeta, with a wry smile at Goku's directness, tactfully sought to glean more information. "There are 896 participants, 332 from the inner universe and 564 from the outer universe. However, several thousand have gathered at the venue. The preliminary rounds aim to select 56 fighters for the semifinals, among whom you and the King's heir can advance directly." Gohan fell silent upon hearing this, as he was unexpectedly left in the dark about any news regarding Sieku, even though he was acutely aware of the pressure Sieku exerted, which surpassed that of Genie. "In that case, does each galaxy, considering the 4 in total, have 141 warriors?" Goten asked after a moment of calculation. "No, it's not that simple. We select based on combat power. The Eastern Galaxy has 176, the Western 192, the Southern 180, while the Northern has only 84, and the Demon Realm contributes 12. "Only 84 from the Northern Galaxy?" Trunks and Goten exclaimed in disbelief. "Earth belongs to the Northern Galaxy." "That is indeed the case. As the combat standards there are rather low. However, your strength is exceptional. Saiyans are truly remarkable," Dick noted, not underestimating the individuals before him. After all, according to the data he possessed, they all exhibited considerable combat prowess, and the recent celestial changes had many attributing the cause to Goku. A suspicion Dick held with near certainty. "Will individuals from the Demon Realm also participate?" This does not bode well. Goku recalled the repeated provocations from the demon realm. Feeling a spark of anger, Gohan and the others had also learned of the demon realm's exploits from Goku, thus harboring caution regarding the mentioned 12th. Vegeta's anger flared. Having suffered a devastating defeat in the past, he now possessed the strength to fight back, and that magical punch had deceived him terribly. Yes, it is as such. The demon realm has historically participated in this tournament, though they do not dare to act recklessly, Dick confirmed. It seems we are headed towards a chaotic battle in the universe, Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, his tone icy. Meanwhile, Ub stood silently, lost in thought. What is it, Bu? What troubles you? Ub inwardly questioned the plump Bu. I do not know. It feels as if I have been here before, a long time ago. And now I sense an intangible oppression, Bu replied. Is that so? What should we do? We are one and the same, Ub inquired anxiously, his mind troubled. Will this affect the tournament? I cannot say. Bu remained silent. After a period of preparation, everything was set. And the contestants, along with some spectators, those capable of arriving at this venue, took their seats in the resting area. The tournament officially commenced. Chapter 25, The Battle Begins, The Feudal Lords Contest, Part 8. A resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. The speaker was the Kaioshin. Instantly, the entire assembly erupted in cheers, only to be silenced in the next moment. All warriors swiftly occupied their seats in the audience, their speed rivaling that of Goten. A colossal screen illuminated in the northern section, displaying a comprehensive intelligent computer. Numbers and faces whirled continuously, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the contestants from the northern galaxy. X-Star System, K-Planet, the God Star versus from the southern galaxy, in Star System, our planet, the warrior Sutton. As the subtitles appeared, two figures materialized on the stage, one clad in divine attire, tall and imposing, while the other stood bare-chested, with yellow hair and a robust physique. Begin. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight, yet none in the audience appeared shocked. Observing the battle, Goku exclaimed with excitement, incredible. Even under such immense gravity, their speed remains astonishing. The warriors of the universe are indeed unfathomable. Ub, momentarily dazed, snapped back to reality and approached, watching the unfolding conflict. The arena was alive with rippling shockwaves, the sound of their rapid movements echoing in the air. Suddenly, both fighters slowed down. Sutton was seen pursuing Star, who then accelerated, aiming a powerful strike. Star, unfazed, quickly unleashed an energy blast to counter Sutton's attack. Forced to respond, Sutton retaliated with his own energy blast, which soared out of the venue. Due to the overwhelming gravity, the blast struck the ground, creating a bright explosion and a rush of air. Yet, it left only a slight charred mark. It seemed devoid of destructive power. Both individuals halted, standing in the arena. Warm-up is over. It's time to battle, Sutton declared. Indeed. I never expected your speed to be so formidable, Star replied. Is that so? We shall see, Sutton retorted, vanishing once more, his speed now several times greater. Star merely smiled, leaping backward, as an energy blast landed in the position he had just vacated. Upon landing, Star utilized the recoil to spring forward, delivering a kick. Given the urgency of the situation, Sutton was compelled to block with his left hand while striking with his right fist. What? Star sensed impending danger and quickly raised both hands to shield himself, but the force still propelled them both apart. Sutton swiftly regained composure and launched himself after Star. As Star turned around, the force primarily acting on him, he spotted Sutton and clenched his fists, gathering energy to enhance his strength and activate a protective shield. The impact of their clash caught Sutton off guard, sending him reeling. This is your strength. Sutton gasped, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yes, this is my power. Come on. I believe you haven't given it your all yet. Did you notice that? I originally thought I wouldn't need to use my full strength in the first match, but it seems that is not the case now. Sutton suddenly enhanced his strength. Yet confusion lingered in his heart. The outcome was clear. Vegeta fixated on the ongoing battle, discerning through the aura that the god was destined to triumph. His power had not been fully unleashed, yet he was already stronger than his opponent. Others nodded in agreement with Vegeta's assertion, but Dick, standing nearby, observed them with a furrowed brow. The first to strike was Star, who swiftly maneuvered behind Sutton and landed a punch to his back. Unyielding, Sutton turned to retaliate with a punch of his own, only to be blocked. He unleashed a series of energy blasts, but Star heightened his aura, neutralizing each one. In a flash, Sutton vanished, reappearing beneath Star, leaping to strike at his chin. However, Star had already evaded. now crouching beneath Sutton to deliver a powerful blow to his abdomen. This explosive attack rendered Sutton unconscious, declaring Star the victor. A voice resonated throughout the venue, eliciting a wave of astonishment from the audience, which included numerous non-participants. The battle was remarkable, showcasing exceptional martial prowess. Goku observed Star, who still concealed his true power, while he himself scanned the energy fields of those present, recognizing many hidden talents among them. Goten and Trunks fell silent, utterly unprepared for the intensity of this tournament. Upon hearing the results of the first match, those following the event erupted in jubilant cheers, igniting excitement throughout the entire inner universe. At this moment, the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Chapter 26, The Brave Guardian of Pakaz Part 1. This narrative, The Legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor, emphasizes plot development and the exhilarating depiction of combat, which may not align perfectly with traditional novel styles. However, Luo envisions transforming this story into a comic in the future, ensuring it remains free of copyright infringement. Consequently, the writing of The Legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor adopts a comic, animation, format for ease of future adaptation. Luo believes that many Dragon Ball enthusiasts still revel in the fervent battles, and the captivating plot will undoubtedly satisfy audiences. Your support for Luo is greatly appreciated. The victor, Star. A commentary echoed under special modulation, resonating across the inner universe, followed by the cheers of millions, many calling out Star's name. The storm of combat surged anew as the once-in-a-million-year tournament unfolded, gathering the universe's greatest warriors, where this duel would reflect the brilliance of the era. Indeed, this is truly the universe's premier martial arts tournament, with a level of combat that left even the Supreme Kai astounded. Fully aware of the terrifying gravitational force of the arena, gasping in awe, he mused, "It seems the strength of the universe's warriors is deeply concealed. My own understanding was rather limited. However, this is merely the preliminary round, my Lord Supreme Kai. I anticipate that the finals will be unexpectedly intense," replied Grit, seated beside him, sharing in the excitement. Indeed, the battles between the tournament champions and Saiyans should be even more exhilarating, the Supreme Kai remarked, momentarily surprised yet equally eager. At this moment, all eyes turned to the solitary figure standing proudly in the arena, emanating an overwhelming aura that left many warriors in quiet awe, while others were captivated by his striking visage. This individual was Star, whose cold, piercing gaze observed the figures clad in black. He suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing at his previous position, and slowly closed his eyes. With the victor having exited the stage, the commentator paused before directing the next battle. Now, let us proceed to the second match. Meanwhile, the massive screen displayed the identities of the competitors, and after a brief flicker, it confirmed Warrior Kara from the planet U of the Western Galaxy versus Warrior Ted from the planet HZ of the Western Galaxy. In this tense moment, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, each side rallying their supporters. At that instant, two figures appeared on the martial stage, locking eyes. Kara, a handsome warrior with long blue hair, donned what appeared to be battle attire, while Ted, a robust fighter with brown muscles, exuded strength alongside a handsome face. Kara slightly bowed, placing his hand over his heart, and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kara from the distant Western Galaxy, here to challenge and surpass all opponents in pursuit of the title of the universe's strongest." "Oh, is that so? Well, I too am here for that very reason. Let us give it our all and relish the thrill of combat," Ted replied with a hearty laugh and a courteous demeanor. "Then, let the battle commence." The commentator nodded lightly, signaling the start of the second match. With that, both warriors shifted their stances, preparing for combat, their hands poised in readiness. In a brief moment of stillness, Ted's left hand twitched slightly, prompting Kara to recognize the opportunity for an attack. A surge of energy enveloped him as he dashed forward with incredible speed. Simultaneously, he clenched his right hand into a fist, aiming it at Ted, who suddenly paled. Realizing the impending danger, in a desperate bid for survival, he leaned backward, attempting to create distance for a counterattack. Ultimately, Ted narrowly evaded Kara's punch, but the latter relentlessly pursued. Just as he was about to close in, Ted seized the chance to counter, flipping onto his hands and propelling himself upward with his feet. Kara sensed the threat, attempting to slow down but unable to overcome his momentum. In a split second, he unleashed a burst of energy toward the ground, lifting him just enough to evade Ted's foot strike. However, Ted had already positioned himself above Kara. Using the momentum of his descent, he aimed to strike at Kara's back. Startled, Kara quickly turned, realizing his opponent was closing in. With time slipping away, he crossed his arms in a defensive stance to absorb the powerful blow. Yet the sheer force sent him crashing to the ground, his hands bracing against the arena, causing the entire venue to tremble. Remarkably, the arena remained intact, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. In this clash of titans, Ted offered Kara no respite, continuing his assault with the momentum of his dive. Sensing impending doom, Kara gripped the ground tightly, executing a rapid 360-degree spin to evade Ted's attack. As he landed, he harnessed the rebound force to launch a counterattack, his fist poised to strike at Ted's chest. Chapter 26. The Brave Guardian of Pakos, Part 2. This chapter. What is this? Ted suddenly realized the imminent danger and hastily brought his palms together to block Kara's punch. However, the force behind the attack was overwhelming, creating ripples in the air as it violently propelled Ted several paces back. In contrast, Kara deftly absorbed the impact, executing a graceful roll and landing smoothly on her feet. The two locked eyes, enveloped in a contemplative silence regarding the battle that lay ahead. "Ah, it seems you truly possess remarkable strength, young man. Your power is impressive, but you should strive harder, shouldn't you? In my estimation, your strength and speed could be enhanced threefold. Otherwise, you shall inevitably fall before me," Ted remarked with a smile directed at Kara. "Oh, is that so?" Kara echoed with a soft laugh. "That is something we can only ascertain after the battle." With a playful smile, Kara's form became a blur as her speed of attack significantly increased, yet Ted remained unfazed, standing stoically in place. Suddenly, she leaped into the air. And in that very instant, her previous position erupted in a violent explosion, sending forth a wave of terrifying energy. "Feudal," a voice rang out, belonging to the strikingly handsome Kara, who had now materialized at Ted's right side, attempting to deliver a devastating blow. Yet, in reality, she struck nothing but an illusion. In her haste, she turned to look down, only to find Ted standing confidently on the platform, with her energy attack hurtling towards him. In a moment of panic, she unleashed her own energy wave, and as their attacks collided mid-air, an explosive fireball erupted. Under the force of the impact, Kara squeezed her eyes shut to shield them, relinquishing her observation. At that moment, Ted had already appeared above her, delivering a powerful elbow strike to her back. The overwhelming force surged through her body, tearing her combat attire and sending her crashing onto the platform with a thunderous crash. Kara, regaining her senses, rose swiftly, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth as she gazed up at Ted, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the silence that enveloped them. "Oh, you truly are resilient. Despite enduring such a formidable assault, you seem relatively unscathed. Are you perhaps holding back your strength? Next time, I shall fight to the fullest," Ted remarked, equally astonished. "Oh, is that so? I have no intention of being defeated by you," Kara replied, clenching her fists and speaking to herself. "That state of combat, do you mean you can transform?" Ted inquired, astonished and bewildered. "Indeed," Kara responded with a faint smile, suddenly channeling her energy with great intensity, causing the air to crackle and burst. In that explosive display of power, her physique underwent a dramatic transformation. Her once slender form now appeared robust, towering over Ted by more than 30 centimeters, while her features remained unchanged. "What? Is this truly your combat form?" Ted exclaimed, sensing the immense surge of energy with a look of horror. "Yes, though I find this musculature rather unappealing," Kara mused, glancing at her arms, which now rivaled the brawn of a formidable being. Ted's expression shifted drastically, an unsettling feeling washing over him. "Then let us engage in battle," Kara declared with a smile. "This is overwhelmingly powerful. I can only imagine that his strength has increased by several dozen times," Ted thought, astounded. Indeed, his combat prowess must exceed trillions. "He has yet to unleash his full potential," remarked Vegeta, arms crossed, with an amused smirk at the display of power. "The universe is indeed vast, concealing many formidable warriors," Gohan added, reflecting on the revelation. Meanwhile, Dick observed the exchange in silence. In an instant, Kara vanished from the arena, only to reappear before Ted, launching a fierce iron fist aimed squarely at his abdomen, inflicting pain that left his eyes wide with shock.